On September 17th, year 200 of the Qiling calendar, the tranquil atmosphere of Class 9, Grade 11 at Jiangling High School in Xia Country was disrupted by the melodic ringing of the bell. A middle-aged female teacher entered the classroom, her sharp gaze sweeping across the room. Spotting someone still slumped over in sleep, she sternly began. You're already in your second year of high school. Time is running out for you. History and Tao cultivation are about to conclude, and only if you achieve a grade of B or higher will you have the chance to enter Martial Arts University or Science and Technology University. I trust you all understand the importance of this. Noticing the teacher's gaze repeatedly drifting in his direction, Qianhao quickly nudged his deskmate, Fang He, who was still dozing off. At that moment, Fang He was lost in a dream where he played the role of a wandering swordsman. Clad in white and wielding a sword, he stormed a bandit's stronghold to rescue a noblewoman kidnapped by the outlaws. Just as he anticipated the woman expressing her gratitude with the words, "I owe my life to you," she instead softly said, "I have nothing to repay your kindness. In the next life, I will serve as your loyal servant to show my gratitude." The dream ended abruptly. Rubbing his eyes, Fang He looked around to find the same classmates, but the classroom itself had transformed. The blackboard was gone, replaced by white walls. The ceiling lights had vanished, substituted with ultra-thin recessed lighting. The desks were no longer wooden, but made of some special material, with a built-in display screen occupying 2/3 of the desktop, flashing various icons. Even the floor had changed from cement to sleek silver-white metal, clean yet not glaring. Hearing the teacher announce a review session, Fang He straightened his back and met her gaze heat. Unexpectedly, teacher Jiang Qin directly called on him. "Fang He, tell us, what year of the Qiling calendar corresponds to 2040, and what significant event happened that year?" Caught off guard, Fang He was utterly baffled. 2040? What was the Qiling calendar? Seeing him at a loss for words, the teacher shifted her attention to Luo Yi. The fair-skinned girl with a neatly tied bun confidently replied, "The year 2040 in the Gregorian calendar corresponds to year 16 of the Qiling calendar. That was the year the Blue Star Alliance was officially established, and global currency unification was achieved." As the history QA session continued, Fang He gradually pieced together the situation. It turned out that in 2022, the revival of spiritual energy began, allowing humans to cultivate, while beasts also evolved. 2 years later, the global release of the Qiling art marked the start of the Qiling calendar. Since then, humanity had advanced both in science and martial arts, establishing thousands of science and technology universities as well as martial arts universities. However, the evolution of beasts made them humanity's greatest enemy, with a devastating beast tide in year 62 of the Qiling calendar causing tens of millions of casualties. Taking in the highly futuristic environment around him and glancing at the various subjects displayed on the desk screen: history, Tao cultivation, science, literature, biology, geography, and introduction to martial arts, Fang He slowly came to terms with his new reality. Since there was no way to change it, he decided to embrace it. In this perilous world, his goal was clear: to get into a martial arts university and become a warrior. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Fang He stretched his body, marveling at the unexpected strength and fitness of his physique. He moved his arms, quietly amazed by the power and resilience of his muscles. During the latter half of the class, he discovered that the learning device on the desk not only provided instant access to study materials, but also connected to the internet. Seizing the opportunity, he eagerly absorbed as much general knowledge about this world as he could. What shocked him the most was that the size of Blue Star was 10 times larger than he remembered. "Luo Yi, what's your current BattleNet score?" A cheerful girl with a ponytail and a round, adorable face skipped over to Luo Yi's side. 1965, Luo Yi replied with a playful twinkle in her bright eyes, her expression betraying a hint of pride. "Wow!" the round-faced girl exclaimed. "At the start of the semester, you were only at 1900. You've improved so much in just half a month." Luo Yi reined in her smile and replied modestly, "I've been lucky lately. Most of my opponents haven't been too strong." "Don't be so modest. You're the top player in our class on BattleNet, and you're ranked high in the entire grade," the round-faced girl said with admiration written all over her face. The two girls' conversation shifted to their future university choices. Luo Yi mentioned her idol, Luo Wanianth, president of the Eastern Martial Arts University and the only female president among the top 5 elite martial arts universities. Fang He listened quietly, recalling the information he had just looked up. Luo Wanian, the #1 female martial artist in Xia Country, had entered Eastern University at the age of 18 with the top national score. The following year, she led her team to win the national championship. After disappearing from the public eye for 3 years, she re-emerged capable of slaying Lord-level beasts. Unintentionally, his gaze lingered on Luo Yi, but she quickly noticed. "Fang He, what are you staring at?" Luo Yi turned to him, her familiar tone easing some of the strangeness he felt. "Just listening to your conversation," Fang He shrugged. "By the way, Li Xinyuan, Which university are you aiming for? Li Xinyuan's eyes darted teasingly between the two of them. I'm content if I can get into one of the top 100 universities. What about you? Noticing Li Xinyuan's mischievous look, Fang He cleared his throat awkwardly. He admitted to himself that he found Luoyi appealing, but being teased like this made him uncomfortable. I haven't decided yet. I'll need to think about it more, he replied vaguely, as he had just arrived in this world and had no idea about his actual abilities. With your grades, getting into a martial arts university shouldn't be a problem, Luoyi said considerately, steering the conversation away. Sure thing, boss. Fang He responded instinctively, using the nickname he'd been calling her since middle school. Luoyi paused for a moment, then chuckled. All right, little brother. The bell for the next class rang just in time, and the students returned to their seats, ready for the new lesson. Ding, the crisp sound of the class bell rang, and Fang He rubbed his throbbing temples. The content of this science class was far too advanced. Even though he had tried his best to comprehend it, the technological knowledge from 2 centuries into the future still left him feeling utterly bewildered. Here, let's go eat. A clear and melodious voice sounded beside him. Looking up, he was greeted by an exceptionally stunning facialman-shaped eyes with a slight upward tilt, fair skin with a faint rosy hue, and shoulder-length black hair cascading smoothly. The handsome young man, standing about 1.7 meters tall, was none other than Fang He's roommate, Fanny Yang. Ernyang, Fang He blurted out. This nickname stemmed from a misunderstanding when their dorms were first assigned. Fanny Yang's overly delicate features had almost convinced Fang He that had been placed in a girl's dormitory by mistake. Hearing this nickname, Fanny Yang's expression instantly darkened. He raised his fist in mock protest, his voice soft but firm. Call me Yang Gu. I'm a real man. Unfortunately, his gentle tone lacked any real intimidation. Fang He stood up, casually slinging an arm around Fanny Yang's shoulders, and grinned. All right, Yang Gu, let's go grab some food. With that, he gently nudged Fanny Yang toward the classroom door. The moment they stepped out, Fang He froze in place. What lay before him was completely different from the campus he remembered. Towering skyscrapers surrounded them, and directly ahead was a vast plaza. Beyond the plaza stood a nine-story modern building with the bold words cafeteria prominently displayed at the top. It was lunchtime, and a steady stream of people was heading toward the cafeteria. On the right, there were 4 parallel elevators and a stairwell. On the left, 2 sliding poles were installed, with students clinging to the poles and sliding down one after another like skewered candied hawthorns. Yanggu, how many students are at our school now? Over 10,000. Our grade alone has more than 3,000 students, Fanny Yang replied, clearly pleased with Fang He's corrected way of addressing him. Why do you ask? Nothing. Which way are we going? Let's take the stairs. We're not in a rush. Fanny Yang glanced disdainfully at the students using the poles. Those guys are really something. But the school rules say you have to reach peak bone refinement in body training before using the poles. Even if they fall, they'll be fine. Thick-skinned and tough as they are, a quick visit to the infirmary for some ointment will do the trick. Inside the cafeteria, Fanny Yang turned to Fang He. Here, what do you feel like eating? Fang He looked around and noticed that while the cafeteria's basic layout hadn't changed, there were now more serving stations. Each station had an electronic screen displaying the available dishes, and the process of picking up food had become entirely self-service. How about we check out the upper floors? Fanny Yang suggested, licking his lips. I heard the school got a few ironhide cows from the patrol outside the city today. Let's go to the 8th floor and give it a try. Why the 8th floor? For a treat, of course. We're not in the seed class, so we can't eat on the 7th floor. Only then did Fang He realize the system floors 1 through 6 were regular free dining areas. The 7th floor was exclusive to the elite seed class, and the 8th floor was a high-end, self-funded dining area. As for the 9th floor, hey, when are you going to treat me to a meal on the 9th floor? Finish your body training first. By then, the head teacher probably won't mind taking you up there every day, Fanny Yang replied with mock annoyance. All right, once I can get up there, they'll definitely take you with me. Dream on. Fanny Yang shot back with a smirk. Wow, today's meal was really something. Nothing beats fresh game after a hunt. Fang Yang exclaimed as he collapsed onto the soft couch in their dorm's cozy little living room, stretching out comfortably. Fang He savored the lingering taste of the meal. The food's great, but the price is killer. 200 blue star coins for a plate of ironhide beef. He scrolled through the latest stats on his device. Summer Nation has a population of 5 billion, with the average monthly income barely reaching 5,000 blue star coins. I told you to let me treat you, but you insisted on paying yourself, Fang Yang said nonchalantly. It's not like I eat much of your stuff at school anyway. Once we graduate, you can treat me back. Though Fang He knew Fang Yang came from a wealthy family, he had never pried into just how well off they were. The school's payment system was quite flexible. Besides blue star coins, it also accepted credits. Each credit was worth 10 blue star coins, and there were plenty of ways to earn them. Advancing in martial arts, excelling in exams, showing significant improvement, climbing the rankings in the combat network, and more. Sure, you pick the place. Fang Yang yawned. I'm going to crash for a bit. Need to recharge for martial arts class this afternoon. With that, he disappeared into his room. Lying on his bed, he finally let himself relax. The events of the day felt surreal, as if the world had turned upside down the moment he woke up. Muttering to himself, he drifted into sleep, and his dreams began to unfold. At 3 years old, his young mother smiled brightly, saying, "Give mom a kiss, little he." At 6, his father, unusually serious, reminded him, "Behave at school, and no bullying your classmates." At 8, his grandfather, a former soldier, started teaching him basic training routines. At 12, he shouted after a retreating figure, "What's your name?" and received a faint reply, "Luoyi." At 13, he excitedly told his grandmother head ranked first in class. At 15, his cousin cheered for him during New Year's dinner when he was admitted to Jiangling High School. At 16, he suffered a devastating defeat during the freshman monthly test, effortlessly beaten by a boy named Lu Ningxi. Memories surged like a tidal wave, blending 2 lifetimes seamlessly. When Fang He opened his eyes, he murmured to himself, "So that's it. I was shaken, huh?" The memories of this world had fully integrated with him, and everything was finally clear. Fang He had always been confident until the unexpected class division in his first year of high school shattered his pride. The morning sunlight streamed through the curtains into the room. Fang He sat cross-legged, his eyes closed in deep focus. Memories flooded into his mind like a tide after the fusion of his soul. This was a world where advanced technology coexisted with martial arts, where highly intelligent evolved creatures lurked in deep mountains and vast lakes, and where martial artists had become the backbone of society. His fingers absent-mindedly traced the fabric of his martial arts uniform as his thoughts gradually turned inward. The path of cultivation began with physical training, progressing from the external to the internal, step by step. Currently, he was in the bone-strengthening stage, having tempered 51 bones in his torso. However, there was still a significant gap before reaching perfection. Fang He frowned slightly, surprised to find that what used to take him 5 minutes to complete a full-body internal scan now only took 2 minutes. The sudden and powerful enhancement of his soul energy was unprecedented on Blue Star, where soul energy could only be improved through advancements in martial arts. Bang, bang, bang. A series of urgent knocks shattered his train of thought. "Get up. We're going to be late for martial arts class." Fanny Yang's voice came from outside the door. "Jin Gang won't go easy on us." At the mention of He Xingqian, nicknamed Jin Gang, the martial arts instructor for Class 9 of the second year, Fang He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Despite his poetic name, the teacher possessed a burly physique and a fiery temper that starkly contrasted with it. Quickly changing into a high-quality black martial arts uniform, Fang He stretched his limbs. The fabric moved seamlessly with his motions. "Hurry up," Fanny Yang urged again. Fang He opened the door. As if suddenly remembering something, Fanny Yang added, "Oh, by the way, we're having class with Class 1 today. Jin Gang is subbing for their martial arts teacher, who took the day off." Class 1. Fang He's heart stirred slightly, and a figure involuntarily surfaced in his mind. "Oh, and..." Fanny Yang gave him a knowing look. "Lu Ningxi happens to be in that class." Fang He said nothing, stepping forward and walking ahead. The martial arts classroom was located in another teaching building, but calling it a classroom hardly did it justice. It was more like an imposing martial arts hall. Spanning 2,000 square meters, the space was meticulously organized with various training equipment arranged in designated zones. Each class had its own area, and every student was provided with an individual locker. When Fang He arrived, many of the students from Class 9 were already present, along with a few unfamiliar faces. They gathered in small groups, chatting among themselves. He walked over to his locker and tapped lightly on the combination lock. As the door swung open, a simple yet elegant longsword came into view. It was a gift from his grandfather to celebrate Fang He's admission into Jiangling High School. The sword, named Lin Yuan, measured 3 feet in length and 2 inches in width, adorned with a pattern of orderly black diamond-shaped etchings along its unsharpened blade. "Line up!" He Xingqian's thunderous voice echoed throughout the martial arts hall. Instantly, all the students assembled into neat formations, with Class 9 and Class 1 clearly separated. Standing in line, Fang He's gaze inadvertently swept across the front row of Class 1, where a tall, upright figure stood. The person's posture was as straight as a spear, exuding an air of natural magnetism even in stillness. After the warm-up exercises, He Xingqian ordered the students to retrieve their weapons for practice. Most chose traditional weapons such as swords, sabers, spears, or staffs. While unconventional weapons could offer an element of surprise, their limited martial techniques made them less viable for long-term mastery. Fang He positioned himself before a metallic pillar marked with countless sword scars. Gripping Lin Yuan, he closed his eyes and focused his mind. When he opened them again, his sword shot forward in a precise thrust, his movements noticeably more fluid than before. His strikes flowed seamlessly, slashes, sweeps, and thrusts executed in succession. The sword's gleam danced through the air, leaving fresh marks on the pillar. Not bad. You've made it to the basics, He Xingqian remarked, appearing beside Fang He at just the right moment. Come see me next Monday to select a martial technique. Though Fang He's swordsmanship had reached the foundational level, it was merely a starting point at Jiangling High School. Even among freshmen, there were quite a few who had already reached this stage. On Blue Star, martial techniques were categorized into 3 realms: basic, proficient, and mastery, each containing boundless possibilities for growth. When the students were nearing their physical limits, the spiritual energy apertures embedded in the walls activated, releasing a dense flow of energy into the hall. This expensive spirit channeling array was designed to enhance training efficiency. Fang He felt his cells brimming with vitality as he began practicing the Qi Awakening technique, a globally recognized foundational cultivation method. He directed his consciousness inward, observing the intricate structure of his body composed of 206 beneath, a crucial step on the path to achieving perfect bone refinement. Fang He could feel the spiritual energy coursing through his body. Today, it was unusually docile, like a tamed wild horse, entirely at his command. After an extended period of tempering the bones in his torso, he shifted his focus to the bones in his right arm. With his enhanced soul power, he was now capable of controlling more spiritual energy than ever before, as though wielding a sharper, more precise blade. When a dull ache spread through his meridians, Fang He knew he had reached his limit for the day. Through his inner vision, the results surprised him. Had not only tempered 2 bones, but was already halfway through the 3rd. The progress far exceeded his expectations. All right, everyone should be rested by now. I want 2 people to spar class 9. You're up first, He Xingqian said casually, pointing to 2 students. A sword and spear duel began immediately. Though neither side had fully mastered their techniques, the fight was intense and spirited. Thanks to his elevated cultivation level and strengthened soul power, Fang He could easily spot flaws in the dual-awkward transitions between moves that left openings, any of which could be exploited. After observing for a moment, He Xingqian called a halt to give feedback before rotating between Class 1 and Class 9 for more sparring. Fang He, you're up. Attack me, He Xingqian said, stepping into the arena himself. Though slightly surprised, Fang He didn't hesitate and thrust forward with his sword. Without using spiritual energy, He Xingqian effortlessly deflected the attack with sheer technique. Seeing his strike blocked, Fang He quickly shifted his stance, transitioning into an upward slash with fluid precision. Whispers rippled through the spectators. Who is this guy? Has he already mastered the basics of swordsmanship? He just broke through recently. His moves still seem a bit raw. I remember sparring with him back in our first year. Standing off to the side, Fanny Yang silently observed it all. Watching his close friend's eyes light up with determination once more, he was reminded of the spirited boy from years ago, the one who boldly declared he would get into Jingwu Academy. That's about enough. Over-practicing can be counterproductive, He Xingqian said as he swung his sword, halting Fang He in his tracks. Despite Fang He's significant improvement in spiritual power and dynamic perception, he still couldn't catch how He Xingqian made his move before being stopped in one swift strike. Not bad, keep it up, He Xingqian encouraged, turning to address the other students. Mastering the basics of martial arts is just the beginning. I hope you all continue to work hard. In the audience, some students from Class 9, who had yet to grasp the fundamentals of martial arts, looked on with a hint of envy in their eyes. Fang He, you're amazing. Luo cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted excitedly. Her eyes sparkled with delight as she waved energetically when Fang He glanced her way. Fanny Ying joined in with a hearty cheer. Well done. Several other classmates who were on friendly terms with Fang He also chimed in with words of support. In contrast, the atmosphere in Class 1 was much quieter and less enthusiastic. Martial arts basics? That's just average. A dismissive voice broke the silence. What's the big deal? It's just the basics of swordsmanship. Fang He was about to step off the stage when Fanny Yang couldn't hold back anymore. Tang Liang, why do you always have so much to say? Does this have anything to do with you? Seeing someone respond to his provocation, Tang Liang smirked and said mockingly, back then, I beat him so badly he couldn't even stand up. Now he's just learned some sword basics, and I'm just reminding him to get too cocky. Hearing Fanny Yang standing up for him, Fang He could no longer pretend not to hear. He recalled how, during the class placement trials, Tang Liang had not only defeated him but also taunted him mercilessly. At that time, Fang He had been too weak to respond. But now, with his improved abilities in swordsmanship and spiritual power, he saw this as an opportunity to test himself. No longer believed he would lose. Fang He stopped Fanny Yang, who was about to retort, and turned to face Tang Liang, who was seated among the crowd. Staring directly at him, Fang He said slowly and deliberately, Tang Liang, have you ever heard the saying, when a dog gets rich, don't let it bark too much? The martial arts classroom fell silent for a moment before someone couldn't hold back their laughter, triggering a wave of chuckles and guffaws. Tang Liang shot to his feet, his face alternating between red and white in anger, looking like an enraged rooster ready for a fight. Fang He, looks like you need to be taught a lesson. I'll come up and practice with you, Tang Liang declared, glancing at He Xingqian for approval. After all, He Xingqian was the martial arts instructor for Class 9. Fang He carefully sized up his opponent, a medium-built, muscular individual. Tang Liang might look honest and straightforward, but his narrow eyes betrayed a cunning nature. After a moment's thought, Fang He remembered the source of Tang Liang's hostility had been pursuing Luo Yi. As Luo Yi's middle school acquaintance, Fang He had been relatively close to her, which had earned Tang Liang's resentment as soon as high school began. During the class placement trials, Tang Liang had not only defeated him but also mocked him publicly. After the class placements, Fang He had fallen into a period of depression and self-isolation, distancing himself from Luo Yi. This had caused Tang Liang to stop targeting him. However, seeing Luo Yi cheering for Fang He today seemed to have reignited Tang Liang's jealousy, prompting him to seek attention. Tang Liang, have some decency. Fang He just used up a lot of energy. How's he supposed to fight you now? Luo Yi couldn't help but speak up. Exactly. Taking advantage of someone when they're down, how shameful can you get? Is this what Class 1 stands for? Seriously, are you really going to bully someone like this? Class 9 students voiced their indignation one after another. While not everyone in the class was particularly close, their collective sense of pride as a group was strong when faced with outsiders. Class 1 students, of course, felt the need to defend themselves. Just as they were about to retort with something like, as if we'd need to stoop to bullying you, one of them noticed He Xingqian standing calmly in the middle of the room. Quickly tugging on a classmate's sleeve, they stopped the argument. After all, He Xingqian was the martial arts instructor for Class 9. Criticizing Class 9's martial arts skills would be a direct insult to their teacher. Fine then. Let him recover first, and then he can fight Tang Liang. There's still time, so we'll wait. Lu Ningxi, uninterested in the quarrel, sat quietly in the audience, observing the scene unfold. He Xingqian also remained silent. To him, this was just another fight. If someone lost, they could head to the medical room. If one was afraid of getting hurt, they shouldn't bother practicing martial arts in the first place. Sensing the situation, Fang He spoke up at the right moment. I just need a few minutes to recover from the earlier exertion. With that, he sat cross-legged on the floor, closed his eyes, and began meditating, paying no attention to Tang Liang's reaction. Fine, I'll give you a few minutes. Tang Liang grudgingly sat back down, glaring at Fang He as he waited. After the two sides agreed to the duel, Fannying stood below the stage, his heart restless with anxiety. He knew perfectly well that with his own strength, defeating Tang Liang would have been effortless after all. He had already reached the peak of body refinement and was on the verge of entering the organ refinement stage. Yet now, all he could do was clench his fists and silently hope that Fang He could achieve a miracle. Tang Liang, get up here. Fang He called out, his voice loud and steady after adjusting his breath. Luo Yi silently mouthed, be careful, while Fannying, overcome with excitement, mouthed an inaudible, take him down. The eyes of Class 9 were filled with encouragement. They all understood that for someone like Fang He, who had only just begun to learn the way of the sword, simply avoiding an embarrassing defeat would already be a victory. Tang Liang strode onto the stage, with a smirk tugging at his lips. I thought you'd keep catching your breath until class was over, he sneered. Fang He tilted his head, feigning innocence as he retorted, haven't you heard? The louder a dog barks, the more it's bluffing. His words drew a round of laughter from Class 9, surprising even those who knew him with his unexpected sharp tongue. Tang Liang's face darkened as he suppressed his anger, his grip tightening on the staff in his hands until his knuckles turned white. He Xingqian stepped forward and declared, no intentional crippling. The duel begins. Before the words had fully left his lips, Tang Liang lunged forward, his long staff raised high as it whistled through the air in a powerful downward strike. The black staff left a blurred trail behind it, but Fang He sidestepped it with ease. In that moment, his entire demeanor shifted like an unsheathed sword. He became sharp and focused. With a quick sidestep, he closed the distance, his long sword sweeping horizontally in one swift motion. Tang Liang met the strike head, his staff clashing against the sword with a metallic clang. Fang He used the momentum to leap back, but in an instant, he lunged forward again, his sword thrusting toward his opponent. The sudden change in tactics forced Tang Liang to retreat hastily, switching to a one-handed grip on his staff. He Xingqian's eyes flickered with amazement. Fang He's moves were not only precise but flowed seamlessly from one to the next. This level of combat intuition was truly rare. Among the spectators of Class 1, someone frowned and muttered, what's wrong with Tang Liang? On the other hand, Class 9 was bursting with excitement, with Fannying shouting at the top of his lungs, here, take him down, attack all three lines. As the fight wore on, Tang Liang found himself increasingly on the defensive. Though his strength was superior, With his bone refinement close to completion, he struggled against Fang He's relentless and fluid sword techniques. Gradually, fatigue began to show. Sensing that Tang Liang was at a disadvantage, someone from Class 1 yelled, "Change your tactics. Don't let him control the rhythm." Tang Liang gritted his teeth, weighing his options. Finally, he decided to trade blow for blow. His strength would allow him to endure Fang He's strike with only minor injuries, while his own full-force attack could incapacitate his opponent entirely. Tang Liang faced Fang He's incoming sword strike with a resolute glint in his eyes. He neither dodged nor retreated, allowing the sharp blade to slash across his left shoulder. Blood instantly soaked through his clothes, but he seemed impervious to the pain. With veins bulging on his arms, he gripped his staff tightly, every muscle in his body taut as he unleashed his full strength, sweeping the staff horizontally toward Fang He's left leg. "Die!" Tang Liang growled, pouring all his fury into this strike. The members of Class 9 immediately recognized the technique, exclaiming in unison, "Watch out!" It was as if the air itself froze under the weight of this move. Class 1, however, knew all too well this was the signature skill Tang Liang had chosen upon joining their ranks, the renowned Thousand Gene staff. Standing off to the side, He Xingqian remained motionless. In his view, even if the strike landed, with modern medical advancements, a broken bone would heal in just a week. Fang He had already anticipated Tang Liang's intentions. The moment he noticed his opponent refusing to evade, he adjusted his stance, shifting from a single-handed grip on his sword to a two-handed one. His movements were seamless, and with precision akin to a tennis racket, he swung the blade toward Tang Liang's left cheek. Simultaneously, he subtly sidestepped, mitigating the impact of the Thousand Gene staff, though not entirely avoiding it. Smack! The flat of the sword struck Tang Liang's face with full force, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string, tumbling to the ground. Fang He, having acted swiftly and preemptively dispersed the force, took a hit from the staff but emerged relatively unscathed. Tang Liang lay on the ground, motionless for a long time, his left cheek swollen grotesquely. Even with his mastery of the bone refinement stage, the searing pain from that strike was unbearable. Fang He wins, He Xingqian declared, signaling for someone to carry Tang Liang off the field. Two members of Class 9 quickly stepped forward to support Tang Liang, who kept his head lowered as he was helped away. Someone in the class murmured in disbelief, "Tang Liang actually lost to Fang He?" Yet, Lu Ningxi remained calm, as if she had expected this outcome all along. Fang He, holding his sword casually in one hand, wore a victorious smirk as he strode toward Class 9. "Holy crap, that was insane. You're amazing, Hegi." As expected from my little brother impressive, Luo Yi beamed with admiration. Fang He's grin widened as he replied smugly, "Of course. Gotta make sure I don't embarrass my boss." Hiss. Fang He drew in a sharp breath, grimacing as Fanny Yang applied medication to his injury. Without pausing his actions, Fanny Yang rolled his eyes. "You were acting all tough in front of everyone earlier, and now you're whining about the pain? You wouldn't understand. This is called a healthy release of emotions," Fang He retorted stubbornly. Fanny Yang handed the bottle of medicine to Fang He, who was sprawled out on the sofa. "Less talking, more healing. Spray this twice a day, morning and night, and don't forget." He had noticed something was wrong with Fang He as soon as he stepped off the field, but chose not to bring it up in front of everyone. After examining him, he discovered a bone fracture not too serious, but it would heal with consistent treatment. So, was it worth showing off in front of the two classes today? Fanny Yang teased. Fang He sprayed the medicine on himself, shrugging nonchalantly. "It was all right, I guess." "Yeah, right. I bet you were mainly trying to impress someone specific." As Fang He's roommate, Fanny Yang was well aware of the backstory. "But I'm sure the highlight for you was putting Tang Liang in his place, wasn't it?" Fang He didn't deny it. "That was definitely satisfying. I've been wanting to teach that guy a lesson for a while. I just didn't have the strength before. But today, I finally got my chance. Seems like he's got it out for you," Fanny Yang remarked. "What can I do?" Fang He spread his hands. "Some people just love to put others down to make themselves look better. It's ridiculous. Instead of wasting time on that, they should focus on improving themselves." Fanny Yang nodded in agreement. "Exactly. People like that are like maggots in the gutter, always lurking in the shadows, desperate for attention. The only way to deal with them is to beat them so thoroughly they don't dare come back. Great minds think alike." Fang He snapped his fingers in approval. Glancing at the time, Fanny Yang began gathering his books. "I'm heading to class. I'm skipping tonight," Fang He said, reclining on the sofa. "Let the class monitor know for me, will you? I've already finished the homework and will hand it in directly." "All right. Want a duo in the battle network later tonight?" "Sure, but I'll do a couple of solo matches to warm up first." "Sounds good." Ever since the virtual world was launched in year 51 of the Qiling era, scientists had further developed it into an advanced competitive platform known as the Battle Network. Martial artists could log into the virtual world to engage in battles within this network. After several iterations of improvements, the Battle Network has now become a vital tool for enhancing martial artist skills. Its highly realistic combat simulations and meticulously designed environments have gained widespread recognition. The network is divided into adult and underage groups, offering both solo and team battles. Winners earn points, while losers lose them. The Battle Network has even been integrated into the college entrance examination system, where martial arts assessments now include combat tests. High-scoring candidates can bypass preliminary exams and advance directly to the next round. Fong He checked the time. It was only 6 o'clock. Might as well review some material first, he muttered. Despite having memories from his previous life, he still needed to study diligently to master the current curriculum. 9-section rush. Warm property, spicy taste. Fong He immersed himself in the section on plants from his biology textbook. Thanks to his enhanced soul strength and previous knowledge, his learning efficiency had significantly improved. Before he knew it, it was already 8 o'clock. Stretching and loosening his muscles, Fong He exhaled deeply. Phew, I've only gotten through a small portion, but it's time to log into the virtual world. The virtual world had strict regulations for minors, only allowing access from 8 to 10 p.m. on weekdays and 5 hours daily on weekends. The connection device, known as the consciousness sensor, was sleek and lightweight, resembling a silver motorcycle helmet. As Fong He put it on, the front portion automatically lowered a half visor over his eyes, and a soft notification tone played in his ears. Ding! With the sound of verification passing, a string of virtual information unfolded gradually before Fong He's eyes. Name, Fong He. Gender, male modifiable after adulthood. Birthday, September 30th, 2207. Age, 16. Location, Jiangling City. School, Jiangling High School, junior year. Battle Network points, 902. Beside the information, a slightly adjusted virtual avatar appeared. This was the character he had meticulously designed back then, bearing a slight resemblance to himself, though only those familiar with him would recognize it. Enter the virtual world? Yes. A flash of white light, and Fong He's consciousness was instantly transported to a bustling virtual city. The streets were packed with people, and the diverse character designs brought the place to life. Shops lined both sides of the streets, offering everything from physical goods to virtual fashion and decorations. Interestingly, the prices of these virtual items sometimes even exceeded those of real ones. Stepping into a shop called Beishan Apothecary, he noticed two young, sweet-looking female NPCs busy behind the counter. One of them immediately came forward with a standard service smile. Hello, how may I assist you? I'm just browsing. Do you have any medicines useful for the body refinement stage? Fong He responded politely. The girl promptly began showcasing various products. This is Baohe paste, suitable for external application during the early body refinement stage. And this one, Duangu powder, is for medicinal baths and particularly effective during the bone refinement stage. Hearing Duangu powder, Fong He's eyes lit up until he saw the price. 80,000 blue star coins. Ahem, do you have anything with similar effects but, a bit more affordable? He asked awkwardly, glancing at his pitiful 2,128 balance. We do. Shingu powder, priced at 20,000 blue star coins, also works well. Although not as good as Duangu powder, the price was at least somewhat within reach. After listening to the explanation, he regretfully said, Thanks for the introduction. These are great, but I'll come back next time. The girl maintained her professional smile. Of course. We look forward to your next visit. Leaving the shop, Fong He silently noted down the store's name. Now, it was time to head to the Battle Network. Battle Network matchmaking, solo mode. The system's voice promptly followed. Ding. Solo matchmaking initiated. Please wait. Match found. Prepare for battle. That was fast. Fong He murmured under his breath. In the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished from the street. The passers-by, long accustomed to such scenes, continued with their activities as if nothing had happened. When Fong He opened his eyes, he found himself surrounded by tall grass, nearly as high as a person. Surveying his surroundings, he saw towering shrubs, reaching 20 meters into the sky, with thick trunks entwined by winding vines. This was a randomly generated jungle map in the Warnet simulation. As a warrior, adapting to various combat environments was a fundamental skill. About 30 meters ahead, his opponent had already appeared, a burly man with a rugged beard framing a commanding face, gripping a Yinling saber firmly in his right hand. The system immediately displayed the opponent's information: username, Blazing Overlord, male, victory points, 1121 over 200 points higher than Fong He. Countdown, 10 seconds. Please select your weapon. 10, 9. Fong He quickly chose a standard iron sword, the weapon he was most familiar with. 2, 1. Battle begins. As soon as the announcement ended, Fang He swiftly darted behind a large tree. Facing a strength-based opponent like this, leveraging the terrain to outmaneuver him was the wisest strategy. Blazing Overlord let out a low growl and charged toward Fang He's direction with overwhelming momentum, the force flattening the grass on either side as he advanced. However, he didn't recklessly charge forward. Instead, he slowed his pace, carefully observing the subtle changes around him, trying to pinpoint Fang He's exact location. Stop hiding. If you're a real man, come out. His voice was surprisingly not as gruff as his appearance suggested. Fang He remained silent. In Warnet battles, both players had equal physical capabilities, meaning victory depended more on skill and battlefield awareness. These could only be tested in combat, and defeating a stronger opponent wasn't impossible. The rustling of footsteps grew closer. Pressing his back against the tree, Fang He deliberately stepped to his left. Sure enough, the opponent's footsteps shifted left as well. Seizing the opportunity, Fang He lunged to the right only to meet Blazing Overlord's mocking gaze. Clearly, his intentions had already been seen through. A flash of steel came slicing toward him. Fang He barely dodged to the right, the blade's wind cutting sharply against his cheek. If that strike had landed, it would have been a serious injury. Although Warnet's pain simulation was milder than reality, it was still not to be underestimated. Steadying himself, Fang He capitalized on the split second when his opponent was recovering from the swing. He aimed his sword directly at Blazing Overlord's wrist. Surprise flickered in his opponent's eyes, but he remained composed, stepping forward and skillfully repositioning himself to avoid the attack. After a brief exchange, the two separated to reassess each other. Fang He smirked. Your name doesn't suit you at all. Well, now you've learned not to judge a book by its cover, Blazing Overlord replied calmly. From their initial clash, both had discerned that the other had reached at least an entry-level mastery of martial arts. This raised mutual suspicion. With such skill, their victory points didn't seem to match. 3 minutes had passed. Since they had crossed paths, there was no longer a need for stealth tactics. Fang He let out a sharp breath, his sword flashing like a streak of light aimed directly at his opponent's throat. Blazing Overlord ducked low to evade and blocked with the back of his blade, countering with a horizontal slash toward Fang He's waist. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession, evenly matched. After 30 moves, Fang He's advantage in spiritual focus began to show. In high-intensity combat, sustained concentration was crucial. Any lapse could be fatal. Finally, in the 8th minute, an opening appeared. Fang He drove his sword into his opponent's chest, and the system promptly declared, battle over. Congratulations on your hard-fought victory. Victory points, 3. The two saluted each other, and Blazing Overlord extended a friend request, which Fang He gladly accepted. A flash of white light returned him to the street. Shortly after, he approved Blazing Overlord's friend request. They exchanged a few casual words before ending the conversation. Noticing that Fannying hadn't returned yet, Fang He left a message and queued for another match. This time, his opponent was a novice in staff combat, and Fang He secured an easy victory within 2 minutes, earning another 2 victory points. Back on the street, Fang He's victory points had climbed to 907. There was still a significant gap to make it onto the leaderboard. Warnet's high school division had 3 tiers of leaderboards: city, regional, and national, each listing the top 1,000 players. These rankings were largely dominated by seniors, with only a handful of underclassmen breaking through. For instance, Lu Ningxi, ranked 29th in Jiangling City, was the only non-senior in the top 100 and a strong contender for the 22-26 national championship in the Southern District. As Fang He reviewed the leaderboard, a message from Fannying popped up. Hurry. This was followed by a system notification. Iron-Blooded Real Man invites you to a Warnet duo match. Fang He clicked accept, and a new battle was about to begin. The golden sunlight spilled across the endless desert, resembling a flowing golden ocean. Fang He turned his head and saw Fannying appear beside him. At that moment, Fannying was dressed in a black and red short outfit, carrying a horizontal blade on his shoulder. His muscular, chiseled physique exuded an aura of a battle-hardened warrior. 907 points now? Not bad. Fannying immediately noticed the change in Fang He's victory points. Fang He responded with a calm smile. As the countdown ended, Fannying was the first to charge at the opponents. On the other side stood a burly, long-faced man wielding dual axes and a tall, lanky man armed with a sword. Instead of splitting up, the two opponents chose to focus their attacks on Fannying. Fang He was well aware of Fannying's strength. Though he appeared lazy most of the time and rarely played on the battle network, his combat skills were nearing mastery. Fang He followed closely behind. When Fannying leaped into the air to evade the long-faced man's attack, Fang He seized the opportunity to strike directly at the long-faced man. A swift sword slash forced the opponent to retreat repeatedly, leaving a bloody mark across his face. Fang He pressed the advantage, gripping his sword with both hands and bringing it down hard. The long-faced man hastily crossed his axes to block, but he couldn't stop Fang He's follow-up kick. Just as Fang He was about to deliver the finishing blow, a cold flash streaked by Fanny Yang's horizontal blade sliced cleanly across the long-faced man's throat. It turned out that Fanny Yang had already dealt with the lanky swordsman and still had the energy to assist. Under Fang He's gaze, Fanny Yang simply raised an eyebrow. Pretty fast. It's you who's too slow. Keep going. I'm free today. Let's play a few more rounds. The system notification sounded. Match over. Tossing and turning, victory points 2. True Iron Man, victory points 3. 10 p.m. Fang He removed his consciousness sensor and walked into the living room, where he found Fanny Yang sprawled out on the couch. You're amazing, Brother Yang, Fang He said sincerely. Your brother Yang has always been amazing. Just realizing that today? Fanny Yang rolled his eyes. You must have around 1,300 points now, right? 1,323. I'm at 936 now. 10 straight wins in duo matches today, ranking up pretty fast. Fanny Yang looked serious. Your swordsmanship is getting there. Keep practicing and aim for the college entrance exam exemption. Yeah, I'll practice more. Get some sleep, Fanny Yang said as he stood up. Thanks, Fang He said, watching his retreating figure. Fanny Yang didn't stop, casually gesturing over his shoulder. The next day, Saturday. After breakfast, Fang He brought an extra portion for Fanny Yang. When he returned from his morning workout, he found Fanny Yang already packed and ready to head home. Want to come along? Fanny Yang asked. No, I still need to train, Fang He replied, planning to finish his training before heading back. See you Monday. In his room, Fang He trained until his meridians ached. He had only tempered 2 bones today, a less efficient session compared to yesterday, which made him miss the school's spirit guiding array. Glancing at the time, he saw it was already 11 a.m. time to head out. Standing outside the school gate, Fang He gazed up at the azure sky and took a deep breath. Everyone knew the air inside the school grounds was different from the outside. A small flying vehicle descended slowly by the roadside, and Fang He stepped aboard. Since 2034, the rapid advancements of Blue Star technology have been astonishing. The low-altitude flying vehicles once seen only in sci-fi movies have now become everyday transportation for ordinary people. Hold on tight. The driver uncle glanced at Fang He as he secured the cabin door and softly reminded him. With a gentle pushback sensation, the vehicle smoothly entered the preset flight path. The cabin was softly lit, and through the protective shield, the intricate network of the city's aerial traffic was clearly visible. You're from Jiangling High School, right? The uncle struck up a conversation, noticing Fang He had boarded near the school's entrance. Yeah, Fang He replied. Impressive. I heard everyone at Jiangling is a genius. Not really, Fang He said modestly with a slight smile. Haha, my son just got into Lingbei this year, the uncle said, a proud expression on his face. That's impressive too. Oh, by the way, my son mentioned there's a super genius in their senior year. Someone named Zhou? Zhou something you? Zhou Chuyu, Fang He replied calmly. Although he didn't know Zhou personally, the name was already very familiar to him. Zhou Chuyu, a senior at Lingbei High School, was widely regarded as the most promising candidate for top honors in Jiangling City in 22-25. Both his homeroom teacher and martial arts instructor frequently mentioned Zhou's name in class to motivate students and inspire them to uphold Jiangling High School's reputation. Jiangling City's 3 major high schools, Jiangling, Lingbei, and Chengnan, were ranked in terms of strength. Each year, city resources were limited and allocated based on student performance. As a prestigious institution, Jiangling High School had long been a key hub for producing talent in martial arts and technology, but Lingbei and Chengnan were eager to claim the title of the city's top high school. When Fang He arrived home, he scanned his face to unlock the door and called out, Mom, I'm home. Sounds came from the kitchen, and his father, Fang Shengyuan, appeared wearing an apron and holding a basin of washed vegetables. Though happy to see his son after a week, he feigned seriousness and said, You're back, but you don't even greet your dad? Oh, Dad, Fang He replied half-heartedly. Where's Mom? She went to buy meat. She'll be back soon, Fang Shengyuan said gruffly before turning back to the kitchen. Not long after, the door opened again, and his mother, Nan Shui, walked in carrying shopping bags, her face glowing with a warm smile. Xiaohe, you're back. I bought some ribs from a red-scaled beast today. I'll make soup for you later. The red-scaled beast, a fire element creature, grows up to 20 feet long, moves swiftly, and is covered in tough red scales that ordinary weapons cannot penetrate. Difficult to capture and impossible to farm. Even 3 pounds of its ribs could cost over 1,000 Blue Star credits. We're eating well today, Fang He remarked with a smile. You only come home once a week, so of course, we have to eat well. Besides, this is good for your body training, Nan Shui said as she began sorting and arranging the ingredients. Fang He felt a warm glow in his heart. He understood his parents' thoughtful care. Now that he had awakened his soul power talent, his future path seemed brighter than ever. He silently resolved to give them a wonderful surprise one day. Next week when you come back, we're going to visit your grandparents. Don't forget, Nan Shui reminded him. Don't worry, I won't forget. Both of his parents were busy professionals, his father, an engineer, and his mother, a designer. His grandparents lived in the old district, several dozen kilometers away, and the family only visited them every 2 weeks. In Fang He's memory, his grandfather, a former soldier, was usually kind and gentle but became strict when teaching him swordsmanship. His grandfather had promised him a special gift once he mastered the basics of swordplay, and Fang He was eagerly looking forward to it. Fang He, dinner's ready. His father's voice called from the kitchen. Coming. On a Monday morning, Fang He stepped onto the campus with his bag slung over his shoulder. The joy of recovering from his leg injury still lingered in his heart, thanks to the advanced medical technology of Blue Star that had restored him. Before his departure, his parents, upon learning that he had begun mastering swordsmanship, looked at him with a glimmer of pride in their eyes. Though they were only at the Lingdong level and had barely cultivated spiritual energy seeds, they supported their son's martial path in the most humble and genuine way. After setting down his luggage, Fang He couldn't wait to rush to He Xingqian's office. The knock, knock, knock on the door reflected his excitement. Come in, He Xingqian's voice called out. Inside the office, He Xingqian waved his right hand, and more than 20 holographic projections of sword techniques unfolded in the air. Each one shimmered with its own unique brilliance. The light stream sword technique focused on speed, the breaking army sword technique emphasized boldness, the crescent moon sword technique valued inner peace, and the ripple sword technique highlighted agility and movement. I choose the ripple sword technique, Fang He said firmly. He Xingqian raised an eyebrow. That's quite a challenging sword technique. Are you sure? Yes, I've made up my mind, Fang He replied, his eyes shining with determination. After receiving the sword manual, Fang He dedicated himself to rigorous training. In the quiet, spacious martial arts classroom that afternoon, his figure moved gracefully, swinging the sword, stepping forward, withdrawing the sword, stepping back. Each movement was executed with precision and perfection. Unbeknownst to him, He Xingqian was observing silently. To his astonishment, Fang He had managed to imitate the ripple sword technique with remarkable accuracy in just half a day. Even more impressive was that, despite his physical exhaustion, Fang He's grip on the sword remained unwavering and steady. This kid, he truly has potential. He Xingqian nodded to himself in approval before quietly leaving. After finishing his martial arts practice, Fang He proceeded with his routine of activating the Qiling technique. Under the influence of the spirit gathering array, he could distinctly feel every cell in his body vibrating joyfully, as if celebrating rebirth. With this session of cultivation, the number of tempered bones in his body had reached 60. The section from his scapula to his forearm was complete, with 2 wrist bones also refined. The remaining parts of his right upper limb would be tempered even faster. Class dismissed, He Xingqian announced decisively, never one to prolong a session unnecessarily. Today, Fang He didn't participate in sparring but instead observed attentively from the sidelines. By watching his classmates' battles, especially those who had already mastered the basics of martial arts, he gained a wealth of new combat insights. Let's go, time to eat, Fanny Yang called out to Fang He. Coming, Fang He replied. The two had barely stepped out of the martial arts classroom when they saw Tang Liang blocking the staircase with 2 lackeys in tow. Students who had left earlier stopped to watch, curious to see what was about to unfold. Fang He, Tang Liang called out, his gaze sharp like a knife, locking onto Fang He. Exchanging a glance with Fanny Yang, Fang He dropped his smile and stepped forward to meet Tang Liang's stare. What's the matter? He asked. Fanny Yang stayed alert but didn't intervene. School rules strictly forbade fighting outside the martial arts classroom. You're aware of next month's Seed Class Challenge, aren't you? Tang Liang asked, suppressing the urge to punch Fang He's annoyingly handsome face. Fang He paused for a moment before recalling the event. To ensure resources were allocated to the most deserving students, the school held an annual challenge. The rules were simple. Martial arts initiates from non-seed classes could challenge seed class members. Winners would advance, while losers would be demoted. Challenge students were obligated to accept unless they had faced 3 challenges on the same day or were seriously injured. So, Fang He asked bluntly, do you dare challenge me in next month's competition? Tang Liang demanded, deliberately issuing his challenge in public to force Fang He to respond. The gathered students immediately began murmuring amongst themselves. Fang He's lips curled into a mocking smile. Why should I agree to that? Are you scared? Tang Liang taunted. Why would I fear someone I've already defeated? Fang He replied, brushing past Tang Liang and continuing on his way. Fanny Yang followed closely, not sparing Tang Liang a glance. Last time, I was just careless. You're afraid, aren't you? Tang Liang yelled furiously at Fang He's retreating figure, fists clenched tightly. Last time, you lost. Fang He's calm voice floated back. Tang Liang's eyes burned with rage as he ground his teeth. If you beat me in the challenge, they'll give you 1,000 academic credits. Deal. Fang He turned back, flashing a bright smile. Did you know that guy has already reached peak bone refinement? Fan Ying sat across the dining table, his gaze fixed on Fang He, who was wolfing down his food, a trace of concern in his voice. Yeah, I know. Fang He replied nonchalantly, shoveling rice into his mouth. He just wants to use his breakthrough to beat me in the challenge and stop me from getting into the seed class. Seeing that Fang He was aware of the situation, Fan Ying decided not to press further and simply nodded. All right, as long as you know. Mem. Fang He swallowed a mouthful of food. By the way, the dishes today are pretty good. For days flew by in a blur. Exhale. Fang He opened his eyes, a flicker of exhilaration flashing through them. After days of focus training, he had finally completed tempering the 23 bones in his right upper limb. His speed was extraordinary, especially for such intricate areas as the hand bones. Thanks to his formidable soul power, the entire process had gone remarkably smoothly. Fang He, Ran Xiongfeng, you're up? He Xingqian's voice interrupted Fang He's thoughts. Stepping onto the combat stage, Fang He sized up Ran Xiongfeng. This grade 11 class 9 monitor stood over 1.9 meters tall and was a bone refinement stage practitioner proficient in spear techniques. The battle commenced in an instant. Ran Xiongfeng, leveraging his weapon's reach, thrust his spear forward like a dragon. Fang He, relying on his recently honed lingbo sword technique, weaved agilely, evading with nimble footwork. Rippling water. Sword light flickered, its movements elusive and deceptive. Realizing the futility of prolonged engagement, Ran Xiongfeng pulled back, sweeping his spear horizontally. Fang He countered with infinite collapse, retreating gracefully. Fang He, your swordsmanship has improved significantly since mastering the basics, Ran Xiongfeng remarked with genuine admiration. After dozens of exchanges, Fang He had completely grasped his opponent's rhythm. Though he could have struck the spear 5 inches from its base to secure victory, he chose not to, sparing Ran Xiongfeng's pride and using the opportunity to further refine his technique. Eventually, Ran Xiongfeng conceded. That's it, I can't win. You usually keep such a low profile, I never expected your reflexes to be this sharp. Class 9 erupted into chatter. Some marveled at Fang He's progress, while others speculated about his background. The next morning, Fang He woke up early, preparing to visit his grandfather's house. His father, Fang Shengyuan, arrived in a flying vehicle to pick him up, with his mother, Nan Shui, seated in the front passenger seat. How was school this week? Nan Shui asked with a warm smile. Not bad, everything's fine, Fang He replied, deliberately omitting the issue with Tang Liang to avoid worrying them. By the way, isn't your school holding some kind of challenge? If you win, you can get into the seed class? Fang Xingyuan suddenly asked. Yeah, something like that. Where did you hear about it? Hey, Dad, watch the road. Relax, it's on autopilot, perfectly safe, Fang Xingyuan explained. A coworker of mine, their daughter just got into your school this year. They mentioned each grade has competitions. Yeah, it's just a regular match, nothing serious. Fang He downplayed the event casually. Be careful, Nan Shui's gentle reminder echoed in his ears. Fang He nodded in response, skillfully piloting the aircraft to a steady landing in an old residential neighborhood. This was a settlement for retired veterans, and the air seemed to carry faint traces of battlefield smoke. Passing through the iris-scanning security door, Fang He called out excitedly, Grandma, Grandpa, I'm here. From the kitchen came the sound of a spatula clanging against a pan. His grandmother emerged with a beaming smile, her wrinkles smoothing out in delight. Our little he is here, she exclaimed. Where's Grandpa? Fang He asked with a grin. In the study. Go find him. I'll get started on your favorite dishes, she replied warmly, patting his head affectionately. Pushing open the slightly ajar study door, Fang He was greeted by a space filled with wooden and stone carvings, more akin to an art studio than a study. On the wall, the 4 bold characters, Protect the Homeland, stood out prominently. His grandfather, Fang Xinwu, was engrossed in his carving, the blade gliding over the wood, gradually shaping the figure of a valiant warrior in combat attire, gripping a battle knife. Fang He stood quietly to the side, watching as his grandfather added the finishing touches and placed the completed piece among the neatly arranged sculptures. I heard you've started learning swordsmanship? Fang Xinwu turned to look at his grandson, a satisfied expression on his face. Yeah, I got lucky and figured it out pretty quickly, Fang He replied with a playful grin. Fang Xinwu reached into a drawer and retrieved a delicate porcelain bottle. Here's the gift I promised you, he said. Fang He opened the bottle to find 3 pills inside, emitting a faint, bitter fragrance. These are tiger bone body refining pills, Fang Xinwu explained. They're genuine pills specifically for the bone strengthening stage of cultivation. Take one every 3 days to speed up your progress. Fang He's eyes widened in surprise. How much did these cost? They can't be bought with money, Fang Xinwu replied with a chuckle. As you know, even basic medicinal salves and baths cost tens of thousands. Resources for cultivation beyond the body refining stage are obtained through special means, such as military merits, academic credits, or spirit points. Are there other ways to get them? Fang He asked eagerly. Of course, Fang Xinwu nodded. Hunting beasts, those evolutionary beasts mentioned in your textbooks, or finding rare medicinal herbs can also earn you spirit points through official exchanges. You can then use those points to purchase cultivation resources. Upon hearing his grandfather's words, Fang He's eyes flickered with a trace of realization. So, martial artists had their own unique trading circles. This explained why higher-grade resources were never seen on the open market. This newfound understanding made him scrutinize the seemingly ordinary old soldier in front of him, trying to discern just how many secrets this man was hiding. What level are you at now? Fang He couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer and asked. Fang Xinwu didn't answer directly. Instead, he slowly opened his right hand. A small flame danced in his palm, yet carried no heat. What do you think my level is? The old man asked in return, his eyes gleaming with depth. Spiritual movement? Fang He ventured to guess the cultivation stage. He understood the progression of martial cultivation. After body refinement came the spiritual movement stage, where practitioners opened the sea of qi in their dantian and nurtured a seed of spiritual energy. Only when the seed blossomed could they advance to higher realms. Depending on their constitution, individuals develop different attributes for their spiritual energy, primarily from the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, or rarer attributes like light, darkness, wind, and thunder. Close enough, Fang Xinwu replied vaguely, the flame in his palm dancing gracefully under his control. Fang He secretly speculated that his grandfather's strength was far beyond what it appeared. This flawless mastery of fire manipulation alone was something ordinary spiritual movement practitioners could not achieve. Glancing at the surrounding statues, Fang He asked softly, are these your comrades? He knew his grandfather had served in the military, but the old man had never shared specific details about his past. Fang Xinwu's gaze swept over each statue, his voice low and filled with reminiscence. Yes, they were all my comrades. Where did you serve, Grandpa? Where are your comrades now? This isn't something you can know yet, Fang Xinwu said with a slight shake of his head. Some of them have already fallen, some are still fighting on the front lines, and a few, like me, chose to return to seclusion. His voice was so soft it was almost imperceptible, as if he were speaking to the shadows of his memories. All right, let's go eat. Your grandmother has prepared your favorite dishes, Fang Xinwu said, changing the subject as he turned and headed toward the dining room. After dinner, Fang Xingyuan and Nan Shui left first. Fang Xinwu stayed behind with Fang He, saying he wanted to guide him in his training. In this community where retired soldiers lived, the fitness equipment was well maintained and readily available. What martial technique are you practicing now? Fang Xinwu asked as they reached an open space. The ripple sword technique. How far have you progressed? I've got the moves down, but it feels like something's missing, Fang He replied. He picked up a tree branch from the greenery nearby and began demonstrating. His steps followed the ripple footwork, and his sword moves flowed seamlessly. Rippling waves, flowing clouds, illusory reflection, against the current, and truth revealed. His execution was nearly identical to the standard taught in the manual. Good. Fang Xinwu nodded repeatedly. You've mastered the form, it's just missing the essence. After learning the basics, martial techniques are about honing the spirit, not just the moves. Beyond the levels of beginner, proficient, and perfect, you must cultivate your own unique momentum. Come, feel mine. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the old man's demeanor shifted dramatically. A sharp, overwhelming blade aura erupted from him. Fang He felt an intense, chilling pressure, as though thousands of needles were piercing his body, rendering him immobile. The aura came and went in an instant, vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Grandpa, teach me, Fang He exclaimed excitedly. Fang Xinwu was secretly impressed by how quickly his grandson recovered, thinking to himself that the boy's spiritual resilience was indeed extraordinary. Don't aim too high just yet. The concept of martial momentum is still far beyond you. First, you need to understand the essence of your sword technique and infuse it with your spirit. Think about the core of this technique. With that, the old man leisurely walked upstairs, leaving Fang He to ponder alone. Ripple? The ebb and flow of waves? Water? Overcoming strength with softness? He felt as if he had caught a glimpse of something. By the window, his grandmother watched her grandson practicing with focused determination, her eyes full of loving affection. She didn't turn even when she heard the door open. Xiao He has already grasped the basics of his martial technique, Fang Xinwu said as he approached his wife, his tone complex. I know, she replied softly. Grandma's gentle gaze rested on her grandson. She no longer cared whether Fang He could master martial arts. All she wanted was for the boy to be happy. Remembering Fang He's previous dejected state, her heart ached, and she had often felt an overwhelming urge to tell him the truth about the monthly test. But each time, Fang Xinwu stopped her, leading to countless arguments between them. Fang He is different from his father. He has a talent for cultivation. That's a good thing, but Fang Xinwu's words were interrupted by his wife. I understand all that, but I don't want to hear it. Grandma's tone was firm. All I want is to see him grow up healthy and happy. She had heard Fang Xinwu's reasoning too many times before, and those words had always convinced her during their past arguments. But now, seeing her grandson mastering the basics of martial arts and regaining his vitality, she refused to listen to the same old arguments again. Fang Xinwu opened his mouth to speak but ultimately fell silent, his gaze shifting to the boy practicing swordsmanship downstairs. The youthful figure, full of spirit and determination, brought tears to his eyes. It was uncanny how much Fang he resembled his father in his younger days. As a grandfather, how could he not love his grandson? It was precisely because he cared so deeply that he feared losing him. Having already lost his eldest son, Fang he was now the family's only hope. The thought of his grandson taking risks was unbearable. Old Fang, Grandma suddenly turned to him. What? Fang Xinwu asked, holding back his emotions. I miss our eldest. Then let's go visit him now. All right. Time flew by, and several days had passed since Fang he last visited his grandparents. During this time, he had practically made the school swimming pool his second home. Immersed in water, he practiced his sword techniques, attuning himself to the flow of the waves. From calm waters to simulated rough currents, his progress was remarkable. In terms of physical training, the tiger bone refinement pills had shown extraordinary results. With just 2 pills, he had completed the tempering of the bones in his left upper limb, while only the toe bones of his right lower limb remained unfinished, something he expected to complete within 2 days. His astonishing speed was due to his exceptional spiritual power, which allowed him to absorb 90 of the pill's potency. However, by the time he took the second pill, he had begun to feel a noticeable resistance to its effects. He decided to save the final pill for the most challenging task, tempering his skull. Hey, it's your birthday today. Aren't you giving yourself a break? Fanny Yang called out from the poolside, teasing Fang He as he surfaced. That's enough for today, Fang He replied, shaking the water from his hair and wiping his face as he climbed out of the pool. His soaked training clothes clung to his lean, muscular frame. All right then, let's go. Everyone's already waiting, Fanny Yang said, tossing him a towel. I'll grab a quick shower and be right back. Although it was a Thursday, the upcoming National Day holiday meant students could leave campus after morning classes. Knowing it was Fang He's birthday, Fanny Yang had asked him what he wanted as a gift. Fang He had casually mentioned wanting a membership at the martial arts gym. Taking his words to heart, Fanny Yang had made arrangements to take him there for a visit. Wow, it's huge. Fang He stood in front of the grand and imposing entrance of the Dingfeng Martial Arts Hall, unable to suppress his genuine admiration. This martial arts hall, reputed to be the best in Jiangling, boasted not only an impressive main branch but also renowned franchises in major southern cities. Fanny Yang patted Fang He on the shoulder and, with practiced ease, led him straight to the 5th floor. As the elevator doors opened, a uniformed hostess immediately approached them. This way, please. Manager Lu has been expecting you, she said with a polite smile. Pushing open the office door adorned with a manager nameplate, they were greeted by a tastefully decorated room. Behind a large, solid wood desk stood 2 rows of neatly arranged bookshelves. A tall, broad-shouldered middle-aged man rose to greet them. His neatly trimmed black hair and short-sleeved shirt accentuated his muscular build. Xiao Yang, you're getting more and more handsome, the man said with a hearty laugh. And this must be your classmate. Please, have a seat. Fanny Yang, clearly familiar with Manager Lu, responded casually, Uncle Lu, why are you personally receiving us? He sat down on the sofa without hesitation. Fang He followed suit, politely greeting, hello, Manager Lu. The manager, Lu Zhuoran, though middle-aged, maintained an excellent physique thanks to years of martial arts training. He smiled warmly and said, I happen to be free today, and it's been a while since I last saw you. I figured I'd host you myself. Fanny Yang got straight to the point. Uncle Lu, I need a favor. This is my buddy Fang He. It's his birthday today, and I want to gift him a membership at Dingfeng Martial Arts Hall. Consider it done. I'll have someone enter Fang He's details into the system shortly. Lu Zhuoran agreed readily. After some casual conversation, the two bid farewell. Instead of taking the elevator, they chose to walk, exploring the facility as they went. You've got some serious connections, having the manager personally receive us, Fang He remarked, observing the layout of the martial arts hall. Fanny Yang waved it off. It's not about connections. They're just looking out for my family. We can help them with their expansion plans, that's all. The 1st to 3rd floors were similarly equipped with various training machines, differing only in intensity. The 4th floor housed a lounge and dining area, while the 5th floor was designated for offices. Taking advantage of their visit, the two decided to train on the 3rd floor. Fang He threw a series of punches at the power testing target. 806 kilograms, 612 kilograms, 823 kilograms, 603 kilograms. The numbers left him satisfied. Despite a noticeable strength disparity between his left and right hands, his performance was commendable for a non-strength-focused martial artist. Fanny Yang, however, outperformed him. 1,030 kilograms, 868 kilograms, 1,100 kilograms, 923 kilograms. Damn, you're a beast. Not holding back anymore, huh? Fang He teased. How about we hit the ring and spar? Fanny Yang raised an eyebrow challengingly. Not today, I'm not feeling up to it. Another time. Fang He quickly deflected. As the two bantered, a tall girl appeared at the doorway, instantly drawing everyone's attention. She seemed to be looking for someone, and her gaze soon locked in their direction. The girl had long, jet black hair tied high, her sun-kissed skin radiating a healthy glow. Her bright eyes and dazzling smile complemented her athletic figure, which was subtly outlined by her martial arts uniform. When she approached Fanny Yang, Fang He realized she was nearly the same height as him. "Lu Qingying, what are you doing here?" Fanny Yang asked, clearly recognizing her. The dojo was filled with a faint scent of sweat lingering in the air. As soon as Lu Qingying saw Fanny Yang, she let out an excited hum, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. She strode forward with a touch of pride in her voice. "This place belongs to my family. Why wouldn't I come here? Since we've run into each other, let's have a match." Fang He, noticing the situation, nudged Fanny Yang lightly with his elbow, raising his eyebrows in a teasingly suggestive manner. Fanny Yang gave a helpless smile and explained, "This is Uncle Li's daughter. We've known each other since we were kids. She's always loved martial arts, and we used to spar a lot back then." Lu Qingying turned her attention to Fang He, her tone cheerful and direct. "You're Fang He, right? My dad mentioned you, said you'd be training here in the future. We should exchange ideas often. Let's connect on a virtual platform later." On the sparring platform, their movements were swift and fluid. Lu Qingying's techniques were bold and powerful, her long legs sweeping through the air as the force of her punches whistled audibly, showcasing traces of staff and spear skills. Fanny Yang, on the other hand, responded with calm and measured precision, exuding composure with every move. Several times, he had clear opportunities to counterattack, but chose to hold back at the last moment. When the match ended, Lu Qingying's forehead was lightly glistening with sweat, but her face was radiant. "That's it for today. Sparring with you feels so satisfying," she said. Fanny Yang wiped his sweat and couldn't help but complain, "Next time, don't jump straight into a match as soon as we meet." After the two left, in the manager's office on the 5th floor. "How was it today?" Lu Zhuoran asked. "It was great," Lu Qingying replied while sipping on some water. A vein faintly throbbed on Lu Zhuoran's forehead. "I'm asking how things went between you and Xiaoyang. You've known each other for so long and had so many matches. Don't you feel anything else?" "You don't need to worry about that. We're just friends." Lu Qingying threw out the remark and turned to leave. Watching his daughter's stubborn figure retreat, Lu Zhuoran's face was filled with helplessness. In his eyes, Fanny Yang was the perfect son-in-law candidate, with talent, looks, and background all in his favor. Unfortunately, the two young people just didn't seem to have any spark, leaving him as the father to stew in frustration. "Mom, I'm home." Fang He pushed open the door, and the familiar scent of home greeted him instantly. "Your mom's working late today, she'll be back later," came the voice of his father, Fang Shengyuan, from the study. Fang He walked into his room, and his eyes were immediately drawn to a finely wrapped box on his desk. Intrigued, he moved closer to inspect it, and the words on the packaging made him exclaim aloud, "Duangu San." At some point, Fang Shengyuan had silently appeared at the doorway, leaning casually against the frame with his arms crossed and a smug grin. He raised his eyebrows playfully. "So, what do you think? Happy with the gift?" "It's great, but where did you get the money for this?" Fang He asked suspiciously, scrutinizing his father. Caught under his son's questioning gaze, Fang Shengyuan stammered, "Well, I am the head of this household, after all." Seeing Fang He's growing skepticism, he finally relented. "Your school is hosting that challenge tournament, right? Your mom and I talked it over, and since it's also your birthday, we thought we'd get you a medicinal bath set to help boost your strength." "Dad," Fang He called out just as Fang Shengyuan was about to turn and leave. "Yeah, thank you. Hey, you just focus on doing your best. Get into the seed class, and I'll have something to brag about to everyone." His father chuckled before walking away. That night, the bathroom was filled with steam. Fang He soaked in a large wooden tub, his body submerged except for his head. His eyes were closed in concentration as he practiced the Qi Ling technique, absorbing the medicinal properties of the bath. Its gentle effects allowed him to train for an extended period without discomfort. Moments later, Fang He opened his eyes. A spark of excitement flashing within them had successfully tempered all the bones in his right leg. While he was still some distance from achieving full bone refinement, this was a significant leap compared to the previous progress limited to his torso. So what if Tang Liang advances to the organ refinement stage? The gap in the body refinement realm isn't insurmountable. Monday, October 4th, with clear blue skies overhead. The three-day holiday had ended, and the campus buzzed with renewed energy. Students in their respective grade-specific uniforms began filing into the martial arts teaching building. It was the first day of the three-day challenge tournament. The second-year students were assigned to the 8th-floor multifunctional classroom, while the other grades occupied the 7th and 9th floors. Fang He, along with other participants, was warming up, estimating that over 500 students were taking part. After all, martial arts cultivation requires both talent and resources, and opportunities to compete for a spot in the seed class were rare. Naturally, anyone eligible had shown up. Tang Liang has already reached the organ refinement stage, Fanny Yang whispered as he stretched. Fang He responded calmly, unsurprised. Nearby, Luo Yi, Li Xinyuan, and Ran Xiongfei from Class 9 were also preparing. Who do you think I should challenge? Li Xinyuan asked Luo Yi. Pick someone ranked lower, obviously. You didn't just start thinking about this now, did you? I've already decided, just confirming. By the way, between Fang He and Tang Liang, who do you think will win today? Fang He. But Tang Liang's already in the organ refinement stage, and he said he's going to teach Fang He a lesson. Do you know what rank I was in middle school? Third, I think. Yeah. Fang He was first in the entire grade. Li Xinyuan's jaw dropped in shock. Jiangling City's top middle schoolers were often pre-selected for the 3 elite high schools, and being first in the grade usually meant an automatic spot in the seed class. She couldn't fathom how someone as outstanding as Fang He had ended up with such mediocre performance now. At exactly 10 a.m., the slightly balding grade director stepped onto the elevated platform in the center of the classroom. Below him, over 600 students dressed in martial arts attire stood divided into two distinct groups: the seed class students from classes 1 and 2, and the challengers from other classes. Further away, other students had gathered to watch the event. Today marks the start of the challenge tournament. You all know the rules, so I won't waste time explaining. There are 10 arenas. If you want to challenge someone, step up to the stage. And let me remind you, no deliberate attempts to seriously injure others. Anyone who violates this rule will face severe consequences. The grade director's words were brief but firm before he stepped down. 10 martial arts instructors immediately ascended the platforms to serve as referees. The atmosphere around the arena was heavy and tense. The students from the non-seed classes hesitated, none willing to be the first sacrificial warrior. They all understood that the first challenger to step forward would inevitably become the target of the seed class students looking to assert their dominance. Although the rules explicitly forbade inflicting serious injuries, in the heat of martial contests, it's not uncommon for someone to lose control. Among the seed class students, most appeared calm and composed. These prodigies had already demonstrated exceptional abilities upon entering the academy, and after a year of rigorous training, their confidence was unshakable. However, a small group of lower-ranked students showed signs of unease. They knew all too well that they were the most likely targets for challenges. Inwardly, they resolved that if challenged, they would respond with ruthless and decisive moves to intimidate any future opponents. Lu Ningxi stood at the front, his posture as upright as a pine tree. Recognized as the top fighter of the second-year students, he was unfazed by the attention directed toward him. Among the more than 500 participants, not a single person dared to consider him as a potential opponent. At that moment, Fang He chuckled softly and stepped forward, parting the crowd as he walked. Although he was not well known in the school, only his classmates from Class 9 and Class 1 recognized him. His bold move immediately drew everyone's attention. Tang Liang from the seed class nearly burst out laughing at the sight. He was already envisioning the scene of Fang He being knocked to the ground. Around him, whispers spread through the crowd. Who is this guy? That's Fang He from Class 9. Oh, isn't he the one Tang Liang said he was going to teach a lesson to recently? Once people pieced together the backstory, their gazes toward Fang He grew more expectant. Grudge matches always promised the most thrilling battles. Fang He, holding a long sword, walked steadily onto the platform. His movements were unhurried, his gaze calm as still water, and the faintest trace of a smile played on his lips. After taking his position, he turned to face the crowd. With a graceful arc of his 3-foot blade, the tip pointed directly at Tang Liang. Tang Liang, come on up. The scene was almost a reenactment of their confrontation during martial arts class. Boom. A wave of commotion erupted from the spectators' seats. Fang He's challenge left everyone holding their breath. Standing in the arena, Tang Liang's narrow eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. His breathing grew heavy as he slammed his staff into the ground with a muffled thud. In stark contrast, Fang He remained calm and composed, turning to the referee and saying, "Teacher, let's add a little wager to this. If Tang Liang loses, he'll transfer 1,000 credits to me." After the referee confirmed Tang Liang's agreement and received the wagered credits, he loudly announced the start of the match. In an instant, Tang Liang lunged forward, swinging his staff with overwhelming force, the crushing momentum like a tidal wave. Fang He, with light and graceful footwork, moved as if he were a floating leaf on water, effortlessly dodging the deadly strike. The pace of the battle intensified. Tang Liang's staff strikes were impenetrable, yet Fang He's movements became increasingly fluid and unhurried. The murmurs from the audience grew louder. Tang Liang has mastered the 1,000-pound staff technique. How many moves can Fang He withstand? Look at his footwork, it's becoming more refined. Suddenly, a glimmer of mischief flashed in Fang He's eyes. His long sword moved like flowing water, striking with precision. Tang Liang's pupils constricted in shock. You've mastered martial techniques too? The tide of the battle shifted in an instant. Fang He's sword strikes expertly exploited every weakness in Tang Liang's defense, forcing him to roar in desperation as he unleashed the unfinished technique, Tiger Descends the Mountain. In the final exchange, Fang He executed 2 consecutive sword techniques, rowing against the current and truth revealed. Tang Liang barely fended off the first strike, but was brought to one knee under the second, the icy blade resting against his neck. Tang Liang, defeated. As the referee declared the result, Tang Liang silently rose to his feet and walked away. This time, he accepted his loss with no excuses, no explanations, only acknowledgement. The entire match showcased the strength of these 2 young martial artists and bore witness to an exhilarating contest. As the referee announced the results, the credits were already transferred to Fang He's account. This hard-fought victory brought him a sense of relief. Though it wasn't as brutal as his previous win, where he traded injuries for victory, it was still no easy feat. In the corner, an elderly man quietly observed the scene, with the grade director standing beside him. Fang He performed well this time, the elder noted, his tone filled with both satisfaction and ease. The grade director responded, he's always had potential. He just suffered a setback in his first year. Now it seems he's finally made a breakthrough. Zhou Chuyu from Lingbei seems poised to take the top spot this year. We can't afford to fall behind with this cohort. Keep an eye on these kids, the elder instructed before turning to leave, leaving the grade director to refocus on the arena. Fang He's victory seemed to ignite a domino effect, as challengers rushed to the stage one after another. Feng Yuqin from Class 3 challenges Yang Shi. Dong Lei from Class 5 challenges Zhang Zhun. Luo Yi from Class 9 challenges Du Zheng. Luo Yi leaped onto the platform, her iron gauntlets gleaming coldly under the lights. Her opponent, Du Zheng, was one of the 2 who had previously followed Tang Liang. While not as strong as Tang Liang, Du Zheng couldn't afford to let his guard down against the well-known Luo Yi. Meanwhile, Fan Yang issued a challenge to Wang Yanghao. Comparatively, Wang Yanghao appeared more at ease after all. Fan Yang was usually low-key, with few notable achievements. However, with Tang Liang's earlier defeat still fresh in memory, Wang Yanghao dared not underestimate him. The battles commenced. Luo Yi's fists struck like a serpent, swift and fierce. Her iron gauntlets tore through the air with a sharp whistle, a clear display of her mastery of martial techniques. Du Zheng, wielding a blade, was forced on the defensive. His once aggressive swordsmanship seemed clumsy under the relentless pressure of Luo Yi's strikes. Break! Luo Yi commanded softly, her fist aiming straight for Du Zheng's right shoulder. A crack echoed as bones fractured, and Du Zheng was sent flying. The referee intervened just in time to prevent him from falling off the platform. The outcome was clear. Meanwhile, over on Fan Yang's side, the fight had already concluded. With just 2 strikes, he disarmed his opponent and delivered a decisive blow. The skill he displayed left the audience in a wee, had reached the late stage of visceral refinement, on the cusp of entering the marrow-cleansing realm. Ernyang, you really are my good brother. Fang He laughed as he approached Fan Yang. Cut it out. I just couldn't stand the sight of him, Fan Yang replied with an eye roll. Fang He then turned to Luo Yi, and a big thanks to Sister Yi for stepping in to help. Luo Yi replied, striking a commanding pose, though her tone carried a hint of playful charm. You're my little brother who dares bully you? Their bond traced back to middle school. Even back then, Luo Yi's talent was evident, ranking among the top in her grade. Fang He, frail and often bullied, had been saved by Luo Yi's intervention. From then on, he acknowledged her as his big boss. Finding the term boss unsuitable, he affectionately called her Lao Ban. Even as Fang He's own talent emerged and his strength surpassed hers, the nickname never changed. The prestige of the seed class truly lives up to its reputation. Data from the challenge competition showed that fewer than 10 of participants managed to replace the original seed class members. Class 9 shone brightly this time, with Fang He and his 2 companions securing their spots through their impressive strength displayed in the arena, remaining unchallenged until the very end. Ran Xiongfei, although initially successful in his challenge, ultimately lost his spot due to exhaustion from consecutive battles on the last day. Other classmates faced even greater difficulties. Even the closest contender, Li Xinyuan, fell short by just a small margin. After entering the seed class, Fang He experienced firsthand the significant advantages brought by the disparity in resources. The meals in the 7th floor cafeteria were not only delicious, but also contained subtle benefits for martial arts cultivation. Though not as immediate as elixirs or medicinal baths, the cumulative effects were undeniable over time. The Seed Class exclusive Spirit Gathering Array enhanced the efficiency of his chi transformation every time he practiced his cultivation technique. Additionally, the academic credits he earned were more abundant, allowing him to exchange them for valuable training resources. The following days were peaceful yet fulfilling. With no one causing trouble, Fang He focused entirely on studying and training. To get into a martial arts university, one needed not only exceptional martial arts skills but also a solid foundation in academic subjects. Otherwise, even with unparalleled combat prowess, one would ultimately be dismissed as nothing more than a brute. Two important courses, history and Tao cultivation, would conclude in the second semester of sophomore year, followed by assessments. The grades were categorized into 8 levels, ranging from the highest, A, to the lowest, D. Martial arts universities required at least A/B in both subjects as a minimum threshold. Fortunately, Fang He's learning efficiency had significantly improved, making passing these courses a manageable task for him. The 4 core academic subjects language, science, biology, and geography each had a maximum score of 200 points. To qualify for a martial arts university, the total score needed to exceed 500 points. The final composite score was calculated with academic subjects accounting for 40 and martial arts performance for 60. For those aiming for a science and technology university, only academic scores were considered. The martial arts score was also out of 800 points, with 300 points allocated for martial arts realm evaluation and 500 points for combat skill assessments conducted on the virtual battle network. Based on previous year's data, a total score above 500 provided a decent chance of entering a martial arts university, while admission to one of the top 5 institutions required a score of at least 730. The semester flew by, and Fang He welcomed a 20-day winter break. The mid-year exams for sophomore year only tested academic subjects, and Fang He performed quite well. He achieved B in both history and Tao cultivation, while his total score for the 4 core subjects reached approximately 600 points. In the dormitory, Fanny Yang packed his luggage and asked, "What are your plans for the winter break?" "Just staying home, I guess. What else can I do?" "What about you?" Fang He had already finished packing and was ready to head downstairs with Fanny Yang. "I'm going home too, though my family might take me on a trip." "That's nice," Fang He said, a tinge of envy flashing in his eyes. The trip mentioned here wasn't an ordinary vacation, but rather training outside the city. With the wilderness teeming with beasts, venturing out without sufficient strength was dangerous, and most ordinary people rarely left the city. While intercity transportation existed, it was also quite costly. "What's so great about it?" "I'd rather not go," Fanny Yang replied nonchalantly, staying true to his usual laid-back attitude. "Fine, see you next year." Fang He clicked his tongue lightly. "See you next year." The essence of the Lunar New Year lies in family reunions. On Fang He's father's side, apart from his grandparents, there weren't many relatives, so New Year celebrations typically involved just the 5 of them sharing a meal. Although it wasn't much different from usual, during the holiday, his parents would stay overnight at his grandparents' house. When Fang He was younger, he once overheard his father mention an elder uncle who was much older than him, but had tragically passed away at a young age. His father didn't have many memories of him, only recalling that he existed. In contrast, his mother, Nan Shui, had more relatives on her side. She had 2 sisters, and though they lived scattered across different places, they would gather only during the New Year. On the 3rd day of the Lunar New Year, Fang He's family purchased 3 tickets to a neighboring city to visit his maternal grandparents. Although this wasn't Fang He's first time leaving the city, he couldn't help but gaze out the window every time, even if all he saw was barren wilderness. Within a 50-kilometer radius of the city, there were rarely any beasts, as patrol teams regularly cleared this area. Beasts that understood the risks had already fled far away. Beyond the 50-kilometer mark, traces of beasts began to appear. However, upon noticing the fully armed escort team surrounding the bus, the beasts quickly retreated into hiding. Wild beasts, accustomed to survival in the wilderness, were exceptionally sensitive to danger. In Yunhua City, Fang He's grandparents, eagerly awaiting their arrival, had been busy since early morning preparing various ingredients. The eldest daughter married locally, so she could visit often. However, the second and youngest daughters were married and living in other cities, only returning home during the New Year to meet in person. Most of the time, they stayed in touch through the virtual world. On the streets of Yunhua City, Lin Ziyi paced back and forth at the doorway. She knew her second aunt's family had already arrived, and her heart was filled with both excitement and anticipation. Her own family had arrived the day before, and now she anxiously waited for that familiar figure to appear. "Big brother, you're here." Lin Ziyi's voice brimmed with joy as she spotted Fang He from afar. Fang He's heart warmed at the sight of his sister's familiar smile. "Did you miss me?" "Of course," Lin Ziyi responded firmly, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she added, "Where's my gift?" Fang He chuckled, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. He reached into his bag and pulled out a crystal-clear bracelet. Don't worry, I didn't forget. The bracelet, woven from ice silkworm threads, not only had calming and focusing properties, but also had cost him a small fortune. Hee, thanks, big brother. Lin Zi gleefully took the bracelet and ran into the house, leaving behind only her cheerful silhouette. Just as Fang He was about to follow her inside, a strong arm suddenly wrapped around him. Before he could react, a familiar voice rang out. Fang He, long time no see. Hang. Fang He immediately recognized the voice. It was his cousin, Yang Jahan, who was currently a sophomore at Beihai Martial Arts University in Dingjiang City. Don't act like you don't know me after just a few days apart, Yang Jahan teased, feigning dissatisfaction. No, of course not. Fang He quickly denied, then asked curiously, what's your current level of strength? With a proud grin, Yang Jahan gathered a ball of spiritual energy in his palm, its sharp aura unmistakable. Late spirit movement stage, and my spirit seed is about to bloom. Your spiritual energy is metal, isn't it? Fang He asked confidently. That's right. I only reached the spirit movement stage and condensed my spirit seed after starting university. Yang Jahan confirmed, then asked in return, what about you? What's your current level? Almost done with refining my organs, about to move on to marrow cleansing. Fang He replied simply. Over the past 4 months, he had used his last tiger bone body refining pill to complete the forging of his skull and was now on the verge of entering the marrow cleansing stage. That fast? You really are the genius of our family, Yang Jahan exclaimed in amazement. After all, some martial arts university students were still in the blood forging stage during their freshman year, while his cousin was already approaching marrow cleansing as a high school sophomore. Was nothing short of extraordinary. Yang Zihan's eyes suddenly lit up with an idea. How about coming with me outside the city? Fang He's eyes sparkled with interest but hesitated. There are too many dangers in the wild. If it's just the two of us, I'm afraid the family won't agree. Don't worry. This year, our school's mentors are leading a winter break wilderness training. They're experts at the enlightened aperture stage, so it's perfectly safe, Yang Jahan explained. I'm the team leader, taking the freshmen out for some training. We'll leave on the morning of the 6th and return by the 10th. What do you think? Interested? Fang He's eyes grew even brighter, and he immediately replied, I'm in. With martial arts university mentors ensuring safety and his cousin as the team leader, his family would surely approve. It was a done deal. As expected, when Fang He brought up the matter at home, his parents surprisingly agreed without hesitation. In their view, with instructors from the martial arts university leading the group, safety was naturally assured. Letting their child broaden his horizons was undoubtedly a good thing. There was a small incident during this time. When Lin Zi heard that her two cousins were going into the wild, she immediately clamored to join them. However, since she hadn't started physical training yet, her family firmly rejected this dangerous request. On the morning of the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, after bidding farewell to his family, Yang Jahan accompanied Fang He to the meeting point. Teacher Tian's youthful appearance left a strong impression. His neatly trimmed short hair framed a pair of lively eyes beneath his tidy bangs, and a warm, approachable smile was always on his face. At first glance, he seemed more like Yang Jahan's senior than a teacher. Hello, Teacher Tian. Fang He greeted respectfully. Teacher Tian nodded in approval. You must be the cousin Jahan mentioned, right? You're already close to the marrow washing stage in your 2nd year of high school. Not bad at all. Are you interested in joining our university in the future? While it was a compliment for Fang He to receive recognition from the teacher, Yang Jahan subtly signaled him with a glance. After all, his cousin's goal was one of the top 5 universities, and though their school was good, it couldn't quite compare. Fang He understood and tactfully replied, Thank you for the compliment, teacher, but there's still some time before the college entrance exams. I think I'll make a decision after the exams are over. Teacher Tian didn't mind this polite rejection. Seeing that everyone had arrived, he promptly announced their departure. This was Fang He's first significant venture outside the city. The group consisted of 12 people in total: Fang He, Yang Jahan, and 10 other students, 7 boys and 3 girls. They rented 2 large trucks to transport any captured beasts. High-level beasts could be exchanged for spirit points, while ordinary ones could be traded for blue star currency. Wow, this city wall is so tall and thick. A boy in the same truck as Fang He exclaimed as they passed through the city gate. Yang Jahan immediately provided some context. Of course it is. This wall is the last line of defense against beasts. It's reinforced by earth element experts and fortified by metal element specialists, with 24-hour patrols on the outside. The newcomers in the truck listened intently, their imaginations running wild as they envisioned their future exploits. Beasts near the city aren't usually too strong, Yang Jahan patiently explained as the team leader. Our activity range this time will be between 100 and 150 kilometers, which is relatively safe. Senior, have you ever been to Yunming's? A girl named Kong Chingshuang suddenly asked. Her bold and straightforward personality made her quite memorable. I went once, last semester, with my mentor. It's extremely dangerous. They're just the outskirts have spirit-level beasts. With my current strength, I'd barely be a snack for them. Wow, senior, tell us more about it. As the conversation deepened, the atmosphere in the truck grew livelier. Fang He didn't join in the discussion, but quietly listened. Through their exchanges, he gained a better understanding of Yunmeng's, a vast inland lake covering nearly 100,000 square kilometers. It was not only the largest water body in the south, but also a land of peril and opportunity. The waters were said to be home to legendary Jiao dragons, while the surrounding forests teemed with rare herbs and plants. These could be used to refine pills or traded for cultivation resources. Especially prized were the high-quality pearls produced there, which could aid in cultivation and were essential for constructing spirit-gathering formations. All right, stop the trucks and prepare to set up camp, Teacher Tian called from the back, interrupting their lively discussion. Everyone sprang into action, selecting a sheltered spot for the campsite. They divided tasks: some unloaded supplies while others cleared the snow. Although Fang He lacked experience, he eagerly offered to help wherever needed. In less than half an hour, a simple campsite was ready. Teacher Tian checked the time and instructed. Now, Yang Zhahan will lead a team to scout the surrounding area and hunt some beasts for today's meals. At the camp, Teacher Tian finished outlining the final precautions and signaled to Yang Zhahan that it was time to lead the team out. The winter sun had just risen, casting golden rays across the pristine snow, which sparkled with a crystalline brilliance. Under Yang Zhahan's leadership, the 12-member team stepped onto the snowy terrain, leaving behind a neat trail of footprints as they headed into the distance. Suddenly, a deep, resonant moo shattered the tranquility of the morning. Though every team member had undergone training in the combat network and watched countless battle videos, the tension of encountering a real beast caused everyone's nerves to instinctively tighten. Only Yang Zhahan remained composed. With a graceful leap, he landed on a tall tree and quickly spotted the target. It's a lone giant horned bull. At the visceral refinement stage, Yang Zhahan's calm voice came from above. Who wants to give it a try? The group exchanged hesitant glances, with no one stepping forward immediately. Although they had all reached the blood refinement stage, meaning their strength theoretically matched that of such a beast, the ferocity of wild creatures often allowed them to fight at a higher level. No one wanted to risk serious injury at the very start of the expedition. I'll do it, Fang He said, stepping forward with steady determination in his eyes. Knowing his cousin had his back, he felt reassured. The others chimed in with words of caution. Be careful. Stay safe. Fang He nodded in acknowledgement, mentally reviewing everything he had learned about the giant horned bull. This type of beast could grow up to 3 or 4 meters in length and weigh as much as 2,500 kilograms in adulthood, with a power level equivalent to the visceral refinement stage. Known for their aggressive temperament and tough hides, the strongest of them could even rival warriors at the blood refinement stage, while their leaders, the bull kings, could reach the agile spirit stage. Their weaknesses lay in their eyes and noses, while their horns were prized for medicinal use, particularly as an essential insect repellent in the wild. Due to the hurried nature of the trip, Fang He's personal sword, Lin Yuan, had been left behind at school. Instead, he held a standard high-quality longsword purchased temporarily in Yunhua City. While it didn't feel as natural in his hand as Lin Yuan, it would suffice for the task at hand. In accordance with the mission's focus on martial training, the team had opted to carry only lightweight firearms, forgoing heavy weaponry. Taking a deep breath, Fang He tightened his grip on the longsword and advanced cautiously but resolutely toward the target. Qing Shuang, do you think Fang He can handle that giant horned bull? A boy's voice broke the silence. Not sure, but Senior said his cousin is a genius, so he must have some extraordinary skills, Kong Qing Shuang replied, her gaze fixed on Fang He's retreating figure. Her tone carried a hint of certainty. Besides, with Senior watching from the sidelines, nothing should go wrong. Let's follow him. If Fang He needs backup, we can step in right away, a girl suggested. All right, but keep some distance. We need to give him enough space to act. Kong Qing Shuang, ever the straightforward leader, naturally took charge of the group. Before long, Fang He spotted his target, a giant horned bull, leisurely pacing through the woods. Hiding behind a thick tree, he carefully observed the massive creature. Up close, the blue-gray beast appeared even more imposing. Its glossy coat stretched over solid muscles, and its 2 crescent-shaped horns atop its head were nearly a meter long. Forcing himself to stay calm, Fang He recalled the strategies for dealing with beasts that he'd learned in class. Suddenly, a stone struck the bull's body, not enough to hurt it, but enough to provoke its wrath. The beast caught the unfamiliar scent behind the tree, pawed at the ground, and charged with terrifying force. The thunderous sound of its hooves sent a shiver down Fang He's spine. Instinctively, he dove forward, rolling to evade the attack. The moment he moved, the tree he had been hiding behind, a massive trunk requiring 2 people to wrap their arms around, was snapped in half by the bull's charge, sending splinters flying. A collective gasp came from the onlookers in the distance. That thing's way stronger than it looked in the videos. You'd need at least 10 chops to cut through a tree like that. Quiet. Let's see how Fong He handles this, Kong Qingxuang said, her eyes fixed intently on the unfolding battle. Covered in snow and dead leaves, Fong He scrambled to his feet, staying in a ready stance for any sudden movements. The giant horned bull quickly locked onto him again, lowering its head for another charge. Damn, it's so fast, Fong He thought, amazed at the beast's speed, which rivaled that of a heavy truck with a navigation system. Employing his lingbo step technique, he darted between the surrounding trees, narrowly avoiding the bull's relentless attacks. The beast, however, left a trail of destruction, toppling one tree after another as it charged. Realizing he couldn't keep dodging forever, Fong He decided to switch tactics. This time, he stood with his back against a tree, waiting until he could feel the sharp edge of the horns closing in. Then, with a sudden burst of power, he pushed off the tree trunk, leaping into the air. His sword aimed straight for the beast's eye. Waterfall strike. The sword pierced its target with precision. A blood-curdling roar echoed through the forest as the bull recoiled in agony. Using the momentum, Fong He flipped backward, withdrawing his sword. He knew that such airborne moves would be suicidal against a skilled fighter, but against a slower beast, they proved effective. The students from Beihai University watching from afar burst into exclamations. That was incredible. Hey, Kong Yuan, could you pull that off? Someone asked. But Kong Yuan averted his gaze, saying nothing. Senior's cousin is really something. That move required exceptional vision, reflexes, and courage, Kong Qingxuang remarked quietly. The battle continued, with Fong He repeating his strategy. He targeted the bull's other eye, and then its sensitive nose. Though blinded, the beast became even more ferocious in its desperate struggle. But Fong He remained vigilant, recalling a line from his textbooks. Most failures occur when victory is just within reach. After nearly an hour of intense combat, the massive armored bull finally collapsed with a thunderous crash. Magnificent! Cheers erupted from the group, and even those who had initially questioned Yang Zhahan's decision to bring his cousin along for training had a change of heart. Well done. Yang Zhahan approached and patted Fong He on the shoulder. Those horns are worth some money. Make sure to take them back to sell. Fong He tapped the sturdy horns with his sword, producing a crisp metallic sound. Looks like we'll have to take the whole thing back. As the sun approached its zenith, Yang Zhahan decided it was time to return to camp for lunch. The giant horn bull would serve as their meal. A few of the boys worked together to secure the beast with ropes and drag it back. At the camp, Teacher Tian sat on a tree stump, observing their return with a smile. A giant horn bull? Not bad. Who took it down? Teacher Tian, it was Fong He, Kong Qingxuang answered. Under the teacher's intrigued gaze, Fong He humbly replied, just lucky. I found its weakness and managed to wear it down. A glimmer of approval flashed in Teacher Tian's eyes. Hunting a giant horned ox unknown was not something that could simply be attributed to luck. He said nothing more, only gesturing for everyone to begin carving up the massive beast. Fong He was devouring a blood-soaked steak with relish, savoring the fresh, tender flavor that was hard to resist. Although he'd eaten plenty of beast meat at school and home, there was something uniquely satisfying about eating prey he had hunted himself. At that moment, Kong Qingxuang approached him carrying a lunchbox. What were you thinking at the time? She asked suddenly. Huh. Fong He, his mouth stuffed with meat, didn't immediately catch her meaning. When you were facing the giant horned ox, its eyes and nose are weak points, so I just figured I'd attack there, Fong He replied casually, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Kong Qingxuang gave him a long, thoughtful look, her gaze tinged with complexity. You just thought of it and did it? Yeah. Her thoughts drifted to her high school days. Back then, when the elders in her clan took her and her peers into the wild for training, she had been so overwhelmed during her first encounter with a beast that she couldn't even use half of her strength. In the end, it was the elders who had to step in and save her. By afternoon, the group resumed their journey. After Fong He's earlier performance, everyone was far more cautious when choosing their targets. Yet, when faced with beasts, only Kong Qingxuang, with her outdoor experience, remained composed. The rest of the group fumbled, some sustaining minor injuries. Fortunately, none were serious enough to hinder their ability to fight. By 6 p.m., as the sky began to darken, Yang Zhahan decided it was time to lead the group back to camp. Since there was still plenty of meat left from the giant horned ox, they only took the most valuable parts for easier transport. Tonight, Kong Yuan and I will take the night watch. The rest of you should get some rest, Yang Zhahan instructed. Teacher Tian, as usual, stayed out of these logistical matters. Yang Zhahan walked around the camp, scattering a powder in a circle. Noticing Fong He's curious expression, he explained. This is made from the processed droppings of high-level beasts. It keeps low-level beasts from bothering us at night. Fong He nodded silently. Go rest. It's been a long day, Yang Jahan added. The moon hung high in the sky, its gentle light spilling over the earth like a thin veil. Inside the tent, everyone sat in a circle, excitedly discussing the experiences of the day's training. Fang He remained silent, only responding briefly when addressed, his mind replaying the battle scenes and pondering ways to improve. Suddenly, a distant wolf howl broke the stillness of the night, growing closer. Fang He immediately sprang to his feet and rushed outside. The others hesitated for a moment before following. Teacher Tian's expression turned serious as he gazed in the direction of the howl, all traces of his earlier smile gone. Teacher? Yang Jahan asked, standing nearby. It's the Wolf King from Crescent Ridge, Teacher Tian replied slowly. The Wolf King? Why is it here? Yang Jahan exclaimed, and the group turned pale at his words. Crescent Ridge, named for its crescent-like shape, was over 2,500 kilometers from Yunhua City and home to a pack of one-horned snow wolves. The Wolf King's strength rivaled that of a Lingkong realm expert, capable of flight. As a pack animal, the Wolf King's appearance often meant a large wolf pack was not far behind. Even with Teacher Tian's cultivation at the Mingxiao realm, he would stand no chance against such an opponent. Teacher, what should we do now? Don't worry. The Wolf King is still over 200 kilometers away. Besides, reinforcements should be arriving soon, Teacher Tian said, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. Sure enough, moments later, a shadow streaked across the sky, disappearing in the direction of the wolf howl. All right, it's fine now. Everyone, get some rest, Teacher Tian said with a sigh of relief. Who was that just now? Fang He asked quietly. Probably someone from the military, Yang Jahan whispered in reply. The wilderness is dotted with military outposts to monitor powerful beasts like these. They act immediately at the first sign of movement. The next morning, given the events of the previous night, the group unanimously decided to relocate their camp, moving as far as possible from the area. Teacher Tian, as usual, did not object, as long as their safety wasn't compromised. During the move, Kong Yuan, scanning the sky out of boredom, noticed two dark figures rapidly approaching. As they drew closer, it became clear they were two cultivators. One was a white-haired man with a youthful face and a gentle demeanor, his eyes filled with a sense of weariness. The other was a young woman with long black hair, a delicate oval face, and willow leaf eyebrows. Her bright eyes carried a hint of indifference, accentuating the cool elegance of her refined features. So, it's Commander Han and Senior Sister Yi. I'm Tian Jihong. Teacher Tian greeted them warmly upon recognizing the pair. Xiao Tian, what are you doing here? Commander Han asked, while Senior Sister Yi stood silently beside him. I'm leading a school-organized wilderness training session for the winter break. The one-horned snow wolf king appeared nearby last night. This area might not be safe. I suggest relocating your training, Commander Han advised. That was already our plan. After a brief exchange, Commander Han signaled to Senior Sister Yi, and the two ascended into the sky, vanishing from sight. Teacher, who were they? Kong Qingshuang asked on behalf of the group. They're instructors from the Southern Martial Arts University, Tian Jihong replied with a smile, his gaze briefly landing on Fang He. Fang He watched the two figures disappear, his eyes filled with longing, imagining the day he, too, could soar through the sky. In the air, Commander Han spoke to Yijian. Yijian, you should smile more often. At this rate, your cultivation will only grow harder. Yijian pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Commander Han frowned, rephrasing his words. The higher-ups called you back to reflect and settle. Why not take on some students? It might help ease your inner frustration. Yi Jian's eyelashes fluttered, and after a brief hesitation, she nodded. When can I return to the starry battlefield? She asked, her eyes filled with hope. How about this? If you can train a student as exceptional as yourself, I'll advocate for you to the higher-ups. Deal, Yi Jian said, her eyes lighting up. I only said I'd try to negotiate. There's no guarantee. Commander Han protested, but Yi Jian was already ignoring him. The next 3 days passed without incident. Yang Jahan led the group through their plan training while Tian Jihong maintained his hands-off approach. In this short time, the group showed noticeable growth, their once innocent and pure gazes now tempered with resilience and experience. Fang He, in particular, gained significantly. In martial arts, he found that real combat was indeed the best form of training. Each battle with a beast left him exhausted, but circulating his chi activation technique afterward allowed him to absorb more spiritual energy than usual. What he had initially estimated would take over a month to prepare for marrow cleansing now seemed achievable in just 2 weeks. In martial techniques, his moves became more fluid and efficient, nearing the threshold of mastery. Additionally, besides the giant horn bull from the first day, he had hunted 7 more low-level beasts and collected several medicinal herbs, which Yang Jahan estimated to be worth over 50,000 blue star coins. Fang He, Yang Jahan suddenly called out. What's up? Want to explore a cave? I found a deep one earlier but didn't have any lighting equipment, so I came back first. Could it be a beast's lair? What if it went out hunting and returns while we're inside? We'd be sitting ducks. Don't worry, I checked. It's just damp, with no scent of beasts. So, are you in? Let's go. The two, sharing a similar decisive nature, quickly reported to Tianjihong and set off toward the cave. Is this the cave you were talking about? Fang He asked, examining the peculiar entrance before him. Yep, Yang Zhehan replied matter-of-factly. It's a karst cave, isn't it? Same thing, let's go. Not the same. Fang He immediately corrected him. Karst caves are formed by the long-term erosion of limestone by underground water. Their interiors are intricate and full of diverse formations. After a brief discussion, Yang Zhehan took out a rope, tying one end securely around his waist and the other to a stalactite at the cave's entrance. With the help of their headlamps, they cautiously ventured deeper into the cave. The ground was slick with moss, making every step treacherous. I hear water. Yang Zhehan suddenly stopped, his sharper hearing picking up the faint sound. Fang He's eyes lit up. If there's the sound of water, there might be an underground river. Following the faint sound, the two navigated through the winding maze of the cave until they reached the source. Before them lay a tranquil underground lake. As Fang He's beam swept across the surface, ripples formed, revealing a few nearly transparent fish, no longer than 30 centimeters, swimming gracefully in the water. Crystal fish, Fang He whispered, his voice filled with excitement. These fish are completely transparent with red fins, and they rarely exceed 50 centimeters in length. They grow slowly, are timid by nature, and are highly prized as supplements for body-refining martial artists. They're incredibly rare on the market. Without hesitation, Fang He devised a plan. He instructed Yang Zhehan to turn off the headlamp and poured some stalactite liquid they had collected earlier into the water. Fang He knew that diving in to catch the fish directly was far too dangerous. Underground rivers often had hidden currents that could easily drag them into unknown depths. He took off his jacket, tearing it into strips and tying the corners together with the rope to create a makeshift fishing net. Following instructions he had read in books, they submerged the net into the water and waited patiently for the crystal fish to approach. It didn't take long. Yang Zhehan pulled the rope, and two crystal fish, about 25 centimeters in length, flopped in the makeshift net. They quickly dug a small pit by the shore, filled it with water from the lake, and placed their catch inside. With each subsequent attempt, their haul grew, and their spirits soared. However, just as they were examining their latest catch, a massive shadow silently approached beneath the water. Without warning, the shadow leapt from the lake, lunging toward Fang He. In the darkness, Fang He instinctively raised his arm to block, but the force sent him plunging into the water. Yang Zhehan immediately switched on the headlamp, revealing their attack-era massive fish-like beast, nearly 3 meters long, with an unusually thick tail. The creature opened its gaping jaws, aiming to swallow Fang He whole. Underwater, Fang He had no intention of engaging in a prolonged fight. He knew that battling a fish-like beast in its natural habitat was a losing game. Though the shore was only about 10 meters away, the distance felt insurmountable in the water. Fortunately, he had his longsword with him. Drawing on his training in aquatic combat, he managed to fend off the beast's relentless attacks. Against the current, he muttered, slashing at the beast. The blade glanced off its slick, armored scales, and the creature's powerful tail sent him hurtling further away. By this time, Yang Zhehan, who had reached the level of Lingdong, dove into the water to assist. Wielding his spear, he channeled his golden spiritual energy into the weapon and drove it forcefully into the beast. Though the creature's scales provided some protection, the attack caused it to writhe in pain and retreat into the depths. With the beast gone, neither of them dared linger. They quickly swam to the shore, gathered their catch of crystal fish into a medicinal herb box, and followed the rope back to the cave entrance. When they finally emerged into daylight, both breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did Fang He feel a wave of delayed fear wash over him. He realized how fortunate they had been the fish beast hadn't reached the Lingdong stage in strength, or even with his cousin's help, escape might have been impossible. This harrowing experience drove home the dangers of wilderness expeditions, a sobering reminder to remain vigilant at all times. Back at the camp, their disheveled appearance drew curious questions from their companions. The two simply explained that they had gone fishing, then proudly displayed their spoils. Out of the 12 crystal fish they had caught, 8 had survived the journey. Their peers were astonished, with someone exclaiming, "Crystal fish are such a treasure. One of these could sell for tens of thousands of blue star credits online." Fang He planned to take a few home for his family to enjoy and as New Year's gifts for Fanny Yang and Luo Yi. He insisted on keeping only 5, but Yang Zhehan was adamant about splitting the 12 evenly. After some back and forth, Fang He reluctantly agreed, each taking their share to offer as delicacies for their elders. That evening, Yang Zhehan used 2 crystal fish to prepare a large pot of soup, sharing the rare treat with everyone. The broth was naturally sweet and flavorful, requiring no additional seasoning. Drinking it left everyone feeling warm and rejuvenated. Their blood circulation noticeably improved. Fang He stood up and stretched, gazing up at the bright moon in the night sky. 4 days of wilderness training had passed in the blink of an eye, and tomorrow, they would head home. In the early morning, under Tianjihong's guidance, the vehicle entered the city gates and headed straight for the nearby official martial artist trading center. The five-story trading center stood majestically, designed specifically to facilitate timely transactions for martial artists. The prices at the trading center are a bit lower than the market, but it's convenient, Tianjihong explained. Herbs go to the left, and beast materials to the right. Once you're done, wait for me outside. With that, he headed straight to the second floor. Fang He stood at the counter on the first floor, displaying his spoils one by one. The horns of a giant horned bull, the feathers of a phoenix tail pheasant. The middle-aged clerk carefully examined the items and offered a price. 31,000 blue star coins. This amount matched the estimate his cousin had mentioned earlier. Fang He nodded in agreement and quickly received the transfer. What's the buying price for crystal fish here? Fang He asked casually. The clerk's eyes lit up. You have a crystal fish? No, one of our seniors caught one and cooked it into soup. The taste? Oh, amazing. Fang He smacked his lips as if savoring the memory. Your senior is quite generous. A single crystal fish starts at 30,000 blue star coins. If it grows to 50 centimeters, it can be worth 100,000. Afterward, Fang He sold 5 medicinal herbs in the herb section, earning 17,000 blue star coins. Seeing his account balance rise to 51,030 blue star coins, he couldn't help but marvel at how quickly martial artists could earn money. He then reflected that this success was largely thanks to the martial arts university instructors overseeing the expedition. Since his cousins were returning to their university in Dingjiang City, Fang He bid them farewell and bought a ticket to head back to Jiangling directly. When he arrived home in the afternoon, his parents were still at work. Fang He stopped by a supermarket to buy some ingredients and prepared a hearty dinner, with steamed crystal fish as the centerpiece. Smells amazing, Fang Xinyuan exclaimed as soon as he walked in. Xiaoyi told me he was back and wanted to show off his cooking skills, Nanshui said while changing her shoes. Why didn't he tell me? Fang Xinyuan asked in confusion. Nanshui headed straight to the kitchen. Xiaoyi, Mom, you're back. The food's almost ready, just waiting on the steamed fish, Fang He replied. He waited for both parents to gather before steaming the fish, knowing its tender flesh required careful timing. 5 minutes later, a feast was laid out. Steamed crystal fish, stir-fried giant horned beef, fried phoenix tail pheasant legs, and a pot of seaweed soup. Not bad. Your cooking skills have improved, Fang Xinyuan praised. In the wild, you have to cook for yourself, Fang He said with a smile, avoiding mention of the dangers of hunting. Time flew by, and soon it was February 23, 2225, the 16th day of the Lunar New Year. Early that morning, Fang He hummed a tune as he packed his belongings. Having advanced to the purification stage during his training the day before 1 week ahead of schedule, he was in high spirits. Carrying 2 black tanks containing crystal fish, he hailed a ride to his university. Second brother, guess what's in here? Fang He teased Fang Yiyang, shaking one of the tanks in their dorm room. A box. I'm asking about what's inside. Water. Fang He sighed in exasperation and opened the tank directly. Crystal fish? Where did you get these? Fang Yiyang asked in surprise. Over the winter break, I went out with my cousins. Got lucky and caught them. Consider it a New Year's gift for you. Fang Yiyang grinned. What a coincidence, I got you something too. He tossed over an object that resembled a jade stone. Fang He caught it and examined it closely. Ice lotus jade? Fang Yiyang nodded. Ice lotus jade is a material extracted from the sap of the ice lotus leaf and solidified, making it an excellent auxiliary material for forging weapons. Looks like you had some good luck too, Fang He said, playfully punching Fang Yiyang on the chest. Ice lotuses aren't easy to find. What's the other one for? Is it for Luoyi? Fang Yiyang asked, glancing at the other tank with a slight frown as he recalled some news he'd heard over the break. Yep, I'm delivering it to her now. Fang He pulled out his phone and called Luo Yi. Ijia, where are you? The office building. Alright, wait for me. I've got a little gift for you. Okay. Although Luo Yi's reply was unusually brief, Fang He didn't think much of it. Hold on, I'll come with you, Fang Yiyang said. Sure, Fang He agreed. On the desolate snowy mountains, the cold wind howled. A group of travelers took a break in a sheltered spot. By the fire, a pale-skinned young man with striking almond-shaped eyes, Fan Yang, was absent-mindedly poking at the flames with a stick. Suddenly, a tall and well-built man, whose handsome features bore a resemblance to Fan Yang, strode over and sat down beside him. This was Fan Longxiao. Fan Yang subtly shifted his position to create some distance. Yang, I recently heard some news about your school. Want to know what it is? Fan Longxiao asked with a smile. Fan Longxiao, how many times do I have to tell you? Don't meddle in my affairs, Fan Yang replied coldly, his expression dark. As your older brother, Isn't it normal to care about you? Fan Longxiao said nonchalantly. He continued, the Luo family has recently discovered a genius among them. During their onsen 20 years ancestral ceremony, it was revealed that her bloodline is awakening. Once it stabilizes, her talent will reach an extraordinary level. Fanny Yang's hand froze, the stick hovering above the fire. She's from Jiangling City. Her name is Luo Yi, Fan Longxiao added meaningfully. And? Fanny Yang finally spoke. She'll be brought back to Fengquan for training. I heard she's quite beautiful, Fan Longxiao said with a knowing smile. Scene transition. In front of an office building, Fang He and Fanny Yang spotted Luo Yi waiting there. Dressed in black, her outfit accentuated her graceful figure. Her jet black hair was elegantly tied up, revealing a fair neck. She exuded the aura of a regal black swan. Ijia, Fang He called out, walking quickly toward her. It's been a while. It has, Luo Yi replied absent-mindedly. A New Year's gift crystal fish I caught during the winter break, Fang He said, holding up a box. Thank you. Just as Fang He was about to say more, Luo Yi spoke softly. I have to go. Go where? Are you dropping out of school? Fang He asked, forcing a smile. To Fengquan. My grandfather came to Jiangling from there, and now my whole family is moving back, Luo Yi said, her gaze distant. During the winter break, we went back for the ancestral ceremony, and the family discovered my talent. They want to take me back for training. That's great news. Fang He said with a wide grin. Come visit when you can. I can still brag about you being my big sister. Luo Yi handed Fang He a fang-shaped pendant. A late birthday gift. It's not finished yet. The pendant was made of milky white metal, with a black cord attached to it. At the connection point, there was a carving of a 9-headed phoenix, though the last head was only outlined. At that moment, a middle-aged woman with short, sharp hair approached. Miss, the paperwork is complete, she said briskly. As Luo Yi left, Fang He and Fanny Yang watched her go. Didn't you say you liked her? Fanny Yang asked. Well, I do have some feelings for her, Fang He admitted. But did you see that Aunt Peng by her side? Her presence is so intimidating. Luo Yi's family at Fengquan must be incredibly powerful. Rather than creating unnecessary complications, it's better to let it go. Aren't you afraid you'll regret it? Fanny Yang asked. Each of us has our own path to walk. The wind will carry us together eventually, Fang He said firmly. Quoting poetry now, are we? Fanny Yang sneered. What if, by the time the wind reaches her, she's already lost all feelings for you? You wouldn't understand. Damn it, I wouldn't understand? And you do? As dusk fell upon the campus after the martial arts class, Fang He was contemplating whether to head to the swimming pool when a graceful figure appeared in front of him. It was Aunt Peng, the woman who had stood beside Luo Yi that morning. Aunt Peng spoke first, her voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable firmness. I am Miss Luo Yi's personal assistant. To express our gratitude for the care you've shown her over the years, I would like to invite you to dinner. When Fang He inquired about Luo Yi's whereabouts, a flicker of complexity passed through Aunt Peng's eyes. Miss Luo has already departed. The family was pressing for her return. At the school gate, a brand new Jiuzhou series aircraft awaited, its sleek body shimmering with understated metallic brilliance in the twilight. This was the latest flagship model from Xinghe Corporation, not yet officially released, and it had already drawn a crowd of onlookers taking photos. The interior of the aircraft was far more luxurious than Fang He had imagined. Soft animal pelts covered the leather seats, instantly relieving his fatigue as he sat down. The cabin's spiritual energy concentration was noticeably higher than outside, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. 10 minutes later, the aircraft landed atop a high-rise building. Several other aircraft parked there were all top-tier luxury models. Aunt Peng led Fang He into Shuiyun Shuana place he had never heard of in his 16 years living in Jiangling. The private dining room was decorated with a traditional elegance. The wooden tables and chairs exuded a faint fragrance, and a small patch of verdant grass lay to one side. A pond by 2 fruit trees was home to leisurely swimming koi fish. The dishes here are made from freshly hunted wild game, and the menu changes daily, Aunt Peng said with a warm smile, her previous air of efficiency now softened. Miss Luo intended to host you herself, but due to time constraints, I will be hosting in her stead. Beneath the surface, there was an undercurrent of subtle tension in the atmosphere, as though hidden forces were at play. Fang He could sense that this dinner might not be as simple as it appeared. Aunt Peng, do you think Luo Yi will truly be valued upon her return to Maple Spring? Fang He asked softly. Although the grandeur of the arrangements and Aunt Peng's demeanor already suggested an answer, he still sought confirmation. Aunt Peng's face lit up with pride as she answered without hesitation, of course. The Luo family's ancestral ceremony occurs only once every 20 years, and this time, Miss Luo's talent has astonished even the elders of the clan. That's why the family has specifically ordered her return to provide her with the finest training. That's fantastic, Fang He said, his eyes brightening. Maple Spring City is in the Eastern District, quite close to the Eastern Martial Arts University. It's perfect since Miss Luo admires Principal Luo so much. With Miss Luo's talent, Aunt Peng added with a hint of pride in her voice, she wouldn't just qualify for the Eastern Martial Arts University. Getting into the Kyoto Martial Arts University would be a breeze for her. These words struck Fang He deeply. In a nation of over 5 billion people, with 50 to 60 million students taking the annual college entrance exams, Kyoto Martial Arts University admits only about 3,000 students each year, an average of fewer than 5 per city. Yet Luo Yi, still in her second year of high school, was already deemed a guaranteed entrant. Such talent was indeed extraordinary. As Fang He mulled over this, the waitstaff began serving the dishes, each accompanied by a detailed introduction. This is charcoal-grilled triple-tailed thunder eel, sourced from deep waters where its strength rivals that of a Minkia-level martial artist. Grilled with Wuyang charcoal, it's specially prepared for better absorption and is known to strengthen the spleen and lungs. This braised thornback boar ribs dish uses meat from a thornback boar, whose strength is comparable to a Lingdong-level martial artist. Marinated with ganlan herbs, it's excellent for nourishing the kidneys and enriching the blood. More exquisite dishes followed, including stewed golden armor bear paws and purple vein bird soup. The waitstaff meticulously introduced the benefits of each dish, leaving the diners feeling the meal was worth every penny. Fang He didn't hold back, savoring each bite of the rare delicacies. The meal ended with everyone thoroughly satisfied. Afterward, Aunt Peng piloted a sleek QSUV aircraft, dropping Fang He off at the school gate. After bidding her farewell, he headed straight back to his dorm. After watching Fang He enter the school gates, Aunt Peng returned to the flying vehicle. Inside the cockpit, the burly and composed Ah Cheng was intently operating the controls. Aren't you worried about what the young lady will say when she finds out about this? Ah Cheng's voice resonated in the confined space. I only treated her classmate to a proper meal. What's there for her to blame me for? Aunt Peng retorted with calm confidence. Seeing Ah Cheng remain silent, she continued, Ah Cheng, the people and situations the young lady will encounter in the future will be vastly different from now. All I did was let Fang He get a small taste of the life she's destined for. If he's smart, he'll understand the gap between them and let go of any inappropriate thoughts. And what if he sees this as an opportunity to climb his way up? Ah Cheng questioned. Aunt Peng's expression flickered, but she didn't respond immediately. After a brief pause, Ah Cheng added, the chances are slim, but what if, one day, his achievements prove worthy of the young lady? A playful smile appeared on Aunt Peng's face. Then today's meal would be my way of sincerely forging ties with a rising star. On behalf of the young lady and the Luo family, she said with a trace of irony. I invited Fang He to show him the vast gulf between him and the young lady. At the same time, it's a gesture for others to see something no one could criticize. After all, what did I really do? Just treated someone to a meal, right? Ah Cheng, already a man of few words, sank into even deeper silence. All right, let's head back. There's still plenty to do. Aunt Peng's words signaled the end of their conversation. The flying vehicle ascended steadily, soon vanishing into the night. When Fang He returned to the dormitory, Fanny Yang immediately asked, You're back. Where'd you go? Went out for a meal, Fang He replied, dropping onto the sofa. Where at? Shuiyun Pavilion. Huh. Who took you there? Fanny Yang, familiar with the upscale restaurant, raised an eyebrow. Aunt Peng, the woman who was with Luo Yi earlier today. Fang He answered bluntly. After all, plenty of people had already seen him board the flying vehicle. Fanny Yang's gaze sharpened. Oh, and what did she say? Nothing much. She just treated me to a nice meal, said it was to thank me for helping Luo Yi before. No harsh words, no threats, Fang He said casually. Then, Fang He asked Fanny Yang about the Luo family. Fanny Yang proceeded to recount the history of the Luo family, starting with Luo Duyo, the prodigy who rose during the Qiling era. With his unique water spirit constitution, Luo Duyo conquered enemies far and wide, eventually earning the title of Ghost King. Fanny Yang described how, in his final days, the Ghost King ventured 80,000 miles into the deep sea to face two ferocious beast kings in a fateful battle. Sacrificing his life, he secured a century of peace along the eastern coastline. His parting words, "May this life always serve the nation," still hung prominently in the Luo family's ancestral hall. Fanny Yang also mentioned that the current head of the Luo family was a formidable martial artist at the Longmen realm. Additionally, there were rumors of some connection between Luo family and Luo Wanin, the president of the Eastern Martial Arts University, though neither side had ever publicly acknowledged it. After listening, Fang He nodded silently and got up to head toward his room. Where are you going? Fanny Yang asked. Logging onto the battle network to train. I'll join you. No, I'll practice alone and get into the right mindset, Fang He murmured softly to himself. With a crisp ding, the soul power verification system displayed his basic information. Fang He, a 17-year-old high school junior at Jiangling High School, hailing from Jiangling City. His battle network ranking points were at 1712, a score he had built up previously. After gaining experience in the wilderness, Fang He knew his current strength was nearing the 2,000-point level. Glancing at his friends list, he noticed the gray avatar of Zai Shui Fang, but didn't dwell on it. Without hesitation, he clicked on the solo matchmaking option in the battle network. In a flash of white light, his figure appeared on the virtual city streets. One battle after another, Fang He's swordsmanship grew increasingly refined. Each victory brought him more than 3 points, and his ranking steadily rose to 1748. But it still wasn't enough, was just one step away from reaching the mastery level. In the snowy terrain, his sword moved like flowing water, sending his opponent flying with a single strike, scattering snowflakes into the air. On the island, with the seamless combination of mirror flower, water moon, and truth revealed, he effortlessly subdued his enemies in just 2 strikes. As the battles progressed, Fang He's mastery over his sword techniques became even more precise. Every strike, every moment of timing, was executed perfectly, his movements as smooth as a flowing stream. Finally, with a chime from the system notification, his martial skills broke through to the mastery level. This breakthrough dispelled some of the lingering shadows in his heart. The ambitious determination he felt in the morning had inevitably turned into a heavy burden after learning of the Luo family's strength. However, through his wilderness trials and the steady growth he had achieved in the battle network tonight, Fang He finally pushed open the door to mastery. Tomorrow, he could claim a new martial skill. Confronted with the powerful Luo family, Fang He was not crushed. Instead, he grew more resolute. "Are kings and nobles born to their station?" he murmured, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. 3 months later, with the college entrance examination approaching, the atmosphere at Jiangling High School grew tense. The schoolyard was bustling with students, all rushing toward the center of the field to secure the best spots to watch the upcoming tri-school competition. "Hurry up. If we're late, we'll be stuck in the back. Do you think our school will win today?" "Of course. Jiangling is the best. But Zhou Chuyu from Lingbei is really strong." "Strong or not, we'll only find out after the match. Come on, pick up the pace." Fang He and Fannying walked side by side toward the field, watching as younger students ran past them. Fang He smiled and asked, "Who do you think will win today's competition?" "Lingbei, obviously. Who could possibly stop Zhou Chuyu?" Fannying replied matter-of-factly. Today marked the annual exchange competition between the 3 major high schools in Jiangling City: Lingbei High School, Chengnan High School, and Jiangling High School. Although not an official event, the competition carried significant weight, as it determined each school's priority access to top incoming freshmen. This unspoken rule had a direct impact on the school's funding and resource allocation for the coming year. The competition followed the same rules as the National University Martial Arts Tournament: 2 1v1 matches, each worth 1 point, 1 2v2 match worth 2 points, and a 5v5 team battle worth 3 points. Last year's champion had a bye, and would face the winner of the other 2 schools in the final. On the field, Lingbei High School had already defeated Chengnan High School with a total score of 5-2. Zhou Chuyu only participated in the doubles match and the team battle, leading his team to an effortless victory. It was clear he was conserving energy for the upcoming match against Jiangling High School. Half an hour later, both teams entered the arena. Leading Lingbei was Zhou Chuyu, a nearly 2-meter-tall teenager wielding a long halberd with an imposing aura. The earlier matches seemed to have taken no toll on him. Jiangling's team was led by Tang Zheng, an expert with a staff as tall as his eyebrows. With a resolute face and piercing eyes, he exuded confidence. Fang He's thoughts drifted back to his battle with Lu Ningxi 3 months ago. At that time, his swordsmanship had just reached the proficient level, and he boldly challenged Lu Ningxi. However, he quickly discovered that Lu Ningxi's martial skills had already reached perfection, just 1 step away from grasping his own momentum. Even though Fang He managed to hold on with his formidable soul power, he was ultimately defeated by Lu Ningxi's flawless spear techniques. Over the past 3 months, Fang He had trained relentlessly, and his martial skills were now nearing perfection. As for Luo Yi, ever since she sent word upon arriving in Fengquan City that she was going into seclusion, there had been no further updates. As for Tang Zheng, Fang He recalled hearing that after the second-year challenge competition, Tang Liang had wanted his cousin to step in and teach him a lesson. However, Tang Zheng had flatly refused, leaving behind a thought-provoking remark. "If losing only makes you want someone else to fight your battles, instead of working hard to reclaim your pride, you might as well drop out and go home." The lineups for the match were quickly finalized. Lingbei High School's arrangement was rather unconventional. They assigned Zhou Chuyu to participate in both the solo match and the team battle, deliberately avoiding the doubles match. In the solo match, both team captains defeated their respective opponents. However, without Zhou Chuyu anchoring the doubles round, Lingbei High School appeared slightly outmatched. The current score stood at 3-1, with Lingbei temporarily in the lead. Tang Zheng stood at the edge of the arena, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly. He led the team battle players onto the stage with steady steps, mentally calculating strategies. He knew full well that in an unknown fight, he was no match for Zhou Chuyu. But this was a team battle, and with the advantage of playing on home turf, there was still a glimmer of hope. A trace of seriousness flickered across Zhou Chuyu's resolute face. This match held great significance for him. His principal had promised that if he could secure the championship in this exchange competition, he would personally guide Zhou Chuyu in mastering the spear technique. While achieving perfection in his skills was inevitable for Zhou Chuyu, time was of the essence. In the fiercely competitive martial arts world, especially for prodigies aiming to enter the top 5 academies, time was the most precious resource. At those elite institutions, perfect-level martial techniques were merely a basic requirement. To truly stand out, one had to surpass the rest. At the referee's signal, Zhou Chuyu charged toward his opponents without hesitation. His strategy was straightforward: eliminate Tang Zheng's teammates first. Since his own teammates were slightly less skilled, he aimed to quickly neutralize the opposing team's support. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, planned to use himself as bait, temporarily holding Zhou Chuyu at bay while his teammates dealt with the other opponents. Then, they would focus their combined strength on Zhou Chuyu for the final showdown. Huh! Zhou Chuyu let out a sharp cry as his spear swept across with unrestrained force, unleashing the full momentum of his peak blood-tempering stage. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as Tang Zheng arrived just in time, barely blocking the powerful strike with his staff. The immense impact numbed his hands, nearly causing him to lose his grip on his weapon. The disparity between latest stage and peak blood tempering was evident, but at least he managed to momentarily halt Zhou Chuyu. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the rest of the players from both sides launched into a chaotic skirmish. Jiangling High School's lineup of 3 mid-stage blood tempering and 1 early-stage blood tempering fighters faced Lingbei High School's team of 1 mid-stage and 3 early-stage blood tempering fighters, giving Jiangling a clear advantage. Zhou Chuyu let out a cold snort as he swung his long halberd with sweeping, powerful movements. Though his techniques appeared simple and unadorned, they left his opponent, Tang Zheng, struggling to keep up. Even with Tang Zheng's nearly flawless martial skills, he found himself overwhelmed by Zhou Chuyu's innate strength and superior mastery. Tang Zheng is going to lose. Fang He sighed softly. It was expected, Fanny Yang replied, his gaze scanning the roaring crowd around them. The cheers from the audience below the stage surged like waves, all in support of Jiangling. This deafening encouragement seemed to momentarily give Tang Zheng a burst of strength, allowing him to withstand several fierce attacks. However, this energy was fleeting, and his only hope now lay in the other 4 teammates finishing their battles quickly and coming to his aid. With a sharp clang, Tang Zheng's staff was sent flying. Zhou Chuyu, having disarmed his opponent, swept his halberd horizontally, aiming to knock Tang Zheng clean off the stage. Dodge, Tang Zheng. 2 remaining teammates from Jiangling High School, having already defeated the 4 fighters from Lingbei, rushed over as quickly as they could. Tang Zheng leaned back sharply, rolling to the ground to narrowly avoid the deadly strike. He took the opportunity to scramble for his staff. The 2 reinforcements, one wielding a spear and the other a sword, joined the fray, but even together, they were forced back by Zhou Chuyu's relentless assault. The 3 quickly adjusted their positions, forming an inverted triangle to face Zhou Chuyu. Not bad. Looks like it's time to get serious, Zhou Chuyu said calmly. Before his words had even faded, his aura surged dramatically, pressing down on the 3 like a towering mountain. Martial momentum? Tang Zheng exclaimed in shock. Not quite, but it's more than enough to deal with you 3. Zhou Chuyu strode forward, his halberd slicing through the air with overwhelming force. Despite being outnumbered, he fought with ease, his imposing presence making it difficult for the trio to even lift their weapons. Zhou Chuyu has already started to grasp martial momentum. He's just at the initial stage. His halberd momentum hasn't fully formed yet. Even so, it's only a matter of time. The students from Jiangling High School whispered among themselves. Having personally experienced his grandfather's martial momentum, Fang He understood all too well the immense pressure Tang Zheng and the others were enduring. It's over, Fanny Yang said, a hint of gravity in his voice. As soon as he spoke, the match was decided. On the stage, only Zhou Chuyu stood tall and victorious. Lingbei High School wins the team competition. With a final score of 4-3, Lingbei High School is the winner of this exchange match, the referee announced. The crowd fell silent for a moment, save for the jubilant cheers of Lingbei High School spectators. Tang Zheng, despite his defeat, showed no resentment. You're strong. I'll see you at Jingwu, Zhou Chuyu replied as he stepped off the stage, a clear acknowledgement of Tang Zheng's abilities. All right. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, thunder rumbling in the distance as torrential rain poured down. Fang He wiped the rain from his face, raised his hand to shield his forehead, and strained to peer ahead. The area near Yunming's was perpetually shrouded in mist, making visibility poor even on a clear day. Now, the heavy rain rendered everything even blurrier. This was their 7th day of training, longer than their previous outing. The principal led the team, accompanied by 5 martial arts instructors, including Gentle Blade and King Kong, with 3 of them being senior-year martial arts teachers. Apart from Lu Ningxi, Fang He, and Fanny Yang, the other 7 students were experiencing their first outdoor training. After a week of rigorous challenges, these newcomers had started to shed their inexperience, their movements now carrying a hint of seasoned skill. Through the curtain of rain, 3 students were working together to take down a Leoparda seamless collaboration between 2 boys and 1 girl. The others maintained a vigilant perimeter, ready to assist at any moment. The instructors stood farther back, carefully observing the battle. Yin Jindong, aim for the leopard's nosy, it's its weak spot, someone shouted through the rain. Yin Jindong didn't look back. He merely gave a small nod, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the leopard. The torrential downpour seemed to have enraged the leopard. With a low growl, it lunged at Yin Jindong. Gripping a broad-backed blade firmly in both hands, Yin Jindong swung it fiercely at the leopard's claws. With his teammates by his side, he opted for a heated confrontation instead of dodging. Zhuo Lin, Ren Yun, now's the time. Yin Jindong gritted his teeth, holding off the leopard's claws. His 2 teammates, already in sync, attacked without hesitation, a knife and a sword striking the leopard simultaneously. Injured and furious, the leopard lashed out with its tail and lunged at Ren Yun with bared teeth, only to fall right into their trap. Moments later, the leopard collapsed at their feet. Yin Jindong's tense expression finally relaxed into a smile. The rain's getting heavier. Let's wrap this up and head back. The others quickly moved in to help handle the carcass. Not bad. Your teamwork's improving, commented a middle-aged instructor with the surname Wu as he stepped forward. A faint, earthy yellow aura of spiritual energy surrounded him, causing the rain to slide off effortlessly, a hallmark of a Mingxiao realm expert. Hurry back. This downpour came out of nowhere, and the beasts are less active now. Back at the mountain cave camp, everyone changed into dry clothes and sat down to rest. The camp, which they had taken over after defeating a fire lizard, was dry and strategically located. The sky grew darker, and the rain showed no signs of letting up. The group gathered around, grilling meat from a crimson-scaled beast they had hunted 2 days earlier. As the ribs sizzled and dripped with oil, Fang He couldn't help but swallow hard. The crimson-scaled beast, though not particularly strong, was incredibly fast. It had taken all his and Fanny Yang's effort to catch it. These kids are getting better and better, Instructor Wu remarked to his fellow teachers, reflecting on the day's events. Indeed, they've improved quickly. They're easily the most talented group in recent years, the only female instructor agreed. Our school might just sweep the top 3 spots in Jiangling City next year, Instructor Wu said, glancing at the students engrossed in grilling meat. It's a shame Luoyi left, a younger instructor sighed, clearly aware of Luoyi's bloodline awakening. Instructor Miao chimed in enviously, it's all thanks to Teacher Zhuang's excellent training. Teaching students is Teacher Zhuang's specialty, the younger instructor echoed. Zhuang Wanchong, who had been quietly listening, chuckled. All right, Teacher Zhuang, Teacher Miao, no need to flatter me. 2 of these students fought their way up from the parallel classes. If anyone deserves credit, it's Teacher He. The fiery-tempered He Xingchen waved dismissively. Nah, it's their own talent. I didn't have much to do with it. What he said was indeed true. The progress made by the 2 students, Fang He and Fanny Yang, was astonishing. Fang He seemed to have had a breakthrough 6 months ago, with his cultivation level and martial arts skills advancing at an incredible pace. Fanny Yang, on the other hand, was like a dormant frog appearing lazy on the surface but concealing great potential within. In response, He Xingchen merely smiled faintly. He hadn't done anything extraordinary, only paid a bit more attention to these 2 students, offering guidance on their cultivation paths. The rest was entirely their own hard work. The young teacher Zhang praised, Mr. He, you're far too humble. He Xingchen simply smiled without giving further explanation. After days of rigorous training, the initial excitement among the students had long faded. After dinner, everyone found suitable spots to recover their strength from the day's exertions. The teachers rested in another area, while the principal was absent from the cave. Tonight, it was Zhuo Lin and Ren Yun's turn to keep watch. They had already scattered beast repellent powder around the perimeter, and with the heavy rain and advanced alarm systems in place, the night watch didn't seem particularly arduous. Suddenly, a series of chilling beastly roars echoed from the distance. Roar, screech, howl, croak. Fang He's eyes snapped open, and he sat upright. Glancing around, he saw that the other students had also been startled awake, their faces puzzled. The 5 teachers had already dashed out of the cave like arrows, leaping to higher ground, their expressions tense as they gazed into the distance. Zhuang Wanchong, while contacting the principal through a communicator, gestured for the students to remain inside the cave. Standing at the cave entrance, Fang He listened intently, estimating that the source of the roars was about 20 kilometers away. Amid the cacophony of beastly cries, His sharp ears caught a familiar sound, a wolf's howl strikingly similar to one he had heard during winter training. He quickly calculated that, running at his average speed of 32.3 meters per second, he could reach the source in under 10 minutes if he exerted himself fully. At that moment, the principal had already appeared in midair, his figure seamlessly blending into the night, with not a trace of energy leaking from his presence. He turned his head to glance downward, silently mouthing a few words. Once Zhuang Wenchang nodded in acknowledgement, the principal shot off toward the source of the roars. Everyone remained on high alert, prepared to respond to any sudden developments. Zhuang Wenchang returned to the cave and issued strict instructions to the students standing by the entrance. In unison, they responded, "Yes, sir." "Mr. Zhuang, what's happening?" a neatly dressed man asked urgently. "Not sure about the specifics. The principal has gone to investigate. We should be ready to retreat at any moment," Zhuang Wenchang replied, gripping his long blade tightly. His voice was low and cautious. The principal, with his extraordinary speed, could have traveled 20 kilometers in under a minute. However, out of caution, he chose to switch to low ground movement when he was 10 kilometers away from the target. His figure moved like a ghost, silent and swift under the cover of night. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the stillness of the night, followed by the chaotic sounds of battle-beastly roars, the clash of weapons and claws, and the relentless booming of spiritual energy detonations. When the principal arrived at the battlefield, he found himself overlooking a basin with a pool of clear water at its center. In the water, a crystalline lotus bud was about to bloom. Even from a distance, its faint fragrance was unmistakable, invigorating the senses and sharpening the mind. The principal's pupils contracted. This was the thousand-leaf Bodhi lotus. For martial artists of the Lingkong realm, this rare treasure not only fortified their foundation but also enhanced their soul power, significantly increasing their chances of breaking through to the Longmen realm. Above the basin, four figures were locked in fierce combat with four great beasts. A majestic white tiger loomed like a mountain, exuding overwhelming power. A white crane, its wingspan stretching 8 zhong, glimmered silver under flashes of lightning. A one-horned snow wolf exhaled freezing breath, its horn emitting a piercing blue beam of icy energy. Lastly, a greeny toad croaked thunderously, its throat pouch swelling and contracting in tandem with the rumble of storms. Among the four human fighters, 2 were men in military combat uniforms, while the other 2, a man and a woman, wore customized battle gear. On the ground below, a squad of disciplined soldiers held the line against a pack of wolves. The front row stood firm with shields, while those in the rear provided suppressive fire with light firearms. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, the intelligence of beasts had also evolved. Great beasts were now comparable to humans, capable not only of understanding speech but, at higher levels, even speaking themselves. On Blue Star, beasts were categorized into 4 tiers: minor beasts, great beasts, lords, and beast kings. Minor beasts were below the Lingkong realm, great beasts were equivalent to it, lords matched the Longmen realm, and beast kings rivaled the Tongtian realm. Yijian, take down the white crane first, Hani shouted, his Pu Dao slicing through the air to weave a dense web of blades, sealing off the crane's escape routes. Yijian didn't respond verbally, but her beautiful eyes gleamed with a golden light. A surge of willpower beyond martial arts radiated from her. Her long sword erupted with golden brilliance, its sharp edge aimed directly at the white crane. "Slash!" she commanded softly. Her sword descended, imbued with an intent so fierce it seemed to cut through everything in its path. The white crane's eyes flashed with a human-like panic. It could sense the terrifying power of the strike and knew it couldn't withstand it. Yet there was no room to evade. Forced into a desperate counter, its feathers stood on end, shimmering with silvery light before transforming into countless sharp arrows that shot toward Han Yi and Yijian. The 2 military men, recognizing their companion's strategy, immediately unleashed their vitality, soaring into the air like blazing meteors to intercept the onslaught from the other 3 beasts. These great beasts, their intelligence on par with humans, understood that if the crane fell, their situation would become dire. They unleashed their full strength, attempting to break free and provide aid. The white tiger roared thunderously, its sound waves materializing into a tangible force aimed at the taller of the 2 men, while its massive paw came crashing down like a door. The snow wolf's horns spewed icy energy, freezing the space around it. Falling rain solidified into shards of ice, altering their trajectory to blanket the 2 men. Meanwhile, the greeny toad harnessed the storm's power, its belly rumbling with thunder before spewing waves of lightning, revealing itself as the strongest of the 4. Faced with this overwhelming assault, the 2 military fighters exchanged a resolute glance. Hovering midair, they forcefully pushed their vitality to its limits, determined to block the attack at all costs. Hidden behind the trees, the principal observed everything with sharp precision. He had planned to wait for the perfect opportunity to strike a fatal blow, but the dire situation compelled him to act sooner. In his eyes, rescuing his allies on the battlefield always took precedence over killing enemies. Using the cover of darkness, the principal moved like a shadow, targeting the green-eyed toad. His rare dark spiritual energy made him a master of stealth. The toad only noticed his presence when he was already upon it. Despite its rough, bumpy skin instinctively contracting, it was too late. Dark corrosion, the principal whispered. Wielding a short blade in each hand, he effortlessly sliced through the toad's tough hide. A torrent of dark energy surged into the creature's body, wreaking havoc on its internal organs. The toad let out an ear-splitting wail, and the storm of lightning it had been preparing dissipated instantly. The principal swiftly stepped back, narrowly dodging the whip-like lash of the emerald-eyed toad's long tongue. The two soldiers from the military, who had barely withstood the initial ferocious assault, saw reinforcements arrive and a flicker of hope ignited in their eyes. Ignoring the turmoil within their bodies, they gritted their teeth and launched a counterattack, fully aware that the hidden power in their midst would seize the opportunity. The Wolf King and the White Tiger hesitated, their eyes betraying a mix of suspicion and uncertainty at the sudden shift in the battle. Faced with the military duo's fierce offensive, they seemed momentarily indecisive. Elsewhere, the outcome had already been decided. A piercing cry shattered the night as the white crane fell helplessly from the sky. Han Yi and Yi Jian barely spared it a glance as they shot toward the main battlefield with lightning speed. Their sword intents surged like an unstoppable tide, sending chills down their opponents' spines. Sensing imminent danger, the Snow Wolf King howled a warning to its pack. Without hesitation, the wolves disengaged from the fight, retreating in an orderly line. The White Tiger roared in frustration, unwilling to concede, but the tide had turned. It had no choice but to follow the Snow Wolf King and retreat into the shadows. The emerald-eyed toad glared with venomous hatred from its one remaining eye, the other having been injured in battle. Its relentless opponent darted around it like an irritating fly, inflicting wound after wound. Now, with the battle lost, it cast a final, spiteful glance over the battlefield before leaping into the darkness and vanishing. No one gave chase. The proximity to Yunmeng's made pursuit too dangerous, as no one knew what peril might await in the marshlands. Moreover, apart from the principal, everyone bore injuries. Han Yi had paid a steep price to subdue the white crane. His combat suit was shredded, exposing ghastly wounds. Yi Jian, shielded by Han Yi, was merely fatigued but still combat capable. The two military brothers were in the worst condition. When they removed their masks, their faces were ashen, their breaths shallow and labored. If not for the principal's timely intervention, they might not have survived the encounter. The two military personnel immediately recognized their ally was none other than Principal Lu Shiren, a renowned figure in Jiangling City. In this remote wilderness outpost, who wouldn't know him? Just lending a hand. In the wild, mutual assistance is only natural, Lu Shiren said with a calm tone, waving his hand dismissively. Although Han Yi and his companion were not locals, they had heard stories about Principal Lu from the older generation at school. Seeing him in person now, they couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Is Principal Lu here to gather certain materials? Han Yi asked, now that the battle had subsided, taking the initiative to discuss the division of spoils. According to the original plan, the spoils were to be divided equally between the two groups, but with Principal Liu's assistance, it was only fair to allocate him a share. I've brought the school kids out for some training and just happened to come across this, Lu Shiren replied. There should still be some accompanying spiritual plants around this pond. Would it be all right for the kids to collect them? The two military personnel and Han Yi raised no objections. Han Yi said, we are grateful for your help today. This 1,000-leaf Bodhi lotus was obtained by the 5 of us. After we sort it out, we'll divide it evenly. Does that work for you? The kids can gather the accompanying spiritual plants. I don't need the lotus petals. They'll just take the seeds, Lu Shiren said straightforwardly. The heavy rain continued to pour, the large raindrops striking the leaves with a loud pattering sound. Fang He leaned against the cave entrance, his gaze fixed on the night outside. Moments ago, he had heard ferocious beastly roars in the distance, felt intense spiritual energy fluctuations, and even caught sight of a striking golden glow cutting through the darkness. Zhuang Wenchong, who had been sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a look of excitement spreading across his face. All right, everyone, get ready to move. The principal has resolved the situation on his side. Let's regroup with him. At his words, smiles broke out among the group. After all, the principal was their pillar of support and the strongest figure in the area. 15 minutes later, the scene before them left everyone dumbfounded. A forest with trees severed at waist height, their cuts unervingly clean. Rocks shattered into tiny fragments, and a ground that looked as if an earthquake had struck. In the clearing lay a massive white crane, comparable in size to a medium-sized aircraft, while not far away was a heap of wolf carcasses piled like a small mountain. Military personnel were methodically cleaning up the battlefield. Though they had seen footage of high-level martial artists in action, witnessing the aftermath in person was an entirely different level of impact. "They're here," Lu Shiren remarked, noticing Fang He's group approaching. "Yes, 10 students and 5 teachers, everyone accounted for," Zhuang Wenchang promptly reported. "Good. There are still some spiritual plants around the central pond. Let the kids collect them. Whatever they gather is theirs to keep," Lu Shiren instructed. After Zhuang Wenchang relayed the message, it predictably sparked cheers among the group. The students had already noticed the spiritually rich pond at the basin's center, though the most remarkable artifact there had clearly been taken. Even so, the chance to collect their own spiritual materials was a rare and valuable opportunity. Maintain proper distances from each other, and send a signal immediately if you encounter danger, Zhuang Wenchang reminded them sternly from the shore. The 10 students quickly spread out across the nearly 10-square-kilometer pond. On this stormy night, working underwater was no easy task, but everyone was brimming with determination. As they ventured deeper, the water pressure increased steadily. Fortunately, their combat suits mitigated some of the pressure, and Fang He found the experience manageable. Finally, with the aid of his light source, he could see the bottom of the pond, 109 meters deep. Before long, Fang He spotted a cluster of dark green fragrant flowers growing in a crevice between rocks. This spiritual plant, thriving at such depths, emitted a pleasant aroma and was highly valued as a medicinal ingredient. Carefully, he used a small tool to harvest it and stored it in his pouch. This initial success boosted his confidence, and he continued searching for more treasures. Occasionally, he crossed paths with his peers, but they merely exchanged nods before resuming their individual searches. Beep, beep. A notification sounded in his earpiece, followed by Zhuang Wenchang's voice. "Everyone, prepare to return." Phew. Fang He removed his mask and collapsed on the riverbank, panting heavily. Ripples spread across the water as his classmates surfaced one after another, their faces radiating joy from their finds. "What did everyone manage to get?" Fanny Yang asked eagerly. Fang He opened his pouch and spilled out a collection of treasures. Fragrant herbs, colorful spirit fruits, water jade beads, and I even caught a few fish, perfect for soup in the morning. Fanny Yang, with his keen eyes, glanced over the loot and remarked, "Not bad at all. This is worth a good 100,000 or so. What about you?" Fang He asked. "Nothing much, just a few trinkets," Fanny Yang replied, showing off his own haul. Fang He's gaze shifted to the center of the pool, and he raised an eyebrow. "What do you think this basin has been nurturing?" "How would I know?" Fanny Yang stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Still, whatever it is, it's probably what caused all the commotion earlier. It must be something valuable." "Indeed," Fang He murmured, lost in thought. He had recognized Yi Jian and Han Yi as instructors from the Southern Martial Arts University, whom he had encountered during the winter break. It seemed that after their initial investigation, they had continued monitoring the wilds. Suddenly, a blinding streak of lightning tore through the night sky, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder. "Everyone, find cover." Principal Liu's voice boomed like thunder as he ascended into the air. Without hesitation, Fang He and Fanny Yang retreated to find shelter. Nearby, the 2 military officers, along with Yi Jian and Han Yi, swiftly took to the skies, ready for battle. The emerald-eyed toad had returned, its body crackling with electricity. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a storm of lightning. "You beast! How dare you come back?" Han Yi shouted furiously, swinging his broadsword to slice through the lightning. Despite their injuries, the 2 military officers refused to back down, each launching a powerful punch. Yi Jian was about to strike when a menacing shadow forced him to shift to a defensive stance. Fang He and Fanny Yang had just found a hiding spot when they noticed something strange. The raindrops falling from the sky began merging together. Illuminated by the spiritual energy radiating from the ongoing battle, they watched in horror as the drops coalesced into a massive water sphere, hurtling toward them at an alarming speed. They tried to dodge, but an oppressive force from the distance rooted them to the spot, leaving them helpless as the water sphere drew closer. Just as disaster seemed inevitable, Principal Liu appeared in front of them. With both hands raised high, he unleashed a dense, inky-black spiritual energy that expanded rapidly, forming a barrier that completely enveloped the water sphere. "Zhuang Wenchang, get them out of here immediately." Lu Shiren forced these words through gritted teeth, his voice carrying an undeniable command. Zhuang Wenchang acted without hesitation. With a surge of spiritual energy, he grabbed Fang He with one hand and lifted Fanny Yang with the other, sprinting swiftly out of the battlefield. The other teachers followed his lead, each escorting 2 students to safety. Despite the overwhelming pressure, the speed of these Mingqiao-level cultivators was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, they reached the edge of the basin. "Stay here and don't wander off," Zhuang Wenchang instructed briefly after setting Fang He down. Without delay, he and the other 4 teachers turned and rushed back toward the fight. The students, though deeply concerned, silently watched their teachers disappear into the fray, understanding that the best way to help was to stay out of their way. From their elevated vantage point, the battle unfolded before their eyes. Yi Yijian, surrounded by a radiant golden aura, exuded formidable sword intent as he pressed his attack against a massive crocodile-like beast. The creature's body was covered in thick, earth-colored scales, its gemstone-like eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Despite the significant size difference, Yi Yijian held the upper hand. If not for the beast's incredible defense, it would have already fallen. On another front, the principal was locked in combat with a ferocious giant tortoise. Its shell bristled with sharp spikes that seemed to pierce the sky. Its fangs bared menacingly. The principal, who specialized in more strategic combat, found himself in a stalemate against the tortoise's relentless onslaught. The most perilous situation, however, involved a one-eyed, green-eyed toad. Though injured, the beast had grown even more frenzied, and despite being surrounded by 3 wounded opponents, it remained untamed. On the ground, a chaotic melee raged between a horde of crocodile-like beasts and the military fighters. Suddenly, 3 streaks of light shot across the sky, arrows fired by Teacher Meow. Explosions erupted, significantly easing the pressure on the ground forces. The other teachers showcased their prowess as well. Zhuang Wenchang's gentle blade lived up to its name, each delicate movement delivering lethal precision. He Xingqian, engulfed in flames, swept through the beasts like a blazing bulldozer. And teachers Zhang and Wu unleashed their own unique abilities, refusing to be outdone. What should we do now? Someone whispered. Stay put and don't cause trouble for the teachers. Yin Jindong answered firmly. Everyone agreed. This level of combat was far beyond their capabilities. Lu Ningxi stood at the best vantage point, tightly gripping his spear. His knuckles turned white from the pressure, his eyes riveted on the battlefield. Fang He, observing his determined figure, couldn't help but wonder, after 3 months, how much stronger has he become? We shouldn't have followed the principal out here, a girl suddenly complained. Taoyi, what are you trying to say? Zhuolin, hot-tempered as ever, immediately shot back. Fear made Tao Yi's voice shrill. I mean it. If the school hadn't organized this mission, we wouldn't be in such danger. You didn't seem to think that way when you were diving into the pool for treasure. Besides, we all signed up voluntarily. Who are you blaming? Zhuolin, who deeply respected the principal, refused to back down. The school has a responsibility to keep us safe. Taoyi raised her voice. Then why are you even training as a warrior if you're so afraid of dying? Zhuolin retorted sharply. Enough. Lu Ningxi's voice cut through the argument like a blade, silencing them instantly. Do you think this is some kind of game? If you keep yelling, you'll attract the beasts and get us all killed. Taoyi lowered her head, unable to meet Lu Ningxi's gaze. Ren Yun stepped in to mediate, her tone calm and conciliatory. We're all classmates. Now more than ever, we need to stick together. She gently pulled Taoyi aside. Though Zhuolin felt he was in the right, he chose to remain silent. Fang He, who had been about to intervene, decided to hold back, seeing that Lu Ningxi had already resolved the matter. However, he couldn't help but feel disdain for Tao Yi's attempt to shirk responsibility. Choices are made by oneself, and everyone must bear responsibility for their decisions. Fang He gazed at the battlefield, and a sudden thought crossed his mind. In this world, there are many people with a slight mental deficiency, but because they can manage their daily lives, they seem no different from ordinary people. Taoyi was clearly one of those people. On the battlefield, Yi Yijian's figure stood out strikingly. Her long hair, transformed into a golden hue under the influence of spiritual energy, flowed freely in the air. The concentrated sword intent shot forward like a meteor, piercing directly toward the giant crocodile. Its thick, armored scales had already been torn apart, and now, faced with this fatal blow, it had no strength left to resist. With a furious roar, it lashed its tail violently and fled the battlefield without looking back. Yi Jian did not insist on pursuing it. The battle was dire, and having one less opponent was actually a relief. With a deft turn of her sword, she redirected her focus to the emerald-eyed toad. The 3 people fighting the toad were already at their limits, and the 2 heavily injured soldiers from the military were barely clinging to life. Seeing his junior sister free to assist, Han Yi finally let out a sigh of relief. The sword's energy pierced through the toad's body, releasing a spray of blue blood. The toad let out a pained cry. Though unwilling, it understood that the tide of battle had turned. As a highly intelligent beast, it knew that survival was paramount. The 1,000-leaf Bodhi lotus had originally been discovered by the toad. It had hoped to use the lotus to ascend to the rank of a lord. But its plans were disrupted when the Snow Wolf King, from miles away, set its sights on the treasure. Soon after, the white tiger and white crane arrived as well. The gathering of so many powerful beasts eventually drew the attention of humans. On the day the lotus bloomed, a fierce battle ensued, leaving the beasts utterly defeated. Not only did they fail to claim the lotus seeds, but they didn't even get a single leaf. The toad had even lost an eye in the process. Unwilling to accept this outcome, it had returned to Yunming's to gather its allies, aiming to annihilate the humans. However, the resilience of these humans far exceeded its expectations, and this ambush also seemed destined to end in failure. But it had to have its revenge. The one it hated most was not the powerful Yi Jian, but the unexpected appearance of Lu Xian. If not for him, the thousand-leaf Bodhi lotus would have been its prize. The emerald-eyed toad's gaze shifted toward the area where Fang He and the others were hiding. It vividly remembered how Lu Xian had risked everything to protect those humans. In its current state, directly attacking Lu Xian had little chance of success and might cost it its life. But since those insignificant humans were so important to him, it would destroy them first. "Is that greeny toad staring at us?" one of the trainees asked, his voice trembling with fear. The terror in his tone was unmistakable and not without reason. This monstrous creature's power rivaled that of a human Lingkong realm expert, a full 2 realms above them. Even the most powerful among them, Lu Ningxi, was nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the greeny toad. "We need to leave now," Fanny Yang urged anxiously. "The greeny toad is known for its vindictive nature. It might actually come after us." He recalled the warnings from his elders. Great beasts possessed extraordinary intelligence and often targeted the weak when unable to confront the strong. His words sent everyone into a panic, and their gazes instinctively turned to Lu Ningxi. In moments of crisis, being near a strong companion could provide a sliver of reassurance. Fang He, trusting Fanny Yang completely, immediately said, "We should retreat now. Better safe than sorry. We can't gamble our lives on its mercy." As he spoke, he began scanning for the best escape route. "Listen to Fanny Yang," Lu Ningxi said tersely, fully aware that being targeted on a battlefield of this level would spell disaster. Just then, the greeny toad on the battlefield lashed out its long tongue, forcing several opponents back. A cunning glint flashed in its eyes as it feigned an attempt to break through in another direction. Suddenly, it launched itself with explosive force toward the spot where Fang He and the others were hiding. "It's coming for us," someone exclaimed, their hearts sinking. "You beast!" Lu Xian, who had been locked in a stalemate with a giant turtle, roared in fury. Though unable to overpower his opponent, he had been closely monitoring the battlefield. Now, abandoning his duel with the turtle, he channeled his spiritual energy to intercept the greeny toad. The turtle, surprisingly agile despite its massive size, quickly withdrew from the scene. Aside from Lu Xian, only Yi Jian remained capable of putting up a fight. However, she was too far away to intervene directly and could only unleash a wave of sword light in an attempt to shield the trainees. The greeny toad's massive body descended like a crushing mountain, plunging the group into despair. In that critical moment, Yi Jian's sword light arrived first, forming a protective barrier in the air. "Scatter! Run in different directions. Whoever can escape, do it!" Lu Ningxi shouted. In the face of life and death, the group pushed their limits, moving with unprecedented speed. "Second sister, this time it's every man for himself," Fang He said to Fanny Yang before darting off like an arrow. Fanny Yang gave no reply, silently wishing him luck as she fled in the opposite direction. Croak! The toad unleashed a surge of lightning, colliding with Yi Jian's sword light. The barrier shattered instantly, and the lightning poured down like a flood. Fang He's ears were filled with the roar of wind and the crackle of thunder. He ran blindly, unable to process anything around him. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air nearby, only to be abruptly cut off. He dared not look back. At that moment, he truly understood the peril of the wilderness. His previous 2 outings had lulled him into a false sense of security. The first had been uneventful, and the second had the protection of the principal and teachers. Even when the greeny toad attacked earlier, he hadn't panicked, trusting the principal to keep them safe. But now, faced with a beast equivalent to a Lingkong realm expert, the terror was real. The wilderness was no picnic, it was a place where people could die. Clang! A massive boulder crashed down beside him, narrowly missing him. He didn't stop, continuing to sprint at full speed. Boom! 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 3 bolts of lightning struck the ground around him in quick succession. By sheer luck, he managed to avoid them. "Retreat!" A commanding voice rang out, followed by a gust of wind that swept the falling lightning back toward its source. The lightning and wind clashed against the greeny toad's thorn-covered hide, sparking flashes of fire and forcing it to retreat. A slightly stocky man in a blue combat uniform descended from the wind, hovering in midair as he confronted the greeny toad directly. Bind! The man formed a seal with his hands and launched his attack without hesitation. The wind energy in the air surged, forming an invisible net that descended upon the greeny toad. Exhausted from the prolonged battle, the toad could do nothing but watch as the wind net trapped it. At that moment, Lu Xian arrived, his gaze fixed on the creature with unrestrained fury. He couldn't bear to imagine how many trainees had survived the lightning onslaught. "Dark Reaper!" His short blade glimmered crimson for an instant before being enveloped in black, spiritual energy. Seizing the moment while the greeny toad was bound, Lu Xian plunged his twin blades deep into its body. This time, he didn't retreat instead. He launched a relentless assault. Deathbreak. Determined to end the beast, he unleashed his full power. Croak. The greeny toad let out a blood-curdling shriek of agony as it writhed in pain. Yi Jian descended gracefully from the air, a cascade of golden light trailing behind him as his sword intent filled the space. The emerald-eyed toad, sensing the overwhelming threat, swelled its abdomen abruptly, thunder rumbling ominously within its body. Its eyes brimmed with venomous hatred. It hadn't anticipated another powerful human appearing, cutting off its last chance of escape. Realizing there was no way out, the toad resolved to go down fighting. Its abdomen expanded rapidly, with the thunderous sounds inside growing louder and more violent, clearly signaling an imminent self-destruction. Among the group, the slightly plump man was the first to detect the danger. He swiftly formed hand seals in an attempt to suppress the building energy. Lu Xian and Yi Jian, with their seasoned instincts, immediately grasped the severity of the situation and retreated without hesitation. A deafening explosion erupted, the roar of thunder spreading with a force 100 times stronger than before. Fang He was thrown off balance, his head spinning as he struggled to rise from the ground, covered in dirt and debris. When he looked back at the epicenter of the blast, the toad was nowhere to be seen. Only the roiling thunderclouds in the sky and a flickering ball of lightning remained. Leaning against a sturdy tree, Fang He panted heavily, relieved to have survived. In those brief, intense 10 seconds, he had pushed his speed to its absolute limit, estimating he had reached 70 meters per second. Now that he had stopped, the searing pain in his muscles was impossible to ignore, as if his entire body had been torn apart. However, the three powerful cultivators who had been thrown back by the shockwave showed no signs of relief. While tending to their injuries, they kept a vigilant watch on their surroundings. The emerald-eyed toad, a top-tier demon beast on the verge of advancing to a lord-level existence, had begun its metamorphosis at the soul level. This transformation explained its obsession with the thousand-leaf Bodhi lotus. Even though it had self-destructed, its soul might still linger and escape. Though a residual soul posed limited danger, none of them were willing to leave any threat unchecked. As expected, the cunning toad had prepared a backup plan. Its soul, in the midst of transformation, could briefly persist after its physical body was destroyed. If it found a suitable host, it might even achieve a form of rebirth. At that moment, a faint, ghostly shadow hovered silently above Fang He's resting figure. It was a miniature version of the emerald-eyed toad, its gaze vacant and dull. Though its intelligence had diminished after the explosion, it was instinctively drawn to Fang He's unusually strong soul, like a moth to a flame. Unaware of the danger, Fang He was still basking in the relief of his narrow escape when the toad's soul began to descend. As it made contact with his body, it dissolved like melting ice, seeping into him as a transparent stream of energy. In an instant, Fang He was paralyzed, his entire body jolted as if struck by lightning. Before he could utter a sound, he slid down the tree trunk into the hollow at its base. His body began to emit an eerie blue glow, flickering ominously. The three of them landed after their fruitless search in the air and began to assess casualties. Zhuang Wanchong and Teacher Miao approached Lu Shiren. While all three bore injuries, none had suffered direct attacks from the great demon and could still move. What's the situation? Lu Shiren asked gravely, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Zhuang Wanchong exchanged a glance with Teacher Miao before speaking in a low voice. 2 children were struck by the lightning and died on the spot. Though Lu Shiren had anticipated bad news, he still looked stricken with grief upon hearing this. And the others? Zhuolin is seriously injured, lost an arm. Another one is unconscious. It's Fang He, Zhuang Wenchang said, licking his dry lips. He has no visible injuries, but electrical sparks keep emanating from his body. It doesn't seem like he was struck by lightning. The rest are lightly injured and should recover with a few days' rest. Hearing Fang He's name, Lu Shiren's expression turned sharp. Take me to him. Inside a makeshift tent, Fang He lay on a simple stretcher. He Xingqian and Fanny Yang were tending to him. Fanny Yang, having taken shelter in a lightning-free zone, had escaped with only minor scrapes. Principal, the two greeted Lu Shiren, their tense expressions easing slightly. He Xingqian quickly reported. I first found him collapsed in a tree pit. There were no traces of lightning strikes nearby. At first, he was just unconscious, breathing steadily, but 10 minutes ago, he suddenly started curling up and convulsing, his face filled with pain. Lu Shiren's face darkened at the report. He immediately activated his spiritual energy to examine Fang He's condition, then sent out several urgent messages. Moments later, Han Yi arrived with Yi Jian, followed by a stocky, stern-faced young man and a dark-skinned, muscular figure. Have you located the sole entity of the greeny toad? Hani asked urgently. Lu Shiren silently stepped aside, revealing the sight of Fang He writhing in agony. The tent fell into a heavy silence. Principal, what's happening to Fang He? Fannying finally broke the quiet. The sole entity of the greeny toad has invaded his sea of consciousness, Lu Shiren revealed solemnly. Fannying was stunned. As the descendant of a martial family, he understood the progression of martial cultivation, first tempering the body, then cultivating spiritual energy. Spiritual energy resided in the dantian, while soul power dwelled in the sea of consciousness. Low-level martial artists couldn't even sense soul power until they reached the void realm. To break through to the Dragon Gate realm, a transformation of the soul was required, a barrier that had thwarted countless experts. How could a high school sophomore resist the soul invasion of a great demon? The situation hasn't reached its worst yet. He's still resisting and hasn't completely succumbed, Hani said gravely. The stocky young man, however, was less optimistic. Principal Lu, there have been cases like this before. Almost no one has ever pulled through. You'll need to prepare for the worst. Lu Shiren understood the implication. For 2 centuries, humans and demons had been locked in conflict, and similar incidents had occurred. Yet cases of individuals maintaining clarity after a demon soul invasion were exceedingly rare. One such instance had only been possible with the support of a Dragon Gate realm expert aiding a Void realm fighter. Fang He was merely at the body tempering stage. How could he possibly resist? If he succumbed, he would become a human-bodied demon soul beast, far more dangerous than ordinary demons. Should he escape, he would pose a grave threat to humanity. This was the warning behind the stocky man's words. If Fang He fell, he might have to be eliminated. Lu Xian was all too aware that once he succumbed, Fang He would no longer be a person but a beast cloaked in human skin, a jaded toad. His fingers trembled slightly, and a flicker of pain crossed his eyes. As a principal who had dedicated most of his life to educating and nurturing students, how could he bring himself to take such a cruel action against one of his own? Especially when Fang He was the only grandson of his old comrade. The slightly chubby young man keenly noticed Principal Liu's hesitation and stepped forward, saying, Principal Liu, if you're tired, you can rest for a while, I'll handle this. Though the others remained silent, their tense expressions betrayed their stance. Against a beast, there could be no room for mercy. Fanny Yang, though unaware of the deeper secrets at play, could feel the eerie tension in the air. He took a few hurried steps forward, his voice tinged with pleading. Principal, please save Fang He. He can make it through this. But even as the words left his mouth, he felt a lack of confidence in them. Matters of the soul were universally acknowledged as some of the most profound challenges, and without a Dragon Gate realm expert present, how could they hope to intervene? Lu Xian slowly closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. When he opened them again, his voice was resolute and unwavering. As the principal, I have a duty to the school. On a personal level, he is my late friend's grandson. No matter the cost, I must save him. Noticing the chubby young man about to speak, Lu Xian raised a hand to stop him and continued, Everyone, I ask for a little time. If he paused briefly, his voice heavy. I will handle it myself. With that, he retrieved the 6,000-leaf Bodhi lotus seeds he had been allocated earlier. The entire 1,000-leaf Bodhi lotus bore 30 seeds, and he had received 6. Now, he handed them all over to Xingchen. Xingchen, you possess fire spirit energy and can control temperature. Melt these seeds and have Fang He consume them. This act immediately caused a stir among the group. The 1,000-leaf Bodhi lotus seeds were critical for advancing to the Dragon Gate realm. While everyone knew the seeds had remarkable effects on strengthening the soul, Fang He's current state was on the verge of complete collapse. This was akin to gambling on a faint glimmer of hope. If it were them, they might not have been able to make such a decision. A spark of hope lit up in Fanny Yang's eyes. Though the chances of success were slim, there was finally a thread of possibility. At this moment, Yi Jian, who had remained silent, finally lifted his lowered gaze. He first looked at Principal Liu's resolute expression, then turned his attention to Fang He, curled up in the corner. His eyes were deep and unreadable. What are you waiting for? Lu Shiren urged, seeing He Xingchen still standing there hesitating. Oh right. He Xingchen snapped back to attention and carefully picked up a lotus seed. Fully aware of its rarity, he focused intently, meticulously controlling the flame's temperature to refine it. The seed swiftly dissolved into a vibrant green liquid. Once he finished, he glanced at Lu Shiren, who gave him a calm nod of approval. He cautiously guided the liquefied lotus seed into Fang He's mouth. Inside the tent, everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting a miracle. Fang He's last memory was the moment lightning struck him. He had silently sworn to himself never to seek shelter under a tree during a thunderstorm again. When he regained some semblance of awareness, he found himself in a gray, hazy void with no sense of gravity or footing. Is this my soul? Where am I? He wondered. With just a thought, he could drift through the space. But in this dimension where even the concept of distance seemed blurred, his cries echoed endlessly without any response. as though he were trapped in a silent prison. Just as fear of the unknown began to creep in, a flicker of light appeared. In the midst of the grayness, the faint, crackling lightning stood out vividly, even in its silence. Soon, more identical orbs of light began to ignite, one after another, gradually forming a circle that enclosed him. By the time he realized something was wrong and tried to escape, it was already too late. The lightning surged abruptly, forming 8 intertwining chains that locked him in place, like a bird trapped in a cage. Faced with this incomprehensible situation, he chose to remain calm. Suddenly, a distorted and ethereal figure materialized before him. It was the greeny toad that was supposed to have self-destructed earlier. As soon as it appeared, it launched an attack. Fang He instinctively dodged and, to his surprise, managed to evade it. Just as he thought, if only I had a sword, a blade identical to his sword Lin Yuan appeared in his hand. With a weapon in hand, Fang He felt a surge of confidence. However, he quickly noticed that the greeny toad seemed sluggish compared to before, its attacks much more straightforward. While he was pondering this, the toad opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of lightning, and the glowing cage around him began to shrink. There was no room to retreat. The sword's light was unable to cut through the lightning tide, forcing Fang He to endure it. The searing pain racked his body, causing him to convulse and his face to contort in agony. When the shrinking cage transformed into chains that made contact with him, the crushing pressure felt like being ground beneath a massive boulder, nearly driving him to unconsciousness. I'd love to crush this damn toad. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a colossal hand materialized out of thin air and seized the greeny toad. In that moment, Fang He suddenly realized this must be his sea of consciousness, a domain typically accessible only to cultivators at the Longmen stage. He willed the giant hand to tighten its grip, but the toad struggled violently, its body swelling until it finally broke free, dissipating the hand in the process. For a brief moment, a flicker of confusion appeared in the toad's previously vacant eyes, as though it couldn't comprehend how a human, supposedly fragile, could possess such formidable spiritual strength. As the hand dissolved, Fang He felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Before he could catch his breath, the greeny toad opened its massive maw again, unleashing a powerful suction force that began pulling him in. Despite his desperate attempts to resist and stabilize himself, he found himself being dragged closer and closer to the gaping abyss, his efforts only delaying the inevitable as he stared helplessly at the encroaching darkness. You damn toad. Even if my soul dissipates today, I won't let you get away with this. Fang He roared, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. Though his power in this world was limited and no match for the jaded toad in direct combat, he resolved to make one final stand in the face of death. Suddenly, a glimmer of emerald light appeared in the space above him. There was no time for Fang He to wonder whether this was a trap laid by the jaded toad, as he was already too weak to deal with any unexpected changes. The toad, sensing the shift, let out an urgent series of guttural croaks, goo, 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 and intensified its devouring force, determined to end this battle swiftly. With a splash, the emerald glow transformed into crystalline droplets that rained down upon Fang He. Huh! He exclaimed in surprise, realizing that not only was his strength returning, but it seemed to be increasing. This unexpected turn of events reinvigorated him, forcing the advancing jaded toad to halt its attack. With the energy from the droplets sustaining him, the fight reached a temporary stalemate. Fang He keenly noticed that the toad's soul form had grown visibly thinner. There's hope, he thought, a spark of excitement igniting in his heart. Now, it was a matter of endurance. Just as he silently wished for more of the emerald light, the sky once again lit up with the same glow, which quickly morphed into droplets and fell upon him. These mysterious energy sources clearly didn't belong to this world and were beyond his control, but Fang He had no time to dwell on their origins. As 6 more bursts of energy merged into his body, Fang He's form began to swell with power. The lightning chains binding him snapped apart inch by inch. Regaining full control over his body bolstered his fighting spirit immensely. Meanwhile, in the tent of the real world, those gathered watched as Fang He's previously trembling, curled-up body gradually relaxed and stretched out. A glimmer of relief crossed Fanny Yang's face as he turned to the principal for confirmation. Lu Xian, too, exhaled deeply, though a new worry soon clouded his expression. 6 lotus seeds might not be enough. At that moment, Yi Jian, who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. I have 6 more lotus seeds. He can use them. Seeing Lu Xian hesitate, she added, I think this kid has potential. It'd be a shame for him to fall here. If he survives this ordeal, I hope he'll consider applying to Southern Martial Arts University after his college entrance exams next year. All right. Lu Xian agreed without hesitation and signaled He Xingqian to continue refining the lotus seeds. A burly man nearby also stepped forward, retrieving a small box from his coat. Principal, I have 6 more lotus seeds as well. Keep them on hand. If there's still not enough, we'll go ask Chi wishing for more. With the momentum building, Tang Xinhua and Han Yi quickly offered their own lotus seeds. Han Yi even chuckled as he said, since this kid plans to join our Southern University, it's only right for a future teacher to protect his student. After expressing his gratitude to everyone, Lu Xian turned his gaze back to Fang He. Kid, whether you make it through this is now up to you. Fang He felt the continuous surge of light energy flowing into his body, filling him with an unprecedented sense of power. In contrast, the green-eyed toad opposite him had grown increasingly ethereal after this prolonged battle of attrition. Moonlight Stream. Fang He unleashed the bright moon sword technique, a skill he had mastered upon reaching the proficiency level. The sword's radiance flowed like moonlight, striking in rapid succession. Gore. The green-eyed toad let out a low growl. Despite its formidable soul power temporarily sealing this space, it was ultimately an outsider in Fang He's domain and could only endure his relentless attacks. As Fang He grew stronger, the toad found itself increasingly unable to suppress him. Full Moon Slash. Crescent Break. Moonlight shines bright. Fang He launched one attack after another, unleashing his full strength without holding back. Now was the time to go all out. The tide of the battle had turned. After a long stalemate, Fang He seemed invigorated, while the green-eyed toad was drained of its energy reserves. Under immense pressure, the beast's ferocity was fully awakened. Gore! The green-eyed toad roared skyward as its body emitted a blinding light and began to swell rapidly. The light grew increasingly intense until its distorted soul form reached its limit and exploded, releasing a powerful wave of soul energy that swept outward. Whoa, crap! Fang He barely managed to utter 2 words as the overwhelming soul wave surged toward him. He quickly constructed multiple layers of soul defenses, barely withstanding the force of the explosion. When the chaos subsided, Fang He dispersed his defenses and found the previously gray, hazy space now bright and clear. Finally over, he sighed in relief. The moment he opened his eyes, a familiar, slightly shrill voice filled with excitement reached his ears. He's awake. He's awake. Principal, Fang He is awake. Turning toward the sound, he saw Fanny Yang's pale face flushed with excitement, his usual composure completely forgotten. Good, he's awake. Lu Shiren finally allowed a smile, though his expression soon turned serious as he gestured for a slightly chubby young man to step forward. Fang He, right? We need you to cooperate with a quick check, the young man said sternly. All right, Fang He replied, though he was unsure of the reason. He complied obediently. Noticing Fanny Yang's puzzled look, Lu Shiren explained in a low voice, Fang He was just invaded by the green-eyed toad soul. We need to confirm that the person who woke up is truly him. Hearing this, Fanny Yang's excitement faded, replaced by a trace of concern. The check was completed quickly. The young man withdrew his hand from above Fang He's head and smiled. Congratulations, Fang He. Upon hearing this, Han Yi beamed with joy. Looks like the school has gained a treasure early this year. He's only the second known person to resist a beast's soul invasion. Meanwhile, Yi Jin simply smiled, genuinely happy for Fang He. Her earlier offer to help had been motivated by admiration for his indomitable spirit, even while unconscious. All right, Fang He, get some rest. Fanny Yang, take care of him, Lu Shiren instructed before leaving the tent with He Xingqian to handle other matters. The 2 military personnel also departed, with Han Yi giving Fang He a parting smile, and even the usually reserved Yi Jian nodding politely. The tent was now quiet, with only Fanny Yang and Fang He remaining. Relief and lingering fear from his narrow escape began to overwhelm Fang He. Fanny Yang relaxed as well, plopping down beside him. You sure are lucky to have survived this. I must be blessed with great fortune, Fang He joked, brushing off the danger he had faced in his sea of consciousness. Fanny Yang rolled his eyes, tempted to scold him but decided against it since he had just woken up. So, what happened after I passed out? Fang He asked. Fanny Yang recounted the sequence of events, mentioning the deaths of Zhang Ning and Yin Jindong, as well as Zhuo Lin losing his left hand. Zhang Ning and Yin Jindong are dead? Zhuo Lin lost his left hand? Fang He's eyes widened in disbelief. Yeah, Fanny Yang confirmed. The 2 fell silent. Memories of their days together in the wilderness flooded Fang He's mind. The sudden loss of his once lively classmates weighed heavily on his heart. How's Zhuo Lin holding up? Since he was found, he hasn't said a word. Fang He could fully understand Zhuo Lin's feelings. If he had suddenly lost his left hand, he doubted he could accept it either. But then he remembered something. Actually, on Blue Star, it's possible to regenerate lost limbs. Legend has it that reaching the Tongtian realm allows one to reshape their body, or perhaps find rare treasures capable of bringing the dead back to life and healing severe injuries. However, both methods seemed out of reach for Zhuo Lin. Fang He gazed out the window, watching the overcast sky gradually clear, his thoughts wandering. The gravity of the recent incident made him worry about Principal Liu's situation. If some ill-intentioned media outlets were to stir up public opinion, the consequences could be dire. Beside him, Fanny Ying appeared to have the same concern. He nodded slowly, his brows furrowed in thought. The air after the rain was refreshingly crisp, imbued with the earthy scent of soil and the fragrance of vegetation, blending harmoniously in the damp atmosphere. After waking up, Fang He wasted no time visiting those who had helped him to express his gratitude. The soldiers from the military were straightforward, brushing it off as a minor matter and simply wishing him success in his future cultivation to slay more beasts. The principal spoke calmly, merely advising him to focus on his training and prioritize his safety. Han Yi, on the other hand, grinned as he discussed with Fang He the plan to apply to the Southern Martial Arts University after the college entrance exams next year. Being a world-class institution second only to Jingwu, Fang He had no objections. He silently etched these acts of kindness into his heart, vowing to repay them when he had the means. The military departed for their garrison duties, while Han Yi and Yi Yijian escorted Lu Xian's group back to Jiangling City. With the protection of 3 formidable experts in the Lingkong realm, they began their return journey. However, compared to their triumphant demeanor when they had set out, they now resembled a defeated, weary troop. As they traveled, Fang He quietly observed the changes within his body. During his morning practice, he had already noticed a significant improvement in his strength. Having completed most of the marrow cleansing process during his time at school, coupled with the tempering from the wilderness training and the 1,000-leaf Bodhi lotus seed he consumed during the battle against the greeny toad, he had successfully advanced to the blood refining stage. Although the lotus seed primarily enhanced his soul power, its gentle medicinal properties also nourished his body. In the body refinement realm, the benchmark for success was achieving the density of mercury-like blood and silver-like marrow, with each drop of blood and marrow weighing at least 10 times more than normal. Exceptional practitioners could even achieve 20 times the density. Only by reaching this level of concentration could one truly be considered a martial artist. As for soul power, while there were no clear standards, Fang He estimated that it had increased by about 50%. Unfortunately, most of the 1,000-leaf Bodhi lotus seed's medicinal power had been depleted in the fight against the greeny toad, leaving little for his soul power. Additionally, the greeny toad's soul body had self-destructed, and without a specialized technique to absorb soul power, he could only manage to absorb a fraction of the soul fragments, watching helplessly as the rest dissipated. This left him with a sense of regret. On the road, Fang He's gaze inadvertently fell upon a tall figure ahead. Perhaps it was time to set his sights on this renowned genius of the city. After being defeated, it was only natural to find a way to reclaim his pride. Staring at the clouds outside the window, Fang He's thoughts drifted to the dinner at Shuiyun Pavilion. Aunt Peng had been polite throughout, neither overbearing nor condescending, and everything seemed perfectly ordinary. Yet, it was this deliberate ordinariness that made it feel extraordinary. Fang He understood the implication clearly. It was a subtle display of their daily life, hinting that people from 2 different worlds were not meant to be together. He understood this, but he had no intention of doing anything unbecoming. That dinner gave him a glimpse into the life of a wealthy family. However, he no longer felt inferior. One day, he'll become a Tongtian realm martial artist. The teenage boy brimmed with boundless possibilities. Thinking back to how he met Luo Yi, Fang He's lips curled into a small smile. During middle school, an unexpected incident of beauty, saving the bear, had made him the one rescued, forging their connection. One became the leader, the other a loyal follower, and they spent their days playing, learning, and growing together until they entered the same high school. The class separation in high school had dealt him a heavy blow, plunging him into a period of silence. Yet, Luo Yi never gave up on encouraging and guiding him. At that time, however, he had grown sensitive, introverted, and self-conscious, unable and unwilling to express his feelings. Now, having rediscovered his former self, both of them were busy with their studies and training, preparing for the college entrance exams. He planned to wait until university to address his feelings. Just as Fang He was envisioning his college life, he suddenly learned that Luo Yi, a member of a prominent family's collateral branch, had awakened her talent during a family ritual and was now valued by her clan, requiring her to return to the family. It was undoubtedly a good thing, offering her more opportunities and resources to shape her future. Though reluctant to part, Fang He was genuinely happy for her. After all, goodbyes are merely preludes to future reunions. As for what the future holds, he decided to leave it to time. The injured, dragging their weary bodies, took a full 3 days of intermittent travel to return to the city. Upon arrival, Fang He and the other wounded students were immediately sent to the hospital for treatment, with all medical expenses fully covered by the school. Meanwhile, Lu Shiren led the faculty team to the Education Administration Bureau to report the incident. In a bright and spacious conference room, over a dozen individuals sat on either side of a long table, their heated debates filling the air. Some angrily demanded Lu Shiren take full responsibility, insisting the matter be handed over to the Enforcement Bureau. Others defended him, arguing that this was an essential step for students to understand the harsh realities of the world. The arguments went on for quite some time, yet Lu Shuren, seated at the far end of the table, remained silent, his figure slightly hunched. Finally, Director Su Hui tapped the table lightly, and the tense atmosphere immediately subsided. With a steady yet piercing gaze, he scanned the room and announced the decision. Lu Shuren would be dismissed from his position as principal of Jiangling High School and assigned to a post outside the city for 3 years, prohibited from returning without authorization. When Su Hui revealed that the pressure on the starry battlefield was intensifying and that it might soon be disclosed to the public, everyone present was stunned. His words were like a thunderclap, even causing Lu Shuren, who had remained silent until then, to raise his eyes toward the director. After the meeting, Lu Shuren stayed behind alone. Su Hui sat beside him, offering quiet comfort. Principal, you've done your best. When Lu Shuren questioned him about the starry battlefield, Su Hui provided a definitive answer. A flicker of hostility in Lu Shuren's eyes made Su Hui instinctively uneasy. Meanwhile, Fang He called his family from the hospital to reassure them of his safety. His parents, Fang Shengyuan and his wife, finally felt a weight lifted off their hearts upon hearing their son was unharmed. Over the phone, Nan Shui reminded him to come home for a meal, and Fang He readily agreed. In the days that followed, Fang He attended school only to take his final exams in history and Dao cultivation, earning an A in both subjects. He was granted special permission by the school to skip the semester's final exams. During the rest of his time, he focused intently on his training, deeply aware of his own inadequacies. This wilderness expedition had given him a stark understanding of the dangers beyond the city walls and the harsh realities that ordinary citizens could hardly fathom. Even seemingly safe intercity transport routes were the result of relentless efforts by the city hunting corps. They did not live in a peaceful and prosperous era. They were merely fortunate enough to be born in the peaceful and prosperous Xia Kingdom. This realization ignited a fire within Fang He. He was determined to become strong, a true protector who could safeguard himself and his loved ones. The helplessness he had felt when facing the great demon, reduced to a mere bystander waiting for others to save him, still haunted him with a lingering sense of humiliation. In addition to his cultivation, Fang He kept a close eye on developments in the outside world, yet he still found no news related to Jiangling High School. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to reach out to the well-informed Fanny Yang for information. Are you there? Fang He sent a succinct message through his communicator. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be around for the next 100 years. Fanny Yang replied almost instantly, with a hint of teasing in his tone. Cut the jokes. Any recent updates? The principal has stepped down, and the dean has taken over. Fanny Yang replied straightforwardly. Fang He nodded thoughtfully. That was to be expected. After everything that happened, Principal Lu couldn't possibly stay in his position. What else? The former principal will be stationed in the wilderness for 3 years to protect Jiangling City. But I think that's also what he wanted. True, Fang He agreed after a brief pause. How about we visit Juelin this afternoon? Sure, what time? Meet at the usual spot at 3, and let's bring something along for him. Got it, 3 o'clock. At the entrance of the mall, Fang He met Fanny Yang right on time. This was a place they often frequented on weekends, not so much for shopping, but more for the food. As they strolled through the bustling mall, they eventually stopped in front of a fruit store. Let's grab some fruit, Fang He suggested, drawn to the fresh produce displayed at the storefront. All right. The store was stocked with an array of exotic spiritual fruits like lingjing fruits, beehai lemons, and purple flame durians, all glistening with an irresistible allure. The two of them carefully selected a variety, and when it came time to pay, the cashier beamed at them and announced the total, 6,012 blue star coins. Watching his account balance shrink dramatically, Fang He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. The 50,000 coins he had earned from his winter training had long been spent, and it was only thanks to the 150,000 he made from selling his last training spoils that he could afford this gift. Ridiculously expensive. Fang He muttered under his breath as they exited the store. Well, these fruits are beneficial for martial artists, so naturally, they come at a premium, Fanny Yang remarked matter-of-factly. There's a pharmacy over there. Let's check it out, Fanny Yang suddenly suggested, pointing ahead. Following his gaze, Fang He saw a familiar storefront Beishan pharmacy, the same one he had visited in the virtual world. Though the variety of medicines in the store wasn't as extensive as its online counterpart, the selection was still quite comprehensive. To avoid making a mistake, Fang He directly asked the staff, "Do you have any medicine here that can replenish depleted vitality?" The sales associate patiently introduced the options. We have blood jade elixir, made primarily from blood lingji, and revitalizing essence, crafted mainly from yuanling grass. Can these two be taken together? Fanny Yang interjected. Yes, taking them together will enhance their effectiveness, the associate confirmed. Exchanging a quick glance, the two decided to purchase one of each. Fang He held the small bottle, barely 10 centimeters tall, in his hand and couldn't help but lament as he watched another 20,000 blue star coins disappear. Fanny Yang, why don't you pick up alchemy as an elective in college? This business is insanely profitable. Fanny Yang rolled his eyes out of habit, not even bothering to dignify the joke with a response. Room 23 on the third floor of Section F, right? Fang He stood in front of the hospital room, carefully checking the sign on the wall. Fanny Yang glanced down at the address on his communication device and nodded in confirmation. Yes, this is the one. Fang He knocked lightly on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. A slightly weak voice called from inside. Pushing the door open, they were greeted by the sight of a tidy single-patient room. On the table by the window sat an assortment of nutritional supplements, and on the bed, Zhuo Lin looked at them with a smile. What brings you two here? Zhuo Lin's unexpectedly good spirits showed no trace of weariness. Fang He set down the items he brought and smiled. We came to check on you. This medicine is great stuff, remember to take it on time. All right, I'll take it then. No need to be polite with you two, Zhuo Lin replied casually. The three of them began chatting about everyday things, deliberately avoiding the subject of martial arts. Noticing their intentional avoidance, Zhuo Lin spoke up. You don't need to tread so carefully. Actually, the principal came to see me a couple of days ago. Fang He and Fanny Yang exchanged a glance, intrigued. The principal? What did he say? Zhuo Lin adjusted his posture and began recounting the events from 2 days prior. That day, the persistent knocking on the door disrupted the silence of the hospital room. Lying on the bed, Zhuo Lin stared at the stark white ceiling, initially unwilling to respond. However, the steady knock, knock, knock refused to cease. Didn't I say I wanted to be left alone? Zhuo Lin finally shouted. It's me, came a gentle voice from outside. The principal? Zhuo Lin immediately recognized the visitor. May I come in? Lu Xian asked softly. Upon receiving permission, Lu Xian entered the room, taking in the sight of the pale, frail young man before him. Zhuo Lin, still unaccustomed to the loss of balance from his missing left arm, stumbled while attempting to sit up. Lu Xian refrained from helping, silently watching as Zhuo Lin steadied himself. Principal, what brings you here? I came to check on you. Where are your parents? My dad's at work. As for my mom, she just cries when she's here, so I sent her home, Zhuo Lin replied, forcing a smile. Can you manage on your own? Of course. In front of the person he respected most, Zhuo Lin tried his best to hide his vulnerability. What are your plans for the future? Lu Xian asked. Zhuo Lin fell silent. Once, he could have confidently declared his dreams of getting into top martial arts universities like Xingyun or Jiuquan, joining the military to hunt down beasts, and pursuing the martial path to become a protector. But those dreams belong to the past. Lu Xian reached into his pocket and pulled out an old, yellowed photograph. The picture featured a group of spirited young men in blood-stained combat uniforms, with a dense forest in the background. He began recounting the stories of each person in the photo. Xiao Lu, who mastered left-hand swordsmanship after losing his right hand and became the general of Xingyuan. Ah Hu, who, after sustaining injuries protecting his comrades, could never advance further. And the madman who perished alongside 3 great beasts. Listening to these tales of both familiar and unfamiliar heroes, Zhuo Lin's eyes reignited with determination. Principal, I understand now. Good, Lu Xian said with a satisfied smile. Don't worry, Principal. I promise I won't let our school down at next year's tri-school exchange competition. I look forward to seeing that, Lu Xian replied with a nod and a smile, without mentioning his upcoming assignment at a remote outpost. After hearing Zhuo Lin's story, Fang He feigned envy. The principal shared so many stories with you? Huh? Haha, it means he values me, Zhuo Lin said with a proud grin. Well then, once you're fully recovered, let's see who's stronger. Fang He challenged. You're on. Zhuo Lin shot back without hesitation. Noticing the time, Fanny Yang stood up. All right, Zhuo Lin, get some rest. Fang He and I will head out now. Yeah, take care, Zhuo Lin. We'll see you back at school, Fang He added. See you, Zhuo Lin replied. See you, the two echoed as they left. By the time they stepped out of the hospital, the sun was already setting, casting long shadows of the two figures on the ground. A renewed energy lit up Zhuo Lin's face, clearly showing that his fighting spirit had returned. Beside him, Fang He walked with his hands clasped behind his head, swaying slightly as he walked, a smile he couldn't quite hide tugging at the corners of his mouth. The principal's appearance had undoubtedly given him a significant boost of encouragement. Fanny Yang strolled leisurely with his hands in his pockets, letting the summer breeze ruffle his hair. As a devoted fan of the principal, his mood was equally lifted. Fang He, well aware of Zhuo Lin's admiration for the principal, quickly shifted the topic. Frowning, he asked, that idiot Taoyi hasn't been running his mouth outside, has he? He was stirring up trouble for the first couple of days, but then suddenly went quiet and hasn't shown his face since. Fang He scoffed at someone like Tao Yi, who, in his opinion, was the epitome of a self-serving opportunist grinning when there was something to gain but quick to shift the blame when risks arose. Fanny Yang, knowing Fang He's temper, tactfully changed the subject. By the way, the written exam scores for this year's college entrance exams are about to be released. Fang He tilted his head, thinking for a moment before realization dawned on him. Oh right, tomorrow's the day the scores come out. Technology's so advanced now that results are out super fast, usually within 3 days after the exams. You can even check city rankings, regional rankings, and national rankings. He continued. The school will be buzzing by then. Universities from all over the country will set up recruitment booths, and it won't just be seniors. Even first and second year students will stop by to ask questions. Zhou Chuyu will probably take the top spot in our city, right? Fanny Yang asked. Almost guaranteed, Fang He replied. In the martial arts exam, aside from a few geniuses from other cities, he barely had any real competition. He paused before adding, anyway, let's wait for tomorrow's news to confirm. Suddenly, Fang He adopted a serious expression, fixing Fanny Yang with an intense stare. The latter froze, caught off guard by the abrupt shift in demeanor, and instinctively asked, what's wrong? I'm starving. Treat me to dinner. Fanny Yang rolled his eyes so hard they nearly disappeared into his skull. Isn't this important? Fang He protested when Fanny Yang ignored him and kept walking. He quickly caught up, asking, hey, where are you going? To find somewhere to eat, Fanny Yang replied, exasperated. I know a place. I saw some great reviews online. Come on, let's go. Fang He said excitedly, taking the lead. Fanny Yang sighed and followed behind, resigned. The next day, after sleeping in, Fang He opened his communicator only to be bombarded by an overwhelming flood of local news notifications. Headlines like, top scorer of the 22-25 Jiangling City College entrance exam announced. Congratulations! Zhou Chuyu ranks in the top 30 of the southern region. Zhou Chuyu claims Jiangling's top spot. Could Lingbei High surpass Jiangling High? And Principal Lu steps down. What's next for Jiangling High? Fill the screen. Fang He casually clicked on a few articles. The content fell into two predictable categories, either overpraising Zhou Chuyu and Lingbei High or criticizing Jiangling High. Some media outlets even linked the principal's resignation to this year's exam results, spinning dramatic narratives. TCH, Fang He scoffed, shutting down all the notifications. These media outlets were always the same, chasing after whoever was in the spotlight and doing whatever it took to grab attention, regardless of substance. When he opened the class group chat, it was already in an uproar. Zhuo Lin, known for his fiery temper, was the first to speak up. His competitive spirit seemed to have reignited alongside his trademark temper. What the hell? What's up with those media outlets? Just because we missed the top scorer this time, they're saying Jiangling High is finished? Others quickly chimed in. Exactly. We were champions 2 years in a row before this. 1, 2. Jeannie responded calmly. That's just how the media is. Back when we won 2 years straight, weren't they claiming we'd leave Lingbei and Chengnan High in the dust? Ringyun tried to smooth things over. Don't let it get to you. Let's work hard next year and restore our school's reputation. Zhuo Lin declared with determination. Next year, the championship in the exchange competition and the top scorer title will both be ours. Yes. 1. Luckily, Fang He had already muted the class group notifications. Otherwise, the chatter would have woken him up. He scrolled up to review the chat history. Almost everyone, except for a few habitual lurkers like Lu Ningxi, had joined the discussion. Interestingly, everyone seemed to have tacitly avoided mentioning the outdoor training incident. Regarding the principal's resignation, the school's official statement was that Principal Lu has dedicated 40 years to education and is taking a temporary break. Those in the know remained tight-lipped, while those unaware were surprised but accepted the explanation. As for the 2 student fatalities and Zhuo Lin's lost arm, the school was actively handling compensation and offering support. All 10 participants in the outdoor training had signed confidentiality agreements, so the specifics remained unknown to outsiders. Fang He glanced at the still grayed out profile picture of Zai Shui Fang and was about to close his communicator when he suddenly received a message from his grandfather. Come by my place this afternoon. I have something to discuss with you. This was unusual. His grandfather rarely sent messages. Sure, what time? Should I bring mom and dad along? 2 o'clock. No need, just you. All right. What's it about? You'll find out when you get here. Okay. His grandfather, a former soldier, was known for his decisive ways. The moment Fang He replied, his grandfather's profile picture dimmed, signaling he had gone offline. Though curious about what this was all about, Fang He focused on finishing his homework first. After all, he had slept in and was already pressed for time. That afternoon, Fang He arrived at his grandfather's apartment 10 minutes early. Before he could use the facial recognition system to unlock the door, it opened from the inside. His grandmother greeted him with a warm smile. You're here. Your grandfather is waiting for you in the study. Stay for dinner tonight. Got it. I'll go see Grandpa first. Fang He headed to the study. Through the slightly ajar door, he noticed two figures inside. Pushing the door open, he froze in surprise. Principal Lu? Besides his grandfather, Feng Xinwu, the other person in the room was none other than Lu Shianthuff. Technically, he was now the former principal since the new one had already taken over. Lu Xian's kind smile caught Feng He off guard. It was a stark contrast to his usual stern demeanor. At this moment, he seemed more like a friendly elder than the strict authority figure Feng He was used to. Haha, surprised? Your principal and I were comrades in arms back in the day. Feng Xinwu laughed heartily. That I really didn't expect. Feng He scratched his head. He had always known both his grandfather and the principal had served in the military, but with so many veterans in Jiangling City, he had never imagined the two would have such a connection. We crawled out of death's grip together, Lu Xian said with a calm smile. I knew who you were the moment you enrolled at Jiangling High. Feng Xinwu gestured for Feng He to sit and continued. You brat, before you even stepped foot into the school, I had already asked your principal Lu here to look out for you. Lu Xian chuckled warmly, a glint of amusement in his eyes. That's right. Your grandfather specifically asked me to take care of you. Feng He keenly noticed the emphasis the old principal placed on the word care. Just as he was feeling puzzled, Lu Shiren got straight to the point and said, What did you think? With your level of skill back then, how else could you have suffered consecutive defeats in the tests during your first month at school? What? Feng He widened his eyes, his face full of astonishment. Feng Xinwu let out a cold snort, his tone sharp. You, kid, were so arrogant back then, getting recommended to high school before even graduating from junior high. If we didn't put you in your place and show you there's always someone better, who knows how high your ego would have soared. In that moment, it felt like a sudden realization struck Feng He. He finally understood the hardships he faced when he first entered the school. During his first martial arts test, his opponent was none other than Lu Ningxith prodigy, widely regarded as a top contender for the Southern District's valedictorian title in the 2226 college entrance exams. So, the opponents I faced earlier were all... Feng He murmured to himself, leaving the sentence unfinished. Yes, they were, Lu Shiren interjected. The first 10 opponents you faced were all students handpicked by the school, ones we believed had the potential to rank in the top 10 of your cohort. Feng He suddenly realized the truth. No wonder those tests were so difficult. The first match had been a complete blowout, and the subsequent ones were equally grueling. Looking back, a few of his opponents were actually on par with his own ability, but the crushing defeat in the first match had shaken his confidence, leaving him unable to perform at his best. Out of the first 10 matches, he had managed to win only one. He turned to the old principal, his gaze questioning. What about after that? After that, the matches were normal, with no deliberate arrangements, the old principal explained. Feng He recalled that, aside from the initial 10 matches, the intensity of the subsequent ones had indeed decreased significantly. However, the heavy blows from the first 10 matches had left him doubting his own strength. As a result, he could only perform at about 70% of his ability, winning just 9 out of the next 20 matches. It was only now that Feng He fully understood that his struggles back then were not due to a lack of talent, but rather a carefully designed trial. He let out a wry smile in his heart. Facing someone like Lu Ningxi in his very first high school match, who could possibly withstand that? Originally, I wanted to temper your spirit and show you that there's always someone better out there, Feng Xinwu said, his voice deep and heavy. Feng He lowered his head in thought, recalling how he had fallen into a slump of self-doubt after failing a test, which had severely hindered his progress in martial arts. I even asked your grandfather whether we should explain everything to you, Lu Xian said. Yes, and I was the one who stopped it, Feng Xinwu interjected, his expression stern. If you couldn't handle such a minor setback, then what's the point of pursuing martial arts? You might as well give up early, go to an ordinary university, and live a stable life. You weren't even worried that I might stay depressed forever without a single word of comfort, Feng He muttered under his breath. Feng Xinhua's sharp gaze bore into him. If you had stayed that way, it would have proved you weren't cut out for martial arts. I'd rather see you live as an ordinary person. His words carried no trace of falsehood. Years of accumulated wealth would ensure Feng He could lead a comfortable life. Fortunately, you had a breakthrough last year and finally began to grasp martial techniques, Lu Xian chimed in, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Otherwise, I might have constantly second-guessed whether our decision back then was the right one. At the time, Lu Xian had debated with Feng Xinwu over whether they were being too harsh on a mere teenager. Feng Xinwu had responded with only one sentence. I admit I had my own motives, but you know as well as I do what martial arts training ultimately entails. If he truly wants to walk this path, he must find his own way forward. Faced with this white-haired man who had once grieved the loss of his own child, Lu Xian had swallowed all his arguments. In the end, you pulled through and succeeded in mastering the basics of martial techniques, Feng Xinwu said, his smile a mix of relief and bittersweet emotion. I've been watching your progress since then, including your fight against Tang Liang during the challenge match. Very impressive. Lu Xian added with approval. Lift your head. Fang Xinwu suddenly raised his voice. Instinctively, Fang He looked up and met his grandfather's intense gaze. Martial arts is a battle. It's a constant struggle against others, against demons, and even against... Ahem. Lu Xian interrupted just in time. Fang Xinwu quickly adjusted his words. In short, choosing the martial path means preparing yourself to face all kinds of hardships and ruthless enemies. Do you understand? I understand. Fang He responded firmly. He realized that the school principal's interruption likely involved something he wasn't ready to know just yet. Switching topics, Lu Xian said, Fang He, aside from explaining the past, I have something else to tell you. He'll soon be stepping down to take up an assignment in the field, but this summer, your grandfather and I will be giving you specialized training. I hope you'll shine in next year's exchange competition and excel in your college entrance exams. This unexpected announcement filled Fang He with excitement. Tonian guidance from a master of the Lingkong realm was a rare and invaluable opportunity. Prompted by Fang Xinwu, Fang He quickly expressed his gratitude. The days that followed marked the beginning of an unprecedented training regimen. The training site was one of Lu Xian's professional facilities, equipped with state-of-the-art resources. Each morning began with a grueling 50-kilometer weighted run as a warm-up, followed by targeted strength training. Lunch was meticulously planned by a nutritionist, featuring a variety of monster meats to ensure optimal nourishment. Afternoons were dedicated to wilderness survival lessons and martial arts practice, concluding with the circulation of the Qi awakening technique to refine his blood. This disciplined, high-intensity schedule left Fang He so exhausted that he fell asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow each night, with no time to even log into his communicator. His friend Fanny Yang nearly thought he had gone missing, but Fang He could clearly feel his progress. The instability from absorbing the lotus seed's medicinal power had completely disappeared, his foundation had grown stronger, and he was inching closer to mastering the blood-tempering stage. In terms of martial techniques, he was on the verge of reaching perfection. Breakthrough was just within reach. During this period of cultivation, Fang He couldn't help but marvel at the immense advantage of having a powerful mentor. As he gazed out the window, his thoughts wandered to those children from families with Dragon Gate or even heaven-reaching level masters. Their access to abundant training resources must be unimaginable. Yet, compared to ordinary people, he already considered himself fortunate. All that remained was to stay grounded and move forward step by step. Just as he was lost in thought, a crisp notification sound from his communicator rang out. The new school term was about to begin, marking the end of his training. Lazily reclining on the sofa, Fang He casually picked up the communicator. Iron-blooded real man. Come online and watch the drama. Tossing and turning. Iron-blooded real man. Virtual World Lu Ningxi versus Lingbei High School. Public battle. The moment he finished reading the message, Fang He sprang up from the sofa and hurried to his bedroom. With practiced ease, he put on the consciousness sensor and quickly connected to the virtual world. Once inside, he immediately searched for Fanny Yang's location and chose to teleport. With a flash of white light, Fang He appeared beside Fanny Yang. This was the virtual world's friend teleportation feature, which required a high level of closeness to use. What's going on? Fang He asked, scanning the growing crowd of onlookers that surrounded them. Fanny Yang gave a concise explanation. Lu Ningxi was shopping around here when he ran into some people from Lingbei. A conflict broke out, and he outright claimed there wasn't a single person in Lingbei who could challenge him. That's when they started gathering reinforcements. From the murmurs of the crowd, Fang He quickly pieced together the full story. While shopping, Lu Ningxi encountered a group of students from Lingbei High School. Emboldened by their school's outstanding college entrance exam results this year, they acted arrogantly. When they spotted Lu Ningxi, hailed as Jiangling's top prodigy, they began to taunt him. Initially, Lu Ningxi tried to ignore them, but when they mentioned the former principal of Jiangling High, it struck a nerve. Furious, he declared he would take on any challenger from Lingbei High School. Now, Lu Ningxi stood in the center of the scene, dressed in black, as upright as a pine tree, his expression cold and composed. His appearance mirrored that of his real-world self, with the nickname Dark Knight Bonfire displayed above his head. The Lingbei High School group had mostly arrived as well, led by a figure who approached Lu Ningxi with a handful of followers. Fang He and Fanny Yang exchanged a glance, silently reaching an unspoken agreement. They pushed through the crowd and took their places behind Lu Ningxi without saying a word. Out here, they represented Jiangling High School, and facing Lingbei, there was no room for hesitation. Several others also stepped forward to show their support, standing behind Lu Ningxi. Fang He didn't recognize their faces. Perhaps they had altered their appearances, or were entirely unfamiliar to him. Lu Ningxi noticed the movement behind him, but didn't say much. Instead, his posture grew even more resolute, like an unyielding reef in the sea. His gaze remained locked on the Lingbei crowd ahead, a name as prominent as a shadow beneath a tree. In Jiangling City, the name Lu Ningxi was known to almost everyone. Faced with the provocation from Lingbei High School students, Wu Tong was the first to speak out. Lu Ningxi, you've gone too far. What exactly are you trying to do? Although it was Lingbei who initiated the conflict, Wu Tong seized the moral high ground with his words. Lu Ningxi, who had never been fond of arguing, remained composed. I said there's no one in Lingbei who can match me. Are you not convinced? His remarks sent ripples through the crowd. Among the onlookers were students from both schools, as well as those from Changnan High School and local college students. Discussions erupted everywhere. So cool. That's the confidence of Jiangling's number one. Arrogant much? He's got the skills to back it up. Why does it bother you? Wu Tong found himself in a difficult position. As a representative of Lingbei High School, he couldn't allow Lu Ningxi to overshadow his entire school. Gritting his teeth, he challenged. You claim Lingbei has no one? How about we settle this on the battle net? Dare to try? It was a carefully calculated proposal. In reality, Lu Ningxi's martial prowess far surpassed anyone else's. But on the battle net, everyone's physical abilities were equal, and only combat skills mattered. This might just be their only chance. Lu Ningxi saw through his intentions immediately, a faint smirk appearing on his face. We'll take on 5 of you. If any of you can win even one round, they'll count it as your victory. How about that? His bold declaration once again electrified the crowd. Fang He and Fanny Yang exchanged astonished glances. Lu Ningxi, usually so indifferent, was now determined to utterly crush Lingbei's reputation. Though he only needed to lose one round, defeating Lu Ningxi was easier said than done. Wu Tong's face turned red with frustration. Let's see if you can keep up that arrogance later. He turned to strategize with his teammates, while Lu Ningxi stood calmly, waiting. Before long, a lean boy stepped forward. Lu Ningxi, will be your first opponent. Lu Ningxi silently accepted the challenge. A flash of white light, and the two vanished from everyone's sight. The spectators quickly logged into the public BattleNet channel. Fang He located the battle feed and shared it with Fanny Yang. On the screen, the two contestants stood 30 meters apart on a vast grassland, a small stream flowing nearby. The lean boy began hurling taunts, trying to unsettle Lu Ningxi's focus. He knew he was just a sacrificial pawn. His goal was to wear down Lu Ningxi's energy and gather intelligence for his teammates. As the countdown hit 0, Lu Ningxi took a single step forward, thrusting his spear straight ahead. Although the lean boy was skilled in advanced martial techniques, this seemingly simple spear strike left him with no escape as countless shadows of the spear blocked all paths. In a panic, he chose a direction to evade, only to fall right into Lu Ningxi's trap. With a swift adjustment, the spear changed direction effortlessly, meeting him hidden. To the spectators, it looked as though the lean boy had voluntarily impaled himself on the spear. With a sharp thud, the spear pierced through his chest. A flick of Lu Ningxi's wrist sent the spear upward, tearing a gaping wound in the boy's torso. You. The boy clutched the spear embedded in his chest, his words cut short as Lu Ningxi yanked the weapon free. A spray of blood erupted from his mouth as he collapsed backward. The fight was over. The figures on screen gradually faded, and Lu Ningxi reappeared before the crowd. Looking at the clock again, the entire match, from start to finish, including the countdown, lasted less than 20 seconds. The crowd erupted in cheers, with the loudest coming from Lu Ningxi's devoted fans. Senior is so cool. Their enthusiastic voices echoed one after another. In stark contrast to the excitement on one side was the eerie silence from Lingbei High School's team. Though they had anticipated losing the first round, they hadn't expected such a swift and decisive defeat. What shocked them even more was that Lu Ningxi didn't even seem to take it seriously. Just how advanced are his martial skills? This question lingered in the minds of everyone from Lingbei High School. When the two contestants reappeared before the crowd, mocking gazes immediately turned toward Wu Tong. These looks seemed to carry an almost tangible weight, making him feel deeply uncomfortable. Forcing down the urge to lash out, Wu Tong managed a stiff smile and lightly patted the shoulder of the skinny boy who stood with his head lowered, attempting to offer some comfort. Yang Liang, you're up, Wu Tong said, turning to another boy behind him. Without a word, a stocky teenager stepped forward. Unlike the previous talkative, slender boy, Yang Liang issued his challenge with straightforward decisiveness. Lu Ningxi didn't hesitate either, and in an instant, the two vanished from their starting positions. Fang He entered the public communication channel while asking Fanny Yang, did you notice anything from that last match? Very strong, Fanny Yang replied, sharing the battle footage. He's already approaching Zhou Chuyu's level from 2 months ago. Fang He nodded in agreement. Though he hadn't faced that strike himself, the sheer dominance of the move was evident even from the video. Lu Ningxi hadn't even fully utilized a single technique yet effortlessly defeated an elite martial arts practitioner. Thinking back to a match 5 months ago, Fang He's eyes glimmered with a hint of fighting spirit. Everyone's improving, huh? It's starting, Fanny Yang suddenly said with a serious tone, his eyes fixed intently on every move Lu Ningxi made, his face displaying rare concentration. Fang He immediately focused all his attention on Lu Ningxi as well. This time, the randomly selected map was a snow-covered mountain. The icy wind howled relentlessly, making it difficult for an average person to even stand upright, let alone fight. Yet Lu Ningxi and Yang Liang stood firm, like ancient trees rooted in the mountainside, waiting silently for the countdown to end. Yang Liang is losing it, Fan Yang remarked, his eyes fixed on the screen as he addressed Fang He. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yang Liang's figure was sent hurtling backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily against the mountainside before collapsing to the ground. The battle was over. From the very beginning, Yang Liang had chosen to face his opponent hidden rather than evade. He knew his movement techniques were lacking, and instead of wasting time, he decided to go all out. Even if defeat was inevitable, he aimed to force Lu Ningxi to reveal some of his true abilities, providing valuable insights for those who would follow. But reality proved far harsher than anticipated. His relentless attacks barely made a dent, only forcing Lu Ningxi to use 2 additional moves, slightly prolonging the fight. Wu Tong's expression darkened ominously. The situation had veered far from his expectations, and the murmurs of the onlookers reached his ears, unfiltered. Finally, Lingbei produced someone like Zhou Chuyu. But now Jiangling has an even stronger Lu Ningxi. Looks like next year's exchange competition and the top spot are already decided. Everything Zhou Chuyu earned for Lingbei's reputation has been completely lost. When will Qingnan ever rise to the occasion? Wu Tong knew things couldn't continue this way. He stopped the next contender who was about to step forward, took a deep breath, suppressed the turmoil inside, and forced a faint smile. As expected of the so-called #1 genius in the southern region, Lu Ningxi. Their combat techniques aren't at the perfect level yet, so naturally, they can't match you. How about we skip the intermediate rounds, and I'll face you in the final showdown? The moment those words were spoken, the crowd fell into a brief silence. A few teachers from Lingbei High School, who had rushed to the scene, nodded subtly. Wu Tong's words were carefully crafted. He crowned Lu Ningxi with the title of Southern Region's #1 genius, making any defeat seem justifiable. He planted the seeds of rivalry for the future while Lu Ningxi was basking in youthful pride. And he demonstrated his own sense of responsibility by stepping up. Although Lingbei High School's reputation would inevitably take a hit, he had minimized the damage. All right, Lu Ningxi replied without a trace of emotion, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Seeing his terse response, Wu Tong said no more and directly sent the duel request. Wu Tong's combat techniques must have reached the perfect level as well, Fan Yang murmured. Indeed, otherwise he wouldn't have volunteered. He's a meticulous thinker, Fang He agreed with a nod. The battlefield was set in a wetland, dotted with marshes and strewn with fallen leaves, where even a small misstep could lead to disaster. As soon as the countdown ended, Lu Ningxi made the first move. This was his signature combat style, always taking the initiative, never playing defensively. Faced with Lu Ningxi's fierce spear strike, Wu Tong chose the same approach as Yang Liang, meeting force with force. But unlike Yang Liang, Wu Tong's strength was on another level. Over the summer, he had already refined his combat techniques to perfection, and this was the first time he was showcasing his full power in public. Clang! The spear tip collided with the shaft, producing a sharp metallic ring. Wu Tong sidestepped and braced his spear horizontally, firmly blocking the strike with both hands. A glint flashed in his eyes. On this virtual battlefield, both combatants had equal physical attributes. While his techniques were slightly inferior, the advantageous terrain gave him a fighting chance. Ever since he started school, Lu Ningxi's name had been a constant presence in his ears. Today, he would finally uncover the truth. The title of Jiangling City's top high school student for the class of 22-26 was a prize he was determined to claim. Huh! Wu Tong let out a fierce shout, shifting his stance and deflecting Lu Ningxi's spear. But Lu Ningxi remained unfazed. Instead of withdrawing his weapon, he twisted his body and flicked his wrist, bringing the spear down like a staff in a crushing overhead strike. Wu Tong shifted slightly, gripping his spear with one hand and thrusting it straight toward Lu Ningxi's chest. The sound of wind slicing through the air filled the arena as their attacks converged in an instant. Lu Ningxi caught sight of the spear aimed at him, while Wu Tong felt the oppressive force of the strike descending upon him. As the spear descended, Lu Ningxi moved fluidly with the motion, using the spear tip to push off the ground and deftly passing by Wu Tong, executing a seamless position swap. Without pausing, he swept his spear horizontally in a fierce strike. Wu Tong, having missed his attack, stumbled forward, a sense of danger surging through him. Instinctively, he bent his knees and rolled on the ground, narrowly evading Lu Ningxi's follow-up assault. Lu Ningxi's spear followed relentlessly, showcasing the undeniable advantage of its longer reach. His weapon was slightly longer than Wu Tong's, allowing him to press his opponent with every strike, leaving no room for reprieve. Outside the battlefield, Fang He observed intently, his eyes narrowing slightly. Lu Ningxi's fighting style seems to have changed, Fan Yang remarked suddenly. Yes, it's noticeably different from before, Fang He agreed. Although Lu Ningxi had rarely fought in the past, the transformation in his approach was evident. At this moment, Lu Ningxi's focus was entirely on his opponent, his concentration razor-sharp. His combat style had indeed evolved, inspired by a duel with Fang He 5 months ago. During that fight, Fang He had used mastery-level techniques to hold his ground against Lu Ningxi for an extended period, leaving a lasting impression. Through deep reflection and rigorous practice, Lu Ningxi had integrated those insights into his own style, with remarkable results. The flurry of spear strikes forced Wu Tong into a defensive position, leaving him flustered and struggling to keep up. Realizing his chances of victory were slipping away, he quickly devised a plan. Using a nearby tree for leverage, he pushed off to create some distance. Lu Ningxi pursued him closely, each step scattering fallen leaves on the ground. Suddenly, Lu Ningxi's movements came to a halt. Wu Tong, though retreating, kept a watchful eye on his opponent. Seeing this, he was overjoyed and immediately turned back, gripping his spear with both hands. With a powerful downward strike, he aimed to seize the moment, his excitement causing his form to falter slightly. But a glimmer of mockery flashed in Lu Ningxi's eyes. Just before Wu Tong's attack landed, Lu Ningxi sidestepped effortlessly, showing no signs of being trapped or immobilized. A cold realization washed over Wu Tong like a bucket of icy water had fallen for the trick. The outcome of the battle was sealed the moment Wu Tong decided to turn back. The gap in strength, combined with his tactical misjudgment, left him with no chance of victory. Lying on the ground as the match concluded, Wu Tong couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect you'd use that move." Lu Ningxi gazed down at him, her face devoid of emotion. "You're just too foolish." Wu Tong wanted to retort, but the match timer had run out, and the two were transported out of the arena. A middle-aged spectator on the sidelines shook his head with a sigh as he watched the scene unfold. Carelessness. It's the biggest taboo in a fight. The moment Wu Tong turned back, the man had already foreseen the result, Lu Ningxi catching him in a perfectly laid trap. Wu Tong was too desperate to win. He didn't even consider the possibility of a setup. But in that situation, there wasn't much time to think. Once you miss the chance, it's over. Discussions buzzed through the crowd. Fang He listened to the chatter, the corners of his mouth curling up into a faint smile. These recent battles had been incredibly enlightening for him, bringing him closer than ever to perfection. As the match concluded, the atmosphere grew lively again. On Jiangling High School side, morale was soaring, while the students of Lingbei High looked utterly dejected, like wilted plants. Wu Tong forced himself to stand and declared, "Lu Ningxi, you've won this time, but the road ahead is long. We'll fight again in the future." He tried to end the confrontation with dignity, but Lu Ningxi wasn't about to let him off so easily. "If you're not convinced, you can all come at me together. I don't mind." She had no intention of giving Wu Tong an easy exit. After all, Lingbei High had always aimed to take the top spot, and the rivalry between the two schools was nothing new. This incident was just another chapter. The provocation immediately piqued the crowd's interest. Just as the tension reached its peak, a hearty laugh broke through the air. Jiangling High truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier school, producing outstanding talents like Lu Ningxi. A middle-aged teacher stepped out from the crowd and onto the scene. Relieved, Wu Tong called out, "Teacher," and quickly retreated to the side. Everyone understood now that a teacher had stepped in. The excitement was likely to come to an end. At that moment, He Xingqian's imposing figure appeared as well. "Li Xian, let the students settle their own disputes. What are you doing here, stirring things up?" The students of Jiangling High greeted He Xingqian warmly. He nodded in acknowledgement and walked over to Lu Ningxi, giving her a firm pat on the shoulder. "Well done. You've made Jiangling High proud." Li Xian, seemingly unfazed by the veiled jab, maintained his smile. "It's been a while, Teacher He. You're as spirited as ever." In a public setting, Li Xian had to uphold the school's image, even if socializing wasn't his strong suit. Just then, Zhuang Wenchang, dressed in a scholar's robe, made his presence known. He had been quietly observing the entire match from the sidelines. "Haha, Teacher Li makes a good point. Martial arts progress through mutual exchange. I'm sure next year's three-school competition will be even more exciting." Seeing the arrival of gentle blade Zhuang Wenchang, Li Xin's smile faltered slightly. Compared to the fiery-tempered He Xingqian, Zhuang Wenchang's calm demeanor made him an even trickier opponent to deal with. Indeed, martial arts should always strive for progress, with each generation surpassing the last, Li Xian replied, deliberately steering the conversation away from next year's competition. With Lu Ningxi on Jiangling's side, the outcome was practically a foregone conclusion. Turning to the students of Jiangling High, Zhuang Wenchang's smile remained warm. "Did you hear that? A teacher from Lingbei High is encouraging us to train hard. Do you have the confidence to showcase your best performance at next year's competition?" "Yes, we do." The students' unified response reverberated loudly. Li Xian internally groaned. sensing trouble if Shuang Wenchang continued to provoke. Hastily, he exchanged a few polite words before leading the Lingbei students away, eager to retreat from the scene. As Lingbei High School left the scene, the crowd that had gathered gradually dispersed like a receding tide. Xingqian glanced around and called out to the lingering onlookers, "All right, show's over. Go do what you need to do. Why are you all still standing around?" Zhuang Wenchang, wearing a satisfied expression, addressed the group. "You all did great today." It wasn't just Lu Ningxi shining out there. He was clearly pleased with the unity everyone had shown. Lu Ningxi, however, merely gave a small nod before turning to walk into a nearby department store, as if the earlier confrontation was nothing more than a trivial footnote in his life. Xingqian turned to Fang He and Fanny Yang, his eyes glinting with determination. "You two boys, next year's exchange competition, don't hold back. Go out there and crush them for me." Clearly, the sting of this year's loss still weighed on him. "Got it. Don't worry," the two replied in unison. Xingqian nodded in satisfaction before leaving with Zhuang Wencheng. After all, as teachers at a prestigious school, their schedules were packed, and there were always more tasks waiting for them. "How about we look around for a bit?" Fang He suggested. "Sure, why not? Since we're here anyway," Fanny Yang replied with a casual shrug. "School starts in a few days, and I need to pick up a few things." As they walked, Fanny Yang asked curiously, "I heard you were training with the old principal for a while. How was it?" Fang He didn't hold back, sharing the details of the training with a touch of candor. Then he added with a sigh, "I guess I got a small taste of what it's like to train like someone from one of your big families. Those resources are only really helpful in the early stages of martial arts training. After that, it all comes down to the individual," Fanny Yang remarked. "Easy for you to say," Fang He countered. "Having those resources early on saves a ton of time. Getting things too easily isn't always a good thing. You've got to fight for it, struggle for it. That's how you learn to value what you have." The two continued their conversation, their voices growing fainter as they walked further away. Eventually, their figures disappeared into the bustling crowd at the far end of the street. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed and a new school year began. Fang He officially became a senior in high school. The duel between Lu Ningxi and Zhan Lingbei caused quite a stir in Jiangling City. The news was a heavy blow to the rising Lingbei High School, reminding everyone that Jiangling High School was still the undisputed top school in the city. Amid this commotion, Lingbei High chose to remain silent and continued its enrollment process without disruption. On the first day of school, Fang Shengyuan and Nan Shui, feeling a sense of ceremony, accompanied Fang He to school together. At the school gate, Fang He turned to face his parents with a determined look. "Don't worry, I won't let you down in next year's college entrance exams," he said. He deliberately avoided mentioning the details of his second wilderness training experience, not wanting to cause them any worry. Nor did he bring up the fact that he had caught the attention of Nan Wu. Seeing that their son was in good spirits, the couple felt reassured and left for work in their flying vehicle. As Fang He stepped into his dorm room, he saw Fanny Yang busy tidying up his belongings. "Hey, you're here." Fanny Yang greeted him with a grin. "Did you hear? Jiangling City is hosting a martial arts competition." "What kind of competition?" Fang He asked curiously. Having spent the summer training with the old principal, he was completely unaware of this event. Fanny Yang briefly explained. "The official name is the Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Tournament. It's open to all martial arts academies in the city and aims to promote the development of martial arts. Uncle Lu asked me to invite you to represent the Dingfeng Martial Arts Academy in the competition. With so many skilled fighters in their academy, why would they need me? Besides, you're still better than me," Fang He replied. Despite his recent progress, he still wasn't confident he could beat Fanny Yang. "The competition is limited to participants under 18, and I think you're the perfect candidate," Fanny Yang said with a sly smile. "As for me, I'm not eligible to compete, and honestly, I think you're stronger than I am." It finally dawned on Fang He. The best martial artists under 18 in Jiangling City were undoubtedly students from the city's top 3 high schools. Initially, Lu Zhuoran had wanted Fanny Yang to compete, but after being politely declined, Fanny Yang recommended Fang He, promising that he wouldn't disappoint. "Cut it out." "So, are you competing?" Fang He asked. "Of course," Fang He replied decisively. Whether for the sake of Manager Lu or Fanny Yang's recommendation, he was willing to give it a shot. Besides, with his martial skills on the verge of a breakthrough, sparring with other young talents would undoubtedly be beneficial. "Good, I knew I could count on you," Fanny Yang said with a grin that sent shivers down Fang He's spine. Uncle Lu also mentioned there will be a generous reward regardless of the competition's outcome. Although Fang He wasn't in it for the prize, the mention of a reward did pique his interest. The two agreed to head to the Dingfeng Martial Arts Academy after classes that afternoon. Fanny Yang warned him that there might be some tests, which Fang He understood as a reasonable expectation for an external participant. The first day of school was relatively relaxed, with only a martial arts class scheduled in the afternoon. After dinner, just as Fang He picked up Lin Yuan, Fanny Yang dragged him onto a flying vehicle sent by the Dingfeng Martial Arts Academy. A Function 3 model, Fang He remarked, instantly recognizing the speed-focused aircraft. It seems Manager Lu is taking us seriously. Naturally, replied a young man in the front seat, who appeared to be a steward. Master Lu specifically instructed us to treat the two of you as honored guests. During their conversation, Fang He learned about the significance of the competition. The winning martial arts academy would not only earn the title of Jiangling City's top martial arts academy, but also receive official support, which was especially valuable for the Dingfeng Academy as an outsider. Additionally, individual winners would receive generous rewards, with no commission taken by the academy. The competition rules were straightforward. Each academy could send 4 participants. The finals had 16 spots, contested by over 400 students from more than 100 martial arts schools. Among them, the 4 major martial arts schools in Jiangling City each had a guaranteed direct entry, while the remaining 12 spots would be decided through preliminary rounds. As one of these top schools, the Dingfeng Martial Arts School naturally held this advantage, and Lu Zhuoran had already hinted that this precious direct entry would be given to Fang He. The young steward kept his words brief, saying no more. Fang He understood the implication. This opportunity was indeed rare, but whether he could seize it would depend on his own abilities. 10 minutes later, the Function 3 aircraft landed steadily in front of the Dingfeng Martial Arts School. The reception staff, who had been waiting, immediately approached and guided Fang He and the young steward into the facility. Ah, Xiaoyang, Xiaohe. Lu Zhuoran's hearty laughter rang out. Behind him stood over a dozen students dressed in training uniforms, each with the word Dingfeng printed on their right chest. They all appeared spirited and energetic, clearly the elite members of the school. Among them, some cast unfriendly looks, openly scrutinizing Fang He and his companion. Others appeared more curious, eager to see what made this young man so highly regarded by the schoolmaster. In the crowd, Fang He noticed a familiar tall figurite was Lu Qingying, whom he had briefly met before. Despite her exceptional talent, she was only 16 years old and thus not included in the lineup for this competition. Hello, Uncle Lu. The two greeted respectfully. Ah, good, Xiaoyang, Xiaohe. It's been a while since you've been here, Lu Zhuoran replied warmly. Fang He's been busy with special training lately, and as for me, well, you know, Fanny Yang explained. Haha, I know you both have your own training routines. Come, you're all young people, get to know each other, Lu Zhuoran said, signaling the students behind him to step forward and introduce themselves. The first to step up was a tall, burly youth with a clear hint of provocation in his eyes. Hao Yiming, Lingbei High School, senior year. Zhang Jun, Chengnan High School, senior year, said a dark-skinned boy with a bright smile. Hu Yuanhang, Jiangling No. 2 High School, senior year, introduced a shorter student briefly before retreating quickly into the crowd, appearing particularly reserved. Cui Yuan, Lingyao High School, senior year, said a medium-built young man in a deep voice. His knuckles were thick and calloused, and since Fang He had entered the room, he had been staring at him with an unfriendly gaze. Lu Qingying, a sophomore at Chengnan High School, was the last to introduce herself. After finishing, she playfully winked at the two others. Fang He listened to everyone's introductions and gained a clear understanding of their backgrounds. Apart from Lu Qingying, the others were all senior students from various high schools in Jiangling City. Interestingly, while there were participants from Lingbei High School and Chengnan High School, there were none from Jiangling High School. These weren't particularly well-known students, which was understandable. Those who were famous were either receiving special training at school or being guided by private tutors at home, and thus had no need to seek mentorship at the martial arts academy. The faculty resources at the elite classes of the 3 major high schools were indeed far superior to those of the martial arts academy. Generally, students from those schools only used the academy's equipment for training and rarely formally enrolled as disciples. Those who chose to study at the academy were often students overlooked by the top schools, or those from less prestigious institutions. Of course, to become an official member of the academy, one not only needed talent but also had to pay a considerable tuition fee. Fang He, Fanny Yang, Jiangling High School, senior year. The two introduced themselves briefly. Now that we all know each other, let's head upstairs to the 3rd floor, Lu Zhuoran said, turning to lead the group. The layout of the 3rd floor was the same as before, but today it felt unusually empty, with no one else training there. I've cleared out the entire 3rd floor, Lu Zhuoran announced, turning to face the group. Fang He, Hao Yiming, Zhang Jun, and Hu Yuanhang, you 4 will represent the academy in the upcoming competition. Make sure to communicate and work together. He also reminded the others to cooperate fully, and everyone nodded in agreement. At this point, Cui Yuan couldn't hold back and spoke up. Fang He, if you're going to represent Dingfeng Martial Arts Academy, you should prove your strength first, right? Fang He's interest peaked as he realized the real challenge was about to begin. Oh, and how should I prove it? It's simple. Let's fight. I'm ranked 4th among this group of students. If you can beat me, then you're qualified to represent the academy in the competition. Cui Yuan was from Lingyao High School, which was part of the 2nd tier of schools, just below the top 3. He could have entered one of the three major high schools, but chose Lingyao High School to avoid becoming an average student in the middle ranks. The school's admission officer had promised him special attention, and Cui Yuan accepted without hesitation. It turned out to be the right choice. He not only received the school's focus, but also trained diligently at Dingfeng Martial Arts Academy. He now ranked among the top 3 at Lingyao High School, with only Hu Jimin, known for his ironclad defense, able to consistently defeat him. Cui Yuan's martial arts skills had reached a proficient level, comparable to those in the elite classes of the 3 major high schools. Initially, Cui Yuan thought he would represent the academy in the upcoming Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Tournament, gaining fame and further recognition from his school. Unexpectedly, his spot was taken by the newly arrived Fang He. Fine. Fang He had anticipated this and had no intention of backing down. How about I act as the referee? Le Jouron offered directly, showing no intention of stopping the challenge. Thank you, Uncle Lo. Fang He replied before leaping lightly onto the sparring platform. Cui Yuan snorted coldly and followed, flipping onto the platform to face Fang He from a distance. He was eager to see how exceptional this elite student from Jiangling High School seed class truly was. Once both had chosen their weapons, Le Jouron announced, "If you're ready, begin." Cui Yuan's expertise in boxing was evident from the calluses on his hands. After putting on his gloves, his aura turned sharp and imposing. Without hesitation, he launched a fierce straight punch at Fang He, the wind from his strike whistling through the air. Fang He met the attack head-on, his blade clashing against the protective armor of the gloves with a crisp metallic sound. The two separated after the initial clash, only to quickly engage again in a flurry of punches and sword strikes. On the sidelines, Le Qingying turned to Fan Yang and asked, "Cui Yuan can hold his own even among the top 3 high schools. Does Fang He stand a chance?" "That's just his style. Cui Yuan won't be able to handle him. Watch and see," Fan Yang replied confidently. After exchanging a few moves, Fang He had already assessed Cui Yuan's capabilities. His martial arts cultivation was still in the early stages of the blood-tempering phase, but his techniques were solid, having surpassed the proficient level some time ago. Cui Yuan's punches were ferocious, each strike like a storm, clearly aiming for a quick victory. This reminded Fang He of another girl who also practiced boxing. Couldn't help but wonder how she was doing now. Cui Yuan's hands never faltered as he unleashed 2 of his most powerful techniques, Lunar Radiance Flow and Crescent Moon Strike, in rapid succession. However, as the fight progressed, he became acutely aware of the vast gap in skill between himself and Fang He. Every time he locked eyes with his opponent, he was met with Fang He's calm, assured gaze, as if everything was firmly within his control. The battle's outcome gradually became evident, with an intensifying sense of pressure weighing on Cui Yuan. He realized he had unknowingly fallen into Fang He's rhythm, his breathing growing heavier. Yet, even in the face of mounting disadvantage, he refused to concede, focusing all his energy on countering each of Fang He's strikes. Fang He's swordplay was as fluid and graceful as moonlight, his movements seamlessly connected. The first strike dismantled Cui Yuan's defensive stance, while the second landed precisely on his chest. The blade stopped just as it touched his body, and Fang He stepped back, sheathing his sword with the composure of a true master. From the sidelines, Lu Qingying couldn't help but applaud, marveling at Fang He's effortless victory. Though it wasn't an overwhelming triumph, Fang He's poise and confidence were undeniably impressive. "Well done." Fan Yang raised an eyebrow in admiration. Lu Jouron's eyes lit up. Xiao He truly lives up to his reputation as one of Jiangling High's top students. Remarkable. He then turned to the still stunned Cui Yuan, his tone encouraging. "You've improved as well. Your punches are sharper and more precise. But remember, mastering the balance of hardness and softness is key to reaching perfection." Cui Yuan snapped out of his daze and replied quietly, "Thank you for the guidance, Master Le." Le Jouron nodded approvingly and then smiled at Fan Yang. "Of course, we should also thank Xiao Yang for recommending such a talent to our Summit Martial Arts Hall. Huh, he's my good brother. Uncle Lu, you better prepare some generous rewards." Fan Yang laughed as he playfully bargained on Fang He's behalf. Naturally, as everyone has witnessed, Xiao He is more than capable of representing Summit in the elite tournament. He'll be given the direct entry slot to the finals. Any objections? Though this decision had been rumored for some time, Lu Jouron's official announcement still stirred a mix of emotions among the other qualified competitors present. "Master, I would like to compete for that spot as well." Hao Yiming, a burly figure, stepped forward, his voice booming like thunder. Le Jouron turned to Fang He without making a decision. Fang He gave a slight nod, signaling his acceptance of the challenge. To him, it didn't matter whether it was one opponent or many. Since he had taken on this responsibility, he was ready to face any challengers. Without hesitation, Hao Yiming drew his blade and stepped onto the stage. He began gathering his strength, clearly intending to end the fight with a decisive strike. Fang He raised an eyebrow, easily discerning his opponent's strategy. While such tactics were rarely effective in real combat, they could work in a controlled match, albeit with limitations. As a top student in the advanced class at Lingbei High, Hao Yiming was brimming with confidence. He regarded Fang He as merely on par with Jiangling High's advanced class students, and given that Fang He had just fought a match, Hao Yiming was certain his charged strike would secure victory. Furthermore, with the humiliation Lingbei had suffered last week when Lu Ningxi single-handedly defeated their team, Hao Yiming was determined to not only win the slot, but also restore his school's honor. Le Jouron paid no mind to Hao Yiming's thoughts and simply announced, "Begin." Void slash. Hao Yiming shouted, his voice echoing across the arena as his long blade cleaved through the air with immense force. His strength was undoubtedly superior to Cui Yuan's, and the power behind his charged strike was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Fang He, however, remained calm and composed, effortlessly dodging with his signature ripple step. Although he had mastered the Bright Moon Sword manual after advancing his skills, he never neglected the ripple sword technique. His movements were fluid, like gentle waves retreating, as he avoided a direct clash. From the start, he had no intention of meeting Hao Yiming's raw power. Head-known glance at Hao's muscular frame and bulging veins made it clear that his strength was formidable, especially with the added momentum of his charged attack. When his first strike missed, Hao Yiming didn't falter. He stepped forward swiftly, twisting his blade into an upward slash in an attempt to end the fight quickly. He was well aware that his strength would diminish significantly after expending so much energy, leaving him at a disadvantage against Fang He. Yet Fang He's agility was extraordinary. His quick movements and precise footwork left Hao unable to even graze his opponent's clothing. His footwork is surprisingly strong, Yu Qingying remarked in awe from the sidelines. That's the movement technique from his first martial art. It pairs even better with his sword techniques, Fannying explained. Meanwhile, Cui Yuan watched Fang He intently, his expression unreadable. He silently acknowledged that Fang He had held back when defeating him earlier. What stung even more was realizing that Fang He hadn't even needed to fully utilize his movement technique to win. Is dodging all you know? Did Jiangling Hai only teach you how to run away? Hao Yiming growled in frustration after 3 failed attempts to land a blow. Fang He maintained his distance, responding leisurely, "You're absolutely right." The reply nearly made Hao Yiming choke on his own anger. Wasn't his taunt supposed to provoke Fang He into fighting Hedon? Why was this happening instead? Feeling his strength beginning to wane, Hao Yiming knew he couldn't afford to drag things out any longer. "Sky Cleave!" he roared, gripping his blade with both hands as he charged forward with a powerful downward strike. This was his ultimate move. Yet Fang He, ever observant, noticed that Hao's one-stop muscles were no longer as prominent as before. This time, Fang He didn't retreat any further back, and he'd be out of bounds. Shifting slightly to the side, he evaded the attack once more. Hao Yiming immediately adjusted, swinging his blade horizontally to take advantage of Fang He's proximity to the edge of the arena. While the improvised attack lacked its usual force, it only needed to connect to secure victory. With Fang He's lean build, even a weakened strike would be devastating. "Pathetic," Fang He remarked, as though he had anticipated this move. His sword flicked forward with precision. Clang! The tip of Fang He's sword struck the weakest point of Hao Yiming's blade, causing his opponent's expression to change drastically as the force of the strike unraveled his attack. The audience gasped, stunned by the spectacle. How had Fang He predicted this so accurately? In truth, Fang He had long since noticed the flaws in Hao Yiming's technique. However, when Hao was at his peak, even targeting his weak points might not have been enough to break through. Now, with Hao past his prime and rushing to adapt his moves, the timing was perfect. Seizing the moment, Fang He pressed forward without hesitation. His sword, Lin Yuan, thrust forward, stopping just short of Hao Yiming's throat. Though the blade was blunt, its sharp intent was unmistakable, leaving Hao frozen in place. "Honestly, you might have stood a better chance if you hadn't tried to outsmart me," Fang He said coolly. "Oh, and by the way, now you know Jiangling High students do more than just run." "Impressive," Yu Zhuoran exclaimed, his eyes alight with admiration. He had encountered many prodigies who mastered advanced techniques at a young age, but Fang He's exceptional combat instincts were rare. His ability to remain calm under pressure and keenly assess the flow of battle were qualities that only came with experience and maturity. Fang He sheathed his sword and stepped off the platform, sparing no further attention to the still-dazed Hao Yiming. The crowd remained captivated, replaying the brilliance of Fang He's decisive strike in their minds. "Fang He, let's spar after this," Yu Qingying called out excitedly, like a hunter who had just found their next prey. I'm drained. Why not ask Fanny Yang to spar with you instead?" Fang He replied nonchalantly. In the midst of the crowd, Fang He carefully avoided addressing her as second sister. Meanwhile, Fanny Yang, who had been idly spectating, suddenly found himself the center of attention. He quickly explained, "Qingying already knows all my moves by heart. Why don't you spar with her later? Who are you trying to fool? You look way too relaxed. You've fought him so many times you're bored of it, but I haven't had a match with you yet." Lu Qingying planted her hands on her hips, her tone persistent and unyielding. Not far away, Zhang Jun's gaze occasionally drifted toward them, his eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. At that moment, Lu Jueran spoke up to defuse the situation. All right, Qingying. Xiaoyi still has to head back to school later. Let's save it for next time. Though Lu Qingying often dismissed her father's authority in private, she knew to give him face in public. She reluctantly backed down. Fine, but next time you have to spar with me. Of course, Fanny Yang replied hastily, nodding in agreement. Le Jueron raised his voice to address the group. As you've all seen, Xiaoyi's strength speaks for itself. He will represent our Dingfeng Martial Arts Hall in the competition and has earned a direct spot in the finals. The hall's students remained silent. There was no arguing with skill. Just as the crowd began to disperse, Zhang Jun stepped forward. Master. Zhang Jun? Is there something on your mind? I fully respect Fang He's strength and would like to learn from him. However, since he's just been through multiple matches, it wouldn't be fair to challenge him now. So, I'd like to spar with Fanny Yang instead purely to exchange skills. As he spoke, Zhang Jun cast an intentionally meaningful look at Fanny Yang. Fang He nearly burst out laughing. He knew all too well how much Fanny Yang dreaded unnecessary trouble. Le Jueron, however, seemed pleased. It's up to Xiao Yang, he said, clearly happy to see his students demonstrating such drive. Zhang Jun turned to Fanny Yang with eager anticipation. In truth, his challenge had ulterior motives. Ever since falling for Lu Qingying, Zhang Jun had joined Dingfeng Martial Arts Hall as a disciple, hoping to spend more time around her. He had assumed being close by would win her favor, but her indifference to his advances left him frustrated. He had consoled himself that she was simply like that with everyone until today. Seeing her warm and familiar demeanor toward Fanny Yang stirred something bitter within him, and that pale, handsome face of Fanny Yang's only added fuel to his resentment. Zhang Jun had kept his feelings well hidden until now. His challenge, presented as a desire for mutual learning, was actually a thinly veiled attempt to humiliate Fanny Yang in front of Lu Qingying. It was a childish and laughable strategy, but to him, it seemed like a chance to vent his frustration. Fanny Yang sighed, rubbing his forehead. He understood that Lu Jueron wanted him to accept the challenge, so he simply relented. All right, let's have a match. Lu Qingying, though usually carefree, sensed something unusual. She had noticed Zhang Jun's eagerness toward her, but had never assumed it meant anything more than friendliness. However, his sudden challenge to Fanny Yang today made her realize there might be more to it. Still, knowing Fanny Yang's abilities inside and out, having grown up together, she wasn't worried about the outcome. She turned her attention to the ring, waiting for the match to begin. Fang Yang was someone who disliked trouble and had little patience for anyone outside his circle of familiarity. When faced with Zhang Jun's friendly demeanor, he merely nodded indifferently. Having left home without a weapon, he casually grabbed a training saber from the rack. Please, guide me, Zhang Jun said, holding his ring-hilted saber and assuming a ready stance. Huh. Zhang Jun gripped his saber with both hands, a sharp glint flashing across his dark face as he charged toward Fang Yang. His blade technique was masterful, delivering a rising slash straight toward Fang Yang's face. Clang. The crisp clash of metal echoed as Fang Yang, with precise timing, intercepted the strike. Unlike Fang He's calm and effortless combat style, Fang Yang's approach was fierce and aggressive, a stark contrast to his composed exterior. Mountain Shatter Slash. Fang Yang unleashed his signature technique. In Zhang Jun's eyes, Fang Yang shifted seamlessly from defense to offense after intercepting the attack. A seemingly simple vertical slash, executed with one hand, left Zhang Jun with no room to evade. The blade flashed, and in the blink of an eye, the fight was over. Fang Yang sheathed the saber and placed it back on the rack. Turning to Fang he said, "Let's go. Time to head back to school." A ripping sound followed. Zhang Jun's shirt had torn open across the chest, yet he remained frozen in his attacking posture, gripping his saber. As they prepared to leave, Lu Qingying called out to their retreating figures, Fang Yang, Fang He, come back next time for a proper match. Sure. The two responded with a wave. Watching her daughter so engrossed in martial arts, Lu Jueron couldn't help but sigh inwardly. On their way back to the dormitory, the two passed by the sports field, where a few students were still training. Fang He nudged Fang Yang's shoulder. All right, spill it. When did you break through to the perfect level? Right after we got back from the wilderness, Fang Yang replied, stumbling slightly from the nudge. Damn, and you didn't tell me? You never asked. After a series of exhilarating victories, Fang He's ranking points on the combat network had reached 2,150, placing him at 2,230th in Jiangling City. According to the 22-26 college entrance exam guidelines, students ranked in the top 2,000 on the combat network could bypass the written test and earn a minimum of 300 points for combat skills in the second round of exams. What's your score? Fang Yang asked. 2,150. What about you? 2,210. And your rank? Just made it into the top 2,000. Want to go a few more rounds? Fang He was about to agree when he noticed a previously inactive avatar suddenly light up. Changing his mind, he said, I've got something to do. You go ahead. Fang Yang disappeared in a flash of white light. Fang He found a virtual bubble tea shop, sat down, and ordered a grape drink with pulp. In this virtual world, beverages could perfectly replicate their real-world taste while being slightly cheaper. He glanced at the chat log, where a message from June 12th read, Happy birthday. He had wanted to send a gift but didn't have the recipient's address. Twisting and turning. You're finally online. By the water. Nearly 6 months of closed training, but I can finally log into the virtual world now. Twisting and turning. Looks like you've made some serious progress. By the water, of course. Am your boss. After Ali have to be strong. The familiar tone put Fang He at ease. Soon, By the water sent a teleport request. Fang He accepted, and Luo Yi's figure materialized across from him. Though her appearance had been adjusted, anyone familiar with her could still recognize her. Ijia. Fang He greeted with a smile. Luo Yi's lips curved slightly. Well, enjoying some bubble tea, are we? I've already ordered one for you, Fang He said, pointing to a newly appeared cup on the table. Pineapple yogurt your favorite. Not bad. Looks like you've still got some sense, Luo Yi said approvingly. Fang He still vividly remembered Luo Yi's preferences, as he had run errands for her countless times during their middle school years. Now, Luo Yi stood before him with her long hair cascading down, bright eyes, and a radiant smile. The two dimples that appeared when she smiled were especially charming. How's life in Fengquan City? Fang He asked seriously after some casual chatting. It's been great. The family arranged jobs for my parents, and the clan leader even personally designed a training plan for me, Luo Yi replied. That's good to hear. How's your progress now? Fang He inquired. A confident smile appeared on Luo Yi's lips. I've reached the peak of the blood-tempering stage, and my martial techniques are flawless. Impressive. Fang He exclaimed, though he wasn't particularly surprised. Thanks to the old headmaster's special training, he had some insight into how the descendants of prominent families trained. Luo Yi's progress was well within his expectations. You're so perfunctory. Luo Yi raised her eyebrows in mock annoyance. No. Sister Yi, your strength has improved tremendously. Congratulations. Fang He responded with exaggerated enthusiasm. I've been in seclusion for so long, and I didn't hear a word from you. Tell me, what's been going on while I was away? Luo Yi demanded. Fang He began recounting the events that had occurred since Luo Yi left. Due to confidentiality, he skimmed over the details of their wilderness training, and Luo Yi tactfully refrained from pressing for more information. That Lingbei clan is so arrogant. Luo Yi slammed her hand on the table, causing the two drinks to tremble slightly. Just because they got lucky with Zhou Chuyu, they think there's something special. If I were there, I'd beat them so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. Fang He had no doubt about her words. The memory of Luo Yi standing up for him and defeating Du Zheng in 3 moves was still fresh in his mind. Still, I didn't expect you to have such a connection with the headmaster, getting personal training from him, Luo Yi remarked, shifting the topic. All thanks to the old man at home. I just got lucky, Fang He said with a hint of pride. By the way, you've entered the blood-tempering stage too, haven't you? The headmaster must have explained it to you, Luo Yi said. He did, Fang He replied, recalling the headmaster's teachings during their training sessions. After completing the blood-tempering stage, one could break through to the spirit movement stage. However, many chose to continue refining their body. The final phase of the body refining stage was known as marrow cleansing and blood tempering. Among martial artists, there was a saying about mercurial blood and silver marrow. Typically, upon reaching the peak of the blood tempering stage, a martial artist's blood and bone marrow would weigh 10 times more than normal. But this wasn't the limit. Further refinement could increase it to 20 times, or even 30 times for those with exceptional talent. Martial artists who achieved 30-fold refinement before breaking through would naturally possess strength far superior to those who advanced at 10-fold. The elder called for me, so I have to log off now, Luo Yi suddenly said, her tone carrying a hint of apology. All right, you go ahead. When will you be back online? Fang He asked. I'm not sure, but I'll leave you a message, Luo Yi replied. Then she added, by the way, I got your birthday wishes. Next time we meet, don't forget to make up for it with a gift. Before her words could fully settle, her figure had already disappeared. Hey, so this is where you've been. Fanny Yang strode into the milk tea shop, immediately spotting Fang He lost in thought. He gave him a hearty slap on the shoulder. I've been looking for you everywhere. What's got you spacing out? I played a few rounds of the game, came out, and you were gone. You didn't even respond to my messages. Noticing the 2 empty cups on the table, Fanny Yang's eyes lit up. Ah, I see. So you were here on a date, huh? Come on, spill it. Who was it with? Don't make me go and tell Luo Yi. Snapping out of his thoughts, Fang He shrugged off the hand on his shoulder. What are you talking about? Luo was online just now, so we chatted here for a bit. Fanny Yang froze for a moment. He recalled the rumors circulating in his family how the noble families in the eastern regions were all vying for connections with the Luo family's prodigy. Many had sent their younger members to approach Luo, but none had succeeded due to her prolonged seclusion. Meanwhile, within the Luo family estate, Aunt Pong, what does the elder want to see me about? Luo asked while humming a tune, casually removing her sensory device. I'm not entirely sure. It might be to guide you in your cultivation again, Aunt Pong replied respectfully. Just finished my seclusion, and now more cultivation, Luo muttered in mild complaint. Miss, this just shows how much the elders value you. Many in the family would envy this kind of attention, Aunt Pong said with a comforting smile. I know, Aunt Pong. All right, I'll head over now. Very well, Mississippi. Oh, by the way, your enrollment paperwork is complete. You can report to Yunfeng High School tomorrow. After seeing Luo off, Aunt Peng's smile faded as she stepped out of the room. The Luo family estate spanned an impressive area, with its pavilions and bridges exuding the heritage of a centuries-old lineage. Only those with cultivation talent could reside here long-term, while other family members were only allowed to return during ancestral ceremonies. Luo, however, was the brightest star of her generation in the Luo family. As night fell and stars filled the sky, Aunt Peng arrived at a courtyard deep within the estate. She knocked lightly on the door ring. Upon receiving permission, she entered, stopping 5 meters away from 2 men drinking in the courtyard. Peng Ro, is it? One of the men turned to her. Though middle-aged in appearance, his eyes carried the weight of time.
Yes.
How is Xiaoyi doing today? The young miss seemed to be in good spirits today. Oh, is it because of that Fonghe boy? A thin layer of sweat formed on Aunt Peng's forehead. I'm not entirely sure about that. All right, you can go now. Take good care of Xiaoyi. After Aunt Peng left, the other man, who had remained silent, finally spoke. Elder brother, should we? There's no need. Let's wait and see. The older man interrupted, raising a hand to stop him. These two were none other than the Luo family's patriarchs Luo Duya's sons. The eldest, Luo Haiping, and the second son, Luo Xisheng. Long before Aunt Peng's report, the Luo family had already gathered extensive information on both Luo and Fonghe. Though the elders initially considered giving Fonghe a friendly reminder, the eldest brother had decided against it. Elder brother, it's been years since father passed, and we still haven't produced another Tongshan-level cultivator. Now that we finally have a prodigy in the family, we can't afford any mistakes, Luo Xisheng said urgently. Luo Haiping gazed toward the eastern coastline and murmured softly, all is well. Xisheng, may the Xia kingdom prosper. Our Luo family has not fallen to the point where we need a girl to save us. He rose from his seat, his piercing eyes fixed on his younger brother, Luo Xisheng. Before Luo Xisheng could utter a word, Luo Haiping interrupted brusquely, do you think Luo, having just returned to the family, would feel any strong sense of belonging to the Luo household? Luo Xisheng was momentarily at a loss for words. Luo Haiping's tone grew stern. What we need to do is continually strengthen her sense of identity with the family. We can't afford to have anything that might make her feel repelled. Big brother, of course, I understand that. Luo Xisheng finally managed to interject. But Luo is one of us, a member of the Luo family. Even if she's to find a husband, it must be someone who marries into the family. That boy is the perfect candidate, has no background to speak of. Luo Haiping turned his back on his brother, clasping his hands behind him. Luo Xisheng, growing more agitated, continued, but he's too clean. No background at all, no benefit to the Luo family. He stood as he spoke, his voice rising. To Luo Xisheng, Luo should remain in the Luo family forever. If she were to marry, it had to be someone with a strong background who was willing to join the family as a son-in-law. Luo Haiping was well aware of his brother's thoughts, but had his own considerations. Stay out of this matter, he declared. But, it's decided. Go back. Luo Haiping's tone brooked no argument. Yes, big brother. Luo Xisheng stopped pressing the issue. As the elder brother nearly 20 years his senior, Luo Haiping had always cared for him like a father. When their father, Luo Duyo, spent years away on military campaigns, it was Luo Haiping who raised him. Luo Xisheng's respect and fear for his brother surpassed even that for their father. Seeing that Luo Haiping had made up his mind, he dared not persist. However, as he turned to leave, a glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Luo Haiping watched his brother's retreating figure and sighed softly. He knew his brother all too well. Luo Xisheng was born into a time when their father had already reached great heights, growing up in the Luo family's golden age. But after their father's death, the family inevitably declined. This pained Luo Xisheng deeply, leaving him powerless. His yearning to restore the Luo family's former glory was so strong that he placed his hopes elsewhere. But a family's strength never comes from external force, it must come from within, brother. Luo Haiping thought to himself. Knock, knock, knock. He sat back down and tapped his knuckles lightly on the table. After a long pause, he spoke. Send word no one is to take any coercive action against Fang He. Understood, came a distant reply from the surrounding forest. After a moment's thought, he added, keep an eye on the second brother. Don't let him act recklessly. Understood. Luo Haiping rubbed his temples, his expression weary. In this world where strength ruled supreme, their father's presence had once deterred any would-be troublemakers. But after his passing, those lurking in the shadows began to stir. Though Luo Haiping had reached the Longmin realm, making him a formidable figure in the eyes of most, safeguarding the vast Luo family estate was still a daunting challenge. Without the protective legacy of the late King Yu, their family's foundation might have long since been carved up by others. The Luo family indeed needed someone to step forward, but desperation often led to grave mistakes. The rumors outside were true. Luo Wan Yin, the strongest female warrior in the Xia kingdom, did have ties to the Luo family. She was originally one of them but had severed ties with the family 40 years ago, even changing her surname and establishing her own lineage. This incident had once made the Luo family a laughingstock, mocked in secret by other families. Only as Luo Wan Yin's fame grew, and the Luo family deliberately downplayed the matter, did the scandal gradually fade. Over the years, the family had made every effort to mend relations with Luo Wan Yin, but with little success. Having made the wrong choice back then, are we doomed to repeat the same mistake now? Luo Haiping murmured, recalling an ancient saying, if later generations lament without learning, they too will be lamented by those who come after. On a sunny morning, Fang He walked into the living room, feeling unusually cheerful. Fanny Yang was already ready and waiting for him. Today marked the first day of their senior year in high school, and both had risen early. Let's go grab breakfast. After a quick meal at the cafeteria, they headed straight to the classroom. Fang He noticed that Lu Ningxi was absent from the morning assembly and the start of class. Recalling that this solitary classmate had also skipped martial arts training the previous day, he couldn't help but feel curious, though he wasn't sure whom to ask about it. Their new homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi, stood on the podium, her sharp gaze sweeping across the room like a blade. You're seniors now. Put away those restless thoughts and focus on studying and martial arts training. This is the martial arts seed class, and the requirements are simple. Every single one of you must get into one of the top 100 martial arts universities. Any questions? No. The class responded in unison. Zhou then began explaining the geography of the southern region. By senior year, most of the cultural subjects had already been covered, leaving only review sessions with occasional extensions to the material. The moment the bell rang, the classroom erupted into chatter. The students buzzed with discussions about the upcoming martial arts elite tournament. Some mentioned how martial arts schools across the city were frantically recruiting participants, while others brought up how the top 3 contenders from Lingbei had already received invitations. Their own classmates, Jin Yi and Ren Yun, were also among the invitees. Fang He, come with me to the school gate to pick up a package, Fanny Yang said mysteriously. Uncle Lu has sent your advance reward. The two retrieved the package and returned to their dorm. Fanny Yang carefully unpacked the contents, revealing a collection of pills, body refining pills, qi and blood pills, strengthening pills, and a bottle of basic body tempering elixir. These items were rare finds in pharmacies, and purchasing them with Blue Star currency would cost nothing short of a fortune. That night, Fang He took a qi and blood pill and immersed himself in a wooden tub filled with a specially prepared medicinal bath. As he activated the qi awakening technique, the medicinal energy coursed through his body, and the greenish-blue liquid in the tub gradually turned clear. After finishing his cultivation session, he felt an unprecedented surge of vitality and strength. Returning to the living room, he found Fanny Yang waiting for him. Fang He stepped onto the body measurement machine, and an electronic voice announced, height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 562 kilograms. Health, excellent. Wow, your blood refinement is almost complete, Fanny Yang remarked with a grin. He explained that before breaking into the spirit movement realm, a cultivator's weight would steadily increase, especially during the marrow cleansing and blood refinement stage of the body refining realm. He advised Fang He to wait until university to break through, as guidance from mentors and access to additional resources might even allow him to leap directly into the mid-stage. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit room elsewhere, Lu Ningxi was undergoing specialized training. Armed with a long spear, he faced off against 5 simulation robots equipped with various weapons. Though these robots were only at the body refining realm in terms of strength, their martial techniques were at a perfect level, and their tireless, pain-immune nature made them far more challenging than ordinary fighters. The clash of weapons echoed incessantly. Only such intense battles could truly pressure Lu Ningxi. His last match against Lingbei Hai had failed to spark his interest. After half an hour, he sat cross-legged, the aura of his spear technique almost bursting forth from his body. Friday, September 9th, 2225. The morning sunlight had yet to fully dispel the remnants of night when a rapid knocking shattered the dormitory's tranquility. Bang, bang, bang. Second brother, what are you doing so early in the morning? Fang He groaned, rubbing his sleepy eyes. Lu Ningxi has made a breakthrough. Fanny Yang's excited voice came from outside the door. Fang He opened the door while asking, breakthrough? He advanced to the Lingdong realm? Mid-sentence, he suddenly realized something was off. Why would Lu Ningxi break through to the Lingdong realm at this time? Not the Lingdong realm. He's comprehended spear momentum. Fanny Yang exclaimed with excitement. The news hit Fang He like a bolt of lightning, snapping him wide awake. In Jiangling High School, or even in the entire Jiangling city, it had been nearly a decade since a senior student had comprehended martial momentum so early in the school year. Even more astonishing, Kyoto Martial Arts University had already extended an invitation to Lu Ningxi. What? He's only in his third year of high school. Kyoto Martial Arts University has a preparatory program. He can start college early. The homeroom teacher probably posted an announcement in the group chat by now. Fang He quickly opened his communicator. Everyone knew the class had two group chats, one with teachers and one just for students. He opened the teacher-included group and was greeted by a flurry of rapidly scrolling messages. At the top of the chat, a pinned announcement read, Homeroom teacher Zhou Yi, congratulations to our classmate Lu Ningxi for being accepted into Kyoto Martial Arts University's preparatory program. The group chat's initial flood of congratulations soon shifted to discussions about Kyoto Martial Arts University's admission requirements. Through the conversations, Fang He quickly pieced together the selection criteria. As the top martial arts institution in Xia, Kyoto Martial Arts University admitted only 3,000 students annually, including those in the preparatory program. For the standard admissions route, candidates needed a minimum of 740 out of 800 points on the national exams. However, the preparatory program served as a fast track for prodigies. If a student could impress a university talent scout such as by comprehending martial momentum before the age of 18, like Lu Ningxi would receive an early admission offer. By noon, the news had spread throughout the entire school. Major media outlets rushed to report the story. Jiangling High School had produced another prodigy, one who might even surpass Zhou Chuyu, and was now bound for Kyoto Martial Arts University. Tomorrow's the opening match of the elite tournament. Want to go together? Fanny Yang asked. Of course. Let's head out early in the morning. The next day, the two arrived at Jiangling City's central sports arena. With the rise of martial arts, traditional sports had faded into obscurity after all. For a martial artist at the body refinement stage, a 100-meter sprint was a matter of seconds, let alone for those in the Lingdong realm. Modern athletic events now revolved around martial arts, and the central sports arena not only remained open year-round but also hosted public martial arts classes taught by professionals. The sprawling 60-hectare venue buzzed with energy. Representatives from various martial arts schools and eager spectators had already taken their seats. In the center of the arena, dozens of 100 by 100 platforms had been arranged. After a brief speech by an official, the competition was declared open. The rules were straightforward. Participants were randomly assigned to one of four zones A, B, C, or with 3 individuals from each zone advancing to the finals. Each martial arts school could send up to 4 contestants, ensuring that fighters from the same school wouldn't face each other in the same zone. Boom, boom, boom. With 3 drum beats, the tournament officially began. Competitors took their places on the platforms, each of which was equipped with multiple cameras. A giant display screen in front of the audience showcased highlights from various matches, while individual screens at each seat allowed viewers to select which platform to watch. Fang He scanned the ongoing matches across the platforms, occasionally eavesdropping on the spectators around him. They were discussing Lei Xing on Platform 7 in Zone C, a top fighter from the Vajra Martial Arts School, who had just sent his opponent flying out of the ring with a single move. Others mentioned Tang Xiaosong on Platform 8 in Zone A, representing the Flying Feather Martial Arts School, who had subdued his opponent with lightning-fast precision. Meanwhile, Fanny Yang, self-appointed as Fang He's coach, was diligently gathering information on potential opponents. With nearly 400 participants in the tournament, each zone was divided into 10 platforms, with 10 contestants per platform competing in a round-robin format. Winners earned 1 point, while losses yielded none. The top 3 scorers in each zone would secure a spot in the finals. Fang Yang handed over the organized documents to Fang He, his expression serious. These are the materials I compiled today. Take a look. Fang He opened the documents and quickly skimmed through them. By 5 p.m., the day's matches had concluded, and as expected, the more renowned contestants had all secured consecutive victories. The documents detailed the profiles of each participant. Hu Jimin, blood-tempering stage, skilled in martial techniques, excels in defense. Tian Zhan, blood-tempering stage, adept with martial techniques, specializes in the Miao Saber. Gao Xiaoyang, blood-tempering stage, martial skills suspected to have reached perfection. Lei Xing, blood-tempering stage. Tang Xiaosong, blood-tempering stage. The information covered their schools, grades, cultivation stages, weapons, and other specifics. Fang Yang displayed remarkable talent in intelligence gathering. However, the The profiles were limited to contestants who had already appeared in matches, leaving out those who had directly advanced to the finals. According to available information, Wu Tong had been directly admitted to the finals with the endorsement of the Ao Shuem Martial Arts Academy. The other two direct finalists were Jiang Chengxian from the southern part of the city and Lu Sun from the northern region. Rumors suggested that Jiang Chengxian had achieved perfection in martial skills, though this was unconfirmed due to a lack of public records of him fighting. As for Lu Sun, known as the second strongest in the northern region, he reportedly had been in secluded training and was absent during a recent confrontation involving Lu Ningxi. His latest recorded performance indicated martial skills nearing perfection. Fang He nodded in acknowledgement. Although all the contestants were at the blood-tempering stage, their actual capabilities could only be assessed through combat. Martial skill levels, on the other hand, were more straightforward to judge at a glance. With your strength, anyone below the perfect martial skill level won't pose a threat, Fang Yiyang said confidently. All right, let's head back for now. We'll continue tomorrow, Fang He replied. In the days that followed, Fang He's life progressed in an orderly fashion, balancing studies, training, and spectating matches. During this time, he celebrated his 17th birthday. Though Luoi remained absent from the virtual world, she sent a brief birthday greeting before logging off quickly on that day. The finals of the elite tournament are tomorrow. How are you feeling? Someone asked. Fang He stood up from his meditative position and calmly replied, Great. Watching the matches over the past days had been immensely rewarding, and he was eager to compete against the top talents of Jiangling. The next day, the Jiangling City Central Sports Arena was packed with people. Long queues stretched outside as spectators waited to enter, while media reporters interviewed attendees who seemed to have interesting perspectives. The city had gone all out in promoting the event, making it entirely free and distributing tickets online on a first-come, first-served basis. Since the revival of spiritual energy, martial arts had surged in popularity, and grand events like this naturally drew widespread enthusiasm. Families with young children and groups of friends were seen arriving together. In the midst of the lively chatter in the queue, some cheered for their favorite contestants, while others voiced complaints. I still don't understand why some contestants get to skip straight to the finals. Everyone else had to fight their way through. Our school's Kai Su was so close to making it. At least your school had someone close to the finals. Our school didn't even make it past the first rounds. The top 3 schools are always the strongest. They dominate more than half of the top 16 spots. Well, we'll find out today who takes the championship. Hey, it's our turn to enter. 2 girls quickly stopped their discussion and hurried forward to get their tickets checked. Aerial drones captured the scene, showcasing the arena and the surrounding crowds. The live broadcast displayed the dense flow of people entering the venue, moving like ants returning to their nest. So many people. Yeah, a lot of my coworkers brought their kids to watch. We should have gone to see it in person too. Watching the live stream from home is just as good. The video quality is amazing. A young couple watching the stream from home chatted casually. Mommy, look. So many people. A 5 or 6-year-old boy exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the screen. Yes, there are. Do you want to practice martial arts in the future, too? The young mother asked gently, stroking her son's hair. Of course. Then you'll have to start disciplining yourself now, the father encouraged. I will. By 9:30 a.m., the Central Sports Arena, with its capacity of 300,000, was completely filled. At the center of the venue stood a massive stage, with cameras positioned in all directions, including overhead. The real-time footage was displayed on large screens throughout the arena and streamed online for those unable to attend in person. Fang He glanced down at his number tag C01. On the central display screen, the contestants' information had already appeared. The tournament's big screen displayed the bracket for the top 16 competitors clearly. Zone A, Wu Tong A01 Lingbei High School Laoshuem Martial Arts Academy, Tang Shaosong A16 Yunshan High School Feather Martial Arts Academy, Jin Yi A27 Jiangling High School Beishan Martial Arts Academy, Tianjin A36 Chengnan High School Thunder Martial Arts Academy. Zone B, Jiang Chengxian B01 Chengnan High School Thunder Martial Arts Academy, Hu Jimin B11 Lingyao High School Stellar Martial Arts Academy, Jiangqing B17 Jiangling High School Laoshua Martial Arts Academy, Lin Yuan B31 Yunjia High School Longchuan Martial Arts Academy. Zone C, Fang He C01 Jiangling High School Peak Martial Arts Academy, Lei Xing C09 Jiangling No. 2 High School Vidra Martial Arts Academy, Gao Xiaoyang C12 Shiba High School Wanmin Martial Arts Academy, Yang Liang C23 Lingbei High School Red Flame Martial Arts Academy. Zone D, Lu Sun D01 Lingbei High School Longchuan Martial Arts Academy, Hao Yiming D33 Lingbei High School Peak Martial Arts Academy, Li Lujiang D57 Chengnan High School Rock Martial Arts Academy, Renyun D66 Jiangling High School Purple Phoenix Martial Arts Academy. From the list, it was evident that Jiangling High School and Lingbei High School each secured 4 spots, while Chengnan High School took 3, collectively dominating nearly 3/4 of the final slots. Among the martial arts academies, the Big Four accounted for 8 spots, while the remaining 8 competitors were also from well-known academies in Jiangling City. 2 hosts, a man and a woman in their 30s, stepped onto the stage. The male host, Chen Yongjin, appeared energetic, while the female host, Xie Xiying, wore a radiant smile. After briefly introducing themselves, they began announcing the notable guests in attendance: Jiangling City Mayor Guo Junlong, Law Enforcement Bureau Director Su Jing, and Education Administration Head Su Hui. Mayor Guo Junlong stood up from the central viewing area and waved to the audience. In the stands, Fang He's family and Fanny Yang were already seated. Nan Shui, looking a little impatient, muttered, "Why hasn't it started yet?" Fang Shengyuan smiled and reassured her, "This is all part of the usual process. Besides, Fang He's in the lower bracket. It'll be a while before his match. Are you just not interested in watching your son's match?" Nan Shui shot her husband a glare. Fang Shengyuan, looking innocent but with a strong sense of self-preservation, wisely chose not to argue with his wife and instead responded with a sheepish smile. Meanwhile, Fang Xinwu and his wife sat quietly, smiling to themselves. Fanny Yang chimed in at the right moment. "Auntie, we can watch the event introduction first. Martial artist matches are usually quick, so it won't take long for Fang He's turn." "You're so considerate, Xiao Yang," Nan Shui said, turning to him. "What do you think Fang He's final ranking will be?" In terms of skill, Fang He's definitely in the top 5. If no one else is hiding their true strength, the only one who could unquestionably surpass him is Wu Tong from Lingbei. Fanny Yang analyzed seriously. "Does that mean Fang He will make it to the podium?" Nan Shui's eyes lit up. If nothing unexpected happens, yes," Fanny Yang replied just as the hosts on stage concluded their introductions. The first Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Tournament officially begins. The crowd erupted into deafening cheers, so loud that even the clouds in the sky seemed to scatter. Gradually, the cheers subsided as the audience sat upright, focusing intently as they awaited the start of the matches. The format of the Elite Tournament Finals was straightforward. 4 regions A, B, C, and dueled face-off in pairs, with the winners advancing to another round of matches to determine the ultimate champion. In theory, only 4 matches were needed to claim the title. Next up, we have Wu Tong from the Aoshuang Martial Arts Academy and Tian Zhan from the Leitang Martial Arts Academy. Chen Yongjin's powerful voice echoed throughout the arena. Xie Xiying followed with a detailed introduction. Wu Tong, a senior at Lingbei High School, excels in spear techniques. Tian Zhan, also a senior from Chengnan High School, is a master of the Miao Dao. As the introductions concluded, the 2 contestants walked onto the stage, locking eyes from dozens of meters apart. The heads of the 4 martial arts academies sat in the front row, each accompanied by their disciples. The elderly master of Aoshuang Martial Arts Academy sat with arms crossed, exuding confidence. His disciple Wu Tong's skills were nearly impeccable aside from a few concealed masters who could rival him. In contrast, the burly head of Leitang Martial Arts Academy had a furrowed brow. Facing one of the favorites to win in the first round was undeniably unlucky. Meanwhile, the other 2 academy heads observed quietly, assessing Wu Tong's strength against their own disciples' chances. The hosts retreated to the commentary table as the match was about to begin. Wu Tong raised his panlong spear steadily, gripping it firmly with both hands. He was determined to give his all and win decisively. Though he had previously lost to Lu Ningxi in the virtual world and faced much criticism, he had moved past it. As news of Lu Ningxi's guaranteed admission to Jingwu University spread, the chatter died down. After all, it wasn't that Wu Tong wasn't strong enough. His opponent was simply extraordinary. Now, the elite tournament was his perfect opportunity to reclaim his reputation. Without Lu Ningxi in the competition, Wu Tong vowed to make everyone remember his name. This resolve made his gaze even more determined as he awaited the referee's signal. Tian Zhan drew his nearly man-height Miao Dao, gripping it with both hands. He angled his body slightly, positioning his feet forward and backward. His handsome face and composed stance drew a wave of cheers from the stands, especially from the female spectators. "Tian Zhan is so cool. You have to defeat Wu Tong. Wu Tong got a direct Pashi might not be that strong. Go, Tian Zhan. Make it to the top 8. However, the chatter didn't reach the stage, and even if it did, Wu Tong wouldn't care. In a battle between martial artists, strength was all that mattered. Appearance was irrelevant. Begin. The referee, a martial artist at the Mingxiao level or higher, gave the signal. This level of referee was necessary to prevent any serious accidents during the match. Wu Tong launched forward like an arrow. Faced with his aggressive charge, Tian Zhan stood his ground, choosing to engage Hedon. He stepped forward with his left foot, slightly angled outward, knees bent, and delivered a diagonal slash through the air. His Miao Dao was more agile than Wu Tong's spear. If Wu Tong didn't evade, he would undoubtedly take the hit. Wu Tong swiftly sidestepped. Tian Zhan immediately rotated his blade with his waist, flipping it upward in a counterstrike aimed at Wu Tong's side. Unfazed, Wu Tong brought his spear down from above, blocking the rising blade with precision. Excellent! Chun Yongjin exclaimed. Xie Ying added, their attack and defense are truly remarkable. 1 dodge, 1 upward strike, 1 block. Their skill is on full display. The head of Leitang Martial Arts Academy nodded subtly, satisfied with Tianzhan's performance. Meanwhile, the master of Aoshuang Martial Arts Academy remained calm and composed, as if this were merely a warm-up. The audience erupted in cheers, with some joining in despite not fully understanding the intricacies of the fight, eager not to appear out of place. After deflecting the upward strike, Wu Tong seized the opportunity, refusing to give Tianzhan any breathing room. Utilizing the range advantage of his spear, he launched a relentless offensive. Though Tianzhan's Miao Dao danced with precision, forming an almost impenetrable defense, it struggled to withstand the sheer force of Wu Tong's attacks. Within just 2 exchanges, Tianzhan's grip faltered, his palm splitting under the pressure, forcing him to switch to a one-handed grip. Amid gasps from the crowd, Wu Tong raised his spear with one arm, its tip aimed directly at Tianzhan's throat. The match was over. Both competitors were in the blood-tempering stage. Though Wu Tong held the upper hand, the difference in their strength wasn't insurmountable. The fundamental reason for the disparity in their abilities lay in the difference in their mastery of martial techniques. Wu Tong's flawless level skills gave him an undeniable advantage over Tianzhan's proficient level mastery. More importantly, since their last encounter, Wu Tong had undergone a month of rigorous training, further honing his martial prowess. In contrast, while Tianzhan had made considerable progress, he had not yet reached perfection. The first match is over. The winner is Wu Tong. The referee's voice echoed throughout the venue. Wu Tong retracted his spear and bowed steadily. Thank you for the match. As a representative of Lingbei High School, he understood the significance of this live-streamed event, which not only targeted Jiangling City but also extended to neighboring areas. Every action he took reflected on his school's reputation. The audience erupted into thunderous cheers. Wu Tong, you're amazing. Go senior. Bring home the championship. 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 I lost. You're strong, Tianzhan admitted calmly, having anticipated this outcome long before. In the stands, Nan Shui turned to Fanny Yang. Xiaoyang, this Wu Tong is the one you said Xiao he couldn't defeat, right? Although she wasn't well-versed in martial arts, she could sense Wu Tong's strength from the commentary. Yes, that's him. Fanny Yang nodded. In Jiangling City, the only person who could consistently defeat Wu Tong was Lu Ningxi, but he's left already. Well, it's not like we're aiming for first place. As long as Xiao he doesn't get hurt, that's all that matters, Nan Shui said lightheartedly. A true martial artist doesn't avoid injury. A martial artist must strive to win. Even against formidable opponents, they should never hesitate to draw their sword. The old man's voice suddenly broke in, stern and unwavering. Nan Shui didn't dare argue, though her expression clearly showed her disagreement. Fang Shengyuan wanted to mediate, but under his father's piercing gaze, he stayed silent. It was only when the grandmother gently pulled the old man aside that the tension dissipated. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, the second match is about to start, Fanny Yang said, tactfully redirecting the family's attention back to the arena. Chun Yongjin stepped onto the stage. Thank you to the 2 students for the thrilling match just now. Next up, we have Tang Xiaosong versus Jin Yi. Xie Ying took over enthusiastically. Tang Xiaosong, a student from Yunshan High School and a member of Feiyu Martial Arts Academy, has impressed audiences since the preliminary rounds with his outstanding agility and techniques. Jin Yi, on the other hand, hails from Jiangling High School and trains at Beishan Martial Arts Academy, making his way to this stage with an unbroken streak of victories. Let's see what kind of spectacular showdown these 2 competitors will bring us. As soon as the announcers finished, the crowd erupted once again. Go Tang Xiaosong. Jin Yi, take him down. With a quick movement, Tang Xiaosong leapt lightly onto the stage. Jin Yi, in contrast, walked up the steps steadily and positioned himself at the center of the arena. On the stage, Tang Xiaosong's presence was striking. Dressed in black, with a hood obscuring his face, he held a short blade in his hand, his head lowered to conceal his expression. His opponent, Jin Yi, was a reserved and stoic man. Ever since losing his close friend Yan Jindong during an outdoor training session, Jin Yi had grown even more withdrawn. To grow stronger, he needed resources, and the wealthy Beishan Medicine Union sought to make a name for themselves in the elite tournament. Their collaboration was a natural fit. Let the match begin. The referee's voice shattered the silence on the stage. Tang Xiaosong launched his attack in an instant, like a thunderbolt. Jin Yi, having studied his opponent's fighting style beforehand, braced himself. His long spear spun into a seamless web of defense, impenetrable to even the fiercest assaults. Unlike other competitors who prioritize speed, Jin Yi adopted a strategy of steadfast resilience. Even when Tang Xiaosong shifted his direction of attack, Jin Yi's spear movements adapted in time to counter. The only sounds on the field were the sharp clashes of their weapons. Neither of the two quiet warriors wasted words, their focus solely on the battle itself. The duel stretched on for over 30 minutes, far exceeding the usual 5-minute bouts that typically determined a winner. This is truly a clash of opposing forces, Xie remarked with admiration. The audience below grew restless. Some complained about the slow pace, while others, more discerning, watched intently, waiting for the moment when a weakness might emerge. In the end, it was Jin Yi who faltered first. Tang Xiaosong seized the opportunity and delivered a decisive blow. Jin Yi exited the stage in silence, aware that his skills still required refinement. The Beishan Martial Arts Academy's master was already pleased with his performance, while the Feiyu Martial Arts Academy erupted in celebration over Tang Xiaosong's victory. The host then announced the conclusion of the matches in Zone A and the commencement of Zone B battles. Jiang Qingxian versus Lin Yuan, and Hu Jimin versus Jiang Qing. Jiang Qingxian dominated Lin Yuan, a student from the third-tier Yunjia High School, with overwhelming strength. Meanwhile, Hu Jimin triumphed over Jiang Qing, a determined C-class competitor from Jiangling High School, after a hard-fought match relying on his defensive prowess. Ladies and gentlemen, the advancing contenders from the upper bracket have been decided. Wu Tong, Tang Xiaosong, Jiang Qingxian, and Hu Jimin. Xie announced with a bright smile. We'll take a short break before moving on to the lower bracket matches. In the audience, Nan Shui was brimming with excitement, eagerly awaiting Fang He's appearance. Fang Shengyuan raised his camera, ready to capture his son's remarkable performance, while the elderly woman beside him reminded him to film it well. Fang Xinwu sat upright and composed. It was his first time watching his grandson compete live. Elsewhere, Fan Ying silently observed Fang He's figure in the preparation area, cheering him on in his heart. Li Xinyuan and a few classmates from Class 9 sat in the audience seats diagonally across from the arena, their position giving them a clear view of Fang He's face. Turning to Qian Hao beside her, she asked, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Qian Hao, you've been desk mates with Fang He for so long. Did you really not notice anything? Didn't see anything special about him? Qian Hao furrowed his brow as he tried to recall. Honestly, I didn't. He was just an ordinary classmate who didn't talk much. Then, all of a sudden, he became more outgoing. It wasn't until the martial arts class where he defeated Tang Liang in one move that things started to change. You all know what happened after that. I heard that during the summer break, the seed class selected 10 students for outdoor training, and not only did Fang He make the cut, but he also ranked near the top, added Zhua Xin, Li Xinyuan's tall and bright-eyed friend. As she spoke, the other classmates nodded in agreement. Someone couldn't help but voice their concern. The Summit Martial Arts Hall gave him a direct spot in the finals. I wonder if he can handle the pressure. If the Summit Martial Arts Hall chose him, they must have their reasons, another voice immediately countered. The match is about to start. Let's keep quiet for now, Li Xinyuan gently reminded them, and the chatter around her gradually subsided. Not far away, a father and son were intently staring at the large screen showing Fang He's photo. Suddenly, the father slapped his forehead and exclaimed excitedly, I remember now. His outburst drew curious glances from nearby spectators. Dad, not so loud. The son quickly tugged at his father's arm. The father gave an apologetic smile to those around him and lowered his voice to speak to his son. That Fang He is the student from Jiangling High School I gave a ride to that day. I even chatted with him the whole way. The genius you mentioned back then? The son recalled the conversation. At the time, he had dismissed it, thinking his father was exaggerating about an ordinary student from Jiangling High School. Now, it seemed his father's intuition had been spot on. The father, still excited, took out his phone and snapped several photos of Fang He's image on the screen, sharing them in his group chat. Meanwhile, his son, a student from Lingbei High School, couldn't help but scrutinize Fang He with a more critical gaze, murmuring softly, Fang He, huh? Fang He sat calmly, his usual playful demeanor completely absent. He rested his long sword, Lin Yuan, flat across his knees, feeling the resonant hum of the blade. This was his moment of pre-battle focus and stillness. Now entering the arena, representing Dingfeng Martial Arts Hall, Fang He, and representing Qiyin Martial Arts Hall, Yang Liang. Xie Ying's voice echoed throughout the venue. In the audience, Lu Qingying nudged her father, Lu Zhuoran. Both watched with anticipation, eager to see Fang He in action. A sharp glint flickered in Fang He's eyes before his expression returned to calm. Gripping Lin Yuan, he walked toward the stage with steady steps. Across from him, Yang Liang stood with a solid, muscular frame. Though not particularly tall, he wielded a pair of heavy 8-sided maces, his gaze sizing up Fang He. This marks the first ever showdown between Jiangling High School and Lingbei High School in the finals. Qin Yongjin's announcement sent the crowd into a frenzy. Cheers erupted from both sides. Jiangling, number 1. Lingbei, the strongest. The chants filled the air in waves. After the referee confirmed both fighters were ready, the match officially began. Fang He remembered this opponent well just a month ago. Yang Liang had challenged Lu Ningxi on the battle network but was decisively defeated. It wasn't a matter of strength but a disparity in martial skill. Yang Liang charged forward like an armored bull, his dual maces, each weighing 20 kilograms, slicing through the air with a deafening whoosh. Fang He utilized his agile lingbo step to evade, knowing he couldn't afford to block such a forceful assault. Hidden moonlit flow. Fang He's sword movements shimmered like moonlight as they entangled Yang Liang's strikes, redirecting their momentum. Frustrated, Yang Liang shifted tactics. Mount Tai smash. He poured even more power into his attack, trying to break through Fang He's defense. A faint smile tugged at Fang He's lips. This was the opening he had been waiting for. Crescent break. His sword moved with precision, like a deer darting through the trees, targeting Yang Liang's wrist. Though Yang Liang managed to pull back his left hand in time, the tip of the blade struck true, and the mace in his left hand fell to the ground with a thud. Gritting his teeth, Yang Liang pressed on, his right hand mace swinging with undiminished force. However, without the coordination of his left, his moves became disjointed. Fang He easily dodged the heavy strike and slipped behind him. Full moon slash. Fang He's blade struck Yang Liang's right shoulder. Bright moon in the sky. Another swift slash followed. Yang Liang was sent flying, crashing to the ground. He struggled to rise but failed each time. Fang He wins. The referee's announcement cut through the roaring cheers of the crowd. The staff quickly rushed onto the stage, carefully carrying the injured contestant off for medical attention. The audience erupted into thunderous applause. This was the thrilling showdown they had been eagerly waiting for. Students from Jiangling High School were ecstatic, shouting toward the direction of Lingbei High School. Did you see that? Jiangling High is the strongest. As long as we're here, you'll always be second. On the sidelines, Nan Shui anxiously turned to Fang Shengyuan. Did you get it on camera? Don't worry, Fang Shengyuan said confidently, patting his chest as he checked the camera. I recorded every exciting moment. My son is amazing. Nan Shui beamed with pride. Though she didn't fully understand the technicalities of the match, her son's effortless victory was more than enough to make her proud. The old man nodded approvingly. Indeed, very impressive. Beside him, the grandmother smiled warmly, her heart swelling with joy at her grandson's excellent performance. Not far away, an older man exclaimed smugly, I told you we've got a genius here. The boy standing next to him had no choice but to nod in agreement. He knew Yang Liang, who was quite well known at Lingbei High and often mentored his fellow classmates, but against Fang He, Yang Liang appeared clumsy and was easily defeated. In the crowd of Class 9 spectators, someone couldn't help but exclaim, so strong. 3 days apart, and you see someone in a new light. Zhua Xian nudged Li Xinyuan and whispered, how long do you think our class president could last against Fang He now? Li Xinyuan raised a single finger. 10 moves? Zhua Xian gasped. No. Li Xinyuan shook her head. If Fang He goes all out, he wouldn't last even one move. Seeing Zhua Zin's puzzled expression, Li Xinyuan didn't elaborate. Instead, she looked toward Fang He, who was stepping down from the stage, and recalled how dismissive she had once been about his feelings for Luo Yi. She was grateful she hadn't mocked him back then. Otherwise, she'd now be the classic antagonist getting humiliated in a story. The announcer's voice came at just the right moment. What an incredible match. Up next, we have Lei Xing versus Gao Xiaoyang. Let's welcome the contestants. The following matches progressed swiftly, none as intense as the earlier showdown between Tang Xiaosong and Jin Yi. What had been anticipated as a grueling battle between Lei Xing and Gao Xiaoyang ended surprisingly quickly when Gao Xiaoyang displayed his flawless spear technique. In just 10 moves, Lei Xing, known for his strength and defense as a representative of the Jinggang Martial Arts Academy, was knocked out of the ring. The scene left the entire audience in shock. Who would have thought that an ordinary school like Shiba High and the Wanmin Martial Arts Academy could produce such a prodigy? Seasoned spectators, recognizing Gao Xiaoyang's flawless spear technique, couldn't help but feel regret for Fang He. Both were in Zone C, and this meant Fang He would no longer advance. Wu Tong, on the other hand, could hardly contain his laughter. Fang He's earlier effortless defeat of Yang Liang had annoyed him, but seeing Gao Xiaoyang's prowess now filled him with satisfaction. In Wu Tong's eyes, Fang He wouldn't even make it to the semi-finals this time, let alone the grand finals. This martial arts elite competition was destined to be Lingbei High's, destined to be Wu Tong's stage to shine. As for the time he was defeated by Lu Ningxiho, would even remember that now? The competition in Zone C concluded, and the battles in Zone D commenced swiftly. Lu Sun faced off against Ren Yun, while Hao Yiming took on Li Lujiang. Though these matches lacked the brilliance of earlier ones, they still had their moments. Ren Yun, despite her defeat, fought valiantly. Her aggressive offense forced Lu Sun to reveal his true strength, showcasing a combat technique nearing perfection. Meanwhile, in the other match, Hao Yiming's recent progress wasn't enough to change the outcome. After exchanging 50 moves with Li Lujiang, he was sent flying out of the ring with a single decisive blow. With the Zone D matches wrapped up, the event entered its intermission. Advancing contestants prepared for the next round, the injured sought medical attention, and others seized the chance to recover their strength. At the same time, on the campus of Southern Martial Arts University, Li Yang strolled along a tree-lined path. Hands in her pockets, she gazed at the sky, lost in thought. The chime of her communicator interrupted her reverie. A new mission, came her mentor's voice. The target is fleeing eastward. You'll need to coordinate with East University to track him down. What's the reward? She asked. 5,000 credits. The distribution is up to you. When do we move? As soon as possible. I've sent the details. Make contact with East University's team first. Li Yang quickly opened the file and skimmed through it. Kong Pong, 40 years old, former deputy director of the Eastern Research Institute. He had defected with the latest research data. His strength was classified as latest-stage Mingxiao realm, with relatively weak combat capabilities. The mission's priority was to ensure the research data was not leaked. Without hesitation, she posted in her private group chat. New mission. Support role. 5,000 credits distributed by contribution. Target. Defected researcher. Latest-stage Mingxiao realm. Need 3 people. Reply if available. Everyone. The group chat exploded with responses. Teams full. The first 3. DM me now and get ready to move. Damn, just missed it. Zhao Yiqing, you're too fast, someone grumbled. Zhao Yiqing responded with a smug laugh. Others expressed their envy, knowing that missions led by Li Yang were always profitable. Meanwhile, Li Yang had already turned into a gust of wind, heading toward the dormitory area. Once a mission was accepted, preparation was immediate. After the break, the competition resumed at 1 p.m. The match between Wu Tong and Tang Xiaosong was over in less than a minute, with Wu Tong striking Tang Xiaosong out of the ring with a single powerful spear attack. Next came the battle for the B-zone slots. Jiang Chengxian finally revealed his true strength. His mastery of a flawless combat technique drew gasps from the audience, and the students from Chengnan High School swelled with pride. Even the 2 commentators couldn't help but marvel, noting that the outcome of the upper bracket finals was now shrouded in uncertainty. Wu Tong had met a formidable opponent. Hu Jimin, though determined to fight, couldn't overcome the gap in strength and ultimately fell to the Xianhua battle axe, ending his run in the top 8. As the showdown between Fang He and Gao Xiaoyang approached, the atmosphere in the stands grew tense. A burly man with a scarred brow, Su Jinwei, the owner of Longquan Martial Arts Academy, mocked loudly. Looks like Dingfeng Martial Arts Academy won't even make the top for this time. Le Jouran, though aware of Fang He's slim chances, retorted, the match hasn't started yet. The outcome is still undecided. Nearby, the owner of Wanmin Martial Arts Academia, scholarly-looking man, responded to the verbal sparring with only a faint smile. Small academies like his typically avoided getting involved in such disputes. Le Jouran suddenly countered. You should worry about your own problems first. This remark hit a sore spot for Su Jinwei. Lately, rumors had spread across the martial arts circle that his academy had been funded by his wife's family, yet he had taken multiple mistresses. When his wife found out, the scandal erupted publicly, tarnishing his reputation. Lu Zhuaran's resonant voice stood out among the crowd. The surrounding spectators couldn't help but chuckle quietly, though they refrained from laughing out loud out of courtesy, sparing Su Jinwei some dignity. Su Jinwei's expression darkened. Fully aware of Lu Zhuaran's personality, he feared he might say something even more embarrassing, so he wisely kept his mouth shut. On the stage, Fang He had already taken his position, facing Gao Xiaoyang from a distance. Excitement gleamed in Gao Xiaoyang's eyes as he spoke with a hint of provocation in his tone. Fang He? Jiangling High School? Yes, Fang He replied calmly, though he noticed the peculiar undertone in Gao Xiaoyang's voice. The host, sensing the tension in their exchange, chose not to intervene and seemed to enjoy the unfolding drama. Gao Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh. If I beat you this time, does that mean Jiangling High School has no one left? Is this all Jiangling High School amounts to? Can't even make it to the top 4 in Jiangling City's martial arts elite tournament. As it turned out, 2 years ago, Gao Xiaoyang had accompanied his father to visit Jiangling High School's former principal, seeking mentorship, but was turned away. This rejection had festered into resentment, driving him to decline invitations from 2 other prestigious schools and instead enroll in an obscure institution, all to prove the old principal's decision wrong. Their conversation, amplified by the speakers, echoed throughout the venue. Neutral spectators were thrilled, intrigued by the unexpected drama. Supporters of Jiangling High School, however, couldn't contain their anger and began hurling insults. Wow, this guy's so full of himself. Where did this clown come from, spouting nonsense here? Who forgot to tie their dog up and let him loose? My bad, I didn't keep an eye on my pet. Someone reminded the crowd. Ahem, Gao Xiaoyang's martial arts have already reached the perfection level. So what? While students with parents present held back somewhat, those who came alone were completely unrestrained. Fang He asked with interest, oh? Did someone from Jiangling High School hurt your fragile feelings? Gao Xiaoyang's expression shifted. He recalled how, during his first year, he had privately challenged Jiangling High School and lost to Lu Ningxi. Since then, he had trained diligently, determined to surpass Lu Ningxi, only to later hear that she had mastered the art of spear and tint. It wasn't until Lu Ningxi left Jiangling City that he finally felt some relief. In the stands, Nan Shui asked worriedly, Xiaoyang, does Gao Xiaoyang have a grudge against Fang He? To my knowledge, they don't, Fanny Yang explained. It might be a rivalry between the schools. Don't worry, Auntie. The referees here are highly professional. There won't be any life-threatening situations. On stage, the tension had reached its peak. The referee seized the moment to announce, the match begins. This wasn't Fang He's first time facing an opponent who had mastered perfect-level martial techniques. Compared to his initial experience, his mindset was noticeably steadier now. Clang. Fang He gripped his sword with both hands, blocking Gao Xiaoyang's spear with precision. In that split second, he could even clearly see the dragon patterns spiraling along the spear's shaft. Not bad. Let's see how many more of my moves you can block. Gao Xiaoyang sneered, withdrawing his spear and suddenly changing his technique. Fang He's steps were light and agile like the wind. His movements fluid as he evaded the sudden shift in Gao Xiaoyang's attack. How about I defeat you instead? Seizing the moment when Gao Xiaoyang was momentarily stunned, Fang He's sword flashed as he launched a counterattack. Swoosh. Although Gao Xiaoyang tried his best to dodge, he was still grazed, leaving a tear in his clothing. While it didn't break his skin, it was enough to enrage the perfect level expert had been caught off guard by someone whose martial skills hadn't even reached the perfect level. Gao Xiaoyang said no more, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. It was clear he intended to subdue Fang He within 3 moves and humiliate him thoroughly afterward. Clang. Clink. The clash of weapons rang out, the sounds amplified and echoing through the surroundings. 10 moves had passed, yet Fang He held his ground with sharp reflexes, even managing to exchange blows evenly with Gao Xiaoyang. I fought someone who used a spear before, and the pressure they gave me was far greater than yours, Fang He suddenly said amidst their intense fight. Gao Xiaoyang, of course, understood who he was referring to among his peers in Jiangling City. Who else wielding a spear could surpass him? Clang. Sword and spear collided once again. Fang He gripped his sword tightly with both hands, barely holding back Gao Xiaoyang's sweeping dragon-patterned spear. Gao Xiaoyang tightened his grip on the spear's shaft, increasing his strength as the weapon pressed Fang He's sword closer toward him. Don't worry, you'll feel that kind of pressure again soon. Heh. Through their exchanges, Fang He had already discerned that Gao Xiaoyang's mastery in the blood-tempering stage far exceeded his own, likely nearing perfection as he pushed toward an even higher realm. Gao Xiaoyang's strength was indeed superior, and his martial techniques had just entered the threshold of the perfect level. Strong? Yes, but not invincible. Fang He slid back, twisting his sword to tap the spear's tip, skillfully neutralizing Gao Xiaoyang's follow-up strike. This maneuver was a microcosm of their entire battle. Fang He always managed to find a way to break through at critical moments, leaving Gao Xiaoyang unable to fully unleash his strength. Fang He was like a slippery eel, always just out of reach. Gao Xiaoyang's expression darkened. 12 moves had passed, far exceeding his initial expectation of defeating Fang He within 5. This guy's reflexes are insane. Yu Qingying watched Fang He's nimble movements, her eyes filled with awe. The gap in their martial technique mastery made Fang He's performance all the more remarkable, as evidenced by the gasps of admiration from the spectators. What a pity, she murmured, shaking her head gently. Screech. Despite his quick reflexes, Fang He was eventually struck by a spear to his side. Though he twisted at the last moment to avoid a fatal injury, his martial uniform was torn open, leaving a gaping tear. Took you long enough just to rip my clothes. As expected of a perfect-level expert, Fang He quipped, not even glancing at his wound as he smirked mockingly at the slightly annoyed Gao Xiaoyang. Gao Xiaoyang didn't respond, instead shaking his spear and continuing his relentless assault. He had realized how infuriating Fang He's words were, but the only solution now was to defeat him. Fueled by anger, Gao Xiaoyang's attacks grew fiercer, leaving several more marks on Fang He. Despite the appearance of being on the verge of defeat with each move, Fang He always managed to hold on. Now do you understand the gap between perfect level and proficient level techniques? Gao Xiaoyang finally broke his silence, staring at the battered Fang He. I thought you'd crush me, but this is all you've got? Fang He replied, regulating his breathing as he spoke. Gao Xiaoyang sneered, closing in to end the fight. To him, Fang He was already a spent force. Xuanji spear. Against the current, their figures crossed paths in a blur. Fang He's wrist flexed deftly, his sword flashing as it thrust backward. This unexpected strike almost caught Gao Xiaoyang off guard. By now, the spectators understood this so-called perfect-level expert didn't seem capable of overwhelming Fang He. Gao Xiaoyang, is that all you've got? So much for perfect-level techniques. If you can't handle it, Just go home and study literature. Stop embarrassing yourself out there. My great-uncle could probably do better than you. The students from Jiangling High School seized the opportunity to mock him relentlessly. Though their voices couldn't be clearly heard on the stage, they enjoyed themselves nonetheless. Not enough pressure. I need more pressure. Fang He thought to himself as he fought, feeling that he was on the verge of breaking through to the perfect level. Just a little more. Just a bit more. Gao Xiaoyang, is this really all you've got? Fang He let out a loud battle cry. Despite his tattered martial uniform, his face radiated unyielding determination and fighting spirit. How dare you? Gao Xiaoyang roared furiously, gripping his coiling dragon spear as he charged forward, his momentum unstoppable. In that instant, countless images of sword practice flashed through Fang He's mind. The excitement of holding a sword for the first time, the frustration of rigorous training, the repeated defeats when he initially entered the path of swordsmanship, and the exhilaration of finally mastering its fundamentals. Suddenly, a surge of clarity filled his heart. With the Linyuan sword in his hand, Fang He narrowed his eyes slightly before snapping them open. Gao Xiaoyang felt the shift in his opponent's aura, his hair standing on end, but it was too late to hesitate. He thrust his spear forward with full force. Fang He's lips curled into a faint smile as he drew his sword to meet the attack. Moonlit sky. The sword's light gleamed like the moon, tracing a brilliant arc through the air. Clang. Their weapons collided, forcing Gao Xiaoyang back 3 steps while Fang He staggered 6. Regaining his stance, Fang He's gaze grew resolute as he lunged forward again. Full moon slash. The sword's energy surged like a rainbow, growing larger and larger in Gao Xiaoyang's eyes. The crowd in the front rows began to stir. Wait, did Fang He just break through to the perfect realm? It really seems like it. Gao Xiaoyang dared not be careless. Gripping the end of his coiling dragon spear with both hands, he stepped forward with his left foot and launched a powerful strike with his right. Sweeping army strike, he bellowed. Fang He deflected the spear with one sword stroke and, with another, sent the blade grazing past Gao Xiaoyang's ear, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. Sorry, I haven't really felt any pressure from you, Fang He said lightly, his tone carrying the ease of someone who had just achieved a breakthrough. You've advanced. Gao Xiaoyang growled through gritted teeth. I should thank you for that. Without this battle, it might have taken me longer, Fang He replied, pressing the attack with 2 swift strikes. On the sidelines, Lu Zhuoran turned to his daughter, Lu Qingying, with a smile. See that? Now that's a true genius, breaking through mid-battle. If you're ever looking for a partner, find someone exceptional like that, not some freeloader. Of course, Dad. I wouldn't even consider a freeloader, Lu Qingying responded with a nod. Nearby, Su Jinwei's forehead twitched, the scar on his face trembling as he clenched his jaw. He let out a heavy snort and turned away, fuming silently. Back on the stage, the outcome was clear. Gao Xiaoyang's hands trembled from the strain, and his coiling dragon spear slipped from his grasp. The Linyuan sword rested against his chest as Fang He raised an eyebrow and said, So, now you know me sword is sharper than my words. Fang He wins, the referee declared. Gao Xiaoyang stood on the platform, head bowed, feeling the weight of the audience's piercing gazes. All he wanted was to escape. Meanwhile, Fang He sheathed his sword and stepped down, unfazed by his opponent's humiliation. Watching from the sidelines, Jiangling High School's principal, Tao Yunda, nodded to himself. He had finally found someone capable of succeeding Lu Ningxi and carrying the school's banner forward. Kyoto. At Kyoto Martial Arts University. In the training ground, dozens of young individuals were sweating profusely as they trained, either strengthening their bodies or sparring in pairs. Chun Junqi had been practicing martial arts alone for a while, and was ready to find a partner to test his newly mastered technique. However, he noticed his usual partner, Lu Ningxi, squatting alone by the edge of the field. What are you doing here? Chun Junqi walked over and asked. Watching a match, Lu Ningxi replied, his eyes glued to the screen of his phone. Chun Junqi sat down beside him. On the screen, the back of a competitor could be seen as they sheathed their sword and exited the stage. Not bad. Got some style. A new match began, but after a few moments, Chun Junqi lost interest. Why are you even watching this kind of match? These two aren't even at the perfect level, are they? As someone born and raised in Kyoto, he was used to the top-tier training resources and instruction available there. Back in high school, at least 30% of the students managed to reach the perfect level before graduation. It's a competition from my hometown, Lu Ningxi explained. The 2 finalists are both at the perfect level. Still not that impressive, Chun Junqi said with a grin as he stood up, eager to move. Come on, spar with me. I just mastered a new technique yesterday. He had arrived at the Kyoto Martial Arts Preparatory Camp 2 days earlier than Lu Ningxi. Back at his old school, he had been a standout talent, comprehending the essence of martial arts at just 17. But upon arriving at the camp, he quickly realized the place was full of hidden talents. Undeterred, He resolved to distinguish himself here. Hang on, Lu Ningxi said. Someone I know is competing. The scene shifted to the audience stands, where Nan Shui was observing the expressions of the prominent figures seated in the front row. Xiao Yang. Has Xiaohe improved his skills? Yes, Fanny Yang replied, his tone a mix of pride for his friend and a hint of schadenfreude toward Wu Tong. He's reached the perfect level in his martial arts now. Only 2 people in the tournament can really challenge him, and they're both in the upper bracket. As Lu Sun defeated Li Lujiang, the final 4 contestants were revealed. Wu Tong, Jiang Qingxian, Fang He, and Lu Sun, representing the 4 major martial arts academies of Jiangling City: Proud Snow, Thunderstrike, Pinnacle, and Dragon Spring. The announcement from the host brought smiles to the faces of the academy leaders, while the principal of Lingbei High School looked particularly smug. 2 of the final 4 were Lingbei students, once again overshadowing Jiangling High School. In the semifinals, Wu Tong and Jiang Qingxian faced off in an intense battle. Fang He sat in an optimal viewing spot, observing the fierce clash between the 2. Though Wu Tong had a deeper understanding of martial arts techniques, Jiang Qingxian was no pushover. Each exchange left Wu Tong's energy surging, and while the match was the second longest of the tournament, the audience was thoroughly entertained. Bloodbath Fury. Wu Tong unleashed a new technique he had been saving as his trump card. Mountain Cleaving Axe. Jiang Qingxian roared in response, swinging his massive axe with overwhelming force. Not bad, Chen Junqi commented. You do have some skilled fighters in your city. With limited resources, Lu Ningxi said softly, you have to fight and scramble for more. It's about to be decided. As Lu Ningxi finished speaking, Jiang Qingshuan's massive frame crashed heavily out of the ring. Wu Tong stood panting, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Having defeated Jiang Qingxian, the championship was within his grasp. As for Fang He, though Fang had recently broken through to the perfect level, Wu Tong didn't consider him as much of a threat compared to Jiang Qingxian. The principal of Lingbei High School led the applause, with the surrounding school officials following suit. The audience buzzed with discussions, their opinions aligning with Wu Tong's. While Fang He's combat skills were exceptional and his experience impressive, even suggesting he might surpass Wu Tong in the future, that possibility remained a matter for another day. Go Fang He! Go senior! Cheers erupted from all directions. Fang He turned and scanned the crowd. With so many voices shouting, it was impossible to pinpoint their sources, so he simply waved in a random direction. Among the enthusiastic students of Jiangling High School gathered to cheer him on was Qian Hao, yelling hoarsely alongside his Class 9 classmates in the stands. At this moment, one spot in the final had already been claimed. The last remaining slot would be decided in the match between Fang He and Lu Sun. It was a contest of mastery level versus expert level martial arts. Even the most optimistic supporters of Lingbei High School didn't think Lu Sun had much of a chance. Sure enough, when the tip of Fang He's sword rested against Lu Sun's throat, the referee decisively announced, Fang He wins. Le Jouron couldn't stop smiling. He had originally hoped for a solid top 4 finish, which would have been more than satisfactory. Making it to the finals was beyond anything he had dared to expect. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Aunt Peng, please connect me to the live broadcast of the Jiangling Martial Arts Elite Tournament, Lu Oyi urged, staring anxiously at the still blurry screen. Got it, Aunt Peng replied, swiftly operating the controls. The task the clan elder had assigned her today was supposed to take 6 hours, but Lu Oyi had completed it in just 4, rushing back to catch the match. After a few flickers, the screen finally came into focus. Fang He stood firmly with his sword, facing Wu Tong, who wore a warm smile. Phew, just in time. Lu Oyi exhaled in relief. Although she could always watch a replay later, the tension and immediacy of a live match were irreplaceable. Ever since hearing about Fang He's confrontation with Wu Tong in the virtual world, she had looked up Wu Tong's background and made a mental note. She had resolved to one day leave a mark of her fist on that seemingly pleasant but insincere face. Fang He, you better win. If you lose, I'll make sure to give you a good beating next time we meet. Lu Oyi shouted at the screen. Never thought my final opponent would be you. Wu Tong stood on the arena, a confident smile plastered across his face. Surprised? Fang He met his gaze directly. A little, Wu Tong admitted candidly before adding, but you might be in for a surprise yourself soon. Like what? Like me taking the championship? You? The champion? This time, it was Wu Tong's turn to show a surprised expression. That's right, Fang He declared unabashedly. We've come this far saying I don't want the championship would be fooling no one. Do all you Jiangling High students have this much confidence? Wu Tong couldn't help but laugh. Not always, but after watching your fights in the virtual world that day, I think it's justified, Fang He replied casually, though his words carried a sharp edge. Wu Tong's smile stiffened, and a faint twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let's see if your sword can back up that confidence. Fang He simply shrugged, saying nothing more, as he waited for the match to begin. The verbal sparring between the two was broadcasted to the entire venue by drones circling overhead. Inside the stadium, supporters from both schools exchanged shouts and cheers. In the livestream chat rooms, viewers were buzzing with excitement, while online forums erupted into heated debates between fans of the two sides. Only just reached the perfect level and already this cocky? At least he's not as arrogant as Wu Tong, who got thrashed by Lu Ningxi in the virtual world. Lu Ningxi might be amazing, but she's not here for Jiangling this time. We've got this in the bag for Ling Bei. What if you lose? If Wu Tong loses, I'll eat a pound of dirt. Let the match begin. The referee's voice rang out. With the signal, Wu Tong shot forward like an arrow from a bow, his entire body resembling a spear aimed straight at Fang He. Fang He's eyes narrowed slightly, and an imposing aura burst forth from him. Clang! The clash of weapons echoed as both fighters were forced back several steps. Impossible! Wu Tong stared at his opponent in disbelief. You only just reached the perfect level. How could you have grasped the essence of martial momentum already? Fang He didn't respond. Instead, the light from his sword shimmered as he advanced toward Wu Tong. In their next clash, Wu Tong realized that this wasn't a true manifestation of sword momentum, but rather a clever manipulation of his own aura. Even so, the pressure was enough to make him take Fang He seriously. In the audience, Lu Zhuoran shot to his feet, his eyes fixed on the battle. After carefully observing Fang He's techniques, he slowly sat back down. It's not true sword momentum, but if he's reached this level, fully mastering it is only a matter of time. Clang! Another collision rang out, and Fang He's sword light grew sharper and more focused, leaving a shallow cut on Wu Tong's arm. Wu Tong became fully serious. His figure surged upward, and his spear came crashing down like a thunderbolt. A spear strikes with no regret. Blood spills across the battlefield. Full moon slash. Crescent break. Sword light and spear shadows intertwined as the two exchanged rapid-fire blows in a dazzling display. The audience buzzed with excitement, stunned by the sudden escalation in the intensity of the fight. Fang He is incredible. Did he just have a breakthrough? Yeah, right in front of our eyes. And he's already this strong. In the Jiangling Class 9 cheering section, Li Xinyuan stared intently at the arena. Did you know your deskmate was this amazing? She asked. Qian Hao was dumbfounded. How would I know something like that? If Fang He beats Wu Tong, does that make him the new #1 in Jiangling? Zhua Xian suddenly remarked. Her words sent a ripple through the group. It was true though this was just an elite competition between martial arts academies. It had drawn top talents from all the schools, including the ever-patient Gao Xiaoyang, Jiangling #2 Hai's Lei Xing, and the elusive Tang Xiaosong. If Fang He could seize the championship here, he would undoubtedly earn the title of Jiangling City's top high school martial artist. Damn it! How is this guy so strong? Wu Tong couldn't help but curse inwardly as he stared at the calm and composed Fang He standing before him. Clang! The clash of blades echoed as Fang He pinpointed the balance in Wu Tong's attack, using subtle precision to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. Wu Tong had no choice but to pull back his spear to avoid being caught off guard. Su Jing, who do you think will emerge victorious in this fight? Asked Gu Junlong, the mayor of Jiangling City. After a moment's thought, Su Jing replied, it should be Wu Tong. This has turned into a battle of endurance, and he's better trained in body refinement. Guo Junlong turned to Su Hui. What about you? Fang He. Su Hui answered decisively. Of course, he wouldn't reveal that the old headmaster had given Fang He special training. Instead, he calmly explained. Fang He has extraordinary combat instincts and excels at exploiting his opponent's weaknesses. His previous match against Gao Xiaoyang already proved that. The fight on the stage grew more intense. Blade met spear in a flurry of sparks. Though Fang He was slightly weaker in raw strength, he skillfully redirected the force, his blade sliding downward to target Wu Tong's lower defense. Wu Tong planted the spear tip into the ground to deflect the attack, unaware he had fallen into Fang He's trap. Ripple steps. Fluid as flowing clouds. Fang He's movements became as elusive as drifting clouds on the horizon. This technique, perfected to its highest level, was enough to disorient any opponent. With a subtle tremor, his blade stopped just at Wu Tong's brow. The match is over, declared the referee. White smoke rose around the arena, and golden streamers rained down in celebration. Jiangling First High will always be Jiangling's pride. Fang He sheathed his sword and stood tall. Wu Tong quietly left the stage, leaving the moment of glory to the victor. Fang He raised his right hand high, scanning the crowd as the cheers of 300,000 spectators filled the stadium. Just a year ago, he had been a high school student with no experience in swordsmanship. Now, he stood at the center of Jiangling City's sports arena, brimming with youthful ambition and radiant confidence. The reactions from the stands varied. The representatives from the Summit Martial Dojo cheered ecstatically, while Su Jinwei's face turned ashen, though he forced a smile. Lu Zhuoran hugged his students in excitement, while subtly blocking anyone from approaching Lu Qingying. Meanwhile, the students of Jiangling High erupted with pride, boasting about their shared connections with Fang He. Fang He's family was the most emotional of all. Nan Shui clutched her husband Fang Xingyuan's collar, shouting, "My son is the champion." The old grandfather maintained a calm exterior, though the veins on the back of his hand bulged with tension. The grandmother smiled through her tears, gently placing her hand over the grandfather's. Fang Xinwu gazed at his son standing tall on the stage, finally understanding that their earlier decision had been the right one. The grandmother's hand rested on the grandfather's trembling hand, and the quiver gradually stilled. The principal and senior management of Lingbei High School wore grim expressions, a stark contrast to the celebratory atmosphere around them. This competition was nothing short of a harsh irony for them. 2 spots in the top 8, 2 in the top 4, yet the championship was claimed by Jiangling High School. People only remember the champions, never the runners-up unless the runner-up is Lingbei. The principal suppressed the bitterness in his heart, stood up, and led the applause. Following his lead, the others also rose to their feet, clapping for the spectacular match. It truly was an impressive game if one could overlook the outcome. Elsewhere, Lu Ningxi decisively turned off the livestream and picked up her long spear as she headed toward the arena. "Not staying to watch your classmates receive their awards?" Chun Junqi asked in surprise. "What's so interesting about an award ceremony?" Lu Ningxi replied as she stood in the center of the arena, her gaze fixed on the horizon. "It seems like everyone has been keeping busy. Makes things a lot more exciting this way." Aunt Peng, meanwhile, had accompanied Luo Yi to watch the final match. Witnessing Fang He claim the championship firsthand. "Miss, your classmate is truly extraordinary," Aunt Peng remarked, her discerning eye recognizing Fang He's exceptional talent. "Of course, he's my little brother," Luo Yi said proudly. "I've always trusted Mrs. Judgment," Aunt Peng replied, making Luo Yi nod in satisfaction. Fang He's popularity at school skyrocketed. Once a relatively unknown figure on campus, he was now frequently approached by shy underclassmen asking for his contact information, with some even confessing their feelings. "Looks like our senior Fang He has become quite the heartthrob," Fanny Yang teased as he watched Fang He politely turn down yet another admirer. "As if I could ever be more popular than you, second mom," Fang He retorted, recalling how not long ago, a burly junior had mustered the courage to ask Fanny Yang out, only to be met with a brutal condition. "If you can last 10 minutes against me, I'll consider it." After that encounter, no junior dared approach Fanny Yang again. And as for the girls, who would want to go out with someone who looked better than they did? "Fang He, I think you've made great progress recently, but it's essential to solidify your foundation. How about we head to the training room this afternoon?" Fanny Yang suggested with a serious tone. Fang He's internal alarms went off immediately. "No thanks, I feel pretty solid already," he replied, fully aware of Fanny Yang's strength. This seemingly low-key guy was actually Jiangling High School's true top fighter, with abilities nearing those of pre-breakthrough Lu Ningxi. At that moment, both of their communicators buzzed simultaneously. They exchanged glances before checking their messages. A school emergency alert popped up. A fugitive named Kong Peng had recently infiltrated Jiangling City. He was a former deputy director of an Eastern Research Institute and had reached the late Mingqiao stage of cultivation. How did someone like that manage to sneak into Jiangling City? Fang He muttered, frowning as he considered the strict security checks for entering the city. Fanny Yang shook his head. "The Enforcement Bureau and City Guard will have their hands full. Doesn't matter to us. He won't make it into the school. If I run into him outside, they'll report it immediately. No way I'm acting recklessly," Fang He said, fully aware of his own limits. While he was nearly unbeatable in the body refinement stage, facing someone a whole level above him was out of the question. Better to focus on training. Once we reach the Mingqiao stage, we'll be hoping he comes looking for us just so we can claim the bounty. Fanny Yang nodded in agreement. Fang He, however, was still lost in the allure of the bounty. This reward is insanely tempting. Just providing accurate information gets you 1,000,000 blue star coins, and actually catching the target is worth 10 million. "Hey, snap out of it." Fanny Yang waved a hand in front of Fang He's face. "With our skills, we just give them more chances to raise the bounty." "Ugh, no fun. Can't even let a guy dream." Fang He pouted. "By the way, how much of those cultivation resources Uncle Lu gave us last time do we have left?" "Should be enough for about a month," Fanny Yang estimated after a quick mental calculation. It had been 2 months since the martial arts elite tournament. On the day Fang He won the championship, Lu Zhuoran delivered a batch of cultivation resources far beyond what he had initially promised. Fang He had readily accepted the gift and assured Lu Zhuoran that he could call on him for help anytime in the future. This was precisely what Lu Zhuoran had hoped for. Offering more resources than promised wasn't just about fulfilling an agreement. It was about building a deeper relationship. Sticking to the original terms would have been a mere transaction, leaving no debts on either side. But now, with this personal connection established, future interactions would be much smoother. On Blue Star, investing in a prodigy was always the most worthwhile trade. Your mercury blood and silver marrow levels are nearing 13 times the baseline now, Fanny Yang analyzed. With this batch of resources, you should be able to reach 15 times. Probably, but the progress feels so slow, Fang He complained. Back during the tournament, he had already been close to perfecting the blood tempering stage. Yet 2 months later, he had only reached 13 times. That's good enough. I'm only at 19 times myself. Fanny Yang rolled his eyes. Martial arts cultivation is all about a solid foundation, especially for those aiming to surpass their limits. For geniuses like you, the blood tempering stage is critical. After reaching perfection in this stage, every additional increment becomes increasingly difficult. The fact that you've caught up this much in just a year of stagnation is already remarkable. It's just that time feels so tight. Fang He muttered as he stretched, placing his hands behind his head. Keeping his feet planted, he straightened his back to form a 90-degree angle with his legs. With each movement, his joints cracked loudly, like beans popping in a hot pan. Watching him, Fanny Yang commented meaningfully, I can tell you are preparing ahead of time. I'm just loosening up. Only a dirty mind sees dirt everywhere. When did I say anything? You know what I mean. I really don't. At the east gate of Jiangling City, a group of striking young individuals was waiting to enter, drawing curious glances from passers-by. Naturally, the group was divided into two factions, one led by a tall, elegant girl in simple attire with an air of aloofness, and the other following a refined young man with a warm smile and graceful demeanor. Kiki, the environment in the south is really nice, the young man said softly. Call me Li Yank. I don't like boys calling me Kiki, the girl replied curtly. Li Yank, known as the flower of Southern University, clearly had no interest in Luo Manlu, despite his evident admiration for her since their first meeting 2 months ago. The group behind Li Yank couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of the usually composed Luo being rebuffed in amusing distraction during their otherwise tedious 2-month-long pursuit mission. The companions from Eastern University, who were close to Luo Manlu, immediately teased him. Boss, seems like your charm isn't working. Even the campus heartthrob has his off days. I can't wait to spread the word. I wonder how your fangirls will react. Luo Manlu pretended to lunge at them, and the group playfully dodged, mindful not to go overboard in public. The city entry procedures were processed quickly, requiring only a simple identification check and no entry fee. Let's find a place to stay first, Li Yank suggested. I've already booked a hotel. It's in a quiet location, Luo Manlu offered. All right. Though she wasn't particularly fond of him, she saw no reason to reject a practical suggestion during their mission. Once the accommodations were settled, Luo Manlu deliberately maintained a respectful distance from Li Yank and spoke with a serious expression. Don't you think there's something strange about this chase? Li Yank nodded. Indeed. Logically, a fugitive listed on the wanted board should trigger alert the moment they enter any city. Yet this is already the 7th city. This mission isn't as simple as it seems. Let's just focus on what we need to do. By now, Li Yank had also noticed the unusual circumstances how, in an era of advanced technology, a fugitive could not only escape from a heavily guarded city but also manage to enter multiple others undetected. It defied all logic. Meanwhile, Kong Pong strolled nonchalantly down a bustling pedestrian street, blending seamlessly into the crowd. Despite having been in Jiangling City for 2 days, no one recognized him as the wanted criminal. Gone was his scholarly appearance. He now sported a rugged look with short hair, a scar on his brow, and a stocky build. He had chosen the simplest disguise, presenting himself as his new identity, which paradoxically made him less conspicuous. His contact had provided him with detailed information about this identity, and all he needed to do was play the role convincingly. As for the original owner of this identity, that was no concern of his. Kong Pong couldn't help but find the irony in his situation amusing. As a child, he had dreamed of becoming an actor rather than a scientist. Now, as a fugitive, he was finally living that dream. His defection had been meticulously planned, and everything was progressing smoothly except for the authorities' swift response, which had kept him on edge. But he had already made it halfway. As long as he continued westward and crossed the border, had officially joined the organization and become a core member. The thought filled his eyes with a glimmer of anticipation. Su Jinwei, you haven't come home in 2 days, are you trying to die? A thunderous voice snapped him out of his thoughts. He turned towards the sound and saw a burly woman with her hands on her hips, glaring at him. Kong Pong instantly recalled the information. Hu Jing, Su Jinwei's wife, known for her fiery temper. They had a son studying in another city, and her father was a local businessman of some standing. Recently, she had been causing a scene over her husband's alleged affair. His contact had warned him to avoid her during these days. Though a wave of apprehension swept over him, Kong Pong quickly composed himself. This was the perfect opportunity to test his acting skills. As Hu Jing approached, he broke into a fawning smile. Honey, what brings you here? If I didn't come looking for you, were you planning to come find me? Hu Jing snapped, her voice loud enough to draw the attention of nearby onlookers. Beads of cold sweat formed on Kong Peng's forehead as he grew increasingly anxious. While he usually enjoyed the prestige of being the head of a martial arts school, being surrounded by onlookers on the bustling pedestrian street, with some even filming him on their phones, made him feel deeply uncomfortable. If these videos ended up online and revealed anything incriminating, the consequences could be disastrous. Let's talk at home. Let's talk at home, he pleaded in a placating tone. Home? We'll talk right here. Hu Jing snapped, cutting him off without hesitation. I thought you'd finally settled down, but here you are disappearing for 2 days straight, not even showing up at the martial arts school. Who is it this time? Which little tramp are you running off to see? A crowd had already gathered around, drawn by the spectacle, with some discreetly recording the scene. Such drama was always a magnet for curious onlookers. This time, I really had something important to take care of, Kong Peng stammered, rubbing his hands nervously. I swear, from now on, I'll report all my whereabouts to you in detail. Hu Jing, noticing the growing number of bystanders filming, realized it was time to rein things in. Causing a scene at the martial arts school was one thing, but out here on the street, no one cared that he was one of the 4 prominent martial arts school heads. Fine, we'll talk at home, she relented, then turned to the onlookers holding up their phones and shouted, Stop recording. Haven't you ever seen a couple arguing? With that, she led the way, leaving Kong Peng to trail behind her, his face etched with embarrassment under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As night fell, the city shed its daytime hustle and bustle, and the streets were bathed in a soft, hazy moonlight. Fang He, doesn't this guy look familiar to you? Fanny Yang asked, holding up his phone as he addressed Fang He, who had just finished his medicinal bath. Who? Fang He took the phone, glancing at the screen, which was playing a video of the earlier altercation on the pedestrian street. Oh wow, this made it to the local trending topics. Isn't that the head of Longquan Martial Arts School? He immediately recognized the man in the video, had seen him 2 months ago at the elite tournament. Martial artist's exceptional memory made it easy for him to recall. Right. Now I remember, Fanny Yang said, finally piecing it together. During the tournament's live broadcast, the camera had only briefly panned over the man, with a few close-ups on the big screen. Fanny Yang hadn't paid much attention at the time, so the impression wasn't strong. Who would have thought that such a tall, imposing school head would be so afraid of his wife? Fang He remarked with a chuckle. Like you're any different with Luo Yi, Fanny Yang replied with a smirk. Ahem, Fang He coughed, mentally calculating the difference in strength between himself and Luo Yi. That's not fear, it's respect. Sister Yi has always treated me well. Yeah, sure. Fanny Yang teased. Kong Peng followed Hu Jing back to the villa district in the city center. The standalone villa had an imposing appearance, clearly worth a fortune. All afternoon, he kept apologizing and fabricating excuses to explain his 2-day disappearance, finally managing to calm Hu Jing's anger. As night fell, Kong Peng sat on the living room sofa, feeling troubled. The information he had did not include details about Su Jinwei and his wife's domestic life, so he could only adapt to the situation as best as he could. Why are you still not coming in? Hu Jing called out from the bedroom, dressed in a silk nightgown. The hem swayed lightly with her movements, faintly revealing her firm, muscular thighs. Kong Peng's Adam's apple bobbed as he replied, Coming right away. Bring me a glass of water when you come in, she added, turning back into the open bedroom. Do you want it hot or cold? He asked. Warm, she responded. As he poured the water, Kong Peng's mind raced. Contacting his handler was out of the question, could only wait for them to reach out. Rushing in might expose his identity, so his priority was to strike first. He decided to eliminate the woman and escape under the cover of night. Retrieving poison from his gear, he discreetly mixed it into the water. Honey, here's your water, Kong Peng said, entering the bedroom with the glass. What took you so long? Hu Jing lay on the bed, arms crossed over her chest. I had to adjust the temperature, Kong Peng replied with a forced smile. Hu Jing took the glass but didn't drink. Instead, she stared at Kong Peng intently. His heart raced as he laughed nervously. Why are you looking at me like that? You asked for water, didn't you? The information indicated that Hu Jing was at the early stage of the Mingxiao realm in cultivation. While Kong Peng's level was slightly higher, a fight would undoubtedly cause considerable commotion. Suddenly, Hu Jing set the glass aside and leapt off the bed, throwing a punch directly at Kong Peng's face. Her fist, imbued with dense earth energy, grew larger in his eyes as it approached. Bang! Kong Peng failed to dodge in time and was sent flying into the wall, leaving cracks in the surface. As someone who had spent years in research, his combat skills were long rusty, leaving him unable to fend off the sudden attack. Hu Jing had initially been unsure, but this exchange confirmed her suspicions the man before her was an imposter. Her husband would never fail to block even one of her punches. Although Kong Peng's mind went blank, his body instinctively rolled to avoid Hu Jing's heavy stomp. What are you doing? He feigned ignorance. Huh? Who are you really? Pretending to be Su Jinwei, and trying to trick me into bed. Hu Jing sneered, pulling out a pair of gilded hammers from seemingly nowhere and swinging them at Kong Peng. Faced with Hu Jing's imposing physique and overwhelming aura, Kong Peng swallowed hard, dodging as he shouted, "Honey, I am Su Jinwei." Boom. The floor tiles shattered under her strike, sending dust into the air. Ridiculous. You came home and couldn't even recognize the rooms, and Su Jinwei never asks if I want my water hot or cold. Hu Jing yanked her hammer from the floor and continued her assault. Kong Peng cursed himself for trying to appear considerate by asking that one extra question it had given him away. Left with no choice, he drew the 9-section whip coiled around his waist to fight back. "You're a weakling, but you sure know how to put on a show," Hu Jing taunted. Her Mingqiao realm cultivation was the result of painstaking effort, unlike Kong Peng's artificially enhanced level, which lacked substance. The 9-section whip, known for its flexibility, appeared clumsy and ineffective in Kong Peng's hands. A weapon like that in the hands of someone like you is laughable. You're no better than a high schooler, just an empty shell with no real skill. Hu Jing scoffed, easily seeing through his inadequacies. Kong Peng knew it all too well. If he had any talent for martial arts, he wouldn't have ended up studying at a tech university to become a researcher. Mountain-crushing hammer. Hu Jing roared, hurling one hammer imbued with heavy earth energy while charging forward with the other. Ugh! The hammer struck Kong Peng square in the chest, sending him hurtling through the window and crashing into the garden below. This fight was going nothing like he'd planned. Despite being at the same cultivation level, Hu Jing completely overwhelmed him. The commotion alarmed the neighbors, who began stepping outside to investigate. Ignoring his injuries, Kong Peng clutched his chest and scrambled over the courtyard wall to flee. By the time Hu Jing chased after him, all she found was a pool of blood on the grass. She had vanished into the night. Kong Peng had barely been on the run for 3 minutes when an Enforcement Bureau aircraft hovered in front of the villa, its silver-white body gleaming conspicuously against the night sky. Unbeknownst to him, Hu Jing had already alerted the authorities while he went to fetch water. She had planned to apprehend him on the spot, but had not anticipated his escape. A team of enforcement officers quickly disembarked. Leading them was a square-faced captain, followed closely by 3 team members. Since the report did not mention any violent incidents, the response team was relatively small. The captain clearly recognized Hu Jing but maintained a strictly professional demeanor under the scrutiny of the law enforcement recorder. "Ms. Hu, did you file the report?" he asked sternly. "Yes," Hu Jing replied without hesitation. "Please explain the situation in detail." Hu Jing recounted the events in an orderly manner. From her encounter with Kong Peng on the street to bringing him home and noticing his suspicious behavior, to the moment she had to act to restrain him. After finishing her account, she added, "Captain Chun, there's also the matter of my husband. He hasn't been seen for the past couple of days, and now this imposter shows up. Something must have happened to him. Please help me find him." Captain Chun nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, Ms. Hu. We'll do everything we can to locate your husband." By this time, the 3 officers had completed their on-site investigation. They had interviewed bystanders, collected and photographed evidence, and taken blood samples. As Hu Jing described the events, Captain Chun had already reported the situation to the command center, initiating a manhunt for Kong Peng. After a thorough scan of the surroundings to ensure nothing was overlooked, he issued a brief order: "Pack up." Meanwhile, elsewhere, Luo Manlu sent out a message tagging everyone in their temporary action group. The 8 of them had rented an entire villa as their base, and the group consisted of top talents from their respective universities. Upon receiving the alert, they quickly donned tactical gear and assembled in the living room. "I just got word there was a skirmish in Xiling District. Blood found at the scene has been confirmed to belong to Kong Peng," Luo Manlu announced concisely. This revelation lit up the room. After 2 months of fruitless tracking, their target had finally left a trace. "Are we moving out now?" Li Yank inquired. "Right now," Luo Manlu affirmed, rising to his feet and striding toward the door. The others followed suit, their movements swift and precise. Under the cover of night, 2 military aircraft sped towards Xiling District. The command center of the Xiling District Law Enforcement Bureau was brightly lit. Captain Chan stood to the side, scrutinizing the group of young individuals before him, particularly the 2 leaders whose commanding presence subtly unsettled him. His superiors had only instructed him to cooperate fully, without divulging any details regarding the group's background. "So you're saying the man impersonated Su Jinwei, but was exposed by his wife, which led to a fight and left traces of blood at the scene?" Luo Manlu asked directly. "Exactly," Captain Chun replied succinctly. "Who is Su Jinwei?" "The owner of the Longquan Martial Arts Hall. His father-in-law is a businessman in Jiangling City. Any leads on Su Jinwei's whereabouts?" "We're still investigating." After a series of questions, Luo Manlu turned to Li Yank. "Do you have anything else to ask?" Li Yank shook her head. Luo Manlu had already covered everything she wanted to know. "Then let's begin the tracking operation. We'll split into pairs. We'll take the northeast, and you head southwest. Luo Manlu instructed. The terrain map has been sent to everyone. Law enforcement personnel will provide support nearby. If anything comes up, send a signal immediately, Captain Chen added. Li Yang quickly assigned tasks. Miao Hui and Xie Chong, head west. Zhao Qingyi, you're with me to the south. Understood. The three responded in unison. Seeing this, Luo Manlu turned to organize his own team. Let's move out. Meanwhile, Kong Peng was hiding in the shadows of the city, nursing his wounds in frustration. The injuries inflicted by that crazy woman were severe. Although he carried top-quality healing medicine, recovery would still take time. In a modern city filled with surveillance, he dared not risk going to a hospital, knowing that his injury profile had already been reported to law enforcement and hospitals. Just as his anxiety peaked, his communicator finally buzzed with a message. Go to the new location. A new identity has been prepared. Leave the city before dawn, or no one will be able to save you. Kong Peng exhaled deeply, relieved that he still had value and had not been abandoned by the organization. He was well aware of their ruthlessness toward those deemed useless. Adjusting his expression, Kong Peng stepped out of the shadows, blending into the night as he moved toward the designated location. The absence of curfews in modern society offered him a small advantage. Elsewhere, in the dormitory of the Martial Arts Academy, Fan Yang stopped Fang He, who was about to go to bed. Look, there's more news. Fang He took the phone and quickly scanned the notice. Wanted criminal Kong Peng spotted in Xiling District. He has a severe chest injury. Citizens are advised to remain vigilant and report any suspicious individuals immediately. Xiling District is pretty close to us, Fang He remarked thoughtfully. Don't tell me you're thinking of doing something stupid, Fan Yang said, instantly catching on to his roommate's thoughts. Even if he's injured, he's still a Minkia-level expert. For people like us in the body refinement stage, going after him would be suicide, but Fang He was already putting on his outdoor clothes. I'm just going to take a walk around campus. This time, Fan Yang didn't stop him. After all, what could possibly happen on campus? At that moment, a man identifying himself as Teacher Li entered through the school gate. The security guard opened the side gate and greeted him warmly. The man, claiming to be looking for something, casually made his way down the main campus road, his shadow stretching long under the streetlights. He encountered a few students who recognized him and politely returned their greetings. Standing in front of the faculty dormitory, he couldn't help but reminisce about his own campus days over 2 decades ago, his youthful aspirations, and the girl he once liked. But he quickly shook off these thoughts, reminding himself that he was not yet safe. True safety would only come once he escaped from Xiagua. He pushed open the door to reveal a single-person apartment, approximately 60 square meters in size. The layout was well designed, and the furnishings and amenities were complete, more than enough for one person to live comfortably. The school had clearly put effort into providing excellent accommodation for its teachers. From the balcony, the entire sports field was visible under the night sky. It was already 11 p.m., yet a few students were still running on the track. Although the training room was equipped with professional treadmills that could be used with a simple prior request, it seemed that these young individuals preferred the freedom of running in the open air. Fang He's gaze was drawn to a particular figure. The student's demeanor reminded him of the research subject's head studied at the institute, arms swinging rhythmically, eyes tightly shut, seemingly lost in their own world. The sense of restlessness within him had been growing stronger lately. Though his progress was already considered swift compared to his peers, he still felt far from satisfied. It was like the old saying, the more knowledge one gains, the more aware they become of their own ignorance. What troubled him even more was Luo Yi's situation. How was Luo Yi faring far away in Fengquan? It was like the ancient farmers imagining emperors using golden Hosan image he couldn't even begin to picture. The current cultivation resources he had were only sufficient for another month. What would he do after that? While he could use Fan Yang's connections to seek investment from Lejuaran, doing so would mean depleting both his own and his brother's favor, something he was deeply reluctant to do. Besides, despite Fan Yang's prestigious background, he had never mentioned his family, which in itself hinted at underlying issues. The announcement earlier today had set his heart racing. The 10 million blue star coins bounty made Fang He's pulse quicken. That amount could sustain his cultivation for 3 whole months. Although he was well aware that his current abilities made it impossible for him to participate in capturing the severely injured Mingxiao realm expert, he still couldn't help but entertain the thought. Eventually, he decided to head to the sports field for a run to clear his mind. On a December night in the southern region, the temperature had dropped to around 5 or 6 degrees Celsius. The cold wind rushed through his nose, bringing with it a refreshing clarity. With his eyes closed, Fang He seemed to see everything more vividly. His mind constructed a precise map of his surroundings. A small stone 3 meters ahead to the left, 2 figures of varying heights to the right, and a couple leaning against each other on a bench. Every detail was sharp and unmistakable. Opening his eyes, Fang He found the scene before him identical to what he'd seen just before closing them. This strange phenomenon set his mind racing. Considering his unusually powerful soul energy and the special ability he gained after his last battle within the Sea of Consciousness against the green-eyed toad, he felt a heightened mastery over his body. This improvement had already been evident during the elite tournament, where he seamlessly merged his presence with his sharp aura. The night had deepened, and Fang He decided to return to his dormitory for rest. Along the main campus pathway, bright streetlights stood every 20 meters, but on the smaller path leading to the dorms, the lights were spaced at 50-meter intervals, leaving large patches of darkness. It was in one of these dim stretches that a shadowy figure suddenly appeared before him, their face obscured by the faint glow of a distant street lamp. "Teacher Li?" Fang He cautiously asked. "It's me," the figure replied. "What are you doing here? I saw you running from upstairs, so I came down to find you. Just now, I noticed something unusual about your state," Teacher Li said, a faint and peculiar glint in his eyes. As the champion of the martial arts elite tournament, Fang He's photo was still displayed on the school bulletin board, naturally drawing attention. Nothing really. I was just thinking about something while running," Fang He replied guardedly, careful not to reveal too much. After all, he and Teacher Li were merely acquaintances who exchanged polite nods at most. "Would you mind if I performed a quick check on you?" Teacher Li's tone carried an unnatural eagerness. "Teacher Li, it's late, and I need to get some rest," Fang He declined politely, all the while sensing something off about the man's behavior. As Fang He prepared to leave, Teacher Li reached out hastily to stop him, but the abrupt movement seemed to aggravate an injury, causing him to let out a faint groan of pain. Fang He quickly sidestepped, turning to scrutinize him with a frown. A series of suspicions flashed through Fang He's mind. Teacher Li had appeared uninjured when they last crossed paths yesterday, yet now he seemed to be nursing an internal wound. Despite their limited acquaintance, the teacher seemed oddly fixated on examining him. Most tellingly, the location of the injury, his chest aligned perfectly with the characteristics of the wanted criminal, Kong Peng. Feigning concern, Fang He suggested, "Teacher, internal injuries are no small matter. You should really go to the hospital." Meanwhile, he discreetly alerted the Law Enforcement Bureau. "Thank you for your concern," the man said, stepping closer. "Oh, by the way, teacher, I already called an ambulance. It should be here any minute," Fang He added with a bright smile before activating his lingbo footwork to swiftly retreat. The man impersonating Teacher Li was none other than Kong Peng, a deputy director at a research institute specializing in soul studies. Eager to climb the ranks within his organization, he had agreed to smuggle research materials across the border. After sneaking onto the campus, he stumbled upon Fang He's unique soul energy, sparking a plan to abduct him and take him abroad. However, he hadn't anticipated being outmaneuvered by this sharp-witted young man. A student's shout, "An ambulance has been called," startled Kong Peng. "You little brat," he muttered angrily, quickly drawing out his 9-section whip. Red spiritual energy coursed through the whip as it lashed fiercely toward Fang He. Prepared for the attack, Fang He swiftly retreated, just narrowly avoiding the whip as it grazed his back. "The fugitive Kong Peng is here," Fang He shouted loudly as he sprinted toward the faculty office. His voice shattered the calm of the campus, and distant murmurs began to rise. Seeing his attack fail, Kong Peng chose not to linger. Sensing the growing commotion on campus, he immediately turned and bolted toward the school gates. Fang He followed from a safe distance, observing that Kong Peng's speed was not as fast as expected. He quickly realized that the expert in the Mingxiao realm was severely injured so much so that he couldn't even confidently deal with someone like Fang He, who was only in the body refinement realm. The ancestral mantra echoed in Fang He's mind. If the enemy advances, retreat. If the enemy halts, harass. If the enemy tires, strike. If the enemy retreats, pursue. Keeping a measured pace, he followed Kong Peng, picking up clumps of dirt from the ground and hurling them at his foe. While the dirt wasn't likely to injure Kong Peng, it could at least slow him down. Unable to summon protective spiritual energy, Kong Peng could only endure the dirt clumps pelting him from behind. The school field, situated at the center of campus, meant that escaping in any direction would take him at least half a minute. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes once he recovered and regained his strength. He vowed to make Fang He pay dearly. Finally, the perimeter wall was within reach. Kong Peng leapt forward, his toes pressing against the wall as he prepared to vault over. But just as he was about to clear it, a combat boot suddenly appeared in his path. Thud. Kong Peng was sent crashing back to the ground, tumbling like a ragdoll. After rolling several times, he lay motionless, his fate uncertain. Fang He looked up to find a girl in a teal combat uniform with a ponytail suddenly appearing midair. Her movements were light and graceful, as if she was walking on the wind. "Boss, wait for me," a boy's voice called out. Moments later, he appeared on top of the wall. "Too slow. More training when we get back," the ponytailed girl said flatly. "What? Boss? You can't compare me to yourself," the boy protested with a bitter expression, but quickly fell silent under her icy glare. Fang He remained where he was, neither approaching nor retreating. The girl descended gently, carried by an invisible current of air, while the boy jumped down the wall to follow her. I'm Li Yank, responsible for tracking Kong Pong. The girl introduced herself. You're a student here, right? Were you the one who found him? Fang He recalled the scene from earlier. Kong Pong, who had been about to escape the school, was kicked back by this seemingly quiet and composed girl in front of him. Yes, I'm Fang He. I reported him to the Enforcement Bureau as soon as I discovered him. Li Yank studied him thoughtfully. Do you happen to know Professor Han Yi from Nanda University? We've met in the field, Fang He replied honestly. A smile bloomed on Li Yank's face, as radiant as a lotus flower. What a coincidence. I'm also from Nanda. Professor Han Yi is my mentor. She suddenly remembered her mentor mentioning a prodigy at Jiangling High School who was destined to attend Nanda and suggesting she get to know him. She hadn't expected to meet him under such circumstances. Nice to meet you, senior, Fang He beamed, seizing the opportunity to establish a connection. Li Yank tacitly accepted the title. Zhao Yicheng, standing nearby, was astonished by how this kid had managed to secure such a strong connection. Sensibly, he stepped forward to handle the arriving teachers on duty. Stop pretending to be unconscious. Keep it up, and you might really die, Li Yank said icily, addressing Kong Pong, who was lying on the ground. Kong Pong twitched his fingers and rolled over to face them. You're students from Martial Arts University, aren't you? Seeing Li Yank remain silent, he continued, I admit defeat this time. Spare my life, and it'll give you countless spirit points enough for you to cultivate to the skybound realm. Hearing this, Zhao Yicheng, who had just wrapped up his conversation, kicked Kong Pong. Spit. Keep dreaming. Kong Pong struggled to sit up, his eyes fixed on Li Yank. Even with slim chances, he had to try. Once more people arrived, he'd lose any opportunity. If imprisoned, he knew his organization wouldn't expend vast resources to rescue him was on his own. Li Yank's gaze was filled with disgust as she enunciated each word coldly. Not a chance. You will pay for what you've done, in ways far worse than you can imagine. Kong Pong shuddered, recalling certain rumors. Still, he pleaded desperately, I regretted everything the moment I left the lab, but there was no turning back. I had no choice. You don't regret what you did, Li Yank said sharply. You regret not being careful enough and getting caught. The last glimmer of hope in Kong Pong's eyes extinguished, and he collapsed backward. Just as he hit the ground, he suddenly sprang up, lunging toward Fang He. If Li Yank seemed to value this junior, perhaps taking him hostage would offer a slim chance of survival. Sensing danger, Fang He prepared to dodge, but Li Yank smirked disdainfully, already one step ahead. She pressed her hand down, and the surrounding wind energy converged instantly, forming an invisible mountain that crushed Kong Pong's remaining strength. Already severely injured, he was now barely clinging to life. The wind energy transformed into miniature whirlwinds, binding his hands and feet tightly. Li Yank dusted off her hands, satisfied that everything was under control. Boss, you didn't kill him, right? They said they need him. Olivier's got plenty of stuff worth investigating. Zhao Yicheng reminded her in a hushed tone. Relax. I know what I'm doing, Li Yank replied confidently. The sound of an approaching aircraft filled the air as Luo Manlu and his team arrived belatedly. Li Yank, did you catch Kong Pong? Li Yank gestured toward the limp figure on the ground. There he is. As expected of Nanda's finest. Your skills are extraordinary, Luo Manlu praised her. It wasn't me, Li Yank said, pointing to Fang He. He was already like this when I arrived. He's the one who caught him. Zhao Yicheng nearly choked on his own breath. Li Yank glanced at him with concern, asking if he was okay. He waved it off hurriedly. Nothing, just lost in thought, he said, inwardly marveling at how she was handing this kid such a major credit. Only the three of them and the unconscious fugitive knew the truth. As long as Li Yank claimed Kong Pong was already incapacitated when she arrived, the credit would belong to Fang He. Though surprised, Fang He quickly caught on and remained silent. Oh, are high school students this capable now? Young man, how did you manage to catch him? Luo Manlu asked with interest. He disguised himself as a teacher at our school. I noticed something was off and chased him when he fled. Luckily, he was already injured. Otherwise, I'd have been the one running, Fang He explained truthfully. It sounded plausible enough, though it left the extent of Kong Pong's injuries to the imagination. I see. Luo Manlu didn't press further. You've helped us capture a major criminal. The reward will be in your account soon. Fang He's eyes lit up with excitement. 1 million turned into 10 million. His cultivation resources for the next few months were secured. By the way, I'm Luo Manlu. What's your name? Fang He. Fang He, Luo Manlu repeated thoughtfully. And your school? Jiangling High School. After confirming the details, Luo Manlu smiled warmly. I'm Luo Manlu, from the Fengquan Luo family. Fang He's pupils suddenly dilated. Fengquan Luo family? His voice carried a hint of undisguised shock. You're from the Fengquan Luo family? Luo Manlu maintained his ever-present smile, while Zhao Yicheng, standing to the side, was too stunned to speak. Who exactly was this unexpected figure? Not only did Li Yank know him, but even Luo Manlu seemed to be very familiar with him. Yes, Fang He answered curtly, though his mind was racing, trying to figure out what intentions this smiling man might harbor. Why don't we talk somewhere else? Luo Manlu suggested. All right. Fang He agreed. In a crowded place like this, he wasn't too concerned about any tricks the other might try to pull. Wait, Li Yank called out, stopping them. Why can't you talk here? She had a sharp sense that something wasn't quite right. Oh, you know Fang He too? Luo Manlu asked with interest. He's my junior, Li Yank said, glancing at Fang He. Junior? Luo Manlu raised an eyebrow. If I'm not mistaken, there's no one named Fang He in the South University preparatory class. As the head of intelligence for East University's Student Council, he was well acquainted with the yearly rosters of the 5 major academies' preparatory programs. He's been recognized by my mentor and plans to apply to South University next year. So naturally, he's my junior, Li Yank replied matter-of-factly. I see. Luo Manlu nodded before turning to Fang He. I think Fang He would very much like to have a chat with me. The two of them headed toward a grassy area nearby. Li Yank watched their retreating figures, her heart filled with questions. One was a student at East University, the other a high schooler in the South. How could these two possibly have any connection? Let me introduce myself again. Luo Manlu, second-year student at Eastern Martial Arts University, Luo Manlu said as he stopped, deliberately leaving out his other titles. He had come to Jiangling thinking he was here to visit an old family friend on behalf of his elders, but instead, he found himself meeting an ordinary high school senior. Yet this seemingly unremarkable teenager had an extraordinary link to the rising star of the Luo family. Fang He, senior at Jiangling High School, Fang He responded tersely. You like Luo Yi, don't you? Luo Manlu's smile vanished, replaced by a sudden chill in his tone. Yes, Fang He admitted without hesitation. How is Luo Yi doing? Luo Manlu was slightly taken aback by Fang He's straightforwardness. She's doing well. She has the best guidance and the most suitable resources. Fang He nodded silently, waiting for him to continue. I hadn't planned on seeking you out today, but since we've crossed paths, we'll get straight to the point. Luo Manlu's figure stretched into a long shadow under the street lamp, enveloping Fang He. There's no future for you two. Stop clinging to her. Is that what she wants? Fang He asked calmly. Does it matter? Luo Manlu countered. It does. The two fell into a tense silence, locked in a quiet standoff. Finally, Luo Manlu broke it. It's the will of the Luo family. Fang He visibly relaxed, his upright posture softening slightly. Understood. That's it? Luo Manlu seemed surprised by his reaction. What else do you expect me to say? You should understand your place. Luo Yi is the future of the Luo family, and you belong to a completely different world. If you truly care about her, you should step away willingly. Fang He chuckled faintly, the sound laced with defiance. Luo Manlu observed him, thinking to himself how young men like Fang He always fancied themselves the protagonists of their own stories, convinced that sheer effort would lead them to the kind of triumphs found in novels. Luo Manlu stood quietly in the dimly lit corner, his gaze calm as he looked at the young man before him. A dragon does not dwell with a snake. You may not understand this now, but two people with such a vast difference between them can never have a future together. It's like a phoenix soaring in the heavens, unable to see the sparrows on the ground. Even though both started from humble beginnings, his tone was gentle, filled with patience. After all, the family elder, Luo Haiping, had already decreed that no forceful measures could be used, so he could only persuade step by step. Fang He remained silent, fully aware that any argument he made now would be futile. Nan University may think highly of you, but you didn't even make it into their preparatory class. With your current abilities, even if you got into Nan University, you'd just be an average student. In the Luo family, every generation sees at least 80 or even 100 students admitted to the top 5 universities. It's not just about being a student at Nan University. Even if you were the top scorer in Jiangling City, it still wouldn't be enough. Do you understand what I mean? Luo Manlu finished speaking and fixed his eyes on Fang He's face, waiting for a response. I understand. Fang He uttered just 2 words before stepping out of the shadows into the faint light. He had heard all he needed to hear, and there was no point in continuing the conversation. Luo Manlu watched Fang He's retreating figure, but did not stop him. He wasn't sure what Fang He's understand truly meant, but he knew it wasn't a sign of resignation. Interesting, he murmured to himself, then returned to his usual warm smile and turned back toward the crowd. Li Yin noticed Fang He's return but wisely refrained from asking about the conversation. Meanwhile, Luo Manlu, upon rejoining the group, announced in front of everyone, I just had a brief discussion with Fang He. Considering his bravery in risking his life to apprehend the fugitive, he will be awarded a 10 million yuan bonus. As the leader of this operation, Luo Manlu's words set the tone, giving full credit to Fang He. The crowd responded with polite applause. Fang He forced a faint smile and gave a small nod to those around him. "Senior, they'll head back now," he said. After receiving her acknowledgement, he turned and walked into the darkness, his figure gradually fading from everyone's sight. A week later, in the austere and traditional council hall of the Luo family estate. "Ancestor, that's the situation." Luo Manlu reported the results of his southern journey to Luo Cixing with deference. As a direct descendant of Luo Cixing and the most outstanding heir of his generation, every word he spoke was carefully considered. Luo Cixing's expression remained impassive, giving no hint of his emotions. He asked calmly, "Does that boy truly lack self-awareness?" "Yes," Luo Manlu replied with lowered eyes. He understood that the ancestor had hoped Fang He would voluntarily step back, but since the virtual world was beyond the Luo family's control, there was no way to permanently prevent Luo Yi from logging in. "If my brother insists we refrain from taking action, then let us not act," Luo Cixing said suddenly, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Luo Manlu remained silent, waiting for further instructions. "Don't we have a few young ones in our family eager to pursue Luo Yi?" A faint smirk appeared on Luo Cixing's lips. "Go and inform them that there's a boy in Jiangling persistently bothering Luo Yi." "But..." Luo Manlu hesitated. "What if Luo Yi finds out? Why would she find out unless you let her?" "Understood. Good. Then go and handle it." "Yes." Meanwhile, on the other side, the efficiency of the Enforcement Bureau was indeed impressive. Just one day after Kong Pong was taken into custody, 10 million credits were transferred into Fang He's account. Without hesitation, Fang He invested all the funds into cultivation resources and began intensive training, sparing no expense. Inside the training room, sweat trickled down Fang He's face. Leaning against the wall, Fanny Yang watched his friend drenched in sweat and remarked, "You're really pushing yourself too hard." Since the arrest of the fugitive over a month ago, Fang He, now backed by ample resources, had significantly increased his training intensity, no longer constrained by the need to meticulously plan every step. "This is just my normal training," Fang He replied, focusing on his breathing as he continued his body-strengthening exercises. "Normal? Sure." Fanny Yang scoffed. "What happened that night when you ran into Kong Pong? What kind of shock did you get?" As his close friend, Fanny Yang was certain that Fang He's sudden change was tied to that event. The idea of a body refinement practitioner subduing a severely injured mind aperture expert was something he simply couldn't believe. "Just lucky enough to catch Kong Pong when he could barely move," Fang He said casually as he approached the strength testing machine. "I figured if I had money, I'd better convert it all into power." Bang, bang, bang. A series of rapid punches, interspersed with side kicks and whip-like strikes, echoed through the room as the numbers on the display climbed steadily. "By the way," Fanny Yang suddenly said, "I'll be transferring schools next semester." "What?" Fang He stopped mid-movement, turning to look at his friend. "What's with that look?" "Just keep training." Fanny Yang forced a light-hearted smile. "Why are you leaving all of a sudden?" Fang He pressed. "Well, you know, my family situation is a bit complicated. I need to go back home to study and then prepare for the entrance exam to Dongda University." The two sparred afterward, as if marking a temporary pause in their friendship. Before the semester ended, Fanny Yang completed his transfer, leaving behind only the words, "See you in college." Time flew by. Inside the training room, Fang He sat cross-legged, his eyes suddenly snapping open. A flash of sword-like brilliance seemed to flicker in his pupils. 17 times. Fang He stood up, clenching his fists to feel the surging power within. For most, reaching this level of strength marked the peak of blood refinement, a state ready for a breakthrough into the spirit movement stage. But for Fang He, it was far from enough. His goal was 30 times, or even higher. Achieving such a goal required not only talent but also an immense amount of resources. Fang He could still sense untapped potential in his body, indicating that his blood refinement process could continue. The main issue now was resource depletion. Half of the assets gained from capturing Kong Peng remained, but they would likely only be sufficient to push him to 20 times before running out. On Blue Planet, the richest source of resources wasn't found in merchant vaults or national treasuries, but in the vast and dangerous wilderness. Every imaginable resource could be found there provided one had the courage and strength to claim it. "Grandpa Lu, are you available to talk now?" Fang He sent a message. 10 minutes later, Lu Xian appeared before Fang He via holographic projection. The backdrop showed a dense rainforest, with the corpse of a massive tiger lying nearby. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fang He got straight to the point and brought up the matter of the jade toad. Recently, he had accessed fragmented memories from the creature he had slain. Among them was the location of a valley containing blood orchid flowers, a place that had once been the toad's fortuitous encounter. The blood orchid flower, a spiritual treasure capable of cleansing and transforming the body, was precisely what Fang He needed at this moment. However, the wilderness was perilous, something Fang He had experienced firsthand. Without a skilled protector, venturing deep into the wild was too risky. This was why he had sought out Lu Xian. So, are you saying you want me to accompany you on this trip? Lu Shiren asked, a kind smile on his face as he looked warmly at Fang He. Yes, yes. Fang He nodded in confirmation. Haha, do you know how much it costs to hire someone at the Lingkong realm for a single mission? I do, Fang He replied firmly. Ever since he had accessed the memories of the bead toad, he had been preparing for this. He had considered hiring a skilled fighter to accompany him, but quickly dismissed the idea. The wilderness posed not only the threat of beasts, but also the danger of human treachery. Mercenaries might be tempted to betray their employers if valuable treasures were at stake. While there were rules in the cities, out in the wild, strength was the only law. Although modern technology allowed one to send footage to the Law Enforcement Bureau as evidence in emergencies, seasoned outlaws in the wilderness were extremely cunning. They either acted so swiftly that there was no time to react, or used specialized signal blocking devices to prevent any distress calls from going out. Another practical issue was the cost. Transactions involving martial artists at the Mingxiao realm and above no longer used blue star currency, but switched to spiritual points instead. After weighing his options, Fang He concluded that hiring a martial artist was entirely unfeasible. Ultimately, among the skilled individuals he knew, only Grandpa Lu was trustworthy enough, which led to today's video call. Grandpa Lu, all the other spiritual treasures in that valley are yours. I only need the blood orchid, Fang He said directly. Haha, your thoughtfulness is enough for me. Lu Shiren laughed heartily. You discovered the place, so everything there rightfully belongs to you. I'll just accompany you on this trip. Fang He's eyes lit up. Thank you, Grandpa Lu. Prepare yourself then. We'll set off after the new year. All right. This year, the Lunar New Year came earlier than usual, arriving in January. Fang He informed his family of his plan to train in the wilderness again during the winter break, emphasizing that the former principal would be leading the trip. His parents readily agreed, as they believed their son, with 2 prior wilderness experiences under his belt and an expert accompanying him, would be safe. If they knew the true dangers of the wild, they might not have allowed Fang He to leave the city, even with expert protection. During the New Year celebration at his grandparents' home, Fang He reunited with his cousins after a long time. His younger cousin Lindsay had been accepted into a local top high school. Although she wasn't in the elite class, she was highly regarded by her teachers and had a chance to advance next year. His older cousin Yang Zhihan, now a junior in college, had reached the early stage of the Mingxiao realm, though it would take him a long time to progress to the mid-stage. This reminded Fang He of Li Yank and Luo Manlu, who were a year younger than Yang Zhihan. 6 months ago, they could easily handle opponents at the late Mingxiao realm, and their current strength was likely even more unfathomable. This stark contrast further solidified Fang He's determination to attend one of the 5 great academies. What? You've reached 18 times after completing your blood tempering? Yang Zhihan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his cousin. Yes, Fang He confirmed with a nod. Wow, when I broke through, I only managed to reach 15 times. Why didn't you keep tempering for a bit longer to aim for a higher breakthrough? Fang He asked, puzzled. Yang Zhihan glanced at him. It wouldn't have made any difference for me. Whether it was 15 or 16 times, it didn't matter. Besides, I couldn't afford the resources to continue. Eventually, I just accepted it breaking through was enough. I once dreamed of becoming a legendary hero who could vanquish beasts and save the world, but I know I can't achieve that. Fang He finally realized he had been taking things for granted. His cousin's situation was far more typical. Most people, limited by their innate talent, struggled to progress beyond 13 or 14 times. Pursuing a higher level of blood tempering required significant resources, which were simply out of reach for ordinary families. Oh, Yang Zhihan suddenly threw an arm around Fang He's shoulder, grinning. But having a genius cousin like you is already enough for me to brag about. After the winter break, I'm going to tell everyone that my cousin is heading to one of the 5 great academies. Who knows? Maybe I'll even see you in the national martial arts competition someday. Yang Zhihan had no doubts about Fang He's ability to get into one of the 5 great academies. He just didn't know that Fang He had already been pre-admitted to Southern University. The National Martial Arts Competition? What's that? Fang He asked curiously, intrigued by the new term. It's an annual competition among martial arts universities, where freshmen compete. Schools are ranked, and resources for cultivation are distributed accordingly, Yang Zhihan explained. Why haven't I heard of it before? Fang He asked, confused. Despite living all these years, he had never heard of the National Martial Arts Competition. It's an internal competition within the universities. The matches can be pretty intense. I mean, the scenes can get quite dramatic. So, they don't broadcast it to the public. But within martial arts universities, we can watch it, Yang Zhihan replied. Fang He looked thoughtfully at Yang Zhihan and asked, Hanguo, you've seen the martial arts elite tournament in Jiangling City. What do you think of the level of competition there? Yang Zhihan chuckled softly. I don't mean to belittle the elite tournament, but compared to the national competition, it's like kids playing house. Lin Zi, who had been quietly standing on the side, suddenly chimed in, not true. I've watched every match of He's, and they were super intense. Higu was so impressive on the stage. Yang Jahan nodded in agreement at first. She's right. Xiaohe being able to master martial techniques perfectly as a high school senior is rare, even in ordinary martial arts universities. He paused, his expression growing serious. But the weapons used in the elite tournament aren't sharpened. You hardly see any blood during the matches, and even if someone gets hurt, they recover in 10 minutes. The national competition, though, is on a whole different level. It's real weapons, real combat. Every move hits the mark, and every strike draws blood. Lin Zi gasped, her mouth wide open in surprise. Having never ventured into the wild, she couldn't begin to imagine such a scene. Although Fang He trusted his cousin's words, he still asked in confusion, Hanggu, why are university competitions so intense? Is there some kind of deep-seated grudge? Yang Jahan hesitated, as if recalling something he couldn't openly share. In the end, he simply said vaguely, you'll understand when you get to college. Ugh, how stingy. You can't even tell us this? Lin Zi pouted in dissatisfaction. Fang He, on the other hand, took it in stride. He understood that every place had its rules. If these things could only be learned in college, then he'd wait patiently. The thought of the national competition, where martial arts prodigies from across the country would gather, filled him with anticipation. To shine on such a stage would surely make him a renowned figure in the martial arts world. On the morning of January 27, 2226, when the chill of winter still lingered, Fang He set out alone with his backpack, stepping onto the wild path. Unlike before, this time the principal did not accompany him. Instead, the escort task fell to He Xingqian, the martial arts teacher of Class 9. The off-road vehicle bumped along the rugged mountain road. While driving, He Xingqian remarked, Lu Ningxi, Luo Yi, and Fanny Yang have all left. This year's exchange competition depends on you. The championship this year will definitely belong to Jiangling High School, Fang He declared with firm conviction. He Xingqian nodded in satisfaction but still reminded him, although Wu Tong was defeated by you, it's said that he's been training in isolation and has made significant progress. You can't afford to be careless. I understand. Fang He was well aware that not only was Wu Tong from Lingbei training diligently, but the students from Chengnan were also eager to prove themselves in the competition. However, he hadn't been idle these past months either. His current strength was enough to defeat his former self from 4 months ago within 5 moves. He Xingqian sighed inwardly. Originally, Jiangling High School had an outstanding lineup this year, including a prodigy like Lu Ningxi, as well as rising talents like Luo Yi, Fang He, and Fanny Yang, which should have ensured an easy victory. Unfortunately, Luo Yi had been taken back by his family for further training. Lu Ningxi had been specially recruited by Jingwu Academy due to his mastery of spear techniques, and Fanny Yang had returned to handle family matters. Now only Fang He remained. While the other students were decent, they couldn't compare to him. The exchange competition tested team strength, and even if Fang He excelled in individual and duo battles, the 5-person team battles would significantly reduce their advantage. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just do your best, He Xingqian said, noticing Fang He's serious expression. Got it, Mr. He. I know what to do. Meanwhile, beneath a serene water expanse spanning nearly 1,000 square kilometers in Yunming's, the largest inland lake in Xia, stood a sprawling cluster of rough-hewn palaces. In a side hall carved entirely from a massive stone, a giant serpent with a single horn on its head and an ink-black body emitted a series of high-frequency hisses, but no response came. Eventually, it slithered out of the palace, ignoring the 2 small demons standing guard like sentinels at the entrance, and swam away without hesitation. Over 300 kilometers away, Fang He finally arrived at the agreed meeting point and saw the elderly principal, Lu Xian. After exchanging greetings, He Xingqian departed for Jiangling. Grandpa Lu, long time no see, Fang He called out. Long time indeed. You've grown taller and more robust, Lu Xian said, gauging Fang He's progress with a simple handshake. Hee, I've been working hard lately. I'm determined to help Jiangling High School win the championship at the exchange competition. Ha ha ha, I'll be looking forward to it. After a brief chat, Lu Xian urged, let's set off now and get that blood orchid for you. Huh? What? Let's move quickly, I can't stay away for too long. Oh okay. I've memorized the route. Fang He glanced around and confirmed the direction. At the same time, in a luxurious clubhouse in Fenghuan City, the capital of the eastern region, a group of young heirs from prominent families was gathered for a party. A fair-skinned young man asked, what's Amin been up to lately? The boy addressed as Amin, though the same age as the others, looked younger due to his baby face. He replied casually, what else? Just training at home. The fair-skinned young man chuckled softly and said, I'm still the same as before. But recently, I heard some interesting news. What news? Lu Jiyuan. Stop keeping us in suspense. Yeah, come on, we're all brothers here. Spill it. The others chimed in eagerly. Lu Jiuan finally stopped teasing and revealed. You all must have heard about the prodigy from the Luo family, right? Of course. Who hasn't? Yeah, it's been the talk of the town. My old man even told me specifically to get close to Luo Yi. Have you met Luo Yi yet? No, but I heard she's very beautiful. How would you know? Just rumors going around. The group erupted into a lively discussion, each adding their own speculation. Only Ming remained silent, calmly eating his meal and quietly observing their chatter. Lu Jiyuan cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention. Ahem, we all know where we stand in our respective families. Like Oldly said, our elders have all hinted at it, haven't they? This struck a chord with everyone present. Each of them came from a family with considerable influence, and within those families, at least one Dragon Gate level martial artist held the fort. However, none of them were the primary heirs. They were destined to play supporting roles. It was precisely because of their similar family backgrounds and circumstances that they often gathered to exchange information and support one another. Their life paths had seemed straightforward: attend one of the top 5 universities, gain experience in the military, and eventually return to their families to assist the family heads. But Luo Yi's sudden rise had disrupted this trajectory. With her extraordinary talent and stunning beauty, both they and their families had started to take an interest. The Luo family has already made it clear Luo Yi won't marry outside the family. They're only looking for a Livian son-in-law, Lu Jiuan continued. And just a few days ago, word got out that someone from Luo Yi's hometown has been pestering her. Because she's kind-hearted and doesn't want to come across as bullying others with her family's power, she hasn't dealt with him harshly. That guy supposedly has decent strength and might even qualify for one of the top 5 universities. Now it's just a matter of who's going to step up and put him in his place. Someone dares to bother Luo Yi? Must be aiming for a connection to her family. Why doesn't the Luo family just take care of it themselves? Could it be that the Luo family deliberately leaked this to use us as scapegoats? Wouldn't want to end up with nothing but trouble for our efforts. So what are you all planning to do? We'll just watch from the sidelines, not getting involved. Same here, just observing. Ming remained silent throughout, watching the conversation unfold with a thoughtful smile on his face. Grandpa Lu, it's about 100 kilometers further east from here, Fang He said, pointing ahead. At this moment, he was being carried through the air by Lu Shuren, and they had been flying for 3 hours. Even though they couldn't travel at full speed in the wilderness, their Lingkong realm speed had allowed them to cover a significant distance. They were nearing Yunming's. Fang He recalled the memories of the green-eyed toad. Deep within Yunming's, it had once encountered a massive, serpentine beast with such overwhelming presence that it dared not approach. It seemed the legends of the Jiaolong and Yunming's were true. Xiaohe, we can't keep flying here. We'll need to land and approach the valley on foot, Lu Shuren said. While low-altitude flight wasn't particularly difficult for him, the dangers of the wilderness required constant vigilance, making it an exhausting endeavor. That area might already be occupied by other beasts after all this time, Fang He warned. According to the green-eyed toad's memories, the valley had been coveted by other beasts on numerous occasions, though the toad had always managed to fend them off. You're probably right. If it's as valuable as you say, it's bound to attract other beasts, Lu Shuren agreed. Grandpa Lu, should we keep moving in the dark or rest for now? Fang He asked. Lu Shuren thought for a moment. Can you still hold up? No problem, Fang He said, patting his chest. It was true he hadn't exerted much energy today, having spent most of the time sitting or being carried through the air. The two decided to press on and rest only when they were closer to their destination. The wilderness at night was far more dangerous than during the day, with the cries of beasts echoing all around them. Fortunately, their small team size allowed them to avoid most encounters. When avoidance wasn't possible, they dealt with the beasts swiftly, though they had to leave the valuable materials behind due to the difficulty of carrying them. Just 5 more kilometers, Fang He said, pointing to the stone wall ahead. The wall stretched endlessly, concealing the hidden wonders within. After searching the perimeter of the stone wall, they quickly found the 3 distinctive giant trees that served as a landmark. To be cautious, they decided to find a sheltered spot to rest outside and wait until morning to enter the valley. At dawn, they followed a crack in the stone wall into the valley. This passage had been discovered and expanded by the green-eyed toad. The interior was dark and damp, leaving Fang He feeling sticky all over. He hadn't yet reached the Mingxiao realm and couldn't form a protective spiritual garment like Lu Shuren. After about 20 minutes of walking, they finally saw light ahead. Lu Shuren instructed Fang He to wait while he went ahead to scout. Once he confirmed it was safe, he called Fang He over. The sight before them was breathtaking. Outside, it was a frozen, snow-covered landscape, but inside the valley, it was warm and blooming with life. A vast plain was surrounded by towering cliffs, and nearby was a pond, the very place the green-eyed toad had reached via an underground river. Blood orchids, Fang He murmured to himself. These intelligent beasts never over-harvested such spiritual plants, allowing them to regenerate over decades or centuries after being picked. Sure enough, Fang He spotted 3 blood orchids growing on a cliff about 30 meters high. The flowers emerged from the rock, their oval leaves with wavy edges. The height posed no challenge to Fang He, and while Lu Shiren went off to search for other spiritual materials, Fang He began preparing to harvest the orchids. The process went surprisingly smoothly, no collapsing cliffs or venomous snake attacks like in the novels. With Lu Shiren still away, Fang He carefully examined the freshly picked blood orchids while wearing gloves. Up close, the blood orchid was like a work of art, its translucent petals glistening in the sunlight. Inside, faintly visible blood-red sap flowed, and it exuded a light, refreshing fragrance that soothed the mind. Though blood orchids could be found elsewhere, their remarkable effects on martial artists during the body refinement stage made them highly sought after. Most were preemptively acquired by prominent clans and academies, leaving none available on the market. These details had been gathered by Lu Shiren during his inquiries, which had attracted considerable attention from others curious about the blood orchid's location. He had skillfully deflected their questions. Blood orchids could be consumed directly. Their mild properties were highly beneficial for blood refinement. Fang He sat cross-legged and swallowed the palm-sized blood orchid in one bite. It felt cool at first, then a warm current flowed down his throat and spread throughout his body. Ah! Fang He couldn't suppress a sigh of pleasure from the unprecedented comfort. He immediately activated the Qi Ling technique to refine his blood with the orchid's power. If one could see inside him, they would witness every cell undergoing renewal and his blood becoming increasingly concentrated. As Fang He immersed himself in cultivation, ripples suddenly appeared on the surface of the pond near the cliff. Your strength has improved quite a bit this time, hasn't it? Lu Shiren looked at Fang He, whose face was glowing with vitality, a satisfied smile spreading across his own. Hee, I've already tempered my blood to 22 times, Fang He replied, unable to hide the excitement in his tone as he felt the surging power within him. This blood orchid not only saved him 2 months of arduous cultivation, but also significantly enhanced his body's endurance. Previously, his limit was around 25 times, but now he saw the potential to break through to 30 times. Of course, the remaining 2 blood orchids would have diminishing effects, but reaching 28 times would still be an impressive achievement. Now that we've got what we came for, let's head back, Lu Shiren said with a smile, clearly pleased with their haul. All right, let's go. Fang He had barely finished speaking when Lu Shiren suddenly sensed something amiss. Without a word, he grabbed Fang He and flung him into the nearby grass. The tranquil pond erupted violently as a horde of aquatic demon beasts surged out. Leading the charge were lobster and crab-like creatures, each the size of a small car, followed by thick serpents as wide as tree trunks. The sheer number of them was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Shoo! Lu Shiren swung his hand, unleashing a wave of dark energy. The smaller demons fell in droves, their skin blackened, their faces twisted in agony. The water parted as a massive, one-horned serpent slowly emerged, its lantern-sized eyes locking onto Lu Shiren with a menacing glare. Even just the portion of its body above water towered 3 or 4 stories high, while its remaining minions continued their relentless assault under its command. Lu Shiren's heart sank. The smaller demons were no threat, but the one-horned serpent was a formidable foe, a powerful great demon. Escaping on his own wouldn't be difficult, but he had to protect Fang He as well. As he contemplated his next move, he wielded his short blade, its overwhelming force sweeping across the battlefield. The serpent hissed in fury as its underlings fell like wheat before a scythe. Finally, it fully emerged from the water, and Fang He got a clear view. This was no ordinary serpent. It was a demon beast on the verge of transforming into a flood dragon, as evidenced by the bulge under its abdomen. The serpent's body was pitch black, covered in densely packed scales the size of a human palm. It propped itself up with its tail, raising its upper body high before unleashing a blast of icy light from its gaping maw. Lu Shiren dodged with ease, but couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. However, there was no time to dwell on it, needed to end this quickly before more powerful demons were drawn to the commotion. Shadow pursuit. Lu Shiren transformed into a shadow, darting swiftly toward the serpent. His short blade found a gap between its scales, piercing through. Though the wound was small, it elicited an ear-splitting screech from the serpent, forcing even Fang He, who was some distance away, to cover his ears. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Shiren unleashed a series of deadly strikes. The Underworld King's triple slash, Underworld Break, Underworld Scourge, Underworld Annihilation. Dark energy seeped into the serpent's body like a relentless curse. The serpent retaliated by releasing a wave of cold air, forming a protective layer of ice armor on its surface. Lu Shiren noticed that the serpent seemed to be in a weakened state. Changing his approach, he decided to take this chance to hunt it down. After all, there was no true peace between humans and demon beasts. Armor break. Lu Shiren swung his blade again, shattering the ice armor. Realizing it was outmatched, the serpent tried to flee, but Lu Shiren blocked its path. Trying to run? After all this, there's no way you're getting away. Lu Shiren's hands were enveloped in spiritual energy, forming two massive dark palms that tightly gripped the serpent's tail, dragging it back. Fortunately, the steep mountain walls around them muffled the sounds, or this battle would have already attracted countless other beasts. A glimmer of regret flashed in the serpent's eyes as it realized that attempting to flee had been a mistake. Its enormous body was covered in wounds, fine streaks of blood crisscrossing its scales, while its followers had been nearly wiped out. Under the corrosive power of the dark energy, the serpent didn't even have the chance to self-destruct before Lu Shiren's sword severed its head with a single, decisive strike. The serpent's head landed heavily beside Fang He, blood gushing from the severed neck and pooling into a winding stream on the ground. The enormous body crashed down into the valley with a thunderous sound. "Grandpa Lu, it's over? That was amazing!" Fang He exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and running excitedly to Lu Shiren's side. "This serpent's strength seems unusual. We'd better wrap this up and leave quickly," Lu Shiren said with a hint of doubt in his tone. As he spoke, he approached the serpent's corpse, preparing to dissect it and collect materials. After all, the components of a great beast could be exchanged in the army for considerable merit. Suddenly, Lu Shiren froze mid-action. No wonder. What is it? Fang He leaned in curiously. With his low level of strength, even armed with the old headmaster's weapon, he couldn't pierce the serpent's scales and could only observe from the sidelines. This serpent was pregnant, Lu Shiren said as he stepped aside, revealing 3 fully formed serpent eggs inside its abdomen. "Haha, guess we took care of future threats ahead of time." Fang He laughed heartily. In the world of beasts, bloodlines are everything. If the parents are great beasts, their offspring are highly likely to reach similar levels of power. However, the stronger the beast, the harder it is for them to reproduce, Lu Shiren explained. "These serpent eggs are valuable. They have research potential." With a wave of his hand, he collected the 3 eggs into his palm. Half an hour later, the 2 of them had finished cleaning up. Lu Shiren glanced around, satisfied. "Let's go. Time to head back. We've gained quite a bit this time." "Yeah, all thanks to you, Grandpa Lu," Fang He said with gratitude. In the vast expanse of Yunming's, deep beneath the waters, an enormous underwater palace complex stands at the lakebed. This is a forbidden zone for humans, where the massive silhouettes of aquatic demon beasts loom faintly in the murky depths. Among the beasts entering and exiting the central palace complex, even the weakest possess the strength of a great demon. At the very heart of the palace, within the largest hall, a petite flood dragon lies coiled silently. Twin horns adorn its head, 5 claws extend from its belly, and its aura is restrained to the point of near invisibility, with even its breathing faintly discernible. Suddenly, its eyes snap open, and a torrent of rage, almost human in its intensity, surges forth. "Find them. Find out who killed my daughter." The flood dragon's furious roar reverberates through the water, causing every passing beast to prostrate themselves, trembling in fear. The sheer wrath of their king is unmistakable in its voice. High above a cliffside valley, the 5-clawed flood dragon hovers in midair, its cold gaze fixed on the ground below, where the corpses of demons lie scattered. Behind it, a host of demon beasts remain silent, not daring to make the slightest sound. "So, you're telling me that in this territory of yours, my daughter was killed by humans, and none of you know anything about it?" The flood dragon's voice is calm yet chillingly cold. 2 large Damansa shrimp and a crab, neither capable of speech, whimper as they grovel on the ground. The flood dragon pays them no further attention. A massive tortoise steps forward from behind it, exuding an invisible pressure. Instantly, the shrimp and crab collapse, lifeless. "Have you found the culprits?" "Your Majesty, it has been determined. It was 2 humans, an old man and a young one. According to reports from flying beasts, they came from Jiangling," the tortoise replied respectfully. "Send word to Yunming's. Mobilize the beast-tied target Jiangling." The flood dragon's eyes glinted with icy determination as it issued the order. The assembled beasts responded in unison, their roars and cries echoing through the air. The flood dragon exhaled a blast of icy breath, freezing the serpent's corpse before handing it to the tortoise to carry. The other demon corpses were reduced to dust. Half a month later, Fang He had returned to Jiangling City, with only 2 days left until the start of the new school term. He consumed the last 2 blood orchids he had collected, successfully enhancing his blood refinement to 25 times its previous level, just as he had planned. Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. It was a warning from Fanny Yang, who was far away in the east. "Watch yourself, kid. A few juniors from Fengquan are planning to give you trouble." "Because of Luo Yi?" "Exactly. They found out about your past connection with her. But don't worry, it's just the younger generation, no elders involved." "Who are they? How strong?" "Their families all have Dragon Gate level experts. Each of them has perfected blood refinement and mastered their martial techniques. Not a problem. Let them come. Feeling confident. Huh? My blood refinement has reached 25 times. What did you take? How'd you get there so fast? I found a few blood orchids. Just a little boost. Meanwhile, 50 kilometers outside Yunming's, in a monitoring post disguised as a small hill, rookie soldier Xiao Hu and veteran De Zhuang were on night duty. The control room screens displayed various data: spiritual energy fluctuations, humidity, temperature, wind speed, and more. Zhuanga, don't you think the humidity looks a bit off? Xiao Hu asked, pointing to the gauges. What's the big deal? We're near Yunming's. Those demon beasts just turning over can make the humidity rise. It's nothing, De Zhuang replied nonchalantly. Seeing Xiao Hu still skeptical, De Zhuang changed the subject. So, what made you want to join the military? My martial talent isn't great, and my family's not well off. But I didn't want to give up on martial arts. I heard the military offers lots of opportunities to earn merits, and you can exchange them for cultivation resources, Xiao Hu said, his eyes gleaming with determination. De Zhuang nodded knowingly. Indeed, the military was a common choice for those with average talent but an unwillingness to abandon martial arts. Many joined directly after high school, passing rigorous training and assessments to enlist. In this place, as long as you complete tasks and achieve merits, you'll never lack resources, De Zhuang said firmly, patting Xiao Hu on the shoulder. Coming here was the right choice. Work hard, and you'll have no shortage of cultivation resources. Just then, a piercing alarm shattered the tranquility of the outpost. The once stable spiritual energy readings on the monitor spiked dramatically, the numbers shifting from a calm blue to an alarming blood red, flashing incessantly. Send a signal to the base now? De Zhuang shouted urgently. Oh right. Xiao Hu fumbled to locate the control button, his finger just about to press it when, whoosh, an eerie chill swept through the outpost like a ghostly tide. Xiao Hu's movements froze midair, and De Zhuang's gaping mouth failed to utter a sound. Everyone inside the outpost was immobilized, their skin rapidly glazed with crystalline frost. In the blink of an eye, they were encased as lifelike ice sculptures. Even stranger, the entire frozen outpost began to sink, as if the snow-covered ground were swallowing it whole. Within moments, it vanished without a trace. Above, a massive serpent slithered through the air, its colossal body casting a shadow on the ground below. The land swarmed with an endless army of beasts, both aquatic and terrestrial, stretching as far as the eye could see. Back at the command center, chaos reigned. What's going on? 8 outposts have gone silent in less than half an hour. A stern-faced, middle-aged commander in military attire barked. According to protocol, outposts in the field were required to report back every 10 minutes, yet 8 of them had been out of contact for over 30 minutes. The situation is still unclear. We've already dispatched 10 elite squads to investigate. We'll report back as soon as we have any updates. A soldier resembling an administrative officer responded promptly. What about the other outposts? All reporting normal at the moment. Those beasts in Yunming's are stirring up trouble again. The commander let out a cold snort. Contact headquarters immediately and report the situation. Yunming's is a critical surveillance zone in the southern region. Any anomalies must be reported without delay. Understood. The officer hurried to prepare the report. Commander, an operator suddenly turned around and shouted. The 9th outpost has just gone silent as well, but they managed to send back a video before losing contact. Put it on the main screen now? Yes, sir. A flurry of static snowflakes flashed across the screen as the emergency video signal from Outpost 23 connected. The footage shook violently, betraying the fear and panic of the person recording it. Command, Outpost 23 under attack, on the verge of falling, a trembling voice reported. Before the words fully settled, panicked screams erupted in the background. Insects. So many insects. Damn it, where are they coming from? Activate the defenses now. It's too late. These bugs can corrode the spiritual barrier. Use the Vulcan 3. Sweep them out. The Vulcan 3 unleashed searing streams of fire, incinerating swathes of the insects into charred remains. But it was futile. More swarms surged forward from the distance, an endless tide. As the Vulcan III's energy reserves neared depletion, the soldiers, most of whom were only at the body refinement or spirit movement stages, were left utterly powerless against the overwhelming onslaught. Suddenly, the camera stabilized, as if it had been mounted in place. A soldier in military combat gear stormed into view. I'll take you damn bugs on myself, he shouted. His firearm fired 3 sharp bursts, rat-a-tat, before his figure was swallowed by the flood of insects. These black creatures, each the size of an adult's palm, had 6 legs protruding from their abdomens and razor-sharp scythe-like mandibles. Boom! A deafening explosion sent a wave of flames soaring into the sky, reducing all the insects crawling on the soldier's body to ashes. The final image froze as the swarm overwhelmed the camera lens, plunging the screen into darkness. The command room fell into a deathly silence. Commander, Outposts 26 and 27 have also gone dark. Commander, we've received a video from Outpost 18. They're retreating. The middle-aged commander immediately issued orders. Notify all outposts to retreat. All personnel below the bright aperture stage should withdraw southeast and establish a defensive line 300 kilometers from Jiangling City. Regroup there. The rest will follow me. Understood. The commander strode out of the operations room, with Lu Shiren close behind. Despite having 3 void stage experts stationed at the base, the odds of victory against such a massive beast tide were slim. From the video alone, at least 4 great beasts had been identified, and who knew how many more lord-level beasts might be lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, at the Southern Military District headquarters in Dingjiang City, the conference room was ablaze with light in the dead of night. This is the latest intel from Jiangling City. Take a look, an elder seated at the head of the table announced. After everyone reviewed the footage, he continued, let's hear your thoughts. This time, it seems Yunmeng's is making a serious move. If they want war, then we'll fight. We should think this through carefully. Liang Pindong happens to be near Jiangling. He can head there to assist. When has Xia Nation ever feared war? These beasts need to be taught a painful lesson. But think of the potential casualties. Delaying will only lead to greater losses. Such a large beast tide must be orchestrated by a lord-level beast. We should engage first and see what they're planning. Could this be the work of that old flood dragon? Unlikely. It hasn't been seen since the Yu King severely injured it over a century ago. Regardless, we should notify the Tongtian stage experts to prepare for the worst. The elder listened quietly to the discussion and finally spoke after half an hour. I already informed Liang Pindong as soon as we receive the intel. If a lord-level beast appears, he will intervene. The situation is tense, and every Tongtian stage expert has critical duties, especially at the starry battlefield. We must avoid calling on them unless absolutely necessary. He rose to his feet, slamming his fists onto the conference table with a dull thud. All martial arts universities in the southern region mobilize every student above the sophomore year to support Jiangling City. 2/3 of the southern military district's defensive forces will be deployed to Jiangling. We cannot allow the beasts to breach the containment line by even an inch. His piercing gaze swept across the room. If anyone has objections, speak now. No objections. No objections. The room echoed with unanimous agreement. At the same time, the middle-aged commander led his team through the forest. To avoid detection, they moved on foot rather than flying. Having a rough understanding of the situation ahead, their mission was reconnaissance, not combat. This is as far as we go, the commander said, halting. Lao Lu, Lao Yang, well split into groups. Each of you take a team and scout in different directions. Regroup here in 2 hours, no matter what you find. Lu Shiren and Lao Yang each took 5 men and headed off in separate directions to begin their reconnaissance. The winter mountains were shrouded in thick snow, with a faint moonlight casting an eerie glow across the landscape. Oddly, the typically lively forest had fallen into an unnatural silence. A soft rustling sound broke the stillness. Lu Shiren quickly signaled with his hand, and the team members behind him immediately understood, slipping into the shadows. In the distance, a massive pack of one-horned snow wolves raced across the snowy terrain. There were easily 1,000 of them, with even the weakest reaching the Lingdong realm. At the rear of the pack was the one-horned snow wolf king, who had previously clashed with Lu Shiren. Lu Shiren had no intention of engaging the wolf pack heathen. The mission was primarily reconnaissance, and a direct confrontation with such a formidable group would not only jeopardize their objective but also their lives. Silently, he unleashed his dark spiritual energy, enveloping the team in concealment. Although the wolves were known for their acute sense of smell, they failed to detect the group hidden among the trees. The wolf pack passed beneath them in an orderly fashion. The wolf king, however, paused briefly, raising its head to scan the area with a hint of suspicion. Yet, it found nothing unusual. This moment left Lu Shiren and his team drenched in cold sweat had they been discovered. Escape from the wolves would have been nearly impossible for those unable to fly. Under the cover of Lu Shiren's dark spiritual energy, the team pressed westward. Along the way, they encountered several other groups of beasts. Swarms of insects, clusters of giant clawed crabs, herds of iron-armored crocodiles, and flocks of waterbirds circling overhead. Most were from Yunmeng's or the surrounding forests. A rough estimate placed the number of beasts, excluding the insect swarms, well over tens of thousands. After transmitting their collected intelligence back to headquarters, the team approached Yunmeng's and prepared to return to regroup with their commander. Just then, an enormous wave surged from the depths of Yunmeng's, and a figure emerged, striding atop the waters. The overwhelming aura it exuded was suffocating, even from several hundred kilometers away. Lu Shiren barely managed to endure it, but his team members were already struggling to breathe. Retreat. Lu Shiren forced the word through gritted teeth. leading the team in a desperate retreat toward the rendezvous point. The situation was far graver than anticipated. Such oppressive energy at this distance could only belong to a lord-level beast. This signaled the likely onset of a Beast King siege, with Jiangling City, the closest to Yunming's, being the first to bear the brunt. Oomph! They run fast. A colossal serpent with twin horns sneered. Its form bore a striking resemblance to the serpent Lu Shiren had previously slain. Upon reaching lord level, beasts gained a soul detection ability akin to humans breaking through to the Longmin realm. While battles across realms were occasionally possible below the Longmin realm, the gap between it and those beneath was an insurmountable chasm. The serpent's soul energy spanned hundreds of kilometers, and though it had intended to capture the fleeing humans, they had already detected the danger and escaped. Jiangling City. Humph! The serpent murmured darkly, its tone heavy with foreboding. The situation was dire, far worse than they had anticipated. In the dimly lit makeshift forward command post, Zhong Linmao, a middle-aged commander, stood around the tactical table with veterans Yang Bing and Lu Xian. Their faces were etched with worry as they analyzed the freshly gathered intelligence. There are over 20 large demons confirmed, not to mention the lord-class giant serpent Old Lu encountered at the edge of Yuming Marsh, Zhong Linmao said, pointing to the map. As the long-standing overseer of the Jiangling Wilderness Outpost, he knew this region like the back of his hand. Yang Bing, who had been stationed in Jiangling for less than a year, looked troubled. Although Lu Xian hadn't managed to capture visual evidence, his description suggested that the giant serpent could very well be the offspring of the ancient flood dragon dwelling deep within Yuming Marsh. What did headquarters say? When is reinforcements arriving? Lu Xian asked urgently. With just our current manpower, we couldn't even make a dent in the beast tide. The main forces are en route, and experts are on their way. Even martial arts students from universities across the southern region are mobilizing to support us, Zhong Linmao replied. Who's going to notify Jiangling City? Yang Bing raised the question everyone dreaded. While they were confident in their ability to hold the line, they couldn't ignore the possibility of failure. Early warnings were essential. That's Gua Juanlong's responsibility. Our job is to hold our ground, Zhong Linmao said firmly, his eyes resolute. Until reinforcements arrived, their singular mission was to defend their position at all costs. Late that night, the piercing sound of an air raid siren shattered the tranquility of Jiangling City. Countless residents, startled awake, fumbled for their communicators, only to see the chilling word beast tide. To the citizens of Jiangling, this term was almost alien. The last time a beast tide struck Xia Kingdom was in year 62 of the Awakening Era 2086 AD, when two beast kings in the western region unleashed a catastrophic wave, resulting in tens of millions of casualties. Time had dulled those memories, turning the horrors of the past into little more than a distant legend. Official alerts flooded communicators one after another. Jiangling City is now under combat readiness. All citizens are urged to prepare for emergency situations. All retired soldiers must report to their designated armory zones to collect equipment and stand by to assist the front lines. The city erupted into action. Elderly veterans with silver hair and disabled former soldiers donned their long-stored military uniforms and resolutely headed to the assembly points. In one humble household, a one-armed man named Laonyo stood before a mirror, adjusting his uniform. Laonyo, maybe you should tell the commander about your injury, his wife pleaded. Nonsense. Laonyo barked, cutting her off sharply. A soldier's duty is to obey orders. Jiangling needs me. I made it through the Battle of Changyang Plains back then, and am not afraid now. Daddy. His young daughter, nicknamed Xiaoyer, ran out of her room and clung to her mother's leg. Laonyo crouched down, his voice rough but gentle. Xiaoyer, Daddy has to go handle something. Be a good girl and wait for me to come back. Come back soon, Daddy, the little girl said with a solemn nod. Laonyo patted her head, exchanged a determined glance with his wife, and climbed aboard the transport truck waiting outside. He didn't look back, not because he didn't care, but because a true man protects his home and country. Besides, Xia Kingdom had always ensured generous benefits for the families of soldiers. Even if he fell in battle, his wife and daughter would be well provided for. In another household, a similar scene played out, but with more resistance. Dad, you're too old for this. No one will blame you if you don't go. A middle-aged man tried to dissuade his father. You little brat. What did I teach you? I'm a soldier. The elderly man snapped. Despite his age, he shoved his son aside with surprising strength, the commanding presence of a former soldier still evident in his movements. Mom, please talk to Dad. The middle-aged man looked at his mother anxiously, his eyes filled with pleading. The mother gave a faint smile, but chose to remain silent. The elderly man, upon hearing this, straightened his back, his voice booming with energy as he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, you little brat, just wait for me to come back. With that, he strode confidently out the door. In another household, an elderly grandmother watched her son, Xiao Liang, hurriedly packing his belongings. Her voice was heavy with worry. Xiao Liang, there are so many transport trucks heading to the military zone. One less person won't make a difference. You don't have to go. Though in his 50s, with graying hair at his temples, Xiao Liang still exuded vitality. He paused, turned to his mother, and gave her a warm smile. Mom, how could that be right? If I don't go, and others don't go, then who will? My life matters, but so does everyone else's. I understand, the grandmother sighed, but I've never seen anything like this before. It makes me uneasy. Don't worry, Xiaoliang reassured her as he continued packing his bag. Jiangling City hasn't faced anything like this in a long time. This is just a precaution. Chances are, it'll barely make an appearance before being sent back. I probably won't even reach the front lines. Let's hope so, his mother said softly, watching her son now standing at the door. Be careful. In another corner of the city, a young couple was saying their goodbyes. Aren't you still on leave? The young woman asked anxiously, her eyes fixed on her boyfriend, who was already dressed in his combat uniform. Haha, even the retired soldiers are reporting in. How could I, an active duty one, stay behind? On chuckled. Before he could finish his sentence, his communicator buzzed. He quickly checked the message and showed the screen to his girlfriend. Look, hey race, the notice leave is cancelled effective immediately. I have to report to the nearest military zone. After replying with a brief understood, On put away the device. The woman hesitated, then softly said, if things really get serious, promise me you'll stay safe. Don't worry, On said with a bright smile, planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. I value my life too much, I still have to come back and marry you. As he climbed into the transport truck with the others, he turned back to remind her, stay home and wait for me. Don't go out, and follow all official instructions. With that, he joined the ranks of others heading to their stations. This was just one of countless similar scenes across Jiangling City. At this very moment, retired soldiers were boarding transport trucks, heading to military zones to report for duty, preparing for what lay ahead. Fang He, your grandfather has to report to the martial defense zone. Fang Xingyuan's urgent voice shattered the morning calm at home. The sun had just risen, and the family was already gathered in the living room, their expressions a mix of concern and unease as they awaited further news. Fang Xingyuan glanced at his phone screen and read aloud the message his mother had just sent. Got it. Fang He replied calmly, unfazed by the news of his grandfather being summoned. He's at that age and still insists on going. I tried to talk him out of it, but he scolded me instead, Fang Xingyuan said, shaking his head helplessly. Why don't you try talking to him? Fang He took the communicator, and the deep, resonant voice of the old man came through immediately. Xiao He, you're here to talk me out of it too? No, just calling to remind you to stay safe. Be careful on the battlefield, Fang He said, knowing full well that persuasion was futile and opting instead for a gentle reminder. Huh, good boy. You truly are a member of the Fang family, not like your father, who fusses over everything. The old man's hearty laughter echoed through the living room, leaving Fang Xingyuan momentarily frozen in place. Is the situation that serious this time? Fang He cautiously inquired. Not entirely clear, but if they're mobilizing on such a large scale, it can't be good, the old man replied gravely. Then, with firm resolve, he added, but reinforcements will come. Our Xia nation will never repeat the mistakes of over a century ago. Xiao He, do you remember the sword I gave you? Yes, it's called Lin Yuan. Do you know the meaning behind its name? Is it about the saying, instead of envying fish at the edge of the abyss, better to weave a net? No. It means I hope your martial path will be like walking on the edge of an abyss, cautious yet sharp. A warrior must always press forward with courage. The communication abruptly cut off. Fang He, wanting to ask more about the so-called starry battlefield his grandfather mentioned, found himself out of time. Just then, Fang He's communicator chimed with a notification. The screen displayed a brief message. He had been assigned to the 3rd batch of combat reserves and was on standby. Even the kids are being sent to the front lines? Nan Shue's voice trembled as she grabbed the communicator, on the verge of tears. Mom, it's just the reserve unit. Fang He reassured her and then began explaining the connection between martial arts training and the nation's defense. He recounted the teachings of their instructor, Jin Gang, described the dangerous world beyond the city walls, and explained why Xia Nation had made martial arts education a priority. Meanwhile, the class group chat was in chaos. A flurry of excited messages from his inexperienced classmates filled the screen, their enthusiasm for the impending battle almost naive. Fang He couldn't help but shake his head. These were the thoughts of those who had never truly seen the horrors of war. The classroom was abuzz with discussions about the topic of demonic beasts, the atmosphere both tense and fervent. A few seasoned students were busy tempering the optimism of the overly confident newcomers. Demonic beasts aren't that easy to deal with, one clear-headed student remarked. When faced with them, many people can't even utilize their full potential. And this time, it's a beast-tied individual strength will seem insignificant. Someone suggested that the experienced students who had accompanied the former principal on training expeditions Zhuolin, Fang He, Ren Yun, and Tao Yi share their insights. Zhuolin stepped forward, his expression serious. When encountering demonic beasts in the wild, never falter. Their intimidation comes largely from their reckless ferocity. Many people get injured for the first time because they're overwhelmed by this aura. Ren Yun chimed in, the most important thing is to follow orders. Never act on your own. Tao Yi, however, remained absent. When the subject of potential casualties was brought up, the mood in the classroom grew noticeably heavier. For many students, terms like death and sacrifice still felt distant and unfamiliar. At that moment, Zhuang Wencheng arrived. He first calmed the students' mixed emotions, whether of excitement or anxiety, before laying out the plan. Your enthusiasm is commendable, but don't get too carried away. You're currently assigned as the 3rd Reserve Group, so it's not your turn yet. Stay connected, and when the time comes, I will personally lead you to the front lines as your commander. Fang He simply responded with a curt understood, then began adjusting his mindset, preparing to deploy at a moment's notice. Just then, his communicator buzzed with a notification. Iron-blooded man. Is there a beast tide in Jiangling City? Restless sleeper. Yes, iron-blooded man. What's the situation now? Restless sleeper. Everything's under control. Standing by for orders. Iron-blooded man. What do you mean? Restless sleeper. We, the senior high school students, are assigned as the 3rd Reserve Unit, ready to support the front lines if needed. Iron-blooded man. Is it that serious already? Restless sleeper. Don't worry too much. For now, it's just preparation. I believe we'll make it through this time. Iron-blooded man. Who's worried about you? I'm just concerned that if I run into Luo Yi, our old classmate, and she asks where you are, I want to know how to answer. Restless sleeper. Iron-blooded man. Hey, don't go dying out there. The conference room in Jiangling City's administrative center was brightly lit. Although the number of attendees was small, each individual present held significant power in the city. At this moment, these usually composed and reserved officials were fiercely debating a single issue: whether to broadcast the live footage of the Beast Tide confrontation to the public. I disagree. One official raised his voice. I think we can selectively release some footage to let the citizens understand the reality of the situation outside. Wouldn't that be too overwhelming? Overwhelming? We're in a much better position now than during the initial awakening period, aren't we? The situation on the interstellar battlefield is dire and will eventually have to be disclosed. This battle could serve as a buffer to prepare the public. The debate continued without resolution. The overall situation on Blue Planet was far from optimistic. While the ground battles were still manageable, the interstellar battlefield was increasingly precarious. The higher-ups were already considering officially revealing the existence of threats beyond the planet, but the decision was still under discussion. For nearly a century, Xia Nation had not experienced large-scale warfare, and most people had long since lost any concept of war. The Beast Tide attack on Jiangling City presented an opportunity to expose the populace to the harsh realities outside, paving the way for the eventual revelation of the interstellar battlefield situation. Enough. Guo Junlong made the final decision. This live broadcast will be open to all adults, as well as senior high school graduates. Let's vote. Agreed. 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 Opposed. After the vote concluded, a notification quickly appeared on the communication devices of all adults in Jiangling City. A live broadcast of the battle will commence. Minors are prohibited from viewing. Fang Xingyuan asked in confusion. What does this mean? It probably means they want us to see the situation outside for ourselves, Nan Shui explained. Fang He found the live broadcast link and clicked in. The screen offered multiple angles, aerial views, close-ups, and more. From the high-altitude perspective, streams of vehicles could be seen heading toward the front lines. Less than 5 kilometers from the defensive positions, a massive horde of beasts had already gathered. Even through the drone's distant lens, the oppressive aura was palpable. Leading the beast formation was a catfish demon, its humanoid body, topped with a fish head, wielding a trident. On the human side, command had been handed over to by Han Liang, the highest-ranking military officer in Jiangling City. A graduate of Kyoto Martial Arts University and a rising star among the military's younger generation, Bai Hanliang's voice was steady and commanding. Are the Thunder God V and Fire God IV units in position? Both are ready and standing by, the deputy promptly replied. Commence indiscriminate firepower coverage on the front lines. Understood. Within 5 minutes of the order being issued, as the beast horde was still assembling, torrents of lightning and fire erupted from the defensive positions, blanketing the battlefield. All major demons, raise your defenses. The catfish demon roared as it activated a spiritual energy shield to protect the horde behind it. Other powerful demons took to the skies, unleashing roars and howls. This beast tide was their full-force assault. They could not afford heavy losses before the battle even began. The catfish demon's small eyes gleamed with malice and resentment. If not for humanity's reliance on technology, they would have been overrun long ago. It knew all too well the terrifying power of human technology. 2 centuries ago, it had been nothing more than a mindless catfish in a pond. Then, with the resurgence of spiritual energy, it began cultivating and gaining strength, joining beast hordes to wreak havoc. It once followed a 10-meter-tall giant crab, which rampaged fearlessly with its iron shell until human artillery pierced its armor. From then on, it learned to stay hidden, lurking in the rear during battles and scavenging the aftermath, indifferent to reputation. It wasn't until it encountered the great Jiao Lord that it found a new purpose. The Jiao Lord had promised to lead it in conquering Yunmings. Now, of the 5 former overlords of Yunmings, only one king remained. Today, that king intended to teach humanity a lesson, and the catfish demon had brought the vanguard to do just that. As the troops were assembling, humanity launched a fierce barrage of firepower. Explosions rained down like a storm, illuminating the entire battlefield. The great demon watched the scene intently, calculating its next move. Before the resurgence of spiritual energy, human weapons were nothing more than crude sticks in its eyes. But the current situation forced it to reassess. Over the years, humanity had made astonishing advancements in weapon development, engraving intricate formations onto firearms and infusing them with armor-piercing spiritual energy. The ferocity of this assault compelled the demon to admit the growing threat of humanity. It vowed silently that once this wave of attacks subsided, it would lead its forces to utterly annihilate these detestable humans. Bai Hanliang stood at the command post, observing the battlefield with calm precision. Despite the great demon's efforts to shield its troops, it could not fully protect them. Lightning and fire intertwined in a chaotic display, while the anguished cries of beasts filled the air. Wave after wave of monsters disintegrated into ash. "Commander, our reserve resources are nearly depleted," the adjutant quietly reminded him. In the Blue Star military hierarchy, ranks ascended from squad leader to captain, commander, general, and finally marshal. For Bai Hanliang to have reached the rank of commander before the age of 30 was a testament to his extraordinary ability. During his second year of university, he had already fought in interstellar battles, earning glory for the Xia Nation and the title of Marquis of Wuhan. Upon returning to Blue Star in his senior year, he repeatedly distinguished himself in the wilderness, earning a direct appointment as commander upon graduation and being stationed in Jiangling for further experience. "Use it all," Bai Hanliang ordered decisively. "Spending more resources now means fewer casualties later." The adjutant nodded and immediately set to work implementing the command. Bai Hanliang's gaze remained fixed on the ranks of the monstrous beasts, his eyes growing ever more resolute. From the moment he first set foot in the wilderness, he had understood a fundamental truth. There could never be peace between humanity and these creatures. His approach to dealing with them could be summed up in a single word: annihilation. It was this unwavering determination that had kept the outskirts of Jiangling peaceful and secure. At this moment, reinforcements were still 2 hours away. Bai Hanliang's mission was crystal clear. At any cost, with minimal casualties, hold the line for those 2 critical hours. The beast doesn't seem like much, just sitting there taking hits. The live chat was filled with dismissive comments, as most viewers treated the battle like a casual game. Fang He chose to watch from an aerial perspective, but the endless stream of comments forced him to switch to no chat mode. While most spectators maintained a light-hearted attitude about the war, a subtle unease crept into his heart. After all, the reinforcements still needed time to arrive. The bombardment continued for a full 30 minutes. Bai Hanliang silently counted down in his mind, 3, 2, 1, stop. As the final shell landed, his expression remained grim, even more so than before. There was no time to set traps. What lay ahead was a brutal, face-to-face confrontation. The Jiangling military was divided into 4 units: the Field Army, the Patrol Corps, the City Guard, and the Reserve Forces, each with its own responsibilities. At this moment, aside from a few city guards left behind to defend the city, all 13,612 soldiers were in position. On the other side, despite the heavy artillery barrage, the beast horde still numbered 60 to 70,000, with reinforcements continuing to pour in. "Brothers!" Bai Hanliang stood in midair, his voice amplified by spiritual energy, carrying across the entire army. "Today, I, Bai Hanliang, stand with you to defend this place. As long as we stand, the city stands. As long as we stand, the city stands." The soldiers' thunderous shouts echoed in unison. Jiangling army spearhead the charge, fight to the death without retreat. Their rallying cry roared like a wave, momentarily disrupting the rhythm of the beast horde's advance. Sensing the shift, the monstrous catfish demon soared into the air, unleashing its soul energy to dispel the humans' morale. "For Yunmings, advance, crush them and raise the city." The beast tide surged forward like an unstoppable wave, the ground trembling under the stampede of countless monsters. Even through their screens, citizens could feel the suffocating pressure, their earlier casual demeanor completely gone. On the front lines, though every soldier had slain hundreds of beasts before, the sheer scale of the tide tightened their throats with apprehension. With the heavy weaponry depleted of energy, the soldiers switched to light arms. The relentless rattling of gunfire filled the air, every bullet striking its mark with precision. Some beasts had skin so tough that even incendiary armor-piercing rounds struggled to deal lethal damage, but the kinetic force was enough to momentarily halt them. In the dense horde, such a pause often spelled doom, as the following beasts trampled over their fallen kin without mercy. Above the battlefield, a flock of metallic, gleaming avian beasts suddenly swooped down. Deploy aerial drones to intercept. By Hanliang immediately commanded. Close and quickly, and if you run out of ammo, initiate self-destruct. Yes, sir. The drone squadron rose into the sky, unleashing a torrent of ammunition that lit up the darkness with bursts of fiery brilliance, turning the pitch-black night into a dazzling display of light. When the two sides clashed in the sky, the pre-programmed swarm of drones began a chain of explosions. One after another, fiery blasts erupted midair, sending thousands of flying beasts plummeting to the ground. Bai Hanliang watched the scene unfold, pumping his fist in excitement. On the ground, the first wave of beasts charged through the hail of bullets, rapidly closing in on the defensive fortifications. For these swift and relentless creatures, a 5-kilometer distance was covered in mere moments. The battlefield roared with the mingled cries of warriors and beasts, weaving a tragic yet heroic symphony. Kill. Form ranks. Hold the line. Give our brothers behind us a fighting chance. Bai Hanliang stood motionless, waiting for the enemy leader to make a move. As expected, the catfish demon, seeing its forces faltering in the advance, could no longer suppress its impatience. The king is watching from the rear. We can't afford to delay any longer. Follow me into the skies and strike the human's command post. With a thunderous command, the catfish demon led over 20 powerful monsters into the air, their roars reverberating in unison. Sensing the overwhelming aura of their opponents, Bai Hanliang, though yet to break into the Dragon Gate realm, showed no hesitation. He rallied his fellow Skyborn realm cultivators and rose to meet the enemy in the skies, facing them from a distance. Bai Hanliang, the catfish demon, Shan Yong, called out mockingly across the air. Jiangling City is doomed. Yunmengs will wipe it clean of your kind. If you know what's good for you, take your men and flee while you still can. Shan Yong, Bai Hanliang retorted with a sneer. Aren't you better off staying in Yunmengs where you belong? Coming ashore like Thizarant, you worried someone might chop off your head and use it to make soup? The two were old rivals, and Bai Hanliang was more than happy to stall for time. With the beasts vastly outnumbering his forces, the longer the battle dragged on, the better it would be for the humans. Your human race loves to talk big, Shan Yong snapped, his small eyes flashing with irritation. Why not put that energy into actual cultivation? And yet, after 200 years of cultivation, you're still stuck at the Lord level? Bai Hanliang burst out laughing. Let me show you what it means to truly respect power. Shan Yong's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he brandished his trident, unleashing a storm of spiritual energy aimed straight at Bai Hanliang. With the vast gap between the Dragon Gate realm and the Skyborn realm, Shan Yong was confident he could crush this human prodigy. A streak of blue spiritual energy, like a blazing meteor, hurtled toward the human ranks. Just as catastrophe seemed inevitable, a flash of blade light streaked across the horizon. The trident, once brimming with power, froze midair, its fiery tail extinguished in an instant. A long blade, entirely black from hilt to tip, materialized out of nowhere, hovering with an imposing presence. Its sharp edge pointed directly at the demon forces, while its hilt faced the human side. The brutality of the war surpassed everyone's imagination. When the beasts braved the hail of bullets and engaged in close combat with the human forces, the real battle began. In a brightly lit living room in Jiangling City, a family of 3 sat gathered in front of a holographic projection, watching the live broadcast of the war. Although the official notice prohibited minors from viewing, the mother, seeing that the opening scenes were not overly graphic, reluctantly allowed her 13-year-old son's request. Mom, I'm going to train hard and become a soldier one day, the boy exclaimed, his eyes glued to the projection with excitement. As a student just beginning to learn the basics of martial arts theory and training, his gaze sparkled with ambition. All right, then which high school do you want to attend? His mother asked with a smile. Of course, Jiangling High School, he replied without hesitation. Why Jiangling High? We also have Lingbei High and Chengnan High here in Jiangling, his father chimed in. Because Jiangling High is the best. Fong He went to that school, and I want to be just like him. The boy's eyes lit up as he recalled Fong He's impressive performance in the martial arts elite competition. Although last year's top college entrance exam scorer, Zhou Chuyu, came from Lingbei High, the boy remained resolute in his choice, having never witnessed Zhou's abilities firsthand. That's the spirit. Work hard, and you'll get there, his father encouraged. Suddenly, The mother's voice rose sharply. Look, the beasts are coming. On the projection, a towering golden crab, radiating a brilliant glow, charged into the human defensive line. Its massive pincers gleamed coldly, effortlessly sweeping aside the soldiers in its path. One soldier was caught in its grip, prompting his comrades to cry out in anguish, "Old Zhang! Brother Zhang!" Bullets rained down on the giant crab, but they were as ineffective as a gentle breeze. The beast let out an enraged roar, lifting the trapped soldier high before ruthlessly crushing him in its claws. Blood splattered, staining the crab's golden shell crimson. Though Old Zhang's body was torn apart, he reached for the incendiary grenade at his waist in his final moments. "No, don't," his comrades shouted, but their pleas could not waver his resolve. In excruciating pain, he mustered his last strength to detonate the grenade. With a deafening explosion, the crab lost a leg but became even more ferocious. It charged forward with its remaining 7 legs, its pincers slashing wildly, determined to annihilate every human in its path. "Take cover. That's a demonic beast at the Mingqiao level," someone shouted, and the soldiers, most of whom were only at the body refinement or agile spirit stages, had no choice but to retreat while fighting. In the midst of the chaos, a streak of light cut through the battlefield, piercing the crab's shell with precision and continuing on to strike down over a dozen other beasts. "Hold your ground. Reform the line," a steady voice commanded, and the soldiers rallied, bolstered by the support of the army's sharpshooter. Back in the living room, the mother let out a gasp when Old Zhang was caught, unable to bear the sight of his sacrifice. As the camera shifted away, she turned urgently to her son. "Xiaosong, go to your room. You shouldn't be watching this." To her surprise, the boy, though initially shaken, quickly regained his composure and insisted on staying. "Listen to me. You're too young to watch this." Her tone grew firm. "I won't," the boy stubbornly replied. "If he wants to watch, let him watch." The father, who had been silent since witnessing Old Zhang's sacrifice, finally spoke up. "But he's still so young. This isn't good for him." "I don't even understand why they're broadcasting this," the mother said helplessly. Mom couldn't quite understand the situation, but Dad, deep in thought, remarked, "This is to make us realize the dangers of the outside world and to ignite our fighting spirit." "But—" Mom hesitated, wanting to say more. "No buts," Dad interrupted firmly, his gaze fixed on the battlefield scenes. "Look at them, those heroes who sacrificed for us." Then he turned to his son and asked, "Now, do you still want to become a warrior? Do you still want to be a soldier?" "Yes," the son replied without hesitation, his voice resolute. "Good. Then watch closely." "Dad, look at the sky," the boy suddenly exclaimed, pointing upward. "That spear the fish monster threw, why did it stop in midair? Hey, and now there's a knife appearing." Nian Yong squinted at the pitch-black blade suspended in the air, his already narrow eyes narrowing further. A pale, slender hand with distinct knuckles gripped the hilt firmly. Emerging from the shadows was a young man with a pallid complexion, Liang Pingdong. He held the blade with one hand, pointing it directly at the ranks of the beasts, his expression wild and unrestrained. "Liang Pingdong? Well, looks like you still remember me," Nian Yong said with a hint of surprise in his tone. "Weren't you supposed to be in the West?" "You beasts never believe it when we call you that," Liang Pingdong replied indifferently. "You can't even track my movements properly, and yet you try to pull off a sneak attack." His confidence in his ability to overpower this catfish-like creature was evident. Indeed, he had been assisting in suppressing the mountain ape tribe in the West, but the situation had been resolved earlier than expected. While patrolling nearby, he received the urgent command and rushed over, arriving just in time for the battle. "You humans really are fascinating," Nian Yong said as he recalled his trident, his tone cold. "You know this is a death trap, yet you still jump right in." "A death trap? By you?" Liang Pingdong raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a disdainful smirk. "Not just me. What about if you add me into the mix?" The sudden voice caused Liang Pingdong's derisive expression to fade. He adjusted his grip on the blade, now holding it with both hands, and directed his wary gaze toward the void from where the voice had emanated. "Guizhou, I didn't expect you to show up as well." Liang Pingdong's voice slowly spread through the air. As the great general of Yunmeng's, Guizhou's distinctive voice was one he could recognize instantly. Facing this seasoned lord-level demon beast, Liang Pingdong finally put away his earlier arrogance, his expression turning grave. Having rushed here in haste, he had missed much of the information. He originally thought this was just a reckless move by Yunmeng's, sending a few minions to their doom. But now, not only was Nian Yong present, even Guizhou had appeared. This made him wonder, what exactly was that old flood dragon of Yunmeng's planning? Could it really be preparing for a full-scale battle? Shaking off his distractions, Liang Pingdong fixed his gaze forward. Guizhou's massive, mountain-like figure loomed on the horizon, flanking him alongside Nian Yong, forming a triangular encirclement. "Is this enough for you now?" Guaisho's voice carried a hint of mockery. It seems you're serious this time. Despite being locked in by the overwhelming presence of two powerful enemies, Liang Pindong remained calm and composed. He knew that while victory might be out of reach, he could still hold his ground for a while. Well, you'll find out soon enough. Guaisho's words barely faded when the massive spines on his back began to glow with an earthy yellow light. At the same time, waves surged around Yin Yong, brimming with battle intent. Liang Pindong knew that words were useless at this point, only a fight would decide everything. Silent annihilation slash. With a swift motion of his hands, a pitch-black blade of energy tore through the air. His spiritual power was not the common dark attribute, but a rare and deadly force known as annihilation energy. This extreme power had nearly killed him during his awakening and posed constant risks during cultivation, with mistakes potentially leading to the loss of his abilities or even his life. Yet, through sheer willpower, he overcame every challenge, eventually reaching the formidable Dragon Gate stage. Three forces of spiritual energy clashed fiercely in midair: yellow, blue, and black intertwined. The black energy, though melting away like ice under fire, continued to erode the yellow and blue energies in the process. Seeing this, Liang Pindong unleashed another blade of energy, a black hurricane slicing through and neutralizing the opponent's attacks entirely. He then swept his long blade, enveloping himself and the two demons in an overwhelming aura, forcing them higher into the sky. Battles at the Dragon Gate stage had too wide a destructive range; even those at the soaring sky stage would struggle to withstand it. Kill. The top-tier combatants had already moved their battlefield elsewhere, leaving the others to settle their own scores. Bai Hanliang, spear in hand, led the group forward with unwavering determination. Boss, things aren't looking good, Zhao Yiqing said, wiping blood from his face as he turned to Li Yank, who floated nearby, immaculate and composed. Despite the ongoing chaos, they had all rushed to the scene as soon as they received the news, even cutting their holiday short since they were all from the same southern city. Understood, Li Yank replied curtly, conjuring wind blades one after another and hurling them at the advancing demon beasts. When they arrived, the battle had already reached close quarters combat. After a brief exchange with a military officer, they were quickly integrated into the front lines. Half an hour had passed since they joined the fight, their mechanical attacks making them stand out in this area due to their Mingxiao stage strength. During this time, students from martial arts universities had also arrived, many of whom had heard of Li Yang's reputation. Thus, they had no objections to her taking on the role of their temporary commander. A one-horned snow wolf broke into their ranks, its horn emitting beams of freezing light. Mingxiao stage, someone shouted. I'll take it. You handle the others, Li Yang said, stopping Zhao Yiqing, who was about to step forward. This wasn't a martial arts tournament where winning a match was the goal. Li Yang trusted that Zhao Yiqing could defeat the snow wolf, but the collateral damage during the process could be devastating. On the battlefield, enemies needed to be dealt with swiftly and decisively to conserve energy for aiding more comrades. Got it. Zhao Yiqing didn't hesitate, turning to engage an unidentified armored demon beast. Meanwhile, Li Yank raised her hands, summoning a cyan blade. As the blade appeared, wind energy began to converge around her, blowing her hair back. The one-horned snow wolf noticed Li Yank. Instinctively, it recognized her as the most dangerous presence on the battlefield and lunged at her with bared fangs. Li Yank remained expressionless, watching the approaching beast. With both hands gripping her blade, she made a gentle downward slash. Extreme wind slash, she murmured, unleashing her most powerful third-ear martial technique. The invisible wind cut forward with a deceptively soft motion. The snow wolf charged, its leader's words ringing in its ears. If they won this battle, the humans in the city would be theirs. The giant wolf couldn't help but drool at the thought of human warriors, whose bodies were like precious elixirs. The young woman in front of it looked tender and delicaturely delicious. Just as it was salivating over the prospect, the wolf suddenly felt its body splitting uncontrollably in two. To its shock, the halves ran forward independently. It didn't even have time to comprehend what had happened before its massive body crashed to the ground. The 3-meter-tall, 5-meter-long carcass hit with a deafening thud, sending clouds of dust into the air. Li Yank didn't spare the wolf's corpse a second glance. She immediately turned and dashed toward the next battlefield. The splitting slash she had just unleashed had clearly drained a significant amount of her internal energy. Now, she could only rely on simpler wind blades to take down the less powerful beasts. Senior, isn't that Li Yank from Southern University? The orderly ranks of Beihai Martial Arts University approached the scene. Kong Qingshuang's sharp eyes quickly recognized the figure darting across the battlefield. The two martial arts universities shared the same city, and this young woman, who had shone brightly in last year's national competition, was hard to forget. Yang Zhahan's gaze also fixed on the figure moving like a firefighter, extinguishing danger wherever it arose. He vividly remembered her from the previous year's national competition. Despite her seemingly cold and delicate demeanor, she had wielded a horizontal blade with unmatched prowess, dominating the arena. Regardless of what other schools thought of her, those from Beihai Martial Arts University held her in genuine admiration. Li Yank. The logistics department sent me to report Beihai Martial Arts University has 30 fighters here. Yang Zhahan called out loudly. Hearing the arrival of reinforcements, a glimmer of relief flashed in Li Yank's eyes. She wasted no time, issuing orders immediately. Head southeast and block the breach created by the burrowing beast. Understood. Yang Zhahan responded, leading his team toward their new objective. At that moment, a rhythmic sound of marching came from behind the front lines. The retired soldiers of Jiangling City had arrived. Brothers, we're here. A one-armed man bellowed with fervor. Yunming's fish stew, here I come. An elderly veteran with white hair shouted passionately. Haha, I'll use their heads to make spicy fish head. Soup's better. Despite the battlefield being a grinder of flesh and blood, these old soldiers showed no fear. Instead, they were brimming with excitement, treating the ferocious aquatic beasts as nothing more than ingredients for a feast. Their hearty laughter echoed across the battlefield, mingling with the sounds of combat in a bizarre yet inspiring symphony. The arrival of reinforcements was like a shot of adrenaline injected into the tense battlefield. The soldiers' eyes glimmered with newfound hope, and their straightened backs silently conveyed a rekindled fighting spirit. Meanwhile, in the central sports stadium of Jiangling City, the third wave of reserve fighters was ready to move out. The venue was filled not only with top students from various high schools, but also martial artists from all walks of life, particularly the masters and their star pupils from major martial arts academies. Fang He scanned the room, his gaze brushing over countless familiar faces. The students from the three top high schools made up the majority, while participants from other schools, though fewer in number, were all elites with capabilities exceeding the level of refining internal organs. Altogether, the group numbered in the thousands. Move out. At the command, the convoy carrying the third wave of reserves began to roll forward. Inside the spacious vehicles, over 40 people sat scattered in silence. The passionate voices they had once raised online were now muted. They had all witnessed the brutal reality of war. Don't worry, you won't be sent directly to the front lines, Zhuang Wenchang reassured them, easing the tense atmosphere slightly. Teacher, are those beasts really that vicious? A student asked nervously. Zhuang Wenchang smiled. You've seen it yourselves, haven't you? He knew these students had watched combat training videos, in which instructors skillfully toyed with the beasts, demonstrating various techniques. These videos had given the students a mistaken impression that as long as they followed the steps, the beasts would obediently fall into their traps. Fang He, why don't you share your thoughts with everyone? Zhuang Wenchang shifted the focus. After a brief pause, Fang He responded, we all know from biology class where the beast's weak points are, but the biggest challenge in your first battle is overcoming the fear of facing them. What was it like for you the first time you faced a beast? A freckled girl asked curiously. Recalling his first encounter, Fang He said, it was a giant horned ox, about as strong as someone at the level of refining internal organs. Even though I knew its weak spots were its nose and eyes, when I stood in front of it, my mind went completely blank. Its massive body was like a small mountain, and the force of its charge made my legs go weak. His candidness drew a round of laughter. It was refreshing to learn that even the seemingly invincible Fang He, who excelled in elite competitions, had been paralyzed with fear during his first battle. This real-life example lightened the group's anxiety. No wonder you guys were so impressive when we went out together that time. Zhuolin's hearty voice chimed in. Yeah, I trained in the wild during winter break of sophomore year with my cousin and some school teachers, Fang He explained. Let's see who kills more beasts this time, Zhuolin exclaimed, raising his large blade. His eyes burned with determination, showing he had fully recovered from the shadow of losing his arm. All right, I won't go easy on you. Who asked you to go easy on me? If I lose, I'll just train harder, Zhuolin shouted, glaring. Both of you, settle down, Zhuang Wenchang interjected firmly. When we arrive, follow orders and don't act on your own. The conversation enlivened the atmosphere in the vehicle, and low murmurs of discussion filled the space. In the other vehicles, the accompanying teachers were also doing their best to ease the students' nerves. The front line was only 300 kilometers from the city. With the transport vehicles moving at full speed, it would take about 40 minutes to reach the battlefield. The clash of battle was already audible from 30 kilometers away. The hum of tension settled over the convoy as its members instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. Even surrounded by allies, the cold steel in their hands was their only source of security. Well, go ahead. Follow us closely. Before the words had fully landed, several figures leapt skyward, streaking through the air like shooting stars. Among them, Fang He caught sight of Su Jing, the head of the Enforcement Bureau, and Su Hui, the Director of Education. Full speed ahead, the convoy commander barked. Look over there, in the sky. A freckled girl in the carriage pointed out the window. The others turned in unison to follow her gaze. In the depths of the sky, an unusually vivid blue light shimmered, its glow lingering amidst the clouds rather than vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, a figure was flung backward from the clouds, tumbling downward in disarray before swiftly regaining their balance and soaring back into the fray. Zhaojiang! Liang Pingdong shouted, his voice a mixture of shock and fury. Oh, did you recognize me? Came a mocking voice that echoed across the heavens. Yunmings, how dare you? Liang Pingdong's eyes narrowed as he identified the assailant Zhaojiang, the most formidable offspring of the ruler of Yunmings. Known for reaching the strength of a lord-class beast years ago, Zhaojiang's power now teetered on the edge of the Beast King realm. Despite being caught off guard, Liang Pingdong could feel the overwhelming force emanating from his foe in just that brief exchange. We've always been daring. Is this news to you? The words were barely spoken when a massive serpent, over 100 meters long with twin horns crowning its head, emerged from the clouds. Its colossal form radiated an aura of water vapor that blanketed the sky. Well, it seems Yunmings really does want to be wiped off the map, Liang Pingdong said, clutching his chest. Though his injuries were severe, his tone carried no hint of retreat. Erase Yunmings? What arrogance! Did Zhang Qixian teach you to speak like this? A new, unfamiliar voice thundered through the air. Before Liang Pingdong could identify the speaker, his body was abruptly seized by an invisible force, sending him plummeting uncontrollably. Below, the battlefield of airborne warriors splintered as the fierce combat was momentarily disrupted. Both sides, battered and bloodied from prolonged fighting, instinctively turned their gaze skyward, drawn by the unfolding spectacle above. Zhaojun! Liang Pingdong finally recognized the owner of the voice, the Lord of Yunmings. His heart sank instantly. Facing one Zhaojiang was already overwhelming, and now another Zhaojun had appeared. This was truly a disaster piled upon calamity. Ah, the little one still remembers me. A black flood dragon, about a meter long, suddenly materialized in the air. Though its size was far smaller than the massive serpent from before, the moment it appeared, the entire world seemed to freeze. The three lord-level beasts cowered in silence, and the other smaller beasts stopped their howling. Even the human camp fell into a stunned hush when a being capable of dominating the entire battlefield arrived. Everything else became insignificant. This was a beast king. For the vast majority of those present, this was an unseen-a-lifetime sight. Liang Pingdong wanted to speak, but found himself incapable of uttering a word. A dragon gate-level cultivator such as himself was rendered utterly insignificant in the presence of a beast king. Zhaojun, after all these years, you show up just to bully the younger generation? Is that all you're capable of? A new voice rang out, and with it, Liang Pingdong regained control of his body. Knowing better, he tactfully stepped aside. Zhang Qixian, still alive after all this time? I thought you'd finally kick the bucket, Zhaojun said, his tone indifferent. If you're still alive, how could I be dead? A burly middle-aged man appeared in the scene with a few casual steps, as though he were merely strolling through a backyard. The two were clearly old acquaintances. Zhang Qixian had long stationed himself in the southern region, tasked with keeping a watchful eye on the Lord of Yunmings, who had remained dormant for nearly a century. Heh, we demons live long lives. They'll be around for a while yet. Oh, I thought you might have been scared to death by Yuang, Zhang Qixian replied nonchalantly. Zhao Jun's expression darkened. A century ago, he had been full of ambition, intending to leave Yunmings, only to encounter Luo Duyo halfway. Though Yuang had shown signs of aging by then, he had effortlessly subdued Zhao Jun, forcing him into a century-long retreat. Now, with his power greatly enhanced and Yuang long gone, Zhao Jun was ready to exact vengeance on humanity. 100 years have passed. Where is Yuang now? Yuang lives on in our hearts. After today, you'll live on in mine too. I'll think of you from time to time, Zhao Jun sneered, his scales bristling as murderous intent radiated from him. Before we fight, hold on a moment. I want to know, why are you orchestrating this beast tide? Zhang Qixian's body radiated light, dispelling Zhao Jun's oppressive aura. Why? Do you humans not know? You killed my youngest daughter. Zhao Jun's presence surged again, his eyes burning with fury. For beings of higher cultivation, reproduction became increasingly rare. He had originally fathered 3 sons, all born during his weaker years. The second and third had died in battle long ago, leaving only his eldest, Zhao Jiang, whom he had carefully nurtured into a lord-level beast. The serpent slain in the valley had been his only daughter. After ascending to Beast King, a daughter he cherished dearly. Zhao Jun then recounted his past. Before the global resurgence of spiritual energy, he had been an ordinary mountain snake. While fleeing from predatory birds, he had accidentally fallen into an underground river, eventually arriving at a secluded valley. Driven by instinct, he climbed a cliff and consumed a blood orchid, gaining extraordinary fortune. Even before the spiritual energy revival, he had awakened intelligence, laying the foundation for his rise as the Lord of Yunmangs. His youngest daughter, Jiao Yu, was born with a rich flood dragon bloodline and should have been content to focus on her cultivation. However, to his dismay, she fell in love with a wild snake and even became pregnant. Enraged, Jiao Jun killed the wild snake and confined his daughter before retreating into seclusion. Yet as the little princess of Yunmangs, Jiao Yu faced no resistance when venturing out, especially with Jiao Jiang's tacit approval. He had even arranged for her protection, though when Jiao Yu discovered she was being followed, Jiao Jiang decided there was no real danger and ceased his surveillance. The valley where she had gone was a place Jiao Jun had taken Jiao Yu to once before. She had an excellent memory and recalled the location after just one visit. Later, when a greeny toad occupied the valley, Jiao Jun paid it no mind, as a mere valley was insignificant to a waterborne king. After leaving Yunmangs, Jiao Yu intended to find a quiet spot in the valley. Unexpectedly, she encountered Fang He and another person there, leading to her tragic death. Your daughter? Shouldn't she still be in Yunmangs? Zhang Qixian frowned slightly, his tone laced with confusion. Jiao Jun's eyes burned red, and the water elemental energy surged violently around him. Your people killed my daughter in the valley and took her unborn child. I see. Zhang Qixian's face remained calm, unmoved in the slightest. To him, the conflict between humans and mystical beasts had been an eternal struggle. Killing Jiao Yu? So what? Even if Jiao Jiang were slain, it would have been within reason if someone had the power to do so. As for giving Jiao Jun an explanation, not even worth considering. They would not only refuse to hand over the hero responsible for appeasing the beast's wrath, but would likely reward them for their contribution. However, the unborn child carrying the Jiaolong bloodline was indeed noteworthy. This matter would require further investigation to determine who had taken such a valuable specimen for research. Zhang Qixian, your life will serve as a fitting tribute to my daughter. Jiao Jun roared furiously, unleashing a massive tidal wave that surged toward Zhang Qixian. I look forward to seeing if you can make that happen, Zhang Qixian replied without further words. His entire body suddenly radiated dazzling light, turning the sky as bright as day. He knew this battle was inevitable. All he needed to do was hold Jiao Jun off until reinforcements arrived. Once they did, Jiao Jun would have no choice but to retreat. As the confrontation between these two powerful figures erupted, the battle below also intensified. Fang He and the others looked up at the sky. Though the two combatants were out of sight, their heated exchange echoed clearly across the battlefield. Fang He absorbed every word, and the sudden revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. So the source of this entire disaster was himself? Meanwhile, Zhongling City was under full alert, with tens of thousands rushing to the battlefield. In this fierce clash between humans and mystical beasts, the strongest from both sides were fully engaged, and the fighting was brutal. Yet the spark that ignited it all was none other than the chain reaction triggered by Fang He's earlier search for the Blood Orchid. A transport vehicle approached the edge of the battlefield, and the chaotic scene of combat came into clear view. Usually calm and composed, Fang He now hesitated, his mind in turmoil. He longed to confide in someone, but Fanny Yang was nowhere to be found. Fang He, what are you daydreaming about? We're here. Get off. Didn't we agree to see who could take down the most beasts? Zhuolin gave him a firm pat on the back. Snapped out of his daze, Fang He mechanically followed the main group forward, awaiting his mission assignment. Soon, Fang He and his group were assigned the task of transporting supplies. At the edge of the battlefield, Zhuolin nudged Fang He with his elbow. Look over there. That girl is amazing. The people around her look so young, they must be students from the martial arts university. Fang He snapped out of his thoughts and followed Zhuolin's gaze. Thanks to his exceptional memory, he immediately recognized the familiar faces: Li Yank, a few others who had joined in capturing fugitives before, his cousin, and some companions from his first outdoor training. Each of them possessed strength above the Lingdong level, and Li Yank, in particular, stood out, exuding confidence and grace on the battlefield. Whenever a monster attempted to breach the defense line, it was swiftly repelled through their seamless teamwork. Boss, we've got a batch of rookies. Zhao Yiqing immediately noticed the newly arrived support team and could tell at a glance that they were untested newcomers. Li Yank didn't even turn her head, her hands busy dispatching stray monsters. Got it. Normally, transporting supplies was a job for robots, but with the current intensity of the battle, all the robots had been repurposed as explosive collision vehicles. These machines were loaded with bombs and sent charging into the beast horde to slow their advance. Bring the supplies over here. Zhao Yiqing shouted at the newcomers. Though the reality wasn't exactly what they had envisioned, Zhuolin quickly adjusted, pulling Fang He along to start moving the supplies. The battlefield supplies were divided into three main categories: ammunition, healing medicine, and spare weapons. The small crates weighed 100 kilograms each, while the larger ones were a staggering 1,000 kilograms. Fortunately, they had all reached the refining viscera stage, making the work manageable. The battlefield was never quiet. The cacophony of battle cries, the sound of blades slicing through flesh, and the roars of beasts filled the air. For these newcomers, simply staying calm in such an environment was already an achievement. Fang He, however, seemed completely detached, mechanically completing his tasks. Influenced by the atmosphere around them, the others gradually suppressed their fear and threw themselves into the work. They look about our age. How are they so strong? Is martial arts university really that incredible? Zhuolin asked as he hauled a crate. Maybe they have special training methods, Renyun replied nearby. Fang He, what's wrong with you? You've been out of it ever since we got off the truck. Zhuolin raised his voice, drawing the attention of their classmates. Acting all tough on the truck, but now you're just a coward on the battlefield. Tao Yi's mocking voice came from the side. Tao Yi, who are you to say that? Zhuolin immediately turned and glared at her. Tao Yi flinched under his glare, but quickly straightened her posture. It's true. Acting like a big shot earlier, and now he looked scared out of his mind. Her resentment toward Fang He had been simmering for a while. Ever since she was ostracized for complaining about the principal during their last outdoor training, she had blamed Fang He, the principal's most favored student. You're not afraid of the battlefield, but you think Fang He would be? I don't even want to bring up how you acted back then. Zhuolin fired back without hesitation. Just as Tao Yi was about to retort, a commotion erupted in the distance. Watch out. A monster broke through. Where did it come from? Move. Get out of the way. Amidst the chaos, a fiery monkey charged toward them. As students from Jiangling High School's elite class, they instantly recognized it as a blazing ape, a creature from the forest whose strength was equivalent to the Lingdong level upon reaching adulthood. Judging by the flames emanating from its body, this one was clearly fully grown. Fang He, relying on his formidable soul power, was the first to sense the ambush of the explosive ape. Under the moonlight, the blade of his Lin Yuan sword glinted coldly as he stepped forward without hesitation. Despite the overwhelming disparity in strength, as the strongest among them, he was determined to hold it off for at least a few moves. The sharp hum of the Lin Yuan sword unsheathing pierced the night sky, intercepting the ape's attack with precision. The blade struck its shoulder not enough to penetrate its defense, but sufficient to slow its charge. At such close range, the searing heat radiating from the explosive ape enveloped Fang He, an oppressive warmth that burned even in the depths of winter. Die! Zhuolin roared, seizing the fleeting opportunity. He lunged forward with his blade, aiming a powerful strike at the ape's head. With a resounding clang, the attack landed precisely but failed to breach its defenses. Nonetheless, their combined efforts momentarily disrupted the creature's assault. Beings of the spirit movement realm, whether human or beast, possess a seed of spiritual power within them. Their already formidable physiques, tempered during the body refinement stage, are further enhanced by the infusion of spiritual energy. Engaging in combat across such a vast gap in cultivation realms was an almost insurmountable challenge. Yet Fang He did not falter. Sliding forward with calculated swiftness, he thrust the Lin Yuan sword toward the ape's nose. If its external defenses couldn't be pierced, he would target its weak points. Zhuolin, unwilling to lag behind, pressed his attack with his blade, undeterred by his less than perfect technique and only threefold blood refinement. A piercing screech erupted from the explosive ape, now enraged. Though Fang He's strike had caused no real damage, the pain of the blow to its nose was enough to provoke its fury. In contrast, Zhuolin's strike to its chest seemed utterly ineffective. The audacity of these two humans, who had yet to master spiritual power, to obstruct its path was utterly unforgivable. Flames ignited around its fists as the ape locked its sights on Fang He. At such a close distance, the speed of a spirit movement realm beast left no room for evasion. Fang He's earlier success in striking its nose had only been possible by exploiting a fleeting moment of hesitation. Landing a critical hit on a moving target of such power was near impossible. The flaming fist struck Fang He with devastating force. Fang He! Zhuolin cried out in alarm as Fang He's body was sent hurtling through the air. The explosive ape, sensing victory, propelled itself forward with a powerful leap, intent on finishing him off. Yet, as it charged toward Fang He, who was still midair, there was no trace of fear on his face. Instead, a faint, enigmatic smile curled at the corners of his lips. The transparent wind blade sliced through the air, effortlessly cutting through the body of the explosive ape as though it were tofu. By the time the blade reached Fang He, it had transformed into a gentle breeze, bringing him a hint of coolness and relieving the burning pain in his chest. This was Li Yang's timely wind blade, successfully taking down the explosive ape. Fang He glanced down to inspect his injuries. His combat suit had been torn open, revealing a patch of charred skin beneath. Although he had sensed the attack from the explosive ape in time, his body's reaction couldn't keep pace with his mind's judgment. He managed to shift slightly, but still took two direct punches. Fortunately, his blood refinement had reached 25 times its normal strength, and the grade combat suit offered some protection, so his injuries were not too severe. You alright? Li Yang's voice called out. As a martial artist in the Mingxiao realm, she had overheard Fang He's name during the earlier argument, but had been too preoccupied with the intense battle to pay attention. When she saw another explosive ape breaking through the defensive line and charging toward Fang He, she had been engaged with a mountain turtle and couldn't intervene. Luckily, Fang He and his classmate managed to hold off the ape for a critical 2 seconds. Had the beast reached the group of weaker students, the consequences would have been disastrous. I'm fine, just a minor injury, Fang He replied, standing up. What are you all standing around for? Get the medicine. Zhou Lin yelled at the stunned students nearby. Snapping out of their daze, they scrambled to search for healing supplies. Li Yang nodded approvingly before turning back to rejoin the fight. Zhao Yiqing, Yang Zhahan, Kong Qingshuang, and others who knew Fang He greeted him briefly. Fang He responded in kind, though everyone understood it wasn't the time for catching up. They quickly returned to their defensive positions. A girl approached with a jar of cooling jade ointment, whispering that it would help with his injuries. Fang He thanked her and immediately applied it. Zhou Lin, gripping his broadsword, raised his voice to address the surrounding students. Now you all see it, don't you? Fang He isn't afraid of this battlefield at all. No one responded aloud, but the earlier scene had already spoken volumes. When faced with the assault of a Lingdong-level beast, Fang He had reacted the fastest, standing alongside Zhou Lin to confront the enemy heathen. The others, however, had been paralyzed by the beast's savage aura, too terrified to act. Now, they felt both ashamed of their own cowardice and regretful for having blindly believed Tao Yi's words earlier. As the students searched for Tao Yi, they spotted her hiding behind a pile of supplies. Under their contemptuous gazes, her expression shifted between pale and flushed. Though no one said anything, the silent condemnation weighed heavily on her. Her resentment toward Fang He reached its peak, but in the end, she could only let out a cold scoff, turn away, and busy herself with organizing the supplies, ignoring the stares around her. The student's attention returned to Fang He, marveling at his progress. In such a short time, he had grown strong enough to withstand the explosive ape for 2 full seconds. Fang He's familiarity with the students from the martial arts university caught Zhou Lin's attention. These students, though their backgrounds were unclear, clearly possessed extraordinary abilities, especially the young woman who could fly and provide support on the battlefield at any moment. She was undoubtedly an elite from one of the top 5 schools. Fang He, you seem pretty close with them? Zhou Lin asked directly. Yeah, I know them. That group includes my cousin and his junior classmates. My first field training experience was with them, Fang He explained briefly. I see. Alright, let's get to work. Fang He forced himself to focus on the task at hand, trying to use the busy work to suppress his swirling thoughts. Yeah, everyone, get moving. Zhou Lin called out. Got it. On it. The group responded in unison. The students from Jiangling High School displayed remarkable discipline. Despite the initial chaos, they quickly restored order and began working efficiently in their respective roles. On the other side of the battlefield, Liang Pindong found himself in grave danger. A 3-on-3 battle unfolded in the Dragon Gate realm, where both sides' top fighters were supposed to be evenly matched. However, Liang Pindong had been severely injured earlier by a sneak attack from Zhao Jiang, making the fight exceedingly difficult. The beasts, demonstrating remarkable intelligence, specifically targeted him, the wounded one, with relentless aggression. This forced his 2 comrades to divert their attention to protect him, putting the trio in a defensive and losing position. We can't keep going like this. We need a plan. Liang Pindong communicated with his teammates through the unique soul transmission technique of Dragon Gate Realm warriors, a method nearly impossible for enemies to intercept. What's the plan? A male voice responded. The 2 reinforcements fighting alongside Liang Pindong, a man and a woman, were both renowned powerhouses from the southern region. Use me as bait. Liang Pindong gritted his teeth. In a moment, don't worry about me. Let me take the brunt of the attacks from these 3 beasts, while you 2 focus your firepower on Yin Yong. Before you arrived, I was already targeting it. One Eon's seriously injured now. Liang Pindong was ruthless toward his enemies and even harsher on himself, a trait that had enabled him to master the destructive power of extinction energy. No way. Absolutely not. Both of his teammates immediately rejected the idea. In his current state, taking on the combined attacks of 3 Lord-level beasts could very well result in Liang Pindong's death on the spot. Stop arguing. They'll survive, I'm sure of it. Dragging this out will only get us all killed. Liang Pindong insisted resolutely. As the 3 debated, their senses simultaneously detected a sudden surge of energy above them. Bai Hanliang, the Marquis of Wuan, who earned his title through countless battles on the starry battlefield, displayed remarkable composure even amidst the chaos. On this battlefield, he had already personally slain 2 mighty beasts, and others in his ranks had their own victories. Yet, in the realm of the soaring sky, the beasts still held the upper hand. Reinforcements continued to pour in on both sides, and the outcome of this prolonged battle would ultimately hinge on the clashes at the higher levels of combat. Just as Bai Hanliang steadied himself to strike again, a thunderous tiger's roar tore through the battlefield, echoing clearly in everyone's ears. Liang Pindong and his two companions immediately sensed something unusual and almost simultaneously identified the intruder Shan Jun. From above the clouds came a soft chuckle, a sound familiar to the human forces, bringing them a faint sense of reassurance. Shan Jun revealed itself as a massive black tiger with a menacing vertical scar running down its forehead. Enraged from a failed ambush on Zhang Qixian earlier, it lunged again with its claws. With a sudden pop, Zhang Qixian's figure vanished. It was merely an illusion created by a martial artist wielding light-based spiritual energy. After an intense confrontation, neither Zhao Jun nor Zhang Qixian showed any obvious signs of injury on the surface. Shan Jun, shouldn't you be ruling your mountains in the west? What brings you here to meddle in our affairs? Zhang Qixian asked calmly. This black tiger, known as Shan Jun, was the overlord of the western mountain range at the southwestern border. Decades ago, it ascended to the rank of Beast King, reigning supreme in its territory. Do I need your permission to go wherever I please? Shan Jun retorted, its hatred for Zhang Qixian evident. Zhao Jun, standing silently nearby, hesitated as it observed Shan Jun's arrival, but noticed Zhang Qixian remained unfazed. A sense of doubt began to creep into Zhao Jun's mind. Years ago, I spared your life, and now you've grown bold enough to make trouble, Zhang Qixian said, standing with his hands behind his back, exuding a calm demeanor even while facing two beast kings. Roar. I've come to settle the score today. Zhang Qixian, prepare to die. Shan Jun roared furiously, unleashing an onslaught of razor-sharp wind blades. Its grudge against Zhang Qixian dated back to when it was merely a lord-class beast, narrowly escaping death at his hands. The scar on its forehead was the lasting mark of that humiliation, a scar it chose to keep as a reminder, even after becoming a beast king capable of healing it. Zhao Jun, seeing Shan Jun's attack, had no choice but to join in, though it held back to some degree. The combined force of the tiger and the serpent was overwhelming. Yet Zhang Qixian remained unshaken, calmly raising his hand to cast a barrier, shielding his allies from the battle's destructive aftermath. Suddenly, a massive, rugged hand descended from the sky, enveloping the two beast kings. Moments later, a towering figure nearly 3 meters tall and brimming with muscle appeared beside Zhang Qixian. Li Qiuwu, aren't you supposed to be in the starry battlefield? Zhao Jun exclaimed in shock, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Its scales dulled, evidence of severe injury. Shan Jun fared even worse, losing an ear and part of its tail. Do I need to report my whereabouts to the likes of you two beasts? Li Qiuwu sneered, clapping his hands together with the intent to crush the two beast kings. Realizing the peril, Zhao Jun abandoned its forces and fled toward Yunming's. It knew all too well the weight of Li Qiuwu's naming a peerless powerhouse in the Tongtian realm, stationed deep in the starry battlefield to fend off foreign invaders. Though Shan Jun lacked such foresight, seeing Zhao Jun's desperate retreat was enough to make it realize the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, it bolted in the opposite direction. Running won't save you, Li Qiuwu said with disdain, transforming his palm into a fist and unleashing his world-shattering fist to pursue Shan Jun. Why are you attacking me? The beast tide was Zhao Jun's doing. Shan Jun's indignant roar echoed faintly as it fled. Boom! The fist connected with the Mountain King, and in an instant, the seemingly invincible beast ruler was left bleeding out in midair. His massive body plummeted from tens of thousands of meters above, crashing heavily into the center of the beast horde, crushing countless creatures beneath him. I've been thinking about getting a tiger skin rug, and your pelt caught my eye. Simple as that, Li Qiuwu sneered, delivering another punch to the already dying Mountain King, finishing him off for good. The Jiao King, sensing the commotion behind him, didn't even dare to look back. He dove straight into the depths of Yunming's, disappearing without a trace. Brother Qiuwu, your strength has improved again. Zhang Qixian marveled as he stood on the sidelines, having observed the entire battle. It's nothing worth mentioning, Li Qiuwu waved dismissively. After this, no beast king on land should dare to recklessly join forces to attack our Xia Kingdom cities again. If you ask me, we should just wipe out this entire lot of beasts once and for all. Li Qiuwu snorted coldly. Zhang Qixian sighed. We still have to follow the rules. This time, they broke the rules first, so we were justified in killing one beast king. But we can't wipe them all out. Deep down, he too longed to eliminate these beast rulers completely, but he knew it was not feasible. Alright, I've got things to handle elsewhere. I'm heading off, Li Qiuwu said as he casually grabbed the Mountain King's corpse from the ground. Go on, Zhang Qixian nodded, turning his attention to cleaning up the remaining mess. With his prize in hand, Li Qiuwu disappeared in an instant. When Liang Pindong saw the emergence of a new beast king earlier, his heart sank. He thought the situation was beyond salvation, and he had resolved to perish alongside Nian Yong. But the tides turned unexpectedly. The martial king descended like a divine force, effortlessly taking down two beast kings. If not for the Jiao King's quick escape, he too might have met his end. Sensing the shift in momentum, the three territorial beast lords of Yunmengs had already fled quietly during the Jiao King's retreat. They understood all too well the wisdom of living to fight another day. Nian Yong, you're not going anywhere. Liang Pindong's eyes burned with exhilaration as he locked his gaze on his opponent. Nian Yong and Gue Shou were ultimately captured. Under the relentless pursuit of the three determined fighters, the three fleeing demons found no escape. Only Jiao Jiang managed to survive by severing its tail and fleeing, while the other two were subdued. Bah! Liang Pindong spat out blood-tinged saliva. Did they really think I was an easy target? Earlier, being singled out as a weak point by the three demons had not only hindered his companions, but also left him seething with frustration. How's your injury? Zhang Qixin landed beside the trio and asked. Counselor Zhang. The three saluted respectfully in unison. It's nothing, just minor wounds. I'll be fine after a few days' rest. Liang Pindong forced a smile, though his pale complexion appeared even more sickly than usual. Zhang Qixin noticed, but chose not to comment. The young man was already pale by nature, but now he looked as white as a sheet. Since Liang insisted on toughing it out, Zhang let him be. With the tide of the high-level battlefield now turned decisively, the outcomes of the other battlefronts were no longer in doubt. The various smaller demonic beasts scattered and fled in disarray, while a few larger demons still lingered in the air. The soldiers on the ground, seeing the retreat of the beast tide, refrained from pursuing further. Exhausted, they collapsed against the trenches, greedily inhaling the fresh air. Fang He and the third wave of reinforcements were still in relatively good condition, having only arrived 20 minutes earlier. They had barely transported a few supplies before the battle abruptly concluded. The arrival of Li Qiuwu had shaken the heavens and earth, his commanding voice reverberating through the skies. Fang He squinted upward with all his might, managing only a faint glimpse of a distant figure. Yet, he knew with certainty that it was this unparalleled warrior whose mere presence had overwhelmed two great demons. Zhao Jun fled in terror, and Shan Jun was slain on the spot all in less than a minute. So this is the power of a Tongtian realm cultivator. Incredible. Zhuo Lin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, incredible, Fang He murmured in agreement. Having witnessed the devastating power of Lingkong realm warriors, he now realized how insignificant that force seemed in the face of Longmen and Tongtian realm masters. A true powerhouse could single-handedly decide the outcome of a battle. Fang He, a crisp, cool voice called. Senior, Fang He turned to see Li Yank approaching, with Zhao Yicheng following behind her. How are you? Li Yank asked, clearly concerned. She had taken a liking to the younger student, admiring his fearless and determined nature. Me? I'm fine, really. No serious injuries. Fang He forced a weak smile. Li Yank frowned slightly. Come with me. Once they had walked to a quieter spot, Li Yank turned to face Fang He directly. Now, tell me what was going on earlier? Don't tell me it was fear. You've dared to attempt body refinement and breakthrough techniques. You're not someone who gets scared easily. Fang He opened his mouth but hesitated. After an internal struggle, he finally resolved to speak the truth. This was not something he could share with his parents, nor his peers, and even his teachers wouldn't be the right confidants. After much deliberation, he realized that only this senior, experienced and broad-minded, might understand. Li Yank listened quietly to Fang He's account, and then responded with just 2 words. That's it. This whole battle happened because of me. If I hadn't asked the old headmaster to accompany me in searching for the blood orchid, he wouldn't have killed Jiao Yu, and the beast tide led by Jiao Jun wouldn't have been triggered. Fang He explained anxiously. And what does that have to do with you? Li Yank countered. Who did you kill? Jiao Jun's exceptionally gifted daughter, a future threat destined to reach the lord level. Humans and demons have always been enemies. You eliminated a significant potential danger in advance, even cutting off the threat she carried in her womb. That should be something to celebrate. But, no buts. Li Yank interrupted firmly. Jiao Jun has been lying low for years, long planning to test our strength. Your actions were, at most, the spark. Without this incident, they would have launched an even more devastating beast tide after gathering more power. This early eruption is a blessing in disguise. But so many people sacrificed themselves this time. Fang He said softly. There's no such thing as war without casualties. Li Yank's voice grew quieter too. After a moment of silence, Li Yank raised his head and looked directly at Fang He, speaking with firm resolve. I won't deny there might be a very small number of people who will blame you for this, but the vast majority won't. At least, the warriors who set foot on this battlefield won't. Fang He quietly observed Li Yank without responding. Don't believe me? Come with me. Li Yank turned and strode back to the group, his movement graceful as he rose into the air with ease. Everyone, what are your thoughts on the fact that Jiao Yu was hunted by humans? A chorus of voices erupted around them. How much do you think that's worth? Zhao Yiqing shouted excitedly. Can you stop thinking about money all the time? Then what should I think about? This is such a glorious achievement, taking down the offspring of a beast king. Li Yank ignored their argument and continued listening to the others' reactions. Finally, some payback. Those beasts have killed so many of us, this was long overdue. Whoever did it, I'd love to meet them. If I were the one who killed Jiao Yu, that would have been amazing. I'm so jealous. The group buzzed with lively discussion, but not a single person expressed disapproval of Jiao Yu's death. Li Yank slowly descended to stand beside Fang He, his gaze carrying a clear message. You see? Fang He understood the look. Li Yank continued. Battles between humans and beasts have always been like this. And in the future, you'll face even stronger, even more ruthless enemies. Stronger enemies? Fang He frowned, deep in thought. Besides the beasts, what other enemies do we have? He had long suspected that the threats to Blue Star extended beyond the beasts. You'll find out when you get to university, Li Yank said meaningfully. What you need to understand now is that martial arts universities represent not just honor, but also responsibility. Fang He nodded, signaling his understanding. He realized there were many hidden truths about this world. The signs had always been there in the way his grandfather and the old principal behaved. Even though the situation on Blue Star seemed relatively stable, they always carried an air of urgency. What concerned him even more was the cryptic term, Starry Battlefield, which his grandfather had mentioned in a phone call before leaving, a term Fang He had never heard before. Deep in thought, Fang He mused. Could the real enemy lie beyond the stars? The aftermath of the battle had little to do with them. After a brief rest, they began their journey back to the city. Though they hadn't directly participated in the fight, serving as logistical support allowed these high school seniors to witness the brutal reality of war firsthand, a rare and profound life experience. As soon as Fang He stepped through the door, Nan Shui hurried to greet him. Xiao He, you're back. Are your injuries serious? Ever since their son was deployed, the couple had been glued to the television, searching for any glimpse of him. Thanks to Li Yank's outstanding performance, the live broadcast provided more camera time, allowing them to witness the horrifying moment their son was struck and sent flying by the explosive fists of a blazing monkey. The sight had nearly caused Nan Shui to faint from fright. It's nothing, just minor injuries. The military's medicine works wonders, Fang He reassured her as he removed his jacket, revealing his toned upper body. 2 faint red marks were visible on his skin. Only then did Nan Shui truly feel at ease. Fang Xingyuan chimed in. When you first arrived there, I noticed some tension during the broadcast. What happened? Just a small misunderstanding. It was resolved later, Fang He replied briefly, unwilling to delve into the details at home. You're all classmates. It's important to communicate properly and support each other. You'll need their help in the future, Fang Xingyuan said earnestly. Having witnessed this ordeal, he was more aware of the challenges his son would face in the days ahead. While he couldn't offer much assistance, he hoped his son could maintain good relationships with his peers. Just as Fang He was about to respond, his communicator buzzed. It was a call from his grandfather, Fang Xinwu. Xiao He, are you all right? The elderly man's voice carried a note of exhaustion. I'm fine. How about you? Me? I'm perfectly fine. Took out over a dozen beasts this time. If they hadn't fled so quickly, I'd have killed another 20. After exchanging a few words, Fang He received a message from Fanny Yang. How's it going? Still alive? Didn't you see my heroic performance on the live broadcast? Nope, but I did see someone get knocked flat by a monkey's 2 punches. Fanny Yang then shared a critical piece of information. A group of people from Fenghuan, initially planning to stir up trouble, had reconsidered due to the recent beast wave and deemed Jiangling unsafe. However, 7 or 8 individuals still intended to come, including formidable figures like Lu Jiyuan, Feng Ming, and Yin Zishu. Just as that conversation ended, a familiar avatar lit up. It was Luo Yi. Made it home? Yeah, all good. Don't pretend. I saw everything. Saw my valiant performance? Saw you getting hammered into the ground by a monkey. After some playful banter, Luo Yi logged off. Nearby, her maid Peng Rose stood watching the battle footage on the screen the moment Fang He, still in the body refining stage, charged Hedon at an adult blazing monkey. The young man's transformation from hesitation to focus, drawing his sword to face the enemy, demonstrated remarkable courage and combat intuition. Miss, your classmate does have some skill, Peng Rose remarked sincerely. Luo Yi's lips curved into a faint smile before quickly returning to composure. Of course, my classmate can't be too mediocre. But compared to me, he's still far behind. Naturally. Miss, you're the most talented member of the Luo family in the past 2 decades and destined to lead the family to greater heights. Peng Rose responded, skillfully weaving in aspirations for Luo Yi's future leadership. Luo Yi's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She hadn't grown up in the Luo family estate and had never considered leading the Luo family. The night was deep and stifling a yawn. She used her drowsiness as an excuse to politely decline continuing the conversation. Peng Ro, her close companion who knew her thoughts all too well, sighed inwardly but maintained her gentle smile as she quietly exited the room. The next day, news of the beast tide in Jiangling City spread like wildfire across the nation, fueled by modern technology. Not only did the authorities refrain from suppressing the information, but they seemed to encourage its dissemination. On Xia Country's largest online forum, discussions about the event sprang up like mushrooms after the rain. One pinned post, titled, "What are your thoughts on the beast tide?" garnered an avalanche of comments. "This is so cool. I wish I could join the fight." Likes, 23.12 million. "Salute to our brave warriors." Likes, 19.17 million. Applause for Jiangling City's timely response. Likes, 9.87 million. "I want to be the kind of person who can turn the tide of battle." Likes, 8.99 million. "That guy in the refinement realm who held off a grown explosive monkey absolutely amazing." Likes, 12,000. Fang He scrolled through the comments and casually liked the last one. Of course, there were also voices of doubt. Why broadcast these images to the public? Likes, 3.23 million. Will this affect the psychological development of children? Likes, 1.19 million. Is it appropriate to send high school seniors with martial arts potential to the battlefield? Likes, 13.68 million. What is the government's intention behind this? Likes, 6.12 million. In a country with over 5 billion people, diverse opinions were inevitable. While some remarks were poorly thought out, they were quickly drowned out by the flood of other comments. Despite the heated debates, the authorities remained silent, issuing no announcements or explanations, and allowed the public discourse to run its course. For Fang He, however, none of this mattered anymore. After a brief period of rest, the high school seniors were finally facing the start of the new school term. At Jiangling High School, the first and second-year students had already returned to class, while the third-year students had their semester start delayed due to their involvement in the beast tide. Although the seniors had not yet returned, the entire campus buzzed with talk about their performance during the event. "I really envy those seniors for being able to participate in such battles," one student exclaimed. "That's not what you said at the time. You were practically scared stiff when you saw the scene," someone teased from nearby. "That's nonsense. I was just stunned because it was my first time seeing something like that," the embarrassed boy retorted, his face flushing red. "SK tisk. What's that supposed to mean? How about we settle this on the training grounds? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you." The two boys bickered as they turned and headed toward the martial arts training building. Meanwhile, a group of girls were engrossed in their own lively discussion. "I declare that Senior Fang He is officially the most handsome guy in our school," one girl announced. "Didn't you say Senior Lu Ningxi was the best looking before?" another asked. "Well, now that Senior Lu's gone, Senior Fang naturally takes the title," the girl replied matter-of-factly. "Fair enough," the others agreed. At that moment, Fang He was strolling alone across the campus, a backpack slung over one shoulder and a hoodie pulled over his head. His debut combat video, the thrilling scene of him taking down the explosive monkey, had been clipped into a GIF and circulated widely on the school forum. After experiencing wild battles, treasure hunts, and the beast tide, his mindset had quietly shifted, and he now regarded his juniors with an almost elder-like composure. As he entered the classroom, he noticed that his classmates, after a few days apart, seemed to radiate a renewed sense of energy. "Fang He." Zhuo Lin's booming voice rang out. The other students, immersed in their studies, glanced up for a moment before returning to their books. Since Fanny Yang had left, Fang He and Zhuo Lin had grown closer. "Have you heard?" Zhuo Lin leaned in conspiratorially. "We're getting a few transfer students at our school." "Transfer students? In senior year?" Fang He asked, surprised. Transfers weren't uncommon among the three top schools in Jiangling City, but they usually happened in the first or second year. These incoming students not only needed excellent academic records, but also connections to get in. "And they're joining the elite class," Zhuo Lin added. "How do you know that?" "I went to find our homeroom teacher earlier. The office door wasn't fully closed, and I overheard a few teachers talking about it." After setting his things down, Fang He walked out to the hallway and leaned against the railing, gazing out at the central plaza. From his vantage point, he could see the entire square, first and second year students in their uniform attire, while the third years were allowed to dress freely. The winter breeze swept through, lifting his bangs as he squinted slightly, savoring the fleeting moment of calm. Suddenly, an unusual gaze caught his attention. Relying on his heightened spiritual sense, he quickly pinpointed the Sauersaya boy in a black tracksuit with bronze-toned skin and piercing eyes, accompanied by another boy trailing behind him. His gaze met with Fang He's in midair, and the other boy immediately broke into a radiant smile, his white teeth gleaming, before quickly looking away. Fang He frowned slightly, carefully trying to recall if he had ever seen this boy before. He was certain they had never met. Yet the stranger's demeanor seemed oddly familiar, as if he knew him well. Zishu, what's wrong? Another boy asked. Nothing. Let's go report to the homeroom teacher. Yin Zishu replied casually, striding forward. His companion hurried to keep up, but just before leaving, Yin Zishu glanced back up at the second floor. Fang He had already stepped away from the railing. A faint, almost imperceptible smile tugged at the corner of Yin Zix's lips. Sharp instincts. Interesting. Fang He barely had time to settle into his seat in the classroom when the sound of familiar footsteps approached from the hallway. The homeroom teacher pushed open the door and entered, followed by two unfamiliar faces, none other than the boys Fang He had just seen upstairs. All right, everyone, pause for a moment, the teacher called out, raising his voice. We have two new transfer students joining our class. You two, go ahead and introduce yourselves. The boy with bronze-toned skin stepped forward, flashing a perfect smile. Hello, everyone. My name is Yin Zishu, and I'm from Fengquan City. It's an honor to join this class, and I look forward to studying with all of you. I hope we can get along well. After finishing his introduction, he stepped back, his eyes never once drifting toward Fang He, as if their earlier exchange of looks had never happened. Hi, everyone. I'm Wang Lu, also from Fengquan City, the other boy said simply, before retreating to stand beside Yin Zishu. The students in the classroom, though initially unfamiliar with the name Fengquan City, soon recalled it as a prominent metropolis in the eastern region. Quiet curiosity spread among them. Why would these two transfer from such a major city to a small southern town like Jiangling? Could it be that Jiangling's education system was somehow superior to Fengquan's? However, as members of the school's advanced class, they kept their questions to themselves, maintaining polite, welcoming smiles. You two can find a seat for now, the teacher instructed the new students before turning toward Fang He. Fang He, come with me. Someone's here to see you. Oh, all right. Fang He froze for a moment, puzzled about who might be looking for him at this time. Nonetheless, he quickly stood and followed the teacher out of the classroom. Fang He had just reached the office door when he spotted a familiar figure, Han He, standing there with a gentle smile on his face. Mr. Han, what brings you here? Fang He asked, surprised. What, am I not welcome? Han He turned and replied with a smile. Of course you're welcome. Fang He said quickly. He was deeply grateful to Han Yi, especially since Li Yang had been particularly considerate of him under Han Yi's guidance. I have some good news. Han Yi got straight to the point. After discussions at the school, they've decided to admit you into the preparatory class. This was the result of his persistent efforts, and as soon as it was confirmed, he came directly to inform Fang He. Fang He frowned slightly. Why? I still haven't grasped the concept of sword momentum yet. After Lu Ningxi was admitted early, he had done some research and learned that the admission threshold for the 5 major preparatory classes required comprehending the essence of martial momentum. You managed to resist the soul invasion of a powerful demon and became the second person to survive such an ordeal. That alone qualifies you for the Southern University's preparatory class, Han He said casually, though the proposal had undergone prolonged deliberation. Initially, the school believed that while Fang He was unique, his value was primarily for research purposes. The first person to resist a soul invasion, despite now being a Dragon Gate level expert, had shown no extraordinary potential. However, thanks to Han Yi's relentless advocacy, the school finally approved the proposal. To Han Yi's surprise, Fang He did not show any excitement. Mr. Han, I want to finish the college entrance exams before joining Southern University, Fang He said after a moment's thought, his tone resolute. I promised the old principal that I would bring back the top score. This was only part of the reason. The other had to do with the two new transfer students who had just arrived, Yin Zishu and Wang Lu. From their introductions, Fang He had already discerned their intentions. Leaving now would seem too dull. Besides, with only a few months left before the exams, earning the top score would also come with a citywide reward. Han He patted him on the shoulder. All right, I respect your decision. I'll be waiting for you at Southern University. With that, he left, as there were still many matters requiring his attention. Back in the classroom, Zhuolin immediately came over. What did the class head want with you? The teacher from Southern University invited me to join their preparatory class. I turned it down, Fang He replied casually. Yeah, right? If you don't want to tell me, just say so, Zhuolin scoffed, clearly not believing that the preparatory class would recruit someone at this time, let alone that anyone would reject Southern University's invitation. The incident during the wilderness training, where Fang He had faced the soul invasion, was classified. His classmates only knew he had suffered minor injuries and recovered quickly. Fang He shrugged and glanced briefly at the two transfer students sitting quietly in their seats. Then, he began packing his things to head back to the dormitory for some rest. There were no classes on the first morning of the semester. Martial arts training would begin in the afternoon. If those two planned to stir up trouble, the martial arts class would be the perfect opportunity. However, Fang He had already gauged their strength and felt confident, showing no concern. Ever since Fanny Yang transferred, Fang He had the dormitory all to himself. The school hadn't assigned him a new roommate. During the afternoon's martial arts class, Fang He opened his locker and took out Lin Yuan, his sword. Measuring 3 feet in length, the blade was sharp and etched with a pattern of black diamond-shaped grooves that gave off a biting chill, distinctly different from the feel of an unsharpened weapon. He thought to himself that once he got to university, he would reforge it with the ice lotus jade given to him by his second aunt. Today, we welcome 2 new classmates, announced Zhuang Wenchang, dressed in loose martial arts attire, as he surveyed the students below. Why don't the 2 of you come up and show us what you've got? The students had just finished their physical training and were recovering their strength in preparation for the martial arts combat session. Hearing this, all eyes turned to the first row, where Yin Zixu and Wang Lu were seated. The moment their eyes met, Wang Lu stood up from his seat, a hint of confidence in his voice. We've met before and crossed swords many times. Since I'm new here, how about a sparring match with some of the classmates? Zhuang Wenchang, intrigued, asked, and who would you like to spar with? I've heard of Fang He long before coming to Jiangling. I'd like to see the strength of the champion of the Jiangling Elite Tournament for myself. Wang Lu stated his intention directly. His words sparked a wave of murmurs throughout the classroom. Fang He, however, remained calm, as if he had anticipated this moment. Is this Wang Lu guy serious? Challenging the top of our class right off the bat? Maybe he's trying to make a name for himself. Could be from a big city, thinking our top student isn't all that. I'd love to know how strong Fang He is these days. There's no way Fang He would turn down a challenge like this. All right, quiet. Zhuang Wenchang cut off the chatter, turning to Fang He with a serious expression. Fang He, what do you think? Although he had only just learned about the 2 transfer students before class started, it was now clear that one of them had specifically set his sights on Fang He. Fang He rose slowly, the cold gleam of his Lin Yuan sword catching the light. A faint smile played on his lips. I've been curious about the skill level of someone from Fengquan City myself. Both of you, step onto the stage and switch weapons. Zhuang Wenchang instructed, mindful of the fact that both students' weapons were sharpened and could pose a danger. The sword in Wang Lu's hand radiated a restrained brilliance, clearly a remarkable weapon in its own right. He spoke up, Mr. Zhuang, both of us have mastered our combat techniques to a perfect level. We can control our weapons with precision, so there's no need to switch. This bold statement elicited another round of gasps. Perfect level mastery of martial techniques was a standard high enough to meet the requirements of the top 5 academies. Zhuang Wenchang turned to Fang He. What about you, Fang He? What's your opinion? A warrior's fight should always be with real weapons. Otherwise, practicing with blunt ones all the time takes away the urgency. Wouldn't you agree, Fang He? Wang Lu's tone carried a subtle provocation. Fang He met Wang Lu's gaze, his lips curving into a barely perceptible smile. I have no objections. Wang Lu's performance was indeed intriguing. As he stepped onto the stage, the hostility in his eyes was unmistakable, clearly directed at Fang He. The audience below murmured among themselves, speculating if Wang Lu had already demonstrated mastery of perfect-level martial techniques, then what level would Yin Zixu, who had yet to appear, possess? Champion of the elite tournament, huh? Wang Lu stared at Fang He, his tone laced with provocation. That title must not mean much to you, does it? Fang He responded calmly. Do you know me? No, I don't. That's fine. You'll know me soon enough. Wang Lu assumed his stance, his long sword Lin Yuan gleaming with a cold light. Fang He observed his opponent, a man of average height and features, seemingly unremarkable at first glance, but the sharpness of his sword aura was not to be underestimated. Begin. With Zhuang Wenchang's command, Wang Lu immediately unleashed his signature move, Phantom Blade of the Spirit Sword. The sword moved like a serpent, its illusions swirling. In the hands of a novice, this technique could produce 3 phantom images, for an expert, as many as 9. But now, before Fang He's eyes, 100 phantoms materialized, proof of mastery at the perfect level. Each illusion was vivid and lifelike, raining down like a fierce storm. Fang He's eyes narrowed slightly. A technique-based fighter, huh? How unfortunate. I specialize in techniques too. Taking a single step forward, he ignored the myriad illusions and pinpointed the real sword with unerring accuracy. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed across the arena. Impossible. How could you find my sword? Wang Lu shouted in disbelief. Fang He offered no explanation, replying only with his sword. Wang Lu stubbornly executed the phantom blade of the spirit sword again, determined to prove himself. But once more, Fang He effortlessly saw through it. How are you doing this? Fang He cast him a calm glance. With his immense spiritual awareness, he could perceive even the subtlest changes within a 30-meter radius. Wang Lu's flaws had long been laid bare to him. The audience buzzed with commentary. All show, no substance. Flashy but useless. Honestly, I feel like I could take him on. You? You'd be skewered like a pincushion. Yin Zixu watched silently from the side, admitting to himself that Fang He's strength was indeed worthy of the Jiangling Elite Tournament champion title. If it were him in the ring, he doubted he could pinpoint the real sword so quickly and would likely have to rely on brute force to overcome the technique. Fang He had already fully assessed Wang Lu's capabilities as blood refinement was at its peak, with strength around 23 times the norm. Though his swordsmanship had reached the perfect level and even brushed the threshold of sword intent, it still fell short. Mirror Flower, Water Moon. Fang He unleashed a technique similar to the Phantom Blade. His sword movements swift as lightning, indistinguishable between real and illusory. Wang Lu's eyes widened as he focused intently on the phantoms before him, finally spotting what he believed to be an opening. Without hesitation, he struck. Whoosh! His sword cut through empty air. How is this possible? It was right there. Wang Lu exclaimed in confusion, but by then, Fang He had already sheathed his sword and stood calmly. What are you doing? I haven't lost yet. Actually, you were right about something. About what? Once you've mastered a perfect level technique, you can control your weapon with precision. Before the words had fully settled, a series of sharp ripping sounds filled the air. Wang Lu's martial arts uniform now bore 5 distinct sword marks at his elbows, wrists, and chest. Blood seeped from the 4 slashes on his limbs, staining the white fabric crimson, resembling blossoming plum flowers. Fang He wins. Zhuang Wenchang announced the obvious outcome. The audience erupted with excitement. That was incredible. Absolutely brilliant. The control in that final move was insane. 5 strikes in an instant, 4 to break through, and 1 just to cut the fabric without a scratch. Wang Lu was on the verge of collapsing not from blood loss, but from humiliation. Yan Zishu quickly stepped in to defuse the situation. Teacher, I'll take Wang Lu to the infirmary. All right, take him quickly. Make sure he applies the medicine and gets some rest. Zhuang Wenchang agreed with a nod. As the crowd continued to chatter about the match, Zhuang Wenchang dismissed the class. In a low voice, he asked Fang He, have you grasped sword intent yet? Fang He shook his head slightly. Though Zhuang Wenchang's expression remained neutral, he was inwardly astonished to suppress an opponent of the same level so thoroughly without having comprehended sword intent. Truly a prodigy. On the way to the infirmary, Yan Zishu asked, how did you lose? I don't know. Wang Lu hesitated. You don't know? Yan Zishu had expected Wang Lu, being directly involved, to have a clearer understanding, but the response left him disappointed. Yeah. Looks like I'll need to get in touch with the others. Inside Shuiyun Pavilion, in an elegantly decorated private room, 8 young men were seated together. As the final dish was served, one of them waved his hand dismissively. All right, you can all leave now. The waitstaff standing nearby bowed respectfully and quietly exited the room. As soon as the door closed, someone couldn't wait to ask, so, did you face Fang He? How strong is he? They had all heard the rumors this opponent wouldn't be easy to deal with. Yan Zishu shook his head and turned to Wang Lu, who was sitting beside him. I didn't face Fang He. It was Wang Lu who fought him. Wang Lu, why don't you tell them? Wang Lu, now dressed in clean clothes and with medicine applied to his injuries, sat in the corner with a solemn expression. Under the expectant gazes of the group, he seemed somewhat uneasy. Their original plan had been straightforward. Yan Zishu and Wang Lu, both from the same school, would test Fang He first, shattering his reputation as the top student of Jiangling High School. Then, others from different schools would step in to gradually erode his confidence, replaying the humiliation he'd experienced during the first-year placement tests. Though they looked down on Fang He, the group, coming from prominent families, was cautious and had done thorough reconnaissance beforehand. They had uncovered Fang He's connection to Luo Yi. Contrary to rumors from the Luo family, the two were childhood friends rather than entangled in some one-sided pursuit. But that detail was irrelevant. What mattered was severing any possibility between Fang He and Luo Yi. Their intelligence suggested that Fang He had once been dealt a heavy blow in his first year, leading to a period of despondency before his eventual resurgence. They planned to exploit this again, crushing his confidence and ensuring he lost all courage to approach Luo Yi. In this era of spiritual energy revival, the destructive power of martial artists was formidable. Xia's laws strictly prohibited martial artists from harming others recklessly. Since they couldn't target Fang He's body, they decided to strike at his spirit instead. However, no matter how meticulous their preparations, there was always room for error. Wang Lu was proof of that. Their attempt to break Fang He's confidence had backfired, leaving Wang Lu questioning his own. Fang He's physical strength is roughly at the peak of blood refinement, around 25 times normal. Wang Lu recalled the fight from 2 hours earlier, his tone growing hesitant. His mastery of martial techniques seems to be at the perfect level. From their clashes, Wang Lu could gauge Fang He's physical prowess, but he grew uncertain about the extent of his opponent's martial skill. You couldn't even confirm his level of technique? Someone asked in shock. While they knew Yan Zishu and Wang Lu had been bested, they hadn't heard the full details. Wang Lu admitted, I can't be sure if he's mastered sword intent. I didn't sense its presence, but during the fight, I was completely overwhelmed. He then described the encounter in detail. The room fell into a heavy silence. As Luo Yi's admirers, they had assumed this trip would be a casual outing, with the added bonus of teaching an arrogant upstart a lesson. They hadn't anticipated such a challenge. They knew Wang Lu's strength well, only a few among them could defeat him. If even he had lost, the odds for the rest of them seemed grim. So, you couldn't even last 3 moves. Someone finally broke the silence. Lu Jiuan quickly interjected, ahem, let's not dwell on that. We need to come up with a strategy. After some analysis, the group concluded that Fang He likely hadn't grasped sword intent yet. After all, it had been less than 6 months since he'd reached perfect level martial techniques. Wang Lu's defeat was likely due to the natural countering of similar fighters. How about Zixu gives it another try? Lu Jiuan suggested, looking at Yin Zixu. Sure. Yin Zixu agreed readily, though inwardly, he sneered. This group might appear united, but each had their own agendas. Their shared goal was to eliminate Fang He as an obstacle, but what came after? After all, there was only one Luo Yi. Though they had agreed not to turn on each other until Fang He was dealt with, their choice of schools showed their individual strategies. Yin Zixu and Wang Lu had chosen Jiangling High School to act first. Now that Wang Lu had failed, the others might outwardly express concern but were likely secretly pleased one less competitor. Lu Jiuan's suggestion for him to step up was clearly an attempt to use him as a pawn. Then we'll leave it to you. I'm sure you'll handle Fang He with ease, Lu Jiuan said with a smile. Haha, all for the common goal. Once I succeed, I'll still need everyone's help for the next steps, Yin Zixu replied with a smile of his own. Of course. Let's toast to that. Lu Jiuan raised his glass, and even the usually silent Feng Ming followed suit. The crisp clinking of glasses echoed in the room. As night deepened, the group dispersed, and Yin Zixu and Wang Lu headed back to Jiangling High School together. It's all up to the 3 of you now, Wang Lu suddenly said. Yin Zixu maintained his usual smile. Honestly, the others are just here for the show. It's mainly up to the 3 of you, Wang Lu explained. Before arriving, he'd entertained the fantasy that after taking Fang He down, they would compete fairly among themselves. Even though he knew it was unlikely, he'd held onto a sliver of hope. What if Luo Yi chose him? This group's bond was both tight and fragile. They would unite against outsiders trying to approach Luo Yi but turn against each other when there was no external threat. But none of that mattered to Wang Lu anymore. Ever since his loss to Fang He that afternoon, he knew he was already out of the running. When Yin Zixu and Wang Lu were alone, a subtle shift in their demeanor occurred. Yin Zixu set aside his usual smile, his expression turning serious. Among all of us, the only ones who can truly match him are you, Lu Jiuan and Feng Ming. So, you're giving up already? What else can I do? I'll stay and keep watching. Even though I'm out, I want to see how this game ends. Alright. At the training ground, Fang He was sparring with Zhuolin. Fang He regretted defeating Wang Lu too quickly earlier, as it had now drawn Zhuolin's attention. Barely 5 minutes into his break, Zhuolin, bursting with renewed energy, leapt up and exclaimed, Fang He, let's go again. Still not enough for you? Come on, brother, my good man. I feel like I'm on the verge of reaching perfection, Zhuolin pleaded with a face full of hope. Fine, one more round. 5 minutes later, Zhuolin lay on the ground again, his chest heaving heavily. Fighting you is so satisfying. Fang He was indeed an excellent sparring partner. His powerful control over his soul energy allowed him to perfectly regulate his strength, providing his opponents with an ideal combat experience. Did you break through? Fang He asked. Not quite, Zhuolin replied, a hint of frustration flashing in his eyes. Don't rush it. Take a few days to rest and clear your mind before trying again. During their conversation, Zhuolin brought up the upcoming 3-school exchange tournament. The school is really determined this time. It's Principal Ma's first tournament since taking office, and they're set on winning the championship. Those 2 newcomers are no joke. They've taken 2 of the spots, making it even harder to get selected. Zhuolin's tone carried a trace of disappointment as he mentioned this. After losing an arm, his strength had undeniably diminished, fueling his desire to break through to the perfection level. Hearing that the newcomers were also participating in the tournament, Fang He seemed deep in thought. He recalled Fanny Yang mentioning a group of 7 or 8 people, 3 of whom were particularly noteworthy. With Yin Zixu and Wang Lu now at Jiangling High School, where were the others? North Ling and South City, perhaps? Fang He murmured to himself. What's that about North Ling and South City? Zhuolin's sharp ears caught the comment. Nothing, just thinking this year's exchange tournament is going to be interesting. The following days passed uneventfully. Aside from Wang Lu challenging Fang He on the first day, the 2 newcomers kept a low profile. Fang He maintained his routine of attending classes and training, using Zhuolin as his sparring partner for practical combat. A month later, Zhuolin finally broke through to the perfection level, solidifying his resolve to train under Fang He. As the final semester of senior year began, Fang Xingyuan and Nan Shui grew noticeably anxious. Despite Fang He's stellar academic performance, Nan Shui suggested hiring a tutor, which Fang He politely declined. Since returning to the battlefield, the old man was reinvigorated, sticking to his daily morning exercises and saying he needed to stay ready at all times. Regarding his grandson's studies, he simply said, "Do your best and don't bring shame to the Fang family." Cousins called to send their well wishes, hoping Fang He would become a top scorer. Meanwhile, Fanny Yang was acting mysteriously, claiming to be undergoing special training to surprise Fang He. Luo Yi remained as elusive as ever, with their communication resembling a slow exchange of letters. As time passed, the college entrance exams loomed closer. Zhuang Wenchang announced the selection criteria for the exchange tournament. Those who had achieved perfection in martial techniques would automatically qualify, while the remaining spots would be awarded based on merit. Fang He, Zhuolin, Yin Zixu, and Wang Lu were directly selected, while the other students would compete in the tryouts the following week. After class, Yin Zixu quietly made his way to the school gate and boarded a luxurious flying vehicle. "Young master, I brought the item," a young man said, handing him a package. "Is this really as effective as they say?" Yin Zixu asked, his expression uncertain as he looked at the package. "Young master, this is only a prototype. It's not yet suitable for warriors," the young man replied. "What a shame. Kong Pong truly is a genius," Yin Zixu sighed, abandoning any thoughts of using it. Indeed, if he hadn't defected, he might have succeeded in his research. That would have been a groundbreaking achievement, the young man agreed. Inside the martial arts hall, discussions were buzzing as a group of students enthusiastically talked about the recent transfer students. "Have you heard? A few experts have emerged from Lingbei recently. How skilled are they? They've all mastered their martial techniques to perfection, and they're all transfer students." "How do you know that?" "My middle school friend, who's in Lingbei's elite class, told me. Some top-notch students have appeared in Chengnan too, and they're also transfer students," another boy chimed in, leaning closer. This news caused quite a stir. In Xia country, students who could refine their martial techniques to perfection during high school were almost guaranteed admission to one of the 5 prestigious universities, as long as their academic performance wasn't too poor. In Jiangling, a non-metropolitan city, only a handful of students made it to those universities each year, and many of them hadn't even achieved perfection in martial techniques. Silence. The grade director's voice cut through the chatter, commanding attention. The selection process this time wasn't extensive, involving only students who had voluntarily signed up and those who were automatically eligible. In regular classes, any student with martial techniques at the proficient level could participate. Yin Zixu sat in the audience, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on Fang He, trying to discern any subtle differences in him. After scrutinizing for a long time but finding nothing unusual, he discreetly opened his communicator and sent a message. Only after receiving confirmation did he relax slightly. Fang He, on the other hand, felt unusually alert, so much so that it bordered on exhilaration. For someone with exceptional self-control like him, this state was highly abnormal. He immediately began an internal inspection, a capability afforded by his strong soul power. Everything seemed fine apart from the heightened mental state, but this very normalcy felt wrong. Reflecting on the day's events, the only unusual moment was when he went to the school gate to retrieve a package. However, the courier had said the parcel wasn't his. Could that courier, who was fully covered and didn't even show their face, be suspicious? Fortunately, Fang He's soul power was strong enough to keep the agitation under control, but for an ordinary person, such a disturbance could have led to outright mental collapse. Was it Yin Zixu? Or Wang Lu? Fang He pondered, but for now, the priority was to stabilize his restless soul power. The mastermind behind this would eventually reveal themselves. The grade director announced the final 10 selected participants, which included Fang He, Zhuolin, Yin Zixu, Wang Lu, and others. At that moment, Yin Zixu raised his hand and suggested electing a team captain. Zhuolin immediately interrupted, recommending Fang He for the role. Yin Zixu didn't seem perturbed, and instead proposed deciding through a match. Fang He's condition was visibly off, his speech was slow, and his eyes were clouded. Seeing this, a flicker of triumph flashed in Yin Zixu's gaze. He knew Fang He wouldn't succumb to mental collapse, but in this state, further cultivation was out of the question. The two stepped onto the ring. Fang He, though sluggish in his movements, had already positioned his Linyuan sword in a ready stance. Yin Zixu, adopting a seemingly considerate demeanor, suggested that Fang He concede directly. "No need. I can manage," Fang He responded with difficulty. As the match began, Yin Zixu demonstrated his characteristic cautious approach. As the second son of the Yin family, he had been taught from a young age to be the family's protector, not the one in control. Yet, he was unwilling to remain in the shadows and had been waiting for an opportunity. Now, the appearance of Luo Yi from the Luo family might just be his chance to rise. Clang! Yin Zixu's smile froze on his face. Fang He's seemingly effortless sword strike had precisely intercepted his blade. Pure luck. It has to be luck. Yen Zishu thought to himself, quickly switching from a slash to a downward chop with his tang blade. Yet, Fang He's sword, though appearing soft and pliable, moved like a shadow, perfectly trailing Yen Zix's blade and refusing to be shaken off. This is impossible. Yen Zix's mind was in turmoil. He vividly recalled that Kong Peng's latest pharmaceutical creation had been deemed unsafe for use. As a pharmacological prodigy, Kong Peng had devoted his time at the Research Institute to the study of soul power. This research was a top priority for Xia Nation, with vast resources allocated annually. Cracking the mystery of soul power cultivation would revolutionize the training of elite warriors across Blue Star. Kong Peng, once an ordinary researcher, had accidentally developed a semi-finished drug capable of enhancing soul power, catapulting him to the position of deputy director at the institute. However, the drug came with severe side effects. Whether tested on beasts or humans, users would lose their intellect shortly after experiencing a brief boost in soul power. Even top-tier experts in the Tongtian realm had confirmed its ineffectiveness for cultivators above the Lingkong realm, while those below the Longmin realm who consumed it would become mentally incapacitated. The experiment was immediately terminated. Shortly after, Kong Peng fled with his research data but was eventually captured through a joint effort by Dongda and Nanda. Each major family received a sample of the semi-finished product, including the Yin family. Although the authorities tacitly allowed further research, progress stalled after several months. As the second son of the Yin family, Yen Zishu had the authority to access the drug. After witnessing Fang He effortlessly defeat Wang Lu, he refrained from acting impulsively and decided to bide his time. He applied for and obtained the drug, which had been refined into a colorless and odorless powder, planning to use it to defeat Fang He today in front of a crowd. His plan was meticulously calculated. Fang He would suffer a humiliating defeat in the arena, his confidence shattered, leaving him in ruins. Luo Yi would see Fang He for what he truly weighs, an unworthy loser, and recognize Yen Zishu as her ideal choice. As for whether defeating Fang He might leave a shadow in Luo Yi's heart, a noble prodigy like Luo Yi wouldn't dwell on such trivial matters. Youthful infatuations fade quickly, vanishing like smoke in the wind. But reality cruelly shattered his dreams. Fang He, who should have been debilitated by soul turmoil, was instead effortlessly parrying every one of Yen Zix's strikes. Despite his deliberate and unhurried movements, Fang He's precision was unerring. Then let's see how you handle a more ferocious attack. Yen Zishu steeled himself and unleashed meteor flash, his blade streaking like lightning toward Fang He's face. Fang He didn't use his lingbo step. He merely tapped his toes lightly and sidestepped, narrowly evading the attack with an ease that belied the danger. The spectators held their breath at the breathtaking scene. Unwilling to concede, Yen Zishu launched a flurry of techniques: pointing, prodding, flicking, intercepting, pushing, twisting, and crushing. Yet Fang He's sword always appeared exactly where it needed to be, countering every move as if he had foreseen them all. After 10 exchanges, Yen Zishu halted his assault, his gaze heavy as he studied Fang He, who appeared riddled with openings. You seem surprised? Fang He finally spoke, his tone as unhurried as his movements. Yen Zishu was momentarily stunned by the sudden question. He quickly adjusted his expression, flashing his signature smile, and said, "How could that be? The stronger you are, the better our chances of winning the championship in the exchange competition." Fang He stared at him, his gaze vacant and unfocused. Yen Zishu knew all too well that this demeanor was nothing but a Fakadith medication, hadn't affected him at all. "Aren't you tired of this?" Fang He suddenly spoke, his eyes instantly regaining their sharp clarity. Before the words had fully settled, a fierce burst of sword energy, cold and piercing, was already hurtling toward Yen Zishu. "How could I be tired?" Yen Zishu countered swiftly, his long blade precisely deflecting the attack. "Keeping up this act every day must be exhausting." Fang He pressed on, not giving him a moment to catch his breath, his sword slashing downward in a diagonal arc. "I'm not acting. I've been like this since I was a child," Yen Zishu replied, still wearing that practiced smile as he gripped his blade with both hands to block the incoming strike. "Oh, then I misspoke," Fang He said, pressing his blade down with force, locking eyes with Yen Zishu. "You're not tired, you must be pitiful." That remark seemed to hit a nerve. Yen Zishu's smile finally disappeared. "Pitiful? Who's pitiful? I'm a descendant of the Yin family. How could I be pitiful? Lies won't hurt you. The truth cuts deeper," Fang He retorted, taking 2 steps back before lunging forward with another direct thrust. "Ha, I've never had to worry about resources. You couldn't possibly understand." This time, Yen Zishu stopped defending and swung his blade aggressively, adopting a reckless stance that risked injury for the sake of inflicting damage. "How could you ever comprehend what that's like?" "You're right, I can't, and I don't want to." Fang He's eyes blazed with determination as his aura surged powerfully. "I just want to be myself, my true self." With that, he stepped forward without hesitation, fully prepared to clash Hedon with Yin Zishu, even if it meant mutual destruction. Yin Zishu's blade narrowly sliced through the air, but Fang He's Lin Yuan sword found its mark, piercing precisely into Yan's shoulder. Blood flowed along the blade, glinting dark red under the moonlight. How did you do that? Yin Zishu growled through gritted teeth, glaring at the wound on his shoulder. You wouldn't understand, Fang He replied calmly, pulling the Lin Yuan sword out with a spray of blood mist. The sharp pain from the withdrawal forced a muffled groan from Yin. Reverse blade slash. Yin Zishu roared, swinging his blade once more. But this time, Fang He moved like lightning. He countered with a swift stroke, deflecting the attack and immediately following up with a downward slash. Moonlight flow. The injury on Yan's shoulder slowed his reaction time, and he could only barely block the strike. The moonlit gleam of the blade grazed his chest, leaving another deep wound. The spectators below, hardened by their experiences with beast-tied battles, barely flinched at the sight of such intense fighting. But within, Yin Zishu was shaken. Impossible. How can he be this fast? Fang He gave him no time to ponder. His sword strikes continued relentlessly. Despite his injuries, Yan's battle instincts remained sharp, and he struggled to fend off the ceaseless assault. The clash of blades and the flurry of movements were so rapid that the audience could only catch glimmers of the action, their ears filled with the ringing of metal on metal. Can you see what's happening? Someone in the crowd asked. No. Can you? Not a chance. Then why are you watching? You don't get it. I'm trying to grasp their intent. The grade director, acting as the referee, watched the duel intently, ready to intervene at the first sign of danger. He sensed the fleeting presence of a sword force, sharp and unpredictable. Shattering star burst. Yin Zishu unleashed a flawless blade technique, the air around him shimmering with phantom stars, accompanied by a piercing sound of the blade cutting through the air. Fang He's figure was struck only to dissolve into an afterimage. Yin Zishu, is this really all you've got? Fang He's voice came from behind. Yan's face twisted, perhaps from pain or fury, as he spun around, gripping his blade with both hands for a sweeping strike. The scattered star-like remnants of his attack filled the air, the sharp winds so fierce that even the spectators felt a stinging chill. Fang He's gaze was sharp as lightning. With his lingbo steps, he effortlessly weaved through the chaotic star fragments. These erratic bursts of blade energy, unpredictable in speed and direction, posed no threat under the powerful perception of Fang He's soul force, which covered a 40-meter radius. Not a single fragment managed to graze him. Zhuolin was dumbfounded. How can someone master movement techniques to such an extent? Though he had trained in footwork before, his limited talent had led him to focus solely on blade techniques. Watching Fang He's effortless grace amidst the storm of attacks, he couldn't help but feel inspired to revisit his own training. Nearby, Zhuang Wanchang and He Xingqian exchanged words of admiration for Fang He's progress. They believed their chances in the upcoming tri-school exchange competition had just improved significantly. Zhuang Wanchang also commended Yin Zix's performance, though He Xingqian remained silent, clearly more inclined toward his own student, Fang He. In the end, the Lin Yuan sword came to a steady halt at Yin Zix's throat. My brother also uses a blade, and you are far from his level, Fang He said, his words striking deeper than any wound. Fang He wins, the grade director declared. Without a trace of emotion, Fang He stepped down from the stage. You've made another breakthrough? Zhuolin asked excitedly. His mental state was already unstable. Defeating him wasn't difficult, Fang He replied nonchalantly. Yin Zishu staggered off, despondent, ignoring the blood still dripping from his wounds. The grade director instructed Wang Lu to escort him to the infirmary. From there, the rest of the event seemed to fade in importance, with only the announcement of the rewards sparking a brief uproar. As the crowd dispersed, Zhuang Wanchang approached the group. Fang He nodded slightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. As expected from teacher Zhuang, sharp-eyed as always. A slight improvement, I must admit. Zhuang Wanchang observed Fang He's expression, feeling a bit uncertain. However, he didn't press further after all. Everyone has their secrets. As the teacher who had mentored Fang He, his primary concern was that Fang He could bring honor to Jiangling High School. Recently, he had heard that a few transfer students had joined schools in Lingbei and Qingnan, making this year's competition all the more intriguing. After a brief moment of reflection, Zhuang Wanchang offered some words of encouragement before leaving. Standing nearby, He Xingqian simply said, "Good luck," and followed after Zhuang Wanchang. How are you feeling now? Zhuolin asked, his face full of eager anticipation as he looked at Fang He. Don't look at me like that, Fang He said, casting a disdainful glance at Zhuolin. He was about to say he felt fine, but the words caught in his throat. I'm a bit tired. I think I'll go back and rest for a while. Zhuolin looked slightly disappointed, but understood that Fang He needed to recover after his recent battle. All right, get some good rest. We'll catch up next time. Back in his dorm room, Fang He immediately assessed his condition. His blood refinement had reached perfection at 26 times the baseline. His soul energy fluctuations were stable, and even with his eyes closed, he could clearly sense his surroundings. Most importantly, he had gained insight into the concept of sword momentum. With a single thought, an invisible force radiated from his body, enveloping the entire room. In the neighboring room, two students were in conversation. Did you feel that? You felt it too? For a moment there, I got goosebumps, one of them said, rolling up his sleeve to reveal his arm covered in raised hairs. Same here. Could it be? Fang He, unaware of the shock his sword momentum had caused his neighbors, quickly withdrew his aura. Alone in his room, he couldn't test the true power of his newfound understanding. The truth was, he had indeed achieved a breakthrough during the battle. When he stepped onto the stage, he had already suppressed his surging soul energy and regained clarity. He had deliberately feigned failure to control it and pretended to move sluggishly, all to test whether this incident was connected to Yan Zishu. Although he lacked direct evidence, Yan Zishu's reaction confirmed his suspicions. This unexpected turn of events had worked in his favor. His soul energy had greatly increased, and he had comprehended the sword momentum. However, Fang He had expertly concealed his progress, ensuring that he didn't reveal too much. If his guess was correct, the others mentioned in Fanny Yang's intel were likely at the other two schools. With the three-school exchange competition approaching, their paths were bound to cross. For now, he knew he had to keep his abilities under wraps. It was generally difficult to hide one's initial comprehension of sword momentum, which explained the hesitation from the grade director and Zhuang Wenchang earlier. But Fang He's soul energy was extraordinarily strong, giving him an edge. He resolved to find time to visit his grandfather, who could teach him how to better apply momentum and guide him on the next steps in his cultivation. After finishing everything, Fang He lay comfortably on his bed and opened his phone contacts. He first found Luo Yi's profile picture and left her a message, deliberately avoiding any mention of the people from Fengquan. The last time Luo Yi had replied, she mentioned that she had joined the preparatory class at Tokyo University and was doing well. Next, he contacted Fanny Yang. That Yin Zishu from Fengquan doesn't seem all that impressive. You've already faced him? Defeated him with ease. You know why you can't buy free-range chickens at the market? Why? Because they've already been caged. Damn it. The two chatted for a bit longer before Fang He got to the main point. Do you know of anything that can cause a drastic fluctuation in soul power and then boost it? Drugs in that area are still under development. Why do you ask? Nothing, just curious. I'll look into it for you. All right. Meanwhile, in another room, Lu Jiyuan, Feng Ming, and Yin Zishu were in discussion. So, you lost too? Lu Jiyuan asked, clearly surprised. Under their scrutiny, Yin Zishu seemed a bit uneasy. That guy is strong. You'll need to be careful. How did you lose? Feng Ming, usually a quiet presence, asked. He's fast, perceptive, and has exceptional combat instincts, Yin Zishu said carefully, choosing his words. That's it. Feng Ming frowned, sensing that something was being withheld. His blood refinement is at about 25 times the norm. Wang Lu mentioned this before, Yin Zishu added, crossing his arms. Of course, he wasn't about to admit that even with underhanded tactics, he still couldn't defeat Feng He. That would only make things more embarrassing. I told you, Luo, you wouldn't be interested in someone completely useless, Lu Jiyuan said, a smile spreading across his fair face. After some discussion, the three decided to stick to their original plan, to undermine Fang He's confidence during the upcoming three-school exchange competition. On the weekend, in a private training room at the Summit Martial Arts Hall, Fang He and Fang Xinwu sat facing each other. The elderly man looked puzzled as to why his grandson had insisted on meeting him so early in the morning. Grandpa, I've grasped sword momentum, Fang He said calmly. Fang Xinwu nodded instinctively before his expression turned to shock. What? You've grasped sword momentum?
Yes.
Show me. The two stood up, and with a single thought, Fang He unleashed his sword momentum. Fang Xinwu immediately countered with blade momentum, and the two forces clashed. This time, Fang He felt completely at ease, unlike the first time he had experienced his grandfather's blade momentum, which had overwhelmed him. He could clearly sense that his sword momentum not only withstood the oppressive aura of his grandfather's blade momentum, but also seemed to surpass it in quality. After confirming that Fang He had indeed mastered sword momentum, Fang Xinwu explained the methods for cultivating martial momentum in detail. He described how martial momentum is divided into 3 levels: minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and perfection. Progressing through these stages required constant accumulation and breakthroughs. Sword momentum at minor accomplishment could cover a radius of 30 meters, while major accomplishment extended to 90 meters. All right, fully unleash your sword momentum. Let's see how wide a range you can cover. Fang He nodded and took a deep breath. A surge of even more intense sword momentum erupted from him, and his eyes seemed to shimmer with sword energy. The sudden surge of overwhelming sword momentum forced Fang Xinwu to release his blade momentum for protection. As the range continued to expand, the astonishment in the elder's eyes grew deeper. 30 meters. Fang Xinwu couldn't help but exclaim as Fang He's sword momentum expanded to its limit. A flicker of excitement flashed in Fang He's eyes. This range was already comparable to the level of an average martial artist at the small accomplishment stage, and yet he had only just begun to comprehend the concept of sword momentum. Good boy, you've really given me a big surprise, Fang Xinwu said slowly. He had long suspected Fang He possessed a strong soul force, but he hadn't expected it to translate into such an astonishing martial aura. Grandfather, how's my sword momentum? Not bad, right? Fang He asked proudly. Not bad, but don't let it make you arrogant, Fang Xinwu replied, his expression serious. Fang He immediately toned down his demeanor. Understood. Now, let me teach you how to apply sword momentum, Fang Xinwu said with a stern expression. What you just displayed is the most basic usage. Martial momentum can be concentrated at a single point or controlled over a range. It should flow with your will, as natural as moving your arm. Watch closely. As he spoke, Fang Xinwu demonstrated. His blade aura radiated outward, sometimes forming a straight line, other times shaping into a cone, with Fang He as the constant target. Fang He could clearly feel the varying pressure exerted by the different forms. The smaller the range, the greater the intensity. Did you feel it? Yes, I felt it. The rest is up to you to practice and comprehend. Any other questions? What's the stage above martial momentum? Fang He asked. A look of longing appeared in Fang Xinwu's eyes. That would be martial will. For swordsmen, it's called sword intent. Unlike the spiritual intimidation of momentum, intent can manifest tangibly in the physical world. Under the radiance of intent, all malevolent forces will retreat. But comprehending it is at least 10 times harder than martial momentum. Even among experts at the Sky Realm, few have achieved it. Hearing his grandfather's words, Fang He recalled the 2 major battles he had experienced and couldn't help but ponder which of those powerful fighters had grasped martial will. Don't overthink it. Focus on mastering your sword momentum first. Isn't your school about to have an exchange competition with Lingbei and Chengnan? Prepare well. Don't worry, Grandpa. They'll take the championship this time for sure, Fang He declared confidently. 3 hours later, the grandfather and grandson left the training room and ran into Lu Zhuoran downstairs. Xiao He, how's the training room? Comfortable enough? Lu Zhuoran greeted them with a warm smile. When Fang He had requested a training room, Lu Zhuoran had arranged everything without hesitation and at no cost. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Everything's perfect. And this must be Xiao He's grandfather? Lu Zhuoran, the owner of Peak Martial Hall. Nice to meet you, Mr. Lu. Thank you for looking after Xiao He. Just call me Xiao Lu. If anything, I should be thanking Xiao He for helping us win first place in the elite tournament. It was no exaggeration. Since the tournament, Peak Martial Hall had received official support and seen booming business, elevating Lu Zhuoran's standing within his family. After saying their goodbyes, Lu Zhuoran was about to head downstairs but suddenly remembered something. He turned back into the training room, where the practice dummy was now in shambles. The dummies in private training rooms were designed for one-time use, with materials tailored to the user's strength. Fang He's dummy had been set to the agile stage standard, yet it was nearly destroyed. Lu Zhuoran ran a hand over the battered dummy, deep in thought, before pulling out his communicator. Old Zhao, it's Lu Zhuoran. Can you secure a spot for my daughter in the school exchange competition? I'd like to attend as a parent. Great, thanks. Let's catch up at Shuiyun Pavilion afterward. After hanging up, he called his daughter. I got you a spot on the team for the exchange competition. Well, go together then. Fang He, trouble. Zhuo Lin's booming voice came through the communicator, forcing Fang He to hold it away from his ear. What's wrong? Did Master get captured by a monster? What master? What monster? Never mind. What happened? Yan Zishu and Wang Lu are pulling out of the exchange competition. Oh, what's their excuse? Fang He wasn't surprised by the withdrawal but was curious about the reason. Yan Zishu claims he's unwell and needs to recuperate. Wang Lu says he's on the verge of a breakthrough and can't risk fighting. Terrible excuses. Aren't you worried? Those two may be morally questionable, but their strength is undeniable. I've heard Lingbei and Chengnan have some rising stars. Without them, our team competition will be tough. Don't worry. You've got me. The school was caught off guard by Yin and Wang's withdrawal from the competition, but quickly selected 2 alternate participants. Soon, the rosters for the 3 schools were publicly announced. Given that this was an inter-school competition, secrecy was hardly feasible, so the school opted for a transparent approach. The list revealed that Lingbei High School was sending Wu Tong and Lu Sun, who had made a name for themselves in the finals of the elite competition. Chengnan High School, on the other hand, was fielding Jiang Qingxian and Tianzhan. Notably, Lu Jiyuan and Feng Ming were representing Chengnan and Lingbei respectively, a detail that caught Fang He's attention. As the competition date approached, discussions on the Jiangling City Forum grew increasingly heated. Students from the three major schools were actively participating, while students from other schools also joined in to predict the champion of this year's event. Why can't our school be part of the three-school exchange competition? Someone questioned in a prediction thread. Gee, why do you think it's called the three-school exchange competition? Someone teased in reply. To be fair, the overall strength of these three schools is way above the others. If other schools joined, they'd just be there for show, another user analyzed. Still, it'd be nice to get a chance to witness it, the original poster said wistfully. I'm betting on Jiangling High School to win. Alan with 10,000 points, someone boldly declared. Forum points could be used for predictions, and winning bets earn points that could be exchanged for titles and small prizes. Do you even know why Jiangling High School's odds are so high? Another user retorted, posting a screenshot of their bet on Lingbei High School. Why would you bet on Lingbei? Fanghe is in Jiangling High School. The original poster responded anxiously. This is a team competition, not a solo match. No matter how strong Fanghe is, he can't handle the fact that Lingbei and Chengnan have brought in several new top-tier players. What? Where did all these top-tier players come from? I heard they're transfer students from other regions, looking to develop in the south. How do you know that? My elementary school friend is in Chengnan. This news has been spreading for a while now. Reading this, the original poster was filled with regret, realizing their 10,000 points might be lost chasing the tempting threefold odds. Meanwhile, another thread titled, "Which school is truly Jiangling City's best?" was even more intense. Supporters from different schools passionately argued their cases, with some emphasizing Lingbei's championship title from last year's exchange competition, while others took pride in Fanghe. Back and forth they went, refusing to back down. Amid the heated forum debates, Fanghe received a message from Luo Yi. Word is your exchange competition is about to start? How do you know? Fanghe replied with a smile. This lattice intelligence network spans the entire country. Picking up on this kind of news is a piece of cake. Noticing that Luo Yi avoided mentioning Li Xinyuan, Fanghe understood her intention and smiled even more. Are you nervous with the competition coming up? Luo Yi asked. I wasn't nervous during the elite competition with so many people watching. Now it's just a school audience. What's there to be nervous about? Well, aren't you confident? If Jiangling High doesn't take the championship, just you wait. Fanghe realized Luo Yi was unaware of the transfers from Fengquan and simply replied, well, take it for sure. All right, I'll watch your live stream. Don't embarrass yourself. A live stream? How are you going to watch that? A clever girl like me has her ways. Don't worry about a bow tie's business. Fine, just watch and see. After ending the conversation, Fanghe stretched and leaned back, ready for what lay ahead. Looks like I'll need to perform well in the exchange competition. Fanghe gazed out the window, his thoughts churning. Since Luo Yi could watch the live stream, the Luo family certainly wouldn't miss it either. Over the past year, as his experiences grew, had come to realize more clearly just how far he still had to go. A year ago, had naively believed that becoming the city's top scorer would earn him the Luo family's recognition. Reality, however, had dealt him a harsh blow. There were 612 cities in Xia, meaning 612 top scorers every year. Over a decade, that would be 6,120, not to mention the prodigies recruited early by the nation's top 5 universities. Expecting a family with a 200-year legacy to take notice of a mere city top scorer? The thought alone was laughable. If being a city top scorer isn't enough, then he'll keep climbing higher. Fanghe clenched his fists. Nanda, Dongda, the national competitions, those are where I need to aim. But for now, I have to win this exchange competition. If I can't even handle a few students from Fengquan, how can I talk about the future? Just then, his phone buzzed with a notification. Iron-blooded man, I found some intel on what you asked about last time. Remember Kong Pong? Fanghe instantly recalled the middle-aged man who had provided him with a wealth of resources. I remember. Does it have something to do with him? Yeah, I sent you the info. Take a look. After reading through the materials, Fanghe's gaze sharpened. It almost confirmed the reason behind the surge in his soul power back then. Yin Zishu. That guy hell stop at nothing to win. He felt a wave of relief that he had held back at the time. With his teacher present, he hadn't realized just how dangerous the situation had been. Can this stuff still be obtained? Fanghe was tempted. What was poison to others might just be a powerful tool for refining his soul power. Don't even think about using it to enhance your soul power. It's an unfinished product. Everyone who's tried has ended up paying the price. Relax, I'm not that reckless. I just want to study it. All right, but the supply is limited. They'll see what I can do. Fannying didn't say much more. There was no need for excessive explanations between smart people. Great, thanks. Why are you even thanking me? Then hurry up and get it for me. Geez. May 23rd, 2226, Tuesday. The weather was clear and sunny. The delegation from Jiangling High School was heading in a grand procession toward Lingbei High School. Among the 50-member team, aside from the accompanying teachers, were students from both first-year and second-year classes who had come to cheer them on. Fanghe, the team captain, sat in the front row of the hover bus alongside the other 9 competitors. His gaze swept over his teammates, his longtime partner Zhuolin, the skilled Jin Yi and Ren Yun, and Jiang Qing, who had left a deep impression during the elite competition. The remaining members, though less experienced, had proven their potential by making it onto the final roster. Fang He, what's the plan for this competition? Zhuolin turned to ask. The accompanying teacher, Zhuang Wenchang, listened quietly nearby, curious to see how the young captain would strategize. 2 1v1 matches, 1 2v2, and 1 5v5. The points are distributed as 1, 2, and 3, respectively. Fang He replied with calm determination, his eyes fixed ahead. To win, we need 4 points. Winning all 3 of the initial rounds is highly unlikely, so we'll have to focus on the team battle. The group nodded in agreement. Based on publicly available information, Lingbei and Chengnan high schools each had 5 competitors at the perfect level, while Jiangling had only 2 at this level, Fang He and Zhuolin. Of course, there was always the possibility of hidden breakthroughs, like Ren Yun, but such developments were secrets kept only among the 10 of them. My plan is this, Fang He continued. I'll take one of the 1v1 matches. We'll forfeit the other 1v1 and the 2v2. For the 5v5, Zhuolin and I will participate, while Ren Yun holds back for now. When we face Lingbei, Ren Yun will step in. I disagree, interrupted Chao Zhuin from class 2. The medium-built boy, who had a sharp and calculating demeanor when he smiled, spoke up directly. We should focus on winning the match first and worry about hiding our strength later. This plan is too risky. And your suggestion? Fang He prompted. The captain should take 1-1v1 match, and forfeiting the other 2 matches is fine. But for the 5v5, Ren Yun must participate, Chao Zhuin stated firmly. The other team members nodded slightly in agreement. Fang He observed their reactions and, after a moment of thought, adjusted his plan. All right, we'll go with that. Ren Yun will join the 5v5, but she must control her output and avoid revealing her perfect level abilities unless absolutely necessary. For now, he decided not to disclose the fact that he had already mastered the sword intent technique. Meanwhile, on Chengnan High School's hover bus, the atmosphere was equally tense. Lu Jiyuan, their captain, was discussing strategy with 2 teammates from Fengquan. Across from them sat Jiang Qingxian, Tianzhan, and Li Lujiang, who had all made a name for themselves during the elite competition. The remaining 4 members were top-tier competitors who had emerged through rigorous selection. For our first match against Jiangling, Feng Jingsheng and Chen Baoguang will handle the first 3 rounds. For the 5v5, the 3 of us, along with Jiang Qingxian and Tianzhan, will secure the win, Lu Jiyuan outlined succinctly. The group had no objections. This was undoubtedly their strongest lineup. Will I get a chance to compete? Li Lujiang asked, unable to hold back. Although he had also reached the perfect level, only Tianzhan had publicly announced this achievement so far. I'll schedule you for a 1v1 match against Lingbei, Lu Jiyuan reassured him. For Lu Jiyuan, his true target was Fang He. The outcome of the other matches mattered little to him. Tianzhan chimed in with a reminder. On paper, Jiangling's strength may not match ours, but they might aim to snatch a point in the first 3 rounds and then go all out in the team battle. We should be cautious. Don't worry, Lu Jiyuan replied with confidence. After seeing what happened to Wang Lu and Yin Zixu, who would dare underestimate Fang He? With no dissent, the strategy was finalized. The bus slowly drove through the gates of Lingbei High School, drawing the attention of students across the campus. The news that Jiangling High School has arrived spread like wildfire. Why do I feel like some kind of exhibit? Zhuolin glanced around at the crowd of onlookers, looking slightly uncomfortable. Fang He took a quick look around and joked, well, you're not wrong. Just as Zhuolin was about to respond, Zhuang Wenchang stepped in to stop him. All right, we're on their turf. Keep it together, he said sternly. The teacher's serious tone quickly silenced the group's playful banter. Meanwhile, in the spacious conference room of Lingbei High School, Wu Tong stood by the window, gazing down at the scene below. From his elevated vantage point, he immediately spotted Fang He, who was chatting and laughing with his teammates as they stepped off the bus. Let's go. Our guests have arrived, he said. As the captain of Lingbei's team since Feng Ming and 2 others had no interest in the position, Wu Tong led the way out of the conference room. As the winners of last year's exchange competition, they had every reason to feel confident and at ease. Li Xian, long time no see. Zhuang Wenchang greeted an old acquaintance warmly. Indeed, it's been a while, replied Li Xian, a middle-aged teacher with a kind smile. He was the same person who had stepped in during Lu Ningxi's dramatic 1-against-3 match in the past. Fang He didn't pay much attention to the teacher's small talk. Instead, he took in his surroundings. Under the transparent glass dome of the gymnasium, the spacious hall was bathed in the soft May sunlight filtering through the ceiling, making the entire venue bright and inviting. Though the crowd wasn't as large as what one might see at a city center stadium, the overwhelming presence of Lingbei High School supporters created a palpable sense of pressure. Fang He, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Wu Tong, Fong He looked toward the figure at the front of the group with a hint of surprise. We meet again. This time, I won't lose to you, Wu Tong declared confidently. In response, Fong He simply smiled faintly, his gaze moving past Wu Tong to focus on someone in the crowd, Feng Ming, the boyish-faced youth, and beside him, Lu Jiyuan, whose pale complexion suggested he had rarely seen sunlight. Fong He had specifically requested their photos from Fanny Yang in preparation for this moment. Noticing Fong He's gaze, Feng Ming didn't shy away. Instead, he returned a shy smile. Wu Tong, however, felt slighted by Fong He's indifference. Unable to resist, he sneered. You guys can't even gather 5 perfect level players this time. You might not even make it past Chengnan. I might not even get a chance to settle the score with you. Fong He remained unfazed, leading Jiangling High School's team straight to the resting area without a word. Once they were out of earshot, Zhuo Lin couldn't hold back. Fong He, he's blatantly provoking us. How can you just stay silent? Why bother responding? Fong He replied calmly. Some people just thrive on attention. The more you engage, the more they escalate. Besides, look at him's probably furious right now. His anger might even mess with his performance later. Zhuo Lin glanced back at Wu Tong, whose face had turned an unmistakable shade of red, and couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. Captain, the Chengnan team has arrived, Chao Zhuan remarked. Fong He followed his teammate's pointed gesture and locked eyes with Lu Jiyuan, who had just noticed them. Well, we've been spotted, Lu Jiyuan remarked to Feng Jingqing beside him. Chen Baoguang added in a low voice, with so many of us from Fengquan, and the Luo family being from there too, it's no surprise he knows who we are. Zhang Qingxian suggested. Should we go over and say hello? But Lu Jiyuan declined. We'll meet on the stage soon enough. As Qingnan's new captain, Lu Jiyuan led his team straight to their designated resting area, leaving Zhang Qingxian no choice but to follow. Sitting on a bench in the resting area, Fong He watched everything unfold with a thoughtful expression. He was trying to anticipate how Lu Jiyuan would organize his lineup. Just then, the clock struck 10, and the principal of Lingbei High School stepped onto the massive central stage. He began a long-winded speech, putting everyone in the audience on the verge of dozing off, though they still had to remain ready to clap at appropriate moments. Meanwhile, elsewhere, where's old Lu heading off to? Yang Bing asked as he watched Lu Xian walking back toward the dormitory. Today's the 3-school exchange competition. I'm going to check on how the kids from my school are doing. Lu Xian nodded frankly and said, all right, let's go together. I happen to be free today. As a high-ranking martial artist stationed in the wilderness, he indeed enjoyed a considerable amount of freedom, with his primary duty being to respond to various emergencies. Since the last beast tide, the area around Yunming's had remained unusually calm, giving experts like him in the Lingkong realm a rare period of leisure. Meanwhile, in the luxurious villa-style dormitory of the preparatory class at Eastern Martial Arts University, Luo Yi sat idly, resting her chin on her hand, as she watched the live stream featuring the endlessly talkative principal of Lingbei High School. Though the dorm was spacious enough to comfortably house 8 people, only 4 were currently living there. Luo Yi, don't tell me you're so eager to watch because someone you like is competing, one of her roommates teased from the side. It was a rare day off for the preparatory class, and the roommates had gathered in the living room to watch the exchange competition live stream. Yeah, such nice weather, and you'd rather stay cooped up in the dorm watching a competition. Another chimed in with a grin. Of course not. Luo Yi explained, feigning composure. I just want to cheer on my old classmates, that's all. Despite her words, the faint blush creeping up her ears betrayed her true feelings. I bet it's because of some boy. Look, her ears are turning red. Cut it out. The match is about to start, Luo Yi protested, struggling to fend off their teasing. Luckily, the principal finally wrapped up his lengthy speech and announced the beginning of the competition. Let's see if we can figure out who Luo Yi's crush is. With my years of experience, I can spot it right away. Years of experience? Have you even been in a relationship? Watching others' relationships counts as experience too. Ignoring her playful roommates, Luo Yi focused intently on the screen. She watched as Fong He, representing Jiangling High School, stepped onto the stage to discuss the match order with the captain of Chengnan High School. Wow, he's grown taller, Luo Yi murmured softly to herself. A post titled, Live Coverage of the 3-School Exchange Competition, suddenly appeared on the Jiangling City Forum. The content was simple yet captivating, a single sentence, accompanied by a photo of Fong He and Lu Jiyuan stepping onto the stage to confirm the battle order. The Lingbei High School student who had promised to livestream the exchange competition delivered on their word, immediately starting a live thread. Despite being school hours, the post quickly spread among students. It went from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, with the number of viewers skyrocketing. The forum administrator even pinned the post for visibility. The comments section erupted with activity. Faster updates, blogger. I can't wait anymore. What's happening now? First match. Jiangling High's Fong He versus Chengnan High's Feng Jingsheng. Let's go. Our Jiangling captain is up first. Some analyze the situation. Feng Jingsheng is really strong. I've seen him in action. Fang He should win, but it won't be easy. Supportive voices followed. Jiangling Hai for the win. Chengnan Hai will take this. However, the outcome of the match was unexpected. The blogger didn't even have time to snap a photo before the fight ended. All they could post was a string of meaningful ellipses. Fang He easily defeated Feng Jingsheng. The comments section exploded. What the heck? Did it even last 2 minutes? Where's the person who said Feng Jingsheng was strong? Show yourself. Jiangling Hai supporters were ecstatic, while Qingnan Hai's fans fell silent. As for the Lingbei High students, they were all present at the venue, witnessing the swift defeat firsthand. Fang He is way too strong. Can Wu Tong and the others hold their ground? A worried Lingbei student asked. Relax, it's a team competition. He can't carry it all by himself. 5 perfect levels against 2 perfectal swells will have the advantage. A companion reassured him, seemingly easing his nerves. On the stage, Lu Jiuyuan patted Feng Jingsheng on the shoulder. It's fine. If Fang He can defeat Yan Zixu, losing to him is no shame. Though Lu Jiuyuan hadn't expected Feng Jingsheng to win, Fang He's effortless victory still left him surprised. Fang He, the victor, remained calm, while his teammates were visibly more excited than he was. He turned to the only boy in the group who stayed composed. Jinyi, you're up next. Take it easy, no pressure. Got it. Jinyi replied briefly. The referee announced, next match. Jiangling Hai's Jinyi versus Chengnan Hai's Chen Baoguang. Jinyi walked steadily onto the stage, while Chen Baoguang leapt up with a fluid motion. Neither of them was the type to engage in trash talk, leaving the Lingbei students, who had hoped for some drama, a bit disappointed. At the referee's signal, Jinyi abandoned his usual defensive fighting style and launched an aggressive attack. He knew well that Chen Baoguang outclassed him in strength. Sticking to his old tactics would only lead to a predictable loss without even gauging his opponent's abilities. His spear shot forward like lightning, aiming directly for Chen Baoguang's chest. Chen Baoguang, unfazed by the thunderous strike, casually intercepted the spear with his demon-subduing staff. Jin Ye's expression remained unchanged as he flicked his wrist, shifting the thrust into an upward strike, skillfully altering the angle of attack. The fluidity of his moves earned approving nods from Fang He clearly. The pre-match training to address Jin Ye's lack of combo attacks had paid off. Chen Baoguang remained composed, effortlessly neutralizing the strikes by rotating his staff with crossed hands. From the vibrations of their brief exchanges, Jinyi quickly assessed his opponent's strength. Chen Baoguang's blood refinement level was between 22 and 25 times, far surpassing his own 17 times. He was outmatched in both martial techniques and physical conditioning, leaving his chances of victory slim. Yet, the determination in Jin Ye's eyes did not waver. With his spear pressed downward, he pivoted into a sweeping attack aimed at Chen Baoguang's lower body. Chen Baoguang shook his head slightly. From the beginning, he had been on the defensive, intending to gauge the strength of Jiangling Hai's elite. Now, he had seen enough. Not giving Jinyi another chance, Chen Baoguang lightly tapped his toes and dodged the sweep with ease, counterattacking at an even faster pace. Jinyi had no time to defend. A flurry of staff shadows flashed before him, followed by the sickening crunch of his chest bone fracturing. His body flew back like a ragdoll, landing hard on the ground before the sharp pain finally registered. Chen Baoguang's dragon-subduing staff stopped just inches from Jin Ye's face, moving with lightning speed. The intricate patterns on the staff surface were clearly visible. Chen Baoguang from Chengnan High School wins, the referee announced decisively, simultaneously signaling the medical team nearby to attend to Jin Ye's injuries. Fang He watched the scene unfold without surprise. With modern medical advancements, injuries like fractures were no longer considered severe. He understood that Chen Baoguang's thunderous strike was meant to end the match swiftly, avoiding the need to reveal more of his abilities. Chao Juan, Jiang Qing, be careful, Fang He said briefly, addressing the two who were about to take the stage for the next 2v2 match. Got it. Chao Juan replied with a nod, understanding that Fang He was advising them to prioritize self-preservation and minimize the risk of injury. The next match, a doubles battle. Competitors, please take the stage, the referee called out. Chengnan High School sent up Feng Jingsheng and Chen Baoguang. Perhaps eager to restore their school's reputation after the earlier loss, Feng Jingsheng dominated the entire match, leaving no opportunity for Chen Baoguang to intervene before defeating Chao Juan and Jiang Qing. Fortunately, neither of them sustained serious injuries. Fang He exhaled softly, straightening his posture. The final team battle was up next. Outside the arena, Yang Bing watched the live broadcast and remarked to Lu Shiren, "Old Lu, it looks like your school's kids are in for a tough time." Lu Shiren frowned in thought. The origins of these students, skilled in perfect-level martial techniques, were a mystery. Even in last year's third-year cohort in Jiangling City, there had been only a handful of perfect-level practitioners. Granted, the overall level last year was relatively low, but the sheer number of prodigies this year was extraordinary. Having spent the last few months recovering from injuries and seclusion, Lu Shuren was out of touch with recent developments and unaware of the new transfer students. Let's just keep watching. There's still the final team battle, Lu Shuren said, then sighed. Kids these days are incredible. When I was their age, my martial techniques were only at the proficient level. Exactly. Yang Bing responded, watching the energetic young competitors on the stage. With a smile of satisfaction, he added, it just shows how much better the martial arts training environment in Xia country has become. Having so many talented young people is a great sign. Indeed. The purpose of these exchange matches is to ignite their passion for cultivation, Lu Shuren agreed. As members of the older generation of martial artists, they both hoped these young talents would grow into formidable warriors in the next decade, capable of defending and safeguarding Xia country. The team battle is starting. They're all on stage now, Yang Bing reminded him. Got it, Lu Shuren replied. His gaze fixed firmly on the screen. Changnan High School clinched 2 consecutive rounds, taking a 3-1 lead. On the stage, a critical 5v5 team battle was about to unfold. On the sidelines, the live commentator focused intently, camera in hand, ready to capture the most thrilling moments. Jiangling High School sent out their strongest lineup: Fang He, Zhuolin, Ren Yun, Chao Zhuan, and Jiang Qing, to face Chengnan's Lu Jiyuan, Feng Jingsheng, Chen Baoguang, Jiang Qingxian, and Tianzhan. It seems you already know the reason we came to Jiangling, Lu Jiyuan said, standing at the forefront of his team, his eyes locked on Fang He, who was leading the opposing side. I can more or less guess, Fang He replied curtly. You seem quite confident in your strength. Why wouldn't I be? The brief exchange left both teams glancing at each other in surprise. These two knew each other, but the referee gave them no time to dwell on it, announcing immediately, begin. At the sound of the command, Fang He charged straight at Lu Jiyuan, while the others quickly locked onto their respective targets. The clash of blades rang out, sharp and clear. Fang He noticed a peculiar trend: fighters from the eastern regions seemed to favor using blades. Whether it was Fan Yang, Yan Zixu, or the seemingly delicate yet immensely powerful Lu Jiyuan standing before him, they all wielded blades with precision and strength. The two were evenly matched, their strikes colliding and separating in an instant. Lu Jiyuan unleashed his 1-yuan slash, a cross-shaped blade light slashing through the air toward Fang He. Fang He countered with bright moon in the sky, maneuvering his sword single-handedly to form a crescent-shaped sword light that met the attack head-on. It was a pure contest of power, with no unnecessary tricks. After the collision, both were forced to retreat 3 steps. I have to admit, you're quite impressive, Lu Jiyuan said, licking his lips. You might be even more surprised in a moment, Fang He replied, his sword light surging forward, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. Their duel was clearly a level above the rest, their fierce exchanges forcing the others to steer clear of their battle zone. Meanwhile, Zhuolin led Ren Yun, Chao Zhuan, and Jiang Qing in forming a defensive formation. Their task was to hold the line until Fang He could defeat Lu Jiyuan. Zhuolin and Ren Yun exchanged a glance. They both understood that if the situation became dire, Ren Yun would have to reveal her true strength. The battle quickly intensified. While Zhuolin and Ren Yun barely managed to fend off Feng Jingsheng and Chen Baoguang, Jiang Qingxian and Tianzhan had already overpowered Jiang Qing and Chao Zhuan, who were perilously close to being pushed off the stage. Just then, Ren Yun suddenly erupted with a display of flawless swordsmanship, catching Chen Baoguang off guard. She seized the opportunity to expand her attack range, drawing Jiang Qingxian into her assault. The dynamics shifted instantly now. It was 2v3 on one side and 2v1 on the other. She's been hiding her strength, Jiang Qingxian exclaimed, steadying himself. Let's take these two down first. Tianzhan, handle the other two. Chen Baoguang and Feng Jingsheng moved in sync, flanking Zhuolin and Ren Yun from both sides, while Jiang Qingxian swung his massive battle axe in a downward arc. On the other side, Tianzhan's blade swept across, forcing Jiang Qing and Chao Zhuan to defend desperately. The commentator captured the exhilarating moment on camera, quickly uploading the update. Ren Yun reveals flawless level swordsmanship. Can this be a turning point? So, you've been holding back, Lu Jiyuan remarked during a brief pause in their fight. Well, there's always room for surprises, Fang He replied calmly, his spiritual energy spreading outward, sensing every movement within a 40-meter radius. His sword, Lin Yuan, emitted a faint hum, leaving a trail of afterimages. Give it your all, or you won't stand a chance. Fang He's voice echoed across the arena through the loudspeakers. In the audience, Murong Qiu teased Luoyi, is this the guy you've got your eye on? He's pretty cocky. Her roommates had long since noticed Luoyi's subtle reactions whenever Fang He was mentioned. Imo Taoji lounged lazily on the sofa, her figure as striking as ever. Yu Jingxi simply smiled, watching the banter unfold without joining in. Humph, that guy's always like this, gets a little strength and starts showing off, Luoyi muttered, though her tone carried a hint of concern. On the screen, Lu Jiyuan paused briefly, then let out a laugh. Lu Jiyuan gazed at the young prodigy from a small town standing before him, finding his arrogance somewhat amusing. To think that defeating a few opponents could make him believe he was invincible was a bit too presumptuous. Before the other could react, Lu Jiyuan shot forward like an unsheathed blade, his footwork light and unpredictable. In an instant, the distance between him and Fong He narrowed to less than 10 meters, a gap that, for fighters of their caliber, could be crossed with a single stride. Slay the demon. A seemingly simple yet lethal slash tore through the air. The distorted white blade light wavered unpredictably, speeding up and slowing down, shifting erratically in direction, making it nearly impossible to discern its true target. Below the stage, Li Lujiang's face changed upon seeing this movie. It was the very strike that had defeated him. The lingering memory of being unable to anticipate his opponent's attack still haunted him. Even now, as a spectator, he couldn't fathom a way to counter it. Clang! Fong He's sword followed with perfect precision, intercepting the blade at an almost preordained angle. His sword light was solid and sharp, not only deflecting the attack but sending a jolting force back up Lu Jiyuan's arm. Just as Lu Jiyuan was about to shift tactics, Fong He seized the initiative. Harnessing his formidable soul power, his sword strikes flowed seamlessly, targeting every weak point in his opponent's defense. With a deft twist of his wrist, his Lingyuan sword technique erupted in the confined space, layers of sword light surging forward like an unrelenting tide. Though Lu Jiyuan managed to neutralize each wave of Fong He's assault, he quickly realized the strikes were endless. Despite not underestimating his opponent, he found himself forced to summon all his strength and leap into the air, attempting to escape the relentless barrage. Yet, without having reached the skybound realm, such a move was no different from stepping into a trap. Crack! Blade and sword clashed again. Lu Jiyuan, deserving of his reputation as a genius, displayed skills that surpassed Yin Zixu, barely managing to hold his ground in such a perilous situation. What incredible speed! In the resting area of Lingbei High School, Lu Sun couldn't help but exclaim, "If it were me up there, I wouldn't even be able to defend myself." Beside him, Wu Tong stared intently at the match, saying nothing but silently acknowledging that Fong He's recent progress had indeed outpaced his own. He knew he too would be unable to withstand such swordsmanship. His gaze unconsciously drifted to the shy-looking boy seated on the other side, wondering if perhaps only that person could stand against such a fearsome display. Lu Jiyuan was in danger. That was the conclusion Feng Ming reached as he watched the arena. Squinting his eyes, he could clearly sense that Fong He was still holding back. The confidence radiating from him was no facade. Feng Ming, about Fong He's strength. A companion from Jiangling whispered. "Don't worry, he's doing fine." Feng Ming replied with a calm smile, reassuring his companion to keep watching. On the stage, Lu Jiyuan stepped back, using the momentum to stabilize his landing. He looked at Fong He with a grave expression. "I must admit, your strength is impressive. But if you think you can defeat me, you're not there yet." Before his words faded, Lu Jiyuan charged forward, his blade emitting a dazzling white light, so fast it was almost invisible. This strike carried his full power, aimed to take Fong He down. Facing the overwhelming gusts and blinding blade light, Fong He remained unfazed. He closed his eyes, spreading his spiritual energy to track the chaotic blade movements in his mind. When he opened his eyes, they seemed to glimmer with sword energy, locking onto Lu Jiyuan. Crescent moon slash. With a swing of his sword, Fong He unleashed a blade of light in the shape of a crescent moon, effortlessly cutting through the blade's energy and gusts. The remaining sword light continued its path, striking Lu Jiyuan squarely in the chest. Ugh! Lu Jiyuan spat out blood, a deep wound stretching from his left shoulder to his right waist. Seeing that Lu Jiyuan had lost his ability to fight, Fong He wasted no time. With a light step, he pivoted toward another battle nearby. The combat there was intense, and no one noticed the shift until Fong He intervened, intercepting a blade that was about to strike Chao Juan. Only then did everyone realize the tide of the battle had changed. The situation for Jiangling High School was grim. Jiang Qing had already been eliminated, and Chao Juan had narrowly avoided being sent flying by Tianzhan. "Captain!" Chao Juan exclaimed in relief. Sensing the unfavorable turn of events, Tianzhan tried to retreat and regroup with his other three teammates, but Fong He wasn't about to let that happen. Moonlight cascade. Sword light poured down like moonlight. Tianzhan quickly raised his blade to counter, but it struck nothing but air. The sword's original trajectory vanished, and by the time he realized it, he was struck by a powerful force that sent him flying out of the arena. Bang! Fong He had skillfully altered his attack at the last moment, using the flat of his blade to send Tianzhan off the stage, a gesture of mercy for Tianzhan's earlier leniency toward Jiang Qing. After dealing with Tianzhan, Fong He shifted his focus to Zhuo Lin's side. The three opponents, realizing the shift in momentum, forced Zhuo Lin and Ran Yun back and created some distance between them. "Haha, Fong He, I knew you weren't simple, But I didn't expect you to defeat Lu Jiuan so quickly, Jiang Qingxian said with a hearty laugh. Landing beside Zhuolin and Ren Yun, Fang He sensed no malice in Jiang Qingshuan's words and responded calmly. Just luck. Strength is strength, Jiang Qingxian said, hefting his giant axe. Lu Jiuan came to our southern city and defeated every one of us. If you can beat him, it means you're even stronger. But even so, I represent Southern City, and we still have to fight. Please, show me what you've got. With that, Jiang Chengxian charged forward like a bull, his massive axe in hand. Feng Jing and Chen Baoguang reluctantly followed suit. Meanwhile, online viewers anxiously awaited updates in the live thread. Up, where are you? Why no updates? Hurry up. Li Ao responded briefly, can't explain right now. They'll post pictures for you to figure it out yourselves. Hey, race the gist. Fang He defeated Lu Jiyuan and is now intervening in another battle. The final outcome is about to be decided. He then attached 3 images. I zoomed in, but I still can't see anything clearly. That's the original quality. Their movements are too fast for the camera to capture. Can you remove the blur on Lu Jiyuan's injury? The injury isn't severe, but the blur is necessary to pass platform review. Li Ao continued to update. Fang He defeated Tianzhan. Fang He defeated Jiang Chengxian. Fang He defeated Feng Jing and Chen Baoguang. Supporters of Southern High School fell silent, replaced by cheers from Jiangling High School students. Senior is amazing. Fang He is incredible. Jiangling High School is unbeatable. Next, let's take down Northern Ridge and claim the championship. As the live thread's host and a second-year student from Northern Ridge High School, Li Ao found himself deep in thought after watching the battle. He had been confident in Northern Ridge's victory with 5 perfect-level martial artists, compared to Jiangling's known 3. But witnessing Southern High's defeat left him shaken. The only consolation was that Jiangling's team had used up a lot of energy in the battle, especially Zhuolin, who had lost an arm. Half an hour of rest wouldn't be enough for full recovery. As for the substitutes, their skills were only at the proficient level, not worth worrying about. Fang He can't be that overpowered, right? Li Ao tried to dispel his unease as he posted the latest update in the live thread. After a 30-minute break, the next match. Northern Ridge High versus Jiangling High. I'll go first in the next 1v1 match, and Xiang Chong, you'll take the second 1v1. In the resting area, Fang He glanced around at the Jiangling High School team, strategizing their next moves. Captain, I'd like to go in the next 1v1. Zhuolin hesitated briefly before speaking firmly. Fang He looked at him silently, waiting for an explanation. You're the strongest on the team, and the fewer matches we play, the greater our chances of winning. If I go in the first match and manage to pull off a win, we can avoid the group match altogether, Zhuolin explained, meeting Fang He's gaze. He was fully aware that his energy had been significantly drained during the previous group match against Chengnan. With his current diminished state, he felt it would be better to give it his all in a solo match. Even if he lost, he intended to make the opponent pay a steep price. What does everyone think? Fang He turned to the others for their opinions. The plan had its merits. If Zhuolin could win the first match, they might not have to play a decisive 4th match. However, this would require a change in their original lineup, which might leave some players disappointed about not getting their turn. No objections here, Xiang Chong spoke up first. I'm fine with it too. As long as we win, it doesn't matter if I play or not. The rest of the team quickly expressed their agreement. Alright, it's settled then. Zhuolin, you'll take the first match. If you win, they'll step in for the 2v2. Fang He made the call decisively. They'll win for sure. Zhuolin's eyes burned with fierce determination. Half an hour later. Both contestants, please take your positions, the referee announced, signaling the start of the match. Lingbei High School sent out their captain, Wu Tong. Seeing Zhuolin on the other side, Wu Tong felt a mix of relief and regret. So Jiangling High really doesn't have anyone left? Huh? They're sending you in. Zhuolin grinned. What, were you hoping to face our captain? Should I switch out now? Would you agree to that? Wu Tong was momentarily at a loss for words before replying awkwardly. Off the record, I wouldn't care. But this is a match. Rules are rules. Zhuolin smirked dismissively, gripping his broadsword tightly in one hand, ready to strike. After some quick medical treatment and half an hour of rest, he had recovered about 70% of his strength. Even at his peak, he might not have been a match for Wu Tong, but he was determined to give it everything he had. Win or lose, he intended to make Wu Tong pay dearly. In the audience, the Chengnan High School spectators sat subdued, but one figure stood out: Lijuan. The burly student sat upright among the slumped crowd, his presence commanding attention. This kid's not bad. I like him, Lijuan muttered, stroking his chin. His name is Zhuolin, Lu Qingying said, providing a brief introduction. Fanny Yang has mentioned him before. He's definitely got a strong fighting spirit. Who do you think will win? Lijuan asked, his gaze fixed on the 2 fighters who were already clashing on the stage. In terms of raw ability, Wu Tong has the edge. But in a martial duel, It's not just about stats on paper. I'm rooting for Zhuolin, Lu Qingying replied. Funny, I'm rooting for him too. On the battlefield, Zhuolin was equally desperate to win. His blade gleamed brilliantly as he unleashed his full power right from the start, holding nothing back. One slash. The move was simple and direct, a single strike with no retreat. Wu Tong, wielding a coiled dragon spear, had no intention of meeting Zhuolin Heaton. He knew Zhuolin's current state was far from optimal, and that his wide, powerful moves would drain his energy quickly. Wu Tong planned to bide his time and conserve his strength after all. He still had to face Fang He in the team match. One strike after another, Zhuolin noticed Wu Tong focusing solely on evasion. A strategy began to form in his mind. He subtly reduced the force behind his attacks while using his blade to limit Wu Tong's movements, forcing him to retreat step by step. Wu Tong realized Zhuolin's intentions, his expression hardening. Dragging his spear along the ground, he swept it low in a wide arc, aiming for Zhuolin's legs. While he preferred not to expend too much energy, he was by no means afraid to fight. Zhuolin had been waiting for this. Leaning back to dodge the sweep, he stepped forward swiftly, raising his blade in one hand. The blood-red glow of his sword intensified as he aimed directly for Wu Tong's face. Clang! Wu Tong gripped the end of his spear tightly, thrusting it upward with explosive force to intercept Zhuolin's blade mid-swing. Blocked but undeterred, Zhuolin only grew more exhilarated. His strikes came faster and fiercer, the clash of metal ringing out incessantly. He fought like a wolf pack leader locking onto its prey, relentless and unyielding, determined to drag Wu Tong into a grueling battle. Madman! Wu Tong cursed under his breath, realizing he had been ensnared by this reckless opponent. The spear struck with unwavering resolve, unleashing a storm of fury. Wu Tong demonstrated his unmatched prowess as the top fighter of Lingbei, his spear movements swift as lightning, delivering 2 consecutive strikes. The first thrust was powerful and forceful, compelling Zhuolin to hurriedly block with his broadsword. The second strike was even more precise, aimed directly at the unguarded left side of Zhuolin's defense. Though Zhuolin had only one arm remaining, he had undergone rigorous training to handle most combat situations. Yet, the absence of his left arm undeniably left vulnerabilities in his defensive limitation he hoped to overcome with a bionic arm in the future, perhaps after entering university. Facing Wu Tong's relentless onslaught, Zhuolin grounded himself with a deep stance, his towering frame becoming even more solid and imposing. Pivoting with his right foot while twisting his torso, he barely deflected the thunderous spear strike. A resonant clang echoed through the arena as Zhuolin was forced back 9 steps before regaining his footing, managing to neutralize the assault with sheer grit. But there was no time to rest. After taking 2 heavy breaths, Zhuolin immediately launched a counterattack with his broadsword. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Earlier, while watching Jiangling High School face Chengnan High School, they had maintained some objectivity. But now that their own school was competing, their allegiance was firmly with Wu Tong. Wow, this guy from Jiangling is insane. Yeah, his stamina is unbelievable. Do you think he might lose this one? No way. He just fought against Chengnan earlier, his energy must be drained. There's no way he can recover in such a short time. Exactly. Wu Tong's been playing the long game, wearing him down. Now the real fight begins, this one's in the bag. Indeed, the outcome of a battle between warriors hinges on many factors: strategy, environment, mindset, determination, and raw strength. While Zhuolin certainly possessed an indomitable will to win, the undeniable gap in their skill levels was a harsh reality. A sudden glint of cold light flashed. Wu Tong lunged again, his spear aimed straight for Zhuolin's left ribs, a decisive strike intended to end the match. In the audience, Fang He shook his head, acknowledging Zhuolin's commendable performance under such difficult circumstances. But the outcome seemed inevitable. What happened next, however, left everyone in the arena wide-eyed with astonishment. Swoosh! The piercing sound of a spear slicing into flesh echoed through the air. Wu Tong's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the scene unfolding before him. Zhuolin grinned menacingly, his expression cold and predatory. Got you, he growled. Before his words fully settled, his massive blade, glowing with a blood-red hue, came crashing down mercilessly. Thud! The blade bit into Wu Tong's shoulder. Though the blow was devastating, it wasn't enough to completely incapacitate him. The searing pain twisted his face into a grimace, anger flashing in his eyes. This was supposed to be an easy victory, yet here he was, wounded and struggling. Gritting his teeth, he prepared to retaliate, twisting the coiled dragon spear lodged in Zhuolin's abdomen. Calm down. The referee intervened just in time, pressing a firm hand on Wu Tong's arm to stop him. He quickly signaled for the medical team to step in. This is a friendly sparring match, not a fight to the death. Though a teacher from Lingbei High School, the referee remained impartial in his judgment. The anger in Wu Tong's eyes gradually subsided. Without a word, he descended from the stage to meet the medical team. On the sidelines, Lu Juaran pumped his fist with admiration. What a gutsy kid, he exclaimed. Lu Qingying, ever the strategist, analyzed. Now Wu Tong will have to fight injured. How bad is it? Wu Tong asked the doctor, tending to his wounds. Not too serious, the doctor replied, carefully applying medication. The wound is long but shallow, with a minor fracture in the shoulder blade. The cool sensation of the medicine brought a hint of relief to Wu Tong's furrowed brow. Will it affect my performance in the next fight? You injured your dominant right hand, so it'll definitely have an impact. Be careful not to reopen the wound, the doctor advised as he finished dressing the injury. Thank you, Dr. Sunday. Wu Tong flexed his arm slightly. The pain lingered, but his gaze was resolute as he looked toward the Jiangling High School section. He clenched his left fist tightly. Even if his right hand was compromised, he still had his left. Meanwhile, Zhuo Lin lay on a mobile stretcher, insisting on staying to watch the rest of the match. Am I cool or what? He asked with a cocky grin. Cool, replied Jin Yi, ever the man of few words. Fang He, however, frowned and scolded him. You were way too reckless. You're lucky it didn't hit any vital organs, or you'd be bedridden for a month. But nothing happened, right? Zhuolin shrugged nonchalantly. That's survivorship bias. How can you be sure you'll always be this lucky? Fang He retorted, his frustration evident. Zhuolin muttered under his breath. They'll be even stronger next time. Hearing the referee's call, he quickly changed the subject. Captain, it's your turn. After a brief pause due to injuries, the match resumed. Online, the livestream chat buzzed with activity. Isn't that Jiangling's one-armed swordsman? Wu Tong's injury looks bad. Even in defeat, our senior fought with honor. Jiangling Hai is just on another level. Leo, the livestream host, had mixed feelings. He had intended to use this match to showcase Lingbei Hai's strength and prove their potential to claim the title of Jiangling City's top school. But watching the relentless determination of Jiangling Hai's team, he began to doubt could Lingbei truly secure victory even with one of their opponents sidelined? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Fang He effortlessly secured another win on stage. This time, the Lingbei team adopted a cautious strategy, opting not to send out their top-tier, perfect-level player. Instead, they chose a team member with only proficient-level skills to take the stage. Off stage, Wu Tong frowned slightly, weighing the pros and cons. If Fang He went all out and caused an injury to their own team, it could jeopardize their lineup for the group match. Since they had already secured 1 point, it might be wiser to strategically forfeit the next 2 matches and place all their bets on winning the final group match. This approach would also give other team members a chance to showcase their abilities. The chosen team member hesitated as he made his way onto the platform. Standing face-to-face with Fang He, it was clear from their postures and the brief exchange of glances that the outcome of this match was already decided in the minds of the audience. Unsurprisingly, Fang He won the second match with ease. Leo casually updated the live thread with the match result, not even bothering to attach photos. After all, the opponent hadn't even lasted a single round. What was there to document? He added a quick comment. As expected, our captain remains as steady as ever. Looks like Lingbei has decided to throw in the towel for this one. I doubt the upcoming 2v2 will be all that intense either. But this prediction was quickly proven wrong. The 2v2 match turned out to be unexpectedly thrilling, with both sides fiercely exchanging blows. Leo ended up posting 3 photos in quick succession, capturing the players from both teams, all brimming with energy and giving their best effort. What made this match particularly exciting was that neither team fielded their perfect-level players, giving the proficient-level members a rare opportunity to shine against evenly matched opponents. These usually overlooked players seized the moment, showcasing dazzling techniques and creative moves. Meanwhile, the participant who had been sent flying by Fang He earlier remained expressionless, seemingly indifferent to the lively atmosphere around him. After an intense battle, Jiangling High School emerged victorious in the 2v2 match. Leo let out a sigh of relief as he updated the live thread. Now, everything came down to the decisive group match. Following a grueling 15-minute showdown, Jiangling High School clinched the victory, thanks in part to their superior strength. Much of this success could be attributed to Zhuo Lin's earlier performance, which had inspired his teammates and boosted their morale. Yes, finally, it's time for the group match. Go Fang He! Jiangling for the win! Cheers erupted from the audience as the anticipation reached its peak. Lao Lu, the students you've trained are quite remarkable. Yang Bing remarked sincerely as he watched the young man on the screen raising his arms and shouting passionately. Of course, Lu Shuren replied with a hint of pride in his tone. However, as his gaze fell on the energetic and spirited students, a trace of sadness flickered in his eyes. If only those 2 kids hadn't fallen in the wild, they would have been here today, standing on this stage, their spirits soaring. Teacher Zhuang, your students this year are impressive, Li Xian said as he watched the Jiangling High School team take the stage. Yours are not bad either. This year, you have 5 students who've mastered combat techniques to perfection. Zhuang Wenchang replied calmly, though a sense of regret lingered in his heart. The overall level of students in Jiangling City this year was indeed high, and Jiangling High School stood out among them. First, Lu Ningxi carried the banner, followed by Luo Yi, Fanny Yang, and Fang He. Unfortunately, the first 3 had left Jiangling High for various reasons. Otherwise, no other school would have had a chance to compete. This time, victory in the exchange competition will belong to Lingbei. You're so confident even before it begins? Zhuang Wenchang asked with a smile. Just watch and see, Li Xian replied without directly answering. Then he'll make sure to pay close attention. On stage, the 2 teams stood 30 meters apart. Fang He, we meet again, Wu Tong said, staring intently at his opponent. You're still the captain? Fang He's rhetorical question caused Wu Tong's face to darken. What do you mean by that? Wu Tong's voice rose a few notches. Exactly what you think it means, Fang He replied calmly. Stop pretending. Feng Ming, come out. The sound of a sword being unsheathed echoed as its blade pointed directly behind Wu Tong. Feng Ming had always kept a low profile in Lingbei. Since transferring to the school, he had never showcased his skills and maintained an unassuming demeanor. So when his name was called, many Lingbei students felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Heh, Fang He, you do know me after all, Feng Ming said as he stepped out from the crowd, a shy smile on his face. How could I not recognize an outstanding disciple of the Feng family from Fengquan? Standing in the spotlight, Feng Ming seemed a little uneasy. You're too kind. I'm just an ordinary member of the Feng family, he said modestly before his tone shifted. But I think I'm more than capable of dealing with you. This seemingly bashful young man, with his unassuming demeanor, uttered such bold words that it instantly stirred up the Jiangling spectators. What the heck? Who does this guy think he is? Feng family? Never heard of them. Sounds like they're from somewhere in the eastern region. Who cares where he's from? Through the camera above, this scene was also broadcasted to the dormitories of the Eastern Martial Arts University. Wow, this Feng Ming is from Fengquan, just like us. Murong Chiu exclaimed, as if discovering a new continent. Imo Taoji sat up straight. Luo Yi, could this Feng Ming have transferred to Jiangling because of you? At these words, Yu Jingxi and Murong Chiu turned their gazes toward Luo Yi. Though Luo Yi had never mentioned her origins since joining the preparatory class, her surname alone gave them a clue. Luo Yi's brows furrowed slightly. I don't know. She genuinely had no idea. After arriving at Fengquan, she had been focused on secluded training, rarely interacting with the outside world. Even before joining the Eastern University preparatory class, she had hardly met anyone. While she had received a few invitations to family gatherings from the Fengquan clan, she declined them all, citing her training. Whether he did or not, it's clear that Feng Ming is targeting Fang He, Murong Chiu said with her usual lively demeanor, clearly eager to see the upcoming clash. This Feng Ming seems quite confident. Your childhood friend might be in trouble, Imo Taoji remarked, glancing at Luo Yi. Martial arts training required not only talent but also significant external resources. Being among the few selected by the top 5 academies, their family backgrounds, though not on par with the Luo family, were far superior to those of ordinary youths from small towns. With renowned mentors and premium medicinal baths to aid their training from a young age, their advantages were undeniable. Luo Yi remained silent. She knew Imo Taozi's words held some truth. Let's just watch the match. It's about to start. Yu Jingxi, who had been quiet until now, finally spoke. Oh, why are you always so confident? First Lu Jiyuan, now you. Fang He asked, raising an eyebrow. Heh, how about this? Feng Ming suggested. Let's settle this match between the 2 of us. The winner will decide the victor of this team competition. What do you say? Feng Ming Wu Tong started to speak. Leave it to me. Feng Ming interrupted with just 3 words, silencing Wu Tong. So, what do you think? Feng Ming asked again. Fang He narrowed his eyes slightly, a confident smile playing on his lips. How could I possibly refuse such a good opportunity? With that, he gestured for his teammates to step back. The students from Lingbei High School also understood the signal and retreated, creating an open space for the duel. As Feng Ming unsheathed his long sword, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. The usual shyness vanished, replaced by the sharp, commanding aura of a swordsman. In a flash, he became a blur, launching the first attack. His move, chasing the sun, tore through the air with fierce precision. The blade cut effortlessly through the atmosphere, leaving a faint whistling sound in its wake. Fang He remained unfazed, his right hand steady as it gripped the hilt of the Linyuan sword. Just as Feng Ming's strike reached its peak, Fang He's sword darted out like a serpent, meeting the opponent's blade with pinpoint accuracy. A crisp clang echoed as their swords clashed, sparks flying. The audience below held their breath, most unable to even catch the moment their blades collided. Zhuang Wenchang squinted, silently assessing the situation. Feng Ming's swordsmanship is indeed exquisite. No wonder Lingbei Hai is so confident, he murmured. Meanwhile, Li Ao diligently documented the awe-inspiring scene, uploading updates to the live thread in real time. The battle quickly escalated. The relentless clashing of swords filled the air, the sound sharp and unyielding. Sword light crisscrossed in dazzling arcs as Feng Ming unleashed over 10 consecutive strikes, all of which Feng He deflected with ease. After a brief pause, Feng Ming adjusted his stance and flicked his wrist, executing rainbow across the sky. The brilliance of this strike was blinding, its speed exceeding the limits of human perception, as if defying the constraints of space itself. Boom! Feng He once again intercepted the attack with precision, shattering the sword light before countering with equal speed. Caught off guard, Feng Ming barely managed to block and was forced back 5 steps. Your strength is truly beyond my expectations, Feng Ming admitted, catching his breath. You're not bad yourself, Feng He replied calmly. Feng Ming's eyes sharpened. But this is where it ends. I had hoped to settle this on equal footing, but it seems that's not enough. Before his words fully landed, an invisible wave of sword energy erupted from him, surging toward Feng He. Beyond mastering techniques lies the cultivation of one's own sword momentum, Zhuang Wenchang remarked deliberately. Li Xian added smugly, this is why we have such confidence. However, just as Feng Ming exuded confidence, Feng He raised the Linyuan sword with one hand. A similarly fierce wave of sword energy burst forth, instantly suppressing Feng Ming's momentum. A resonant hum echoed as the blade vibrated, eliciting gasps from the spectators. Sword momentum. Another genius who has grasped sword momentum, the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. How is that possible? Li Xian murmured, his eyes filled with shock. Zhuang Wenchang noticed Li Xian's expression and felt a sense of satisfaction. Why not? Didn't Lu Ningxi from our school also comprehend the art of spear momentum? It's perfectly normal for Feng He to grasp sword momentum, he said, feigning calmness. Li Xian smirked inwardly, recalling how Zhuang had been just as stunned moments ago, but he played along. It truly is a good thing. It proves that Jiangling City is brimming with talent. The scene left everyone present in awe. For a high school student to master martial techniques to perfection was already rare, let alone to comprehend the essence of martial momentum. In a city of millions like Jiangling, only one person, Lu Ningxi, had achieved such a feat in recent years. Now, Feng He had joined those ranks. Witnessing a peer comprehend sword momentum firsthand was far more impactful than merely hearing about Lu Ningxi being recommended to Jingwu Academy. In the audience sections of Chengnan High School, Jiangling High School, and Lingbei High School, discussions erupted. The city, which rarely saw such prodigies even in a single year, now had 2 geniuses appear on the same stage. The outcome of the battle no longer mattered. Being able to witness this duel in person was a privilege in itself. I knew it, Lu Zhuoran exclaimed, slapping his thigh. That day, after Feng He and his grandfather trained at the martial arts hall, I noticed the damage on the practice dummy was far beyond the level of a body refinement practitioner. That's why I went out of my way to get a ticket for this match. Totally worth it. No one was more shocked than Wu Tong. Just 6 months ago, during the elite tournament, Feng He had only recently reached the level of perfection. And now, while Wu Tong was still struggling at that level, Feng He had already comprehended sword momentum. As unbelievable as it seemed, the truth was undeniable. The sheer clash of momentum between the 2 competitors in the ring had forced Wu Tong and 6 others to retreat from the stage. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have grasped sword momentum as well, Feng Ming said, his previously relaxed demeanor giving way to a more serious tone, though his confidence remained intact. Feng He didn't reply. Instead, he controlled his sword momentum within his optimal 15-meter range. With a swift motion of his Linyuan sword, he unleashed over a dozen slashes in an instant. The sword light wove into a net, its power now more than doubled with the infusion of sword momentum. The relentless clang of weapons echoed as Feng Ming parried the strikes one after another, finally dispersing the last of the sword light. Yet his furrowed brows betrayed the immense pressure he felt. One misstep, and he would be caught in the deadly sword net. Dragon step? Feng Ming's figure blurred as he attempted to close the distance. Feng He immediately countered with bright moon in the sky, summoning a radiant full moon overhead. Then, without hesitation, a second moon rose, both descending with the weight of sword momentum aimed directly at Feng Ming. With a thunderous crash, the sturdy stage was left scarred with deep cracks. Feng Ming's rhythm was disrupted as he desperately alternated between blocking and dodging using his dragon step. Seizing the opportunity, Feng He executed, rowing against the current, targeting Feng Ming's landing spot. In haste, Feng Ming redirected his movement by leveraging the ground's reactive force, narrowly evading the attack. But Feng He, already extending his spiritual perception, used his Lingbo step to close in. To create distance, Feng Ming swung his sword with his right hand to block while launching a punch with his left, attempting to break Feng He's assault. Pop! Feng Ming's punch landed on Feng He, but it only struck an afterimage. In a flash, Feng He seized the opportunity, unleashing a seamless combination of moves. Caught off guard, Feng Ming struggled to defend against Feng He's fierce swordplay and was ultimately sent flying by a powerful slash. So fast, Murong Chiu couldn't help but exclaim from the stands, her voice filled with astonishment. The others nodded in agreement. As martial artists who had also grasped the concept of martial momentum, they had been on high alert since the two fighters first showcased their skills. The speed of their exchanges in this less than 30-second battle was almost too much for the audience to process. Has he really lived in Jiangling his whole life? Imo Taoji asked thoughtfully. Luo Yi, after some careful recollection, confirmed, yes, he's always been in Jiangling. However, inwardly, he was puzzled. This kid comprehended sword momentum and kept it hidden from me. Interesting, Imo Taoji murmured under her breath. On the sidelines, Leo was furiously snapping photos with his camera. Despite its decent quality, the images were still blurry. He regretted not opting for better equipment back when he spent his money on a gift for the class bell. Fortunately, the slow-motion replays on the big screen came to the rescue, and he quickly started capturing shots of the broadcast while updating the live thread with the latest developments. Both Feng Ming and Feng He have mastered sword momentum. The team match has turned into a duel between the two. The battle is intense. Feng He currently holds the upper hand, but Feng Ming has regained his stance and could counterattack at any moment. The comments section exploded. Oh my goodness, both of them have mastered sword momentum. What did I miss? Why didn't I beg the class leader for a spectator ticket? Help, I want to see this live. These two are absolute monsters. Wait, with Lu Ningxi from Jiangling High School mastering spear momentum, does that make three geniuses appearing at once? OP, update us. Feng Ming is starting to fight back. This move is my strongest. If you can block it, you win. Feng Ming stepped forward with the Yulong footwork, his long sword striking once more. The sword's momentum condensed sharply, its light focusing into a single point, slashing towards Feng He at a speed beyond the limits of human perception. This move, Yin Feng, seemed to silence all surrounding noise, even halting the flow of air. Li Xian sighed in relief. Though he had never seen Feng Ming use this technique before, he could tell from experience that its power was extraordinary. Silent and invisible, it was almost impossible to defend against. Victory would surely belong to Lingbei High School. Feng He, however, remained motionless, as if unaware of the imminent danger. The sword light reached him in an instant, carrying an unstoppable force. Just as it was about to strike, Feng He gripped his sword with both hands and blocked horizontally at a speed that surpassed the sword's light. Bright Moon Seal. This was a new technique Feng He had created by merging Crescent Break and Full Moon Slash, not found in the Bright Moon Sword manual. After grasping the essence of swordsmanship, his understanding of the blade had reached new heights, allowing him to adapt techniques to his own fighting style. Although he had previously gathered intelligence on his opponent from Fanyang, he remained vigilant, rightly so, as Feng Ming had indeed hidden a trump card. With a metallic clang, sparks flew like blooming flowers, and Feng He stood at the center of this dazzling display. Feng Ming, seeing his move blocked, attempted to use the recoil to retreat and strike again, but Feng He's Linyuan sword hummed softly. With a subtle adjustment of the blade, he sealed off Feng Ming's follow-up moves. Then, with a sudden reversal of momentum, Feng He counterattacked from an unexpected angle, aiming to dismantle the formless wind. The fierce gust abruptly halted, split in two, leaving a 10-meter-long mark on the arena behind Feng He. Impressive. Feng He silently admired the ingenuity of the move. Compressing the sword's momentum to silence its sound, and concealing it within the wind, it was indeed a formidable technique. Exhausted after unleashing his ultimate move, Feng Ming leaned heavily on his sword for support. Seeing Feng He unharmed, he was even more astonished. That was a remarkable strike, Feng He admitted honestly. I lost. You're very strong. But it's not enough, you know what I mean. Feng He nodded slightly, then looked up at the camera above, smiling. The winner of the team match is Jiangling High School. With a final score of 6-1, the overall champion is Jiangling High School, the referee announced. The gymnasium erupted in cheers, with the Jiangling High School section celebrating wildly. Even the audience from Chengnan High School applauded, appreciating the thrilling duel. Totally worth it. Absolutely worth it. Le Jouron felt proud of his earlier decision. Lu Qingying clapped along, secretly pondering how to increase her sincerity in inviting Feng He to be a sparring partner. Zhuang Wenchang stood up, applauding with the smile of a victor. Mr. Li, your Feng Ming was excellent too. It was a fantastic match. All talents of Jiangling, Li Xian responded with a forced smile, clapping to show his sportsmanship. In the dormitory at East University, Mo Taoji stood up and asked, Luo Yi, do you think Feng He will come to our university? Murong Chiu followed up with the same question, but Luo Yi hesitated. her cheeks slightly flushed, and replied, I don't know what he's thinking. You seem so interested in him. Surely he knows that? Of course he does. Luoyi glanced at the screen showing Feng He's smiling face, a faint smile appearing on her own. Meanwhile, Chen Junqi was dodging frantically as Lu Ningxi thrust her spear with precision. Suddenly, her spear technique became elusive, its range expanding dramatically. Damn! Spear mastery! It was a pleasant evening, with the sky adorned by countless shimmering stars. Inside a room of the Luo family's residence, Luo Yi stood face to face with Peng Rou. Aunt Peng, I want to ask you about Feng Ming and Lu Jiuan. What's the story with those two? Luo Yi asked directly. Peng Rou opened her mouth to answer but was interrupted by Luo Yi. Aunt Peng, I hope you won't lie to me. Seeing the serious expression on the young girl's face, Peng Rou swallowed the words she had prepared. Feng Ming and Lu Jiuan are both heirs of prominent families from Fengquan. They had both extended invitations to you before. Perhaps they found out you were from Jiangling City and went there, Peng Rou explained cautiously. Then why are they so obviously targeting Feng He? Luo Yi pressed on. Maybe they've uncovered some information, Peng Rou replied, avoiding Luo Yi's gaze. I see, Luo Yi murmured thoughtfully. Aunt Peng, the Luo family isn't stirring things up for my friends behind the scenes, are they? Of course not. The Luo family would never do such a thing, Peng Rou said after a brief pause. She couldn't resist asking, Miss, you and that Feng He. She recalled the results of the competition. Feng He had defeated Feng Ming, who had also mastered sword intent, and emerged as the champion. Peng Rou silently felt relieved that she hadn't said anything unpleasant to Feng He when they had invited him to dinner in Jiangling. To master sword intent at a high school level was truly a mark of genius. While such talent wasn't unheard of within the Luo family, it was always wise to avoid offending anyone. He's a good friend of mine, Luo Yi replied calmly. I understand. Miss, please rest. Let me know if you need anything, Peng Rou said with a slight bow before exiting the room. As Luo Yi watched Peng Rou's departing figure, her gaze shifted to the fish tank in the room. A crystal fish swam happily inside, stirring memories from her past. 6 years ago, on the training grounds of Jiangling City's number 42 middle school, 4 boys were ganging up on another boy of the same age, punching and kicking him. Admit defeat. How dare you fight back? Look at me when I hit you. One of the attackers shouted as they continued their assault. Despite being outnumbered, the boy being attacked was surprisingly defiant. He retaliated with every hit he took, refusing to yield. The surrounding students only watched, none stepping in to help. Hey, what are you guys doing? Bullying someone like this? Stop it right now. A crisp voice suddenly rang out. A young girl in a white martial arts uniform strode confidently onto the training grounds. Who are you? Do you know him? One of the bigger boys paused, but the others continued their attack. I don't know him, but you all need to stop, the girl said firmly, her almond-shaped eyes glaring at them without fear. Oh, so you want to get involved? Fine, let's deal with you too. The big boy threatened, stepping forward. Without hesitation, the girl stepped up to face him. On Blue Star, basic physical training started in middle school, while martial arts techniques were introduced in high school. Being their first day of school, none of them had begun formal martial arts training yet, so this was purely a contest of raw strength. 3 minutes later, the 4 boys were lying on the ground, one of them looking especially pitiful with his martial arts uniform torn in several places. Standing before them were the girl, looking spirited, and the boy, still defiant despite his disheveled state. I warned you not to bully people, but you just wouldn't listen, the girl said, dusting off her hands. Noticing the boy subtly stepping away from her, she turned and asked, What's going on? Why were they all ganging up on you? I got into an argument with someone on the first day, and then the boy explained sheepishly. And then you ended up taking on 4 of them? Brave of you, the girl remarked. Not really. Turns out this guy has 3 former classmates in our class, the boy said, pouting. In Jiangling City, middle school assignments were random, so who could have predicted such a situation? Well, you didn't win, but I like your fighting spirit, the girl said approvingly. The boy grinned and pointed at the scrawniest of the attackers, who looked the worst off. That guy was the ringleader, so I made sure to target him, he said, wincing in pain but still smiling. At that moment, a teacher entered and called out, All right, gather up. Time for class. Ignoring the students on the ground, the teacher simply instructed everyone to line up. The 4 attackers, who had been hoping the teacher would intervene on their behalf, reluctantly got up and joined the line. The teacher clearly understood what had happened 4 against 2, with one being a girl. What more needed to be said? If they wanted to practice martial arts, they couldn't be afraid of getting hit. If they lost and still wanted the teacher to step in, they might as well quit now. You're a good kid. I like you. From now on, I've got your back. I'm heading to line up, the girl said, patting the boy on the shoulder before running off. Got it, boss. The boy called after her. Don't call me boss. It sounds weird. Just call me boss lady, she corrected, turning back briefly. Got it, boss lady. The boy responded cheerfully before shouting, "Boss lady, what's your name?" "Luoyi," she called back without turning around, already 10 meters away. "I'm Fanghe. My name's Fanghe," the boy shouted, cupping his hands around his mouth. "Got it. Can I call you Ijia?" he added. "Sure," she replied. In the late morning, Luoyi stared at the smiling face on the screen, and her mind wandered back to the past. She remembered the boy who had once been beaten up by 4 people, his face bruised and swollen, yet still managed to smile at her. Though the smiles were completely different, they both inexplicably brought warmth to her heart. That boy later advanced rapidly in his training, surpassing her in strength, yet he always respectfully called her boss or Ijia. "Not bad, kid. You're stronger than me now," Luoyi said, sitting on the ground after an intense sparring session in the training field, looking up at Fanghe. "Of course. I'm terrifyingly strong now." Fanghe stood with his hands on his hips, looking down at Luoyi with a smug expression. Rolling her eyes, Luoyi glanced at him. This guy who didn't even think to help her up. "Now I understand why you got into that fight with those 4 people back then." "Huh? What?" "Nothing. Now that you're stronger than me, should I start calling you boss instead?" "Oh, come on, no way." Fanghe immediately dropped his smug demeanor and replaced it with a sheepish grin. "You've taken care of me for so long. Even if I'm a tiny bit stronger now, you'll always be my boss, Ijia. Alright, at least you know your place." "I heard there's a new shop in the school," Luoyi began, but Fanghe eagerly interrupted her. "I know. Pineapple flavor." Before she could finish, he dashed out of the training field like his feet were on fire, heading straight for the newly opened beverage shop on campus. "Idiot, I wanted strawberry today." Luoyi muttered helplessly as she watched his hurried figure disappear. But then, she smiled, deciding not to hold it against him since he still remembered her preference for pineapple. "Fanghe, did Jiangling High School approach you?" Luoyi asked out of the blue one day. Fanghe laughed nervously. No, they didn't." But his poor acting gave away the truth immediately. Luoyi's almond-shaped eyes widened, and she punched his arm. "What's the big deal? Why wouldn't you just tell me? Do you think I'd be jealous?" Yeah, they did approach me." Fanghe scratched his head, finally admitting it. Luoyi didn't ask whether he had accepted the offer. After all, what middle schooler in Jiangling City could say no to an invitation from Jiangling High School? "Actually, Lingbei High School reached out to me today too. But I don't want to go to Lingbei, I want to go to Jiangling High," Luoyi said, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed into the distance. "With your skills, Ijia, getting into Jiangling High would be a piece of cake." Fanghe chimed in with a flattering tone. "I know I can get in. It's just annoying that I haven't received an invitation." Luoyi pouted, her cheeks puffing up like balloons before deflating again. Seeing her expression, Fanghe's internal alarm bells went off. Boss, I just remembered I have something to take care of over there. I'll catch you later." He tried to make a quick escape. "Don't you dare leave. Spar with me first." Luoyi cracked her knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. "Ijia, didn't you just say?" "I said what? You're not even willing to spar with me?" Luoyi shot him a sharp glare. "No, I was just saying. Are you going or not?" "I'm going." A few days later, Luoyi approached Fanghe with a bold grin. "Hey, how about we go out this weekend?" "My treat." Fanghe didn't look up. He sat slumped on a bench, his head drooping, panting heavily. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, pooling on the ground beneath him. He had just barely won the final match of the day, but the victory felt hollow. Out of 30 matches, he had only won 10. From the very first match, when he lost to Lu Ningxi, his mindset began to crumble. He kept reassuring himself, one loss didn't matter. He could win the next one. After losing the second match, he started reflecting. He had been so close, he just needed to avoid making the same mistakes. But by the third loss, he was struggling to adjust. It was just bad luck. Jiangling High was full of the city's most talented students. It was normal to encounter a few geniuses. Yet, the losses kept piling up: the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. By the end of the first day, he hadn't won a single match. It wasn't until the 7th match on the second day that he secured his first victory, only to suffer 5 more consecutive defeats afterward. On the 4th day, he even faced Tang Liang, the same person who had once argued with him over Luoyi. In this monthly test, after a grueling fight, Fanghe not only lost to Tang Liang but also endured his taunts. The 5 days of matches finally ended, with Fanghe winning just 10 out of 30. During this time, both Luoyi and Fanyang had tried to console him, but by now, Fanghe was beyond comfort. "No thanks. I just want to rest this weekend," he said in a hoarse voice. "Alright, take it easy this weekend. We'll go out next week instead." "Maybe," he replied flatly. Luoyi pressed her lips together and handed a small package to Fanghe. "Here, have a drink. It's your favorite grape flavor," she said, deliberately using a casual tone. Noticing his hoarse voice, she added, "Your voice sounds terrible." "Thanks." Fanghe accepted the package, and the simplicity of his gratitude made Luoyi frown. Fang He had never thanked her before. She opened her mouth, as if wanting to say something, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Fang He kept his head down, unwilling to let Luoyi see his expression. Sensing his mood, Luoyi spoke softly. All right, I'll head out now. You should go home early too. Okay. Watching Fang He's retreating figure, a flicker of determination flashed in Luoyi's almond-shaped eyes. Those people who bullied her little brother had gone too far. Once she became stronger, she would make sure to settle the score. Even though most of them were likely to enter the elite class, and the goal was no small feat, she felt that her cultivation speed had recently increased. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination. Time passed, and the scene shifted. Don't flaunt your wealth like a dog showing off its bone. Fang He enunciated each word clearly as he confronted Tang Liang. In the audience, Luoyi couldn't hold back her laughter. Her laughter seemed to brighten the atmosphere, filling the space with a contagious joy. She had been progressing rapidly recently and had planned to teach Tang Liang a lesson herself. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Watching the confident, radiant boy on stage, she was finally certain the Fang He she once knew had truly returned. Tap, tap, tap. Luoyi's fingertips lightly drummed against the fish tank, startling the crystal fish into swimming even faster. She thought of Aunt Peng's words before she left, but silently refuted them in her heart. Of course, they were good friends now. How could such a close bond not count as friendship? It was just that their parting had been rushed, leaving no time for a proper goodbye. Now, with one in the south and the other in the east, who knew when they would meet again? If only he could come to Dongda, she thought to herself. As the idea emerged, Luoyi pulled out her communicator. Her fingers glided over the screen as she sent a message. Are you there, at the water's edge? Beep. The communicator suddenly emitted a notification sound. Fang He picked it up to check, and the name Luoyi appeared on the screen. As someone now somewhat well known, he had long set his communicator to only notify him of messages from important contacts. Luoyi? We just talked this afternoon. What could she want now? Fang He wondered. Their conversation quickly unfolded. Turning tossing. Sister E, unless something unexpected happens, I'll always be around in the future. By the water's edge. Bitch, I have something to ask you. Turning tossing. Ask away. By the water's edge. Which university are you planning to apply to? Turning tossing. The Southern Martial Arts University. By the water's edge. Why not the Capital Martial Arts University? Turning tossing. I made an agreement with South University before I promised to apply there after the exams. By the water's edge. I see. The 5 top-tier martial arts universities in Xia each had their own unique characteristics. The Capital Martial Arts University, with its governmental backing, was slightly ahead and known for its comprehensive approach. The Eastern Martial Arts University was renowned for training female warriors. The Southern Martial Arts University specialized in skill application. The Western Martial Arts University, located on the border, emphasized combat experience, while the Northern Martial Arts University, set in a harsh, frigid environment, forged bold and unrestrained fighters. Each university admitted between 3,000 to 4,000 students annually. Fang He continued typing. Turning tossing. Hee, once I get into college, I'll come find you in Fengquan. By the water's edge. TCH. Are you coming to Fengquan to get beaten up? Turning tossing. It would be an honor to be Sister Yi's sparring partner. By the water's edge. Smooth talker. The next morning, just as Fang He got out of bed, he received a call from Su Hui, the director of the Education Administration Bureau. Before the call, the bureau staff had already confirmed his availability with Fang He's father. Fang He, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Su Hui greeted warmly. Good morning, director. No, you're not disturbing me. First of all, congratulations on leading Jiangling High School to win the championship in the exchange competition. Thank you, director. It was a team effort, not just my doing. Haha, you're modest. Su Hui laughed heartily. Perhaps you can call me senior instead. I was part of the 3rd batch of students mentored by Principal Liu, and I graduated from Jiangling High School as well. Good morning, senior. Fang He quickly corrected himself. Good. Now on to the second matter. You've comprehended the sword intent, so your combat skill score in the martial arts exam will be awarded a perfect 500 points. This news did catch Fang He off guard. Can it really be a direct full score without an exam? Of course, Su Hui replied confidently. As long as you comprehend martial intent before the college entrance exams, anyone can earn a full score in this category. No one would object. It's part of the rules and applies to everyone equally. The reason this rule is so little known is actually quite simple. Firstly, very few people can master martial techniques to perfection, let alone comprehend the essence of martial arts. Secondly, those prodigies who have already grasped the essence of martial arts are usually recruited early by the 5 major forces and have no need to participate in the college entrance exams. I see. Thank you for letting me know, senior. Fang He suddenly understood, then chuckled self-deprecatingly. Come to think of it, If you still have to participate in the combat skill evaluation after comprehending sword intent, doesn't that make the effort of understanding sword intent somewhat pointless? By the way, Su Hui reminded him seriously, you must take the cultural studies exam and the martial arts realm evaluation in the martial arts exam. Don't skip them under any circumstances. Got it. No way I'd forget that. Fang He responded with a smile, thinking to himself that his mother at home nagged him about it at least 800 times a day, so forgetting would be impossible. Alright, that's all for now. Here's my contact number. Save it and reach out if you need anything. Sure, I'll save it right away. Fang He gladly accepted Su Hui's goodwill. After the call ended, Su Hui felt quite satisfied with the conversation. As the first person responsible for handling the incident during Fang He's field training, he had long taken notice of this unique individual. From Fang He's dazzling debut at the Jiangling City Martial Arts Elite Tournament to single-handedly dominating the elite students of 2 schools during the tri-school exchange competition, Su Hui had witnessed every step of his rise. As the director of the Education Administration Bureau, Su Hui had encountered countless talented students. Simply mastering martial techniques to perfection wouldn't warrant his personal attention, but a prodigy who had comprehended sword intent while still in high school was certainly worth reaching out to directly. After all, such a simple notification task wouldn't normally require the involvement of a director. Rubbing his temples, Su Hui's thoughts involuntarily drifted to another man with the same surname. Fang, a man as fierce and divine as a god. That man had been his idol, someone he once followed into battles across the stars, earning glorious victories together. Heaven is cruel to geniuses, Su Hui murmured softly. From June 7th to 9th, 2226, the National College Entrance Examination in Xia Country proceeded as scheduled. This 3-day unified examination began with Chinese and science on the first day, followed by biology and geography on the second day, and concluded with assessments of martial arts realm and combat skills on the third day. During the exam period, public security across all cities reached unprecedented levels of order. The streets were eerily silent, with not even a minor argument occurring. Fang He exhaled in relief as he walked out of the martial arts realm assessment venue. Although the exam was merely a formality for him, the solemn atmosphere in the examination hall still left him feeling slightly tense. The afternoon combat skills assessment was irrelevant to him. He only needed to be a spectator. The guest who had traveled all the way from Fenghuan had already returned home on the day the exchange competition ended and did not stay in Jiangling City for the exam. A few days earlier, the semi-finished potion that Fanny Yang had helped procure had been delivered. Though colorless and odorless, it was difficult to determine if it was the same substance used against him previously, but having it in hand meant he could finally conduct experiments. Fang He tested the potion on several domesticated demonic beasts in the breeding facility and ultimately confirmed it was indeed the substance he had been seeking. Considering the risk of cognitive damage from overdosing, Fang He was exceptionally cautious with the dosage. He first tried a mere 1 dose and found he could easily control the effects of the potion. Once fully absorbed, he noticed a significant enhancement in his soul power. Gradually increasing the dose, he stopped at 1/5, choosing not to push his limits despite his body not yet reaching full saturation. This breakthrough expanded his soul power's range from 40 to 45 meters, giving him a more refined grasp of battlefield dynamics. The improvement had already been validated during sparring sessions with teammates Shuolin, Ren Yun, and Chao Zhuan. The growth in soul power also advanced his swordsmanship, though he was still some distance away from reaching the minor mastery stage. Fang He, a familiar voice called out. Zhuolin's burly figure charged toward him like a bulldozer, coming to an abrupt halt in front of him. How did the martial arts realm assessment go? Zhuolin asked, panting. 300 points, Fang He stated directly. Scores for the martial arts exam were released on the spot, so there was nothing to hide. Achieving a perfect score required reaching 25 times the full saturation level of blood tempering. I only got 220. Nowhere near you, Zhuolin admitted. His blood tempering had only reached 18 times full saturation. Not bad. If you keep up with the academic subjects, you might make it into the city's top 10. Don't even mention academics, Zhuolin groaned, his expression falling. I'll just pin my hopes on the combat skills assessment this afternoon. Good luck. I'll be there to cheer you on, Fang He encouraged. The combat skills exam was conducted on the Battle Network, with each candidate's performance live-streamed and recorded. You're making it hard for me. Zhuolin clenched his fists. You're just showing off now. If I could beat you, I'd punch you right now. If I didn't know I could beat you, I wouldn't dare say that, Fang He replied casually. Zhuolin's fists unclenched immediately. That actually makes sense. I have no comeback for that, he said with a mix of frustration and amusement. Be there this afternoon to root for me. Sure, Fang He agreed. At 3 p.m., Fang He lay down in his dormitory, put on his consciousness sensor, and logged into the virtual world. He searched for the keyword, college entrance exam. For this occasion, the Battle Network had suspended its regular services for half a day to focus on the exams. The search results were divided into 5 main sections: corresponding to the 5 major regions of Xia country, with subsections for each city. Jiangling City's nearly 100,000 candidates were split into 10 rounds of assessments, each round consisting of 10,000 participants. Zhuo Lin was in the third round. While waiting for Zhuo Lin's turn, Fang He casually clicked into a live stream from the first round. On screen, a candidate was battling an ironclad bull. The rules were simple: defeat the ironclad bull within the allotted time to advance to the next stage. The more stages cleared, the higher the score. As soon as Fang He saw the ironclad bull, detailed information about this beast immediately surfaced in his mind. He vividly recalled one particular fact: that its tender and flavorful meat was perfect for hot pot. The candidates in the arena demonstrated solid fundamental skills. They remained calm and composed when facing the ironclad bull. While their performance wasn't particularly dazzling, they relied on steady and methodical strategies to eventually defeat the beast and advance to the next round. Next, a mountain snow wolf appeared in the arena. This rare beast, seldom seen in the southern regions, was known for its incredible speed, agility, and vengeful nature. Although its waist was a clear weak point, hitting that critical spot required keeping up with its dizzying movements. This time, the steady tactics previously displayed by the candidates seemed inadequate against such a speed-focused creature. The mountain snow wolf used its astonishing speed to constantly harass the candidate, making it nearly impossible for them to evade effectively or seize an opportunity to counterattack. Under this relentless pressure, Fang He could tell the candidate was struggling to hold on. He murmured softly, "They're about to lose." Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the mountain snow wolf tore through the candidate's defenses with a swipe of its claws. It then delivered a heavy blow to their chest, sending the candidate crashing to the ground. As the scene ended, Fang He was automatically ejected from the livestream by the system. While the candidate would immediately receive their combat skills assessment score, Fang He, as a spectator, had no way of knowing the exact results. During the pause before the start of the third round of assessments, Fang He continued browsing other candidates' live streams. The assessment followed a round-based format, requiring all candidates in the current round to complete their tests before the next one could begin. After watching over a dozen assessments in a row, Fang He began to feel a bit bored and decided to switch to the forums in search of interesting posts. As soon as he entered a forum related to the entrance exam, several eye-catching thread titles grabbed his attention. A young underdog rises. Everyone doubted him, but he proves them wrong. And shocking, the biggest dark horse in Yangxin City. Intrigued, he clicked on the threads, only to find they were all discussing the same person. This candidate, currently participating in the assessments, had already sparked widespread attention among netizens. Fang He's curiosity was piqued, and he quickly typed into the search bar, Yangxin City, Zhao Yu. The live viewer count in the upper right corner of the stream fluctuated rapidly, climbing at an increasingly faster pace. When Fang He entered the stream, Zhao Yu had just completed the third stage of his assessment and was about to commence the fourth. Taking advantage of the brief interval as the system generated a new monster, Fang He carefully observed the candidate. Zhao Yu was of short stature, with a plain face and slightly tanned skin. At this moment, he was entirely absorbed in the assessment, oblivious to the external attention. His serious gaze was fixed on the gradually materializing monster before him. According to the college entrance exam regulations, all candidates were required to log into the battle network at designated test centers, and their virtual avatars had to closely resemble their real-life appearance. Any deviation would be deemed cheating. Zhao Yu wielded a pair of double-handed maces, an unusual choice in an era dominated by swords, spears, staffs, and rods. Fang He recalled his own encounter with Yang Liang, who also used double-handed maces during the elite tournament. He hadn't expected to meet another mace wielder during the exam. In the center of the arena, a two-headed black spot snake gradually took shape. This mutated beast measured over 10 meters in length, its body covered in black markings. Though not fully grown, its strength far surpassed that of an ordinary black spot snake. As adults, these creatures could grow over 20 meters long and were notorious for their immense constriction power and venomous saliva. As the number of viewers skyrocketed, the barrage of comments on the screen became overwhelming. Fang He turned off the comment display, focusing his attention on this rising star, known as the Dark Horse of Yangxin City. Hiss hiss, the two-headed snake emitted a piercing sound, its massive yet agile body lunging toward Zhao Yu at high speed. The battle network's high level of realism perfectly replicated the monster's combat behavior. Zhao Yu, with his maces in hand, did not retreat. Instead, he advanced, taking nimble steps forward to confront the snake. When the two-headed snake reared up, its heads forming a straight line as they lunged simultaneously, Zhao Yu struck with precision. Clang, clang. With two crisp sounds, he skillfully deflected the attacking heads. Though his virtual body strength was no match for the system-generated beast, Zhao Yu exploited the moment when the snake head swooped down, taking the initiative and denying the creature the chance to exert its full force. He avoided a direct clash, using the momentum to retreat before swiftly maneuvering behind the snake. His fluid and seamless movements demonstrated that he had devised a strategy the instant he assessed his opponent. Despite its incredible straight-line speed, the two-headed snake's massive body hindered its ability to turn quickly. As Zhao Yu circled behind it, the snake had yet to fully adjust its position. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Yu brought his maces together and dealt a heavy blow to the junction where the two heads divided. The snake let out a shrill, dual cry that pierced the air, but Zhao Yu didn't linger. He immediately repositioned himself, continuing to move around the snake, keeping it on the defensive. By this point, Fang He was certain Zhao Yu would pass this stage. He had not only demonstrated solid combat skills but also possessed all the qualities necessary for battle: accurate judgment of the situation, a thorough understanding of his opponent, and an unwaveringly calm demeanor. 5 minutes later, the two-headed snake collapsed with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhao Yu's eyes remained as resolute as ever, reminding Fang He of 3 posts he had read earlier, all of which now validated the extraordinary nature of this young man. Though the saying goes that it's hard for those from humble backgrounds to achieve greatness, Zhao Yu's family could barely be considered modest. His father was a factory worker, and his mother took on odd jobs to make ends meet. Expensive supplements and potions were luxuries beyond their reach. Yet, with sheer determination and a talent that refused to be buried, Zhao Yu managed to enroll in the second-ranked high school in Yangxin City. In this school, he was unremarkable. Neither his appearance nor his talent stood out. It was his unparalleled perseverance that set him apart. Fortunately, the school promised basic cultivation resources to ensure he could apply to a martial arts university. Ultimately, he became one of only 8 seniors that year to achieve a perfect level in martial arts training. In the pre-exam predictions for Yangxin City's top scorer, Zhao Yu ranked last. However, his final performance in combat skill evaluations delivered a stunning result, leaving all who had followed his journey in awe. Zhao Yu's story sparked heated discussions on the forum, and even Fang He found himself captivated by the actions of this seemingly ordinary young man. At the same time, the second round of assessments in Yangxin City was underway. In the first round, the 2 top contenders had both failed to pass the 4th stage, unable to conquer the challenges of the 5th. Now, in this second round, Zhao Yu, as the only participant to achieve a perfect score, had already matched their previous accomplishments. Inside the testing grounds for the 5th stage, 100 black-armored scorpions, each the size of a wash basin, crowded together in a writhing mass. Their sharply raised stingers glinted coldly under the lights, exuding a chilling menace. While these scorpions were not particularly formidable on their own, their strength lay in their overwhelming numbers, making them a daunting foe when attacking as a swarm. The rules were straightforward: either endure for 20 minutes or eliminate every single black-armored scorpion. At this moment, Zhao Yu was the only contestant left in the assessment, and the entire city's attention was focused on the live broadcast of his performance. As the signal to begin sounded, the swarm of scorpions surged forward, their massive pincers snapping menacingly. The sheer sight of them would send shivers down the spine of anyone with a fear of dense clusters. Clang, clang. Zhao Yu's dual maces moved like a whirlwind, each strike precisely sending a scorpion flying. Known for their exceptional defense, these black-armored scorpions were creatures even seasoned experts in the Mingxiao realm avoided provoking in the wild. Their tough exoskeletons were nearly impenetrable, and their large pincers carried a neurotoxic venom capable of paralyzing opponents, not lethal, but enough to render one helpless in battle. Yet, under the crushing blows of Zhao Yu's heavy maces, their seemingly indestructible armor appeared far less formidable. However, this challenge was not just a test of strength. It was also a trial of endurance and resourcefulness. Should he unleash his full power to quickly wipe out the swarm, he risked exhausting himself before finishing them all. On the other hand, pacing himself to survive the full 20 minutes meant enduring the relentless onslaught of these creatures, which could drain his stamina over time. Fang He and the countless online spectators held their breath, eager to see how this unassuming young man would navigate such a precarious dilemma. Phew! The steady rhythm of breathing echoed through the live broadcast, reaching the ears of the audience. Zhao Yu acted decisively, choosing the most aggressive strategy, eliminating every single black-armored scorpion. His muscles tensed as he charged straight into the swarm. Every move was precise and lethal, minimizing energy waste. This was the hallmark of efficient group combat, but Zhao Yu's execution was nothing short of textbook perfection. Suddenly, an iron-armored scorpion clamped onto his calf, injecting venom in an instant. Zhao Yu's expression remained unflinching. With a swift motion, his right hand dislodged the scorpion, while his left hand struck down 2 others lunging at him. The venom began to take its toll, slowing his movements, but he had anticipated this. Gazing at the remaining scorpions, a flicker of determination lit up his eyes. A memory of his middle school martial arts instructor's words echoed in his mind. When your body reaches its limit, an unyielding spirit will carry you through. 68, 69, 70, he shouted, rallying himself. As a martial arts prodigy, he yearned to become the top contender in Yangshin City, to embody the hero of the tales he admired. 100. With a final blow, his twin cudgels shattered the last scorpion's hardened shell. The fifth level was cleared. Zhao Yu reversed his grip on the cudgels, using them to support himself as he knelt, sweat streaming down his face. His baseline goal had been achieved, but now came the true test pushing his limits. Soon, he felt his stamina rapidly replenishing, though the mental exhaustion lingered. The sixth level materialized before him, a colossal jungle tiger. Its roar reverberated like thunder, sending an electric shiver down his spine. The tiger's ferocious gaze locked onto him as it lunged, jaws wide open. Boom! Zhao Yu crossed his cudgels to block the attack, yet the impact sent him skidding nearly 10 meters back. He understood immediately speed alone wouldn't suffice against this Tiger King. Its movements, fluid and powerful, seemed to command the wind itself, a testament to its astonishing agility. While reaching the sixth level was already an achievement, Zhao Yu resolved to give it his all. He struck first, his right cudgel aiming for the tiger's maw. The clash of cudgel against Fang rang out like metal on stone. His left cudgel followed in silence, but with devastating force, slamming into the tiger's neck like a thunderclap. The wounded tiger grew even more frenzied. It leaped high with a deafening crash, its massive paw descending toward Zhao Yu like a falling boulder. He rolled desperately, narrowly evading the strike. Debris scattered, leaving cuts and scrapes on his face and clothes. But Zhao Yu had no time to dwell on his disheveled state. The tiger's relentless assault continued. After another narrow dodge, Fang He, observing from the sidelines, nodded in silent approval. For a high school senior to perform at this level was remarkable. Even freshmen at an average martial arts university might not surpass him. Though Fang He, with his mastery of sword techniques, could easily handle the situation, he couldn't help but marvel at the combat simulator's near-perfect realism. The technology's ability to replicate battle with such an impressive 80 accuracy was truly astounding. In other words, if Zhao Yu were to encounter such a beast in the wild, disregarding any emotional fluctuations in a real-life scenario, his current combat responses to the giant tiger would mirror what he would genuinely do in the wilderness. Fang He stood to the side, his gaze fixed intently on the scene. This tiger really resembles that mountain beast, except for the difference in skin, he murmured under his breath, recalling the battle during the beast tide outside the city. He vividly remembered the sight of the mountain beast plummeting from above and crashing onto the battlefield. Although the beast was swiftly taken away by a superhuman fighter from the skies, its image remained etched deeply in his memory. In the field, Zhao Yu had been holding his ground for quite some time, showcasing remarkable strength. Just then, the giant tiger suddenly switched its attack strategy. Seizing the moment when Zhao Yu retreated, its previously drooping tail snapped upright, seemingly imbued with life, and lashed out like a steel whip. The move caught Zhao Yu completely off guard. Throughout the battle, the tiger had never used its tail as a weapon. The tail's sweeping speed far exceeded its lunges or bites. Even though Zhao Yu noticed the deadly strike in time, it was too late to react. He could only watch helplessly as the steel-like tail grew larger and larger in his field of vision. The threat of death felt so real that Zhao Yu nearly forgot this was just an exam where revival was possible. In that split second, his pupils contracted sharply, and a surge of power suddenly coursed through his hands gripping the dual maces. Could it be? I can control it now? With this thought, Zhao Yu executed the move that appeared in his mind. The maces shot out like twin dragons surging from the sea, striking the giant tiger squarely on the back of its head. Deprived of its energy source, the steel tail immediately went limp, retaining only a fraction of its momentum, which Zhao Yu easily deflected. Level 6 cleared. Congratulations on passing all stages of the combat skills assessment. Final score, 500. As the words appeared before his eyes, Zhao Yu exhaled deeply, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth before his expression returned to calm. Closing his eyes, he waited for the system countdown to conclude. In that final moment, he had comprehended the essence of the mace technique. This mastery not only straightened his father's lifelong bent back, but also meant his mother would no longer have to toil tirelessly. It was the turning point that would lift his family out of poverty. Outside the venue, the reporters who had been waiting erupted into a frenzy, rushing to send the breaking news to their respective outlets, clearing all 6 stages. As long as Zhao Yu's earlier exam results weren't too poor, this perfect score in the most heavily weighted combat skills test could secure him the top spot in Yangshin City. As part of the most significant national exam in Xia Country, every piece of news about it garnered immense attention, and the city's top scorer was always the local highlight. Although some viewers had already learned about this through the live broadcast, many others were still unaware. The reporters had already crafted their headlines. They all doubted you, but you proved them wrong. The vast space was filled with meticulously arranged equipment, each station manned by staff focused intently on their tasks. Inside the monitoring room, two supervisors were engaged in a conversation. How's this batch looking? The overall quality is much better than the last one. Yes, each generation surpasses the previous one. The last batch was indeed a bit lacking. Let's focus on our work now and nurture more talents. Suddenly, one of the staff members noticed an unusual fluctuation on the monitor. Huh, someone just broke through. Where? A candidate from Yangshin City in the south. Not bad. It seems that the mountain beast really proved helpful. Well, at least it died serving its purpose. The device on that spaceship certainly had a significant effect. True, but there's still much we haven't figured out. These things can't be rushed. Can't rush, but we can't afford to drag either. Fang He blinked, his eyes narrowing. If he wasn't mistaken, Zhao Yu had just achieved a breakthrough. Immersed in the excitement of the assessment, a sudden thought struck him. Zhuo Lin. He snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly searched in the system. Jiangling City, Zhuo Lin. The system displayed. Assessment for this candidate has concluded. Not long after, Zhuo Lin found Fang He. Fang He, did you see my performance? I did. Fang He replied with a straight face. So, anything I should work on? Your blade work is too aggressive. You need to manage your strength better. Fang He began to analyze seriously. Zhuo Lin listened attentively, but soon realized something was off. Wait, isn't that the same thing you told me during our sparring sessions? I'm asking about today's performance against the beasts. Fang He was caught off guard and had to admit, I was watching someone else's live stream. I thought I'd have enough time, but I didn't expect your assessment to end so quickly. Whose live stream was so captivating? Zhuo Lin pressed. Fang He then recounted how he came across a forum post, got intrigued, and ended up watching the live stream while forming his own speculations. That impressive? Even grasped the essence of martial momentum in the end? Zhuo Lin's eyes gleamed with envy. Indeed, very strong. Fang He. I just remembered. I have something to do. My mom's calling me for dinner. Fang He took a step back. It's my assessment day, and you promise? My mom just texted me saying we have guests over and not enough food. They'll head to the school training ground right now to wait for you. Fine. 3 days later, the grading for the college entrance exam was almost complete. Except for questions requiring manual review, the rest had already been scanned and scored by machines. At noon, the results were set to be released, and candidates could check their scores online. Fang He's parents had been fielding calls from relatives and friends since morning. Nan Shui reassured yet another caller, elder sister, the results aren't out yet. They'll be available at 12. Don't worry, I'll let you know immediately. She barely hung up when the phone rang again. On the other side, Fang Shengyuan was just as occupied. Old Zhang, hold off on the congratulations. The scores aren't out yet. Okay, if we host a banquet, you'll definitely be invited. Finally, the 3 hands of the clock aligned at 12. Xiaohe, check your score. Nan Shui called out excitedly. Fang Shengyuan, skilled at handling the computer, entered Fang He's identification number and hit confirm. As the page refreshed, all 3 pairs of eyes were glued to the screen, waiting for the results to appear. The interface displaying the 22-26 college entrance exam results slowly unfolded in front of Fang He. Name, Fang He. Gender, male. Date of birth, September 30th, 2207. Age, 18. Chinese, 133. Science, 189. Biology, 195. Geography, 182. Cultural total score, 699. Martial arts realm score, 300. Combat skills score, 500. Exempt martial arts total score, 800. Overall score, 759.6. Jiangling City ranking, 1. Southern Region ranking, 12. National ranking, 66. Staring at the report, Fang He's expression remained calm. The results were almost exactly as he had expected, except for the Chinese score, which was a bit disappointing. If only he had written a better essay or interpreted the reading comprehension questions more accurately according to the examiner's intentions, his total score could have been even higher. Wow, Xiaohe is the top scorer. The top scorer. Just as Fang He was lost in thought, Nan Shui suddenly screamed and threw herself into Fang Shenjuan's arms. Seeing the joy on his parents' faces, a warm feeling surged in Fang He's heart. It wasn't because of the title of Jiangling City's top scorer, but because he could bring this much happiness to his parents. Noticing his son's gaze, Fang Shengyuan cleared his throat. Nan Shui snapped out of her excitement, pushed her husband aside, and quickly opened the projection interface of her communicator. What are you doing? Fang Shengyuan asked. Sharing the good news, of course. Nan Shui replied matter-of-factly, then started dialing numbers one by one from top to bottom. Hello, Sister Chin? It's Xiao Shui. Yes, Xiaohe took the college entrance exam this year. He's the top scorer in Jiangling City. Well, his national ranking is a bit lower, 66th, mainly because of his Chinese score. Yes, we're hosting a celebration banquet. You must come. Fang He tactfully chose not to interrupt his mother's enthusiasm and instead turned to look at his father. He saw Fang Shengyuan walking quickly into the study and returning with a stack of handwritten yearbooks. Dad, what's this? Yearbooks, Fang Shengyuan explained. Handwritten, ones feel more sentimental. This is the perfect opportunity to organize a class reunion. Some contacts can only be found in these. Fang He quietly opened his own communicator. As expected, his inbox was already flooded. His homeroom teacher, Zhou Yi, had posted a congratulatory announcement in the class group chat, and messages of congratulations from his classmates kept pouring in. He replied with a simple thank you and responded individually to private messages, including one from senior Su Hui. Beep, a new message notification popped up, and a small smile appeared on Fang He's face. In Shui Fang. Not bad, little brother. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.